Chapter 261 Training Changes. Xiao, you can't hurt Alka, be careful. Air, who was sitting on the stern deck, waved his iron fist and remind loudly. That's right, you can't hurt Daddy. Xian, who was hugged by Air from behind, and whose head was on Air's chin, also echoed. Because the puppet girls were always sticking together like this, Air liked to stick together with Xian too much. At this time, the stern deck was full of various puppet girls, who were watching this battle. Who will win this battle? I think it's the captain. Nonsense, it must be Xiao. Captain! Xiao. The sound of quarrel came out of nowhere. 0. The vice captain was wearing a maid outfit, standing quietly on the stern like a lady. She said softly, "They are just training, not fighting. There will be no difference in strength." Really? Even if it's training. The captain is better. You are talking nonsense again. The noise was heard from behind. 0 silently supported his forehead. The new sisters have become more and more different in personality during this period. Although it is a good change. But it is also a little troublesome. As the vice captain, 0 thought silently. A doll girl wearing brown work clothes, and with a compass eye on her chest was watching the battle on the deck with her goggles. She also had a device, like a construct on her back, which stretched out 4 tentacles. These tentacles were made of metal rings on a long energy belt. It can help them do more tedious work and make more detailed production. Woo-ee. Write it down quickly, these are all rare data. The doll girl next to him nodded, writing quickly with a pen in her hand. Jason, who had been startled, looked down from the observation room at the top, looking at the 2 people below. He shook his head silently, starting to communicate with each other early in the morning, alas. Boogie! That's right, you're not afraid of disturbing others. Boogie! Well said. Now wherever Jason goes, Eurylius will follow him. He, who was sitting next to the glass table and watching the situation outside, turned his head silently and watched the 2 lives communicating in encryption. He turned his head helplessly. The battle on the deck below had stopped. Xiao, who had been using the ring of light to accelerate the attack, was already panting and sitting on the deck, gasping for breath. Her clothes were almost soaked with sweat. Although Alka was also a little tired. He had already been promoted to the 3rd stage, and his physical strength was much better than Xiao. So he just stood there and took a few deep breaths. And then he calmed down his fatigue. And it was mainly for defense, consuming more of his spirit and magic. He waved his hand. The mirror sank from his face, and the mirror in the sky also shattered, and disappeared into starlight like glass fragments. A white towel appeared in Alka's hand. He squatted beside Xiao. He gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with his towel. Alka's sudden intimate action made Xiao stunned in place, and her body became a little stiff. But he acted very naturally. So Xiao could only bear it, without any reaction, as if he didn't care. After all, Alka didn't show anything, so he couldn't show too much. Be more natural. But her slightly tilted eyes betrayed her restless heart. Air, I think you can go over. Ling said suddenly, while standing on the stern deck. Air was ready to rush over to fight for mercy. But Xian pulled him back, dragged him into his arms. Which side are you on? Of course, I am a faction of my own. Air said loudly with his fist clenched. Then, he received disdainful looks from the captains. I definitely stand with the captain. Don't forget who made the clothes on you. Then one thing is one thing. How can these 2 things be compared? Regarding the quarrel of the captains, 0 watched calmly. 3 and 4 looked up at the sky slightly. At this time, Alka below had wiped the sweat off Xiao's exposed skin with a towel. By the way, he wiped the sweat drops on her silver hair with a towel. Miss Xiao, my service is not bad. Is this compensation appropriate? Alka whispered in Xiao's ear. Not bad. Xiao could feel the warmth on her face, and said while suppressing her inner shyness, Alka has been getting bolder and bolder recently. Fortunately, she had just done strenuous exercise, and the slight redness on her face matched the slight redness on her skin, so she didn't give away anything. However, Alka, who had been with Xiao for so long, how could she not see it? She smiled happily, gently put his head deep into Xiao's left side. Sniff. The breath that slightly smelled the smell made a sound, and a wave of heat hit Xiao's collarbone. The skin was abnormally sensitive after exercise, which also made Xiao's heart beat wildly. She felt that her heart was about to jump out. She could no longer hear any sound outside, and her head was empty, and all she could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat. Well, although it smells good, it still smells a bit bad, Alka said with a smile beside her. The face did not withdraw, but came closer. Sia Daidi stared blankly ahead, and he had completely lost the ability to think. Alka could already feel the heat on his cheeks. Want to wash it? No. No need. Sia Daidi stood up suddenly, and walked forward stiffly. She seemed to be able to feel Alka's eyes behind her. She walked quietly and calmly. If she didn't move her hands and feet like a machine, arriving at the corner of the stern, it was out of Alka's sight. At the corner of the first floor of the stern, Julia and Matt Lisa were watching quietly. Sia Daidi turned the corner, and saw the two people. Although she was a little surprised, she suddenly relaxed and fell down. The two quickly supported her. My legs are weak. Sia Daidi's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she said weakly. Hearing this, Matt Lisa quickly leaned over. I will treat you. Julia quickly stopped her. There is nothing wrong with her body. She just has a problem in her heart. Ah? Matt Lisa was a little surprised. Then she clenched her fist and said seriously, I will try my best to treat her. No, whatever. Julia helped Sia Daidi up completely, looking at her current appearance, and then looked at Air, who was shouting and making crazy declarations on the roof. Is this really growth? Why does it feel like regression? At this time, Sia Daidi's sensitivity to the surrounding environment has dropped sharply. Looking at Julia, who was supporting him. What's wrong? Am I really a little smelly? Alas. A heavy slap on her forehead, Julia's whole body was depressed. Handed Sia Daidi, who was supported by her, to Matt Lisa. Take her to the bathhouse. She must want to take a good bath now. Okay. Although Matt Lisa didn't understand very well, she still helped Sia Daidi upstairs. Julia stood there and waved her hand casually. A chill flew out, shattering the mirror next to her. Then she walked out of the corner, looking at the smiling Alka not far away. She stared at Alka with a look of disdain for scum. Tui! She made a disdainful sound, turned her head, and followed the two who left. Alka stood there and watched Julia leave, and rubbed her cheeks awkwardly. Oh, it seems a bit too much. At this time, at the door of the restaurant on the first floor, Juanlu and Simon poked their heads out. Juanlu stretched out his hand and rang the bell. It indicated that it was time for dinner. Simon slowly stretched out his right hand and slowly made a gesture. The index finger suddenly disappeared, and then changed its shape and moved to the thumb. Simon looked at Alka and seriously gave a thumbs up. Complete affirmation from his brother. As a cable swung down, Jason came down with a crystal dragon. Are you really not afraid of getting your head knocked off by a punch? Jason looked at Alka and shook his head in confusion. Isn't a gentle little sister attractive? Why do you have to challenge the limit? Well, I don't understand. You can't be a violent girl in the future. Jason touched Crystal Dragon's head and said. Crystal Dragon tilted her head. Boogie. No, that's not cool. You should be a lady. Just now. Sia Daidi was just hiding. You can see that it's her true nature. Jason looked like he had seen through it, and taught Crystal Dragon a lesson. Alka followed silently behind. He rolled his eyes, while listening to the conversation between the man and the dragon. How did he really become a daughter slave? But he could understand Jason's point of view. After all, when he just became a toucher a few years ago, he was not very sensitive to the progress technique, and was beaten badly by Sia Daidi during training. It once left him with a psychological shadow, plus some of the childhood scandals revealed by Jamie. The image of violence has been deeply rooted in his mind. The sea surface broke through the water, and Pororo jumped up, holding a huge sea fish in his hand, and walked towards the restaurant. Ha, great harvest. On the stern deck. What are you doing here? Lucilia, awakened by the bell, walked out of the room, looking at the puppet girls standing around, and asked curiously, what do you mean by those strange looks? Although her mind as a puppet girl has just been perfected recently, she seems to think it's better not to talk now. You have also advanced to the third stage? Alka looked at Simon's unstable magic fluctuations. At this time, everyone at the table had already sat down. Even Sia Daidi had returned to his original state, with his hair slightly wet. Hearing Alka's words, Simon nodded. I was just promoted last night, so I can't let you fall behind. Hearing that Simon had been promoted, Alka took out the notebook he had recorded last night. Simon took it and looked at it curiously. He frowned and looked at the record on it. Really? Do you have the standard for your own detection? Of course, I use the soul detection ring. Alka handed the ring to Simon. You check it too, to see if it's the same conclusion as mine. Simon nodded, picked up the detection ring, and started meditating on the spot. The people around him were eating, while listening to the two people's incomprehensible communication. But no one bothered them. Everyone was talking about their own things. Isn't it normal not to understand what the technicians are saying? Only Lisa looked at the records in the logbook seriously. She was also a technician on the ship. Normally, she was the one who used the soul detection ring. She knows much more about the human body than the two of them. This magic item that can accurately detect the body, and even the soul, and give data can be said to be her favorite. Can I check the changes in your bodies later? Her tone changed from the normal weak tone. The two nodded. With Simon's changes, the detection and recording confirmed Alka's speculation last night, which was very likely to be correct. After dinner, the three of them came to the manufacturing hall together. The manufacturing hall has been divided into 4 areas due to the expansion. The three people's respective work areas, and the mixed area in the middle. Alka's work area is mostly materials, recorded drawings and some books, and some manual iron-making devices. Other construction facilities and spell carving tables are placed in the middle area, because both Simon and Lisa can use them. Simon's side is like a futuristic style, with various mechanical arms and stacked line machines. Lisa was out of tune with the others. There were all kinds of bottles and jars, plants and leaves, and of course some flesh and blood in jars. This place didn't look like a place where normal people would stay. Many of the facilities here had an ancient feel, and were out of tune with the other facilities, because many of the facilities here were moved from some overlapping spaces in Vasva. The research atmosphere in Vasva was very good, and some of the sophisticated facilities in the overlapping space could be used. Even if they didn't know how to use it, they would move it together. But those who could use it had to say that it was really useful. They couldn't understand some of the techniques above, but it didn't hinder its use. This seemed to be the characteristic of Simon's index finger. The two took off their shirts, and one stood on the bottom of the middle workbench. Lisa inserted some probes into their bodies, and there were various spell arrays connected to the probes next to them. Lisa's outfit was also different at this time. She was wearing the white coat proposed by Alka, and a pair of glasses. He pushed his glasses with his hand, and held a device in his left hand, exploring something facing Simon on the stage. His hands below were recording. After the detection, it was Alka's turn. Your soul is really strong. The readings and density are much higher than ours. Lisa looked at the data of Alka's soul, and said with some surprise. She had heard some things about Alka's strong soul from the people on the ship before, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. In simple terms, it was like twice as strong as a normal person. The doubling of soul strength is extremely powerful. The soul is the most secretive research area, the most difficult to touch, and the most difficult to know. However, Alka has many special features. In contrast, the strong soul seems to be nothing special. Lisa thought strangely, and turned the page. She began to compare the physical fitness of the two. That is to say, when a person advances to the third stage, both the magic circuit and the physical strength will reach a limit, Lisa said, pushing her glasses, and speaking in a slightly loud and serious voice. That is to say, the third stage should be the limit of a normal life form. Within this limit, every bit of progress is difficult. The most favorable proof is that the absorption conversion rate and absorption speed of one's own magic power have dropped to 1/5 of the original. Just like a person who has eaten enough and can't eat anymore. Alka and Simon nodded in understanding. What Lisa said was easy to understand. The treasure. Yes, the treasure is not included in this list. Its existence breaks the limit, according to data feedback and speculation. If there is no treasure, it is possible to stay in the third stage for life. The treasure is the key to the fourth stage of life. Without it, the door to the new world cannot be opened. The data and the readings from the test prove this. That is to say, at this stage, if there is no treasure, the difference between races will bring obvious differences, Arka said, thinking of Polo's strong physical fitness. Lisa nodded. This was indeed beyond doubt. At this time, the three of them seemed to understand why the fourth stage was called the staff holder. It seemed that it was not just because this stage could control the scepter. Treasure. It was probably related to this breakthrough. Perhaps the fourth stage was a stage that could reflect a huge gap. Judging from the current situation, it was not easy to reach, and some harsh conditions were required. For example, owning a treasure. Perhaps it was also because of this essential improvement that one could control a scepter. Level treasure. Then the conclusions and data records after the tests were filed. Simon hurried back to his room. After the promotion, he had not yet properly checked the changes brought about by his increased strength. And he had already appeared during the meal, and began to lose control of his power. He had to rest and recover. And Alka also got off the boat. He had to find Bolish. Bolish had sent a signal, and his affairs had been understood. Now he has enough time to carry out the next action. It's time to discuss the next action. The two people on the boat have reached the third stage of strength, which is enough to protect themselves under normal circumstances. As long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble, they are careful and vigilant enough, they can live safely. The hidden dangers that will be exposed are basically completely eliminated. It's time to start exploring the endless sea deeper and farther, and start to truly understand this chaotic and miraculous place. Start with the treasure on this human skin map. Slightly lower the brim of the hat, and walk on the gravel road in the port. Chapter 262 Twin Fears. Alka had arrived at number 28 Mass Street. At this time, the door of this shop had been closed. On a street with a large flow of people, it looked unusually conspicuous. After just a glance, Alka walked towards a corner alley not far away. As he entered the alley, the whole world became slightly quieter, and no one was willing to enter this alley. Alka came to the spiral staircase and walked up. Ding dong. A soft bell rang as Alka pushed the door open. As soon as he came in, he saw Bolish, sitting in the same corner as they sat last time, waving at Alka. The boss at the counter next to him looked at Alka with his one eye, and nodded slightly. Alka politely responded, and went directly to the corner and sat in front of Bolish. Sorry for the long wait. No, I made you wait on the island for a week, and I should be sorry, Bolish said with a smile. After that, he poured a glass of wine for Alka. After a gentle touch, the communication began. A yellowed parchment appeared in Bolish's hand. The border of the parchment was circled with golden lines, and there was a mark of the Virgin Mary on the back of the paper. This was a contract. A contract of the Virgin Mary Church, and those who violated it would be cursed by the Virgin Mary. Bolish handed the parchment over. Take a look. This is the clause I asked the pastor of the church to draft. When Alka heard this, he did not focus on the parchment, but asked curiously, is there a church on this island? Or the Virgin Mary Church? Ah? Don't you know? I thought you. Bolish was more surprised than Alka. He felt that he should not have seen it wrong. Alka was a believer of the Virgin Mary. Why didn't he know that there was a Virgin Mary Church on this island? We have been moving around in the town since we got to the island, and we didn't see the church. Although Alka knew that there was also the Church of the Four Gods in the Infinite Sea. He didn't expect that there would be a Church of the Virgin Mary on the Southern Cross Island. This is too coincidental. Hearing this, Bolish nodded. The church is located in Rats. If you have time, you can go there. It is also a good city. Rats is the central city of this island. If you read it in the language of the Vasva city-state, it means shining star. Are there churches of other gods? Hearing Alka's question, Bolish shook his head. Of course not. This is the area where the Virgin Mary spreads her faith. Other churches will not come here to spread their faith. Bolish took a sip and said, I see. No wonder the common language of this place is the common language of the home sea. The residents on the island basically communicate in the common language of the home sea, which means that the Virgin Mary has been spreading her faith here for a long time. However, the religious atmosphere in this place is very weak. In daily communication, Alka did not even see the prayer gesture of crossing hands. It seems that these people don't really believe in the Virgin Mary. Retracting his thoughts, Alka turned his attention to the contract. Looking at the terms drawn up by Bolish, they were all the same as what he and Bolish had discussed last time, and there were no additional terms added. The distribution of this treasure, after it is obtained, will be reasonably distributed by both parties based on their contributions during the treasure hunt. Both parties shall not conceal the preciousness of this treasure, nor steal or take it privately, nor hide the information they know about the treasure. During the treasure hunt, under the premise of ensuring your own safety, you are not allowed to deliberately harm the other party by any means. The very reasonable clause guarantees the interests of both parties during the treasure hunt. Alka felt that he had prepared more contracts like this. As a treasure hunt team, they would definitely be useful in the future. No problem for me. Okay, then let's press the blood mark. As Bolish said, a wound appeared on his thumb, a faint blood gushed out, and he pressed it on the contract. Then the blood evaporated immediately. leaving black lines on the contract. Alka then did the same thing. When the contract was established, the paper of the contract turned directly into ashes, and turned into two golden beams tied to the wrists of the two people. As the beams disappeared, a pattern of wheat ears around the wrists appeared on the wrists. Wheat ears are the most famous and representative symbol of the Virgin Mary. It means that the contract between the two parties has been established. Then the two shook hands with a smile. Then we have a happy cooperation. The next step is to exchange information about the treasure. Balish said, "Let's go to your ship to exchange information. This place is obviously not a good place for communication." Hearing this, Alka nodded, without any objection. The two of them went down all the way and walked towards the port. When passing number 28, Balish glanced at him. "I hope this operation goes smoothly." Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but look at him. This sounded unlucky, especially at this time. After a brief chat, the two had already arrived at the port and walked through the crowded crowd to the side of the Voice of Dawn. "Please." Balaz walked up and took a close look at the appearance of the Dawn of Voice. He had never been on this ship before. What a beautiful ship. He couldn't help but pat the edge of the ship and said, "At this time, on the deck, you can see some puppet girls practicing with each other." As soon as Balaz came up, he saw these puppet girls, but fortunately, he had seen them several times when he was on the island, so he was not too surprised. It was just that the number of puppet girls on the ship made him a little surprised. "So you have so many girls on your ship? What race are they? Are they unique to the Four Gods Sea?" "To be honest, I haven't seen them here yet," Balaz asked with curiosity. After all, he is also a merchant. He has been traveling around for more than 10 years. I dare not say that he has seen all the races in the Infinite Sea, but he has either seen most of them, or heard of them. I never knew that here, there is a race of girls, who are only 30 centimeters long. This makes him curious. They are puppet girls. Alka simply said this, without further explanation. Balaz nodded, without asking any further questions. Several puppet girls with wings flew out of the restaurant carrying a shelf. "There are some that can fly?" Balaz couldn't help but ask. He really didn't expect there would be any difference. Then, behind the puppet girls, Juanlu, who seemed to be holding food, came out. He greeted Alka, and then looked at Balaz next to him. They had met several times on the island, so they nodded politely. Alka brought Balish to the captain's room and sat at the big round table. They took out the human skin maps they each had and pieced them together. "We each take a piece of paper and copy a copy of the map. And we each take our own half of the original," Alka said. Balish nodded. The copying was very fast. After all, the map was just some lines. "Then tell me what you know about this pirate, and which island this map points to." Hearing Alka's words, Balish didn't hesitate and directly told the information he knew. This pirate, who was executed 20 years ago, known as Piranha Clarion, was a treasure controller with the strength of the 4th stage, and led a pirate group called Bloody Bite. The tactics he often used were disguised sneak attacks. Since he often used robbed ships, he always succeeded. He never favored anyone's ship. According to the pirates who had followed him, he would destroy the previous ship when robbing a better one, just to avoid being recognized. Then he forced and absorbed some members and sailors on the ship, disguised it as this former ship, and used it to attack the teams familiar with this ship. Listening to Barris's information, Alka had already constructed a cruel, cautious, but extremely despicable person in his mind. Why was he arrested in the end? He was a little curious. How did such a cautious person get arrested in the end, and then be executed? The young king was training outside at the time, and he attacked a king's ship, on which the king's sister was. I understand. It means that he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. So he was captured alive in the siege not long after, and then taken to Latsis to be beheaded. Alka nodded, leaning back in his chair. After briefly digesting the information, he asked, "So is there any information about his treasure? And where is he most likely to hide the treasure?" According to the pirates who invaded with him, and his enemies, during the battle, 2 balls would appear on his body, which could bring fear to the enemy. His companions who fought with him were always brave and fearless, and were not afraid of death. That's all the information. After all, it was 20 years ago. These are the memories I found from some people who had experienced that period. After saying that, Balish took out a sea chart from his body. Looking at the sea chart, Alka sat up straight. I didn't expect that there was a sea chart in the Infinite Sea, but when he looked over, It was not a sea chart at all, but a few strange dots on a picture. There were lines connecting them. What does this picture mean? What is this? This is a map of the infinite sea. Although the ocean and islands here are always changing, the islands around the target island are at least connected. As he said this, he pointed to the sea chart and explained to Alka why this thing was called a sea chart. There are words on the chart saying broken sea. After the explanation, Alka understood it simply. That is to say, the big dot in the middle represents the Southern Cross Island, and all the small dots extending from the lines represent the islands connected to the Southern Cross Island. Although the distance between the far points and the islands will change, the order of distance between them and the Southern Cross Island will not change. The distance range will not change much, although it is still fluctuating. There are also some data annotations next to each island, which roughly means when they will leave and when they will return to connect. Through these data, Alka learned that the closer the island is to the Southern Cross Island, the shorter the time it takes to leave the island chain of the Southern Cross Island, especially the two islands not far from the Southern Cross Island, which will basically leave for no more than 10 days and nights out of 100 days and nights. The rest of the time, they will be firmly held by their side. For those far away, they may only return for 10 days and nights out of 100 days and nights. Broken Island is actually still in the ranking of these island chains, an island that is relatively advanced. As for which island he might hide the treasure on, I don't know. But it is said that it should be hidden in the islands of the Southern Cross Island chain, because since he became a pirate, he has never left the Broken Sea and has been active here. He also marked a place on the sea chart. He was trapped on this island. Although it is connected to the island chain, it is a small abandoned island. These are all the information I know. I hope it can be of some help to you. After Baraz finished speaking, he smiled awkwardly, because he had no idea how the information he knew could help him find the treasure. Because he didn't even know the most basic map of where the island might be. After hearing what Balish said, Alka nodded, looking at the copied map in his hand. Although the information he provided was really simple. If it was another treasure hunting group, they might give up cooperating with him. After all, if they couldn't get useful information from it, it would be useless. But for Alka, this information was enough for him to have a certain understanding of the treasure. As if thinking, his fingers gently tapped on the map. Tapping as if thinking, information appeared in the golden light on the map. The information of the treasure was indeed expanded. Treasure information. The treasure hidden by the pirate named Klein. This is his life's harvest. This is also ill-gotten gains, stained with the blood and souls of innocent people. Holy Grail. Level treasure Twins of Terror. Is hidden here. The treasure is hidden in an unexpected place, a place that is safe enough, and only he knows. The treasure information was expanded. Let Alka know the name of this treasure. But the most important and crucial problem is that they don't even know which island the treasure is hidden on. According to past experience, treasure information rarely tells Alka the island he is on, because this is not included in the information that the treasure information will expand. He can only find it himself. There are two ways now. One is to find an island that may have its treasure, and then just blink your eyes, and the mystery will be revealed. The other way is to get all the island maps linked to the Southern Cross, and check them one by one, using the most tiring but most effective stupid method. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Alka's thoughts. Sia Daidi walked in. Alka looked and said, "Are you all back?" "Everyone is back." "Then call them all over. Let's have a small meeting. Soon." Sia Daidi and the others walked in one by one, sat at the round table, and nodded politely to Balish, facing the professional treasure hunting team. Balish sat there silently and closed his mouth. He decided to take a good look at how this professional team hunted for treasures, and learn from it. He was still very curious about the treasure hunting team. He had only seen some teams, but had never seen how they worked. I have told you before, right? The information about the human skin map. Today I have signed a contract with Baraz to search for the treasure together. Now I will tell you the known information. Alka told everyone the information he had just obtained from Baraz. Then the most important point now is to know which island this treasure is hidden on, Sia Daidi said as he looked at the copied map in his hand. She had already seen that the map in her hand was an island, and the detailed map of the previous area was useless. Alka nodded, and told everyone the two methods she had just thought of. Jason thought for a while, and looked at Balish beside him and asked, "Are those who still remember the deeds at that time still on this island?" "Some are still there," because I have forgotten some of this information. And I asked them again a few days ago. Ballish answered truthfully. Jason nodded. And after thinking for a while, he said, if you don't mind, can you take me to visit them later? I want to ask again. No problem. Of course, no problem. Everyone already knew Jason's idea, and he wanted to ask if he could get more information. Then, Mr. Ballish, can you help me find relevant maps of other islands? I need to make some comparisons. Maybe I can find the place where the treasure is buried. Ballish nodded to Xia Dai's proposal. This was not difficult for him. After all, there were maps of other islands, but they were not sold publicly. But he was a businessman after all. Although he was suppressed recently, at least his connections were still there. Moreover, this was Southern Cross Island, a landmark island connecting the surrounding islands. It was relatively easy to get some maps here. Afterwards, everyone continued to communicate with each other and determine the next course of action. They assigned their respective tasks. The whole short meeting was considered to be the end of the communication. Chapter 263 determined the target. Early in the morning of the second day, everyone dispersed and began to act on the target. First, Baraz took Jason to the homes of those people from whom he had obtained intelligence before. Facing Baraz, who came to them again to inquire about things decades ago, they did not show any impatience. After all, they gave money. Then he sent his deputy to take Xia Dai to collect those maps. Of course, funds are indispensable for this link. With the presence of the local boss Baraz, the group's actions went smoothly. When night fell, everyone returned to the ship. They gathered in the captain's room again. But this time it was an internal meeting. Xia Dai first took out a large number of various maps from his pocket ring. From these maps, it can be seen that most of the maps are basically hand-painted. But due to the technical problems of the hand-painted people, these maps are uneven. The worst ones you can't recognize as maps at all, but think they are children's random graffiti. Can these things really be called maps? How shameless can someone be to do such a thing? Alka felt that he, who had just crossed over, had drawn better maps than them. These are the maps that can be searched. They are all around here. Some are from many years ago, and some are duplicated. Most of these maps are drawn for the inhabited islands and the surrounding islands. There are too few people, and there are no special resources in the islands, so there are no maps. Speaking of this, Xia Dai was also a little helpless. And the island chain system seems to be different from what we thought. Why? Alka asked curiously. The islands connected by the island chain are not fixed at all. As time goes by, some islands, especially those on the edge, will leave forever. Some new islands will also connect to the new island chain with the signpost islands and become part of the broken sea. It's just that this process takes a long time, basically starting from 100 years. Fortunately, at least in the past 20 years, no new islands have been added, and no old islands have left. Hearing this, Alka nodded. This is at least good news. Otherwise, what if the place they were going to was separated from the island chain because it was broken? Wouldn't that be very troublesome? But didn't they expect that the island chain had such a property? It was more like the signpost island had some characteristics that would drag the passing islands. But it was just a random guess. Alka withdrew his thoughts and focused his attention on the pile of various maps in his hand. As he flipped through them, Alka took out at least half of the maps from the pile. These maps are either damaged, or too low quality, or too old. Damaged and low quality maps cannot be recognized by the system. Whether the old maps can be used depends on whether the areas drawn on the maps have changed a lot. If the changes are too big, they cannot be used. If only some houses are built differently, or some settlements are expanded, it will not affect them. But if towns are upgraded to cities, the settlements are moved as a whole, and a new city is built, the terrain changes will affect the original maps and make them no longer usable. But when drawing a map, there is no need to plan these places to use them. You only need to simply draw the general shape of the island and some forest, vegetation, and mountains in the middle of the island, and it can become a map. So the simpler and more accurate the map is, the longer it can be used. A map that is too perfect, in Alka's eyes, will not last long. These are the experiences Alka has gained from using the system over the years. After eliminating these unusable products, there are only 4 maps left in his hand. Compared to the entire island chain, it only occupies 1/4. 2 of them are repeated, but the clarity of the painting and the techniques used are different. There is no difference in essence. In Alka's vision, the 2 repeated maps represent only one white dot on the island. Looking at the map, the island is not small. about 1/3 of the broken island. However, there is only one small town on this island, with a population of less than 3,000. The map is actually from decades ago. It's just that the change is not big, so it can still be used. Xiaodai also began to tell Alka about the map he was looking at, and some information about the islands represented by these maps. This island used to have a mine. The population on the island was actually some miners from the Southern Cross Island who migrated there. But the mines were exhausted and many things were evacuated. The town above is also inhabited by the descendants of those miners. There is nothing special about it now. Alka looked at the situation on the map and nodded. Then I looked at the next one. This island was different. A small town and several villages could be clearly seen on it. In addition to the 2 blue dots, there were also several white dots. The size was moderate, smaller than the mining island in the picture above, but it was obviously much more habitable. However, it was not the island Alka was looking for. When Xiaodai handed it to Alka, she had already compared them. She did not find anything similar. Including the graffiti-like maps, she could also easily distinguish them. After listening to Xiaodai's introduction, he took the map aside. He looked at the last map. This is the island closest to the Southern Cross Island. There are about 20,000 people living on it. It is also a small town. The wood resources on it are relatively rich. This island is completely controlled by the royal family of the island and specializes in providing materials for making ships. In this world with only the ocean, it is self-evident how important ships are. Although it is a magical world, the wood grows very well. But there are also differences between the wood used to make ships. The wood on this island is of good quality, very suitable for building warships. Alka looked at the blue dot and several white dots on the map. Although the island is large, it is not the island they are looking for. He shook his head regretfully. These should not be it. Hearing this, Zadai's hand appeared with the very rough sea chart that Baraz had used before. He then drew a few crosses on it. You can see that there are already some markings on it. Zadai has already screened it first. Looking at it this way, more than half of the map is marked. There are also 1 or 2 checked. Except for the islands represented by these maps, the other islands are those that are far away from the Southern Cross Island. It takes 1,040 days and nights to sail there. And these 2 are deserted islands, with no one there at all. These 3 islands are abandoned islands, desolate, and very small. Deserted islands are islands with no special resources. The land on the island may not be fertile, but there are still some vegetation, trees and animals. If you really want to live there, you have to start from scratch. But you can survive there. Ruins are simply stones gathered together. Almost no one goes to these islands. And these islands are pitifully small. There is basically no capital for survival there. There is an island, which may be where his treasure is hidden, Jason suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka looked up at him. Since Jason said so, he must be sure. After all, this is not the time to joke. After today's intelligence inquiry, there is an old man who is likely to have been the pirate's companion. After my inquiry, he is very likely to be the insider on the island, responsible for passing some information to Clean. Through some special means, I made him reveal some of the information he had hidden, which was very useful. He said that when the scum pirate was active at first, he rotated around the 3 islands, and seemed to be very familiar with the appearance of the places. He could even accurately judge how long it would take for the island to reach what position. It was precisely because of this familiarity that they made a fortune by robbing a small boat. And they became bigger and bigger, and successfully earned their first pot of gold. One of the islands seems to be his hometown. He did not tell anyone about this news. And no navy searched the island. One of the 3 islands is an abandoned island. One is a deserted island. And the only one left is an inhabited island. Then which one is most likely to be the pirate's hometown? It is already very obvious. Hearing this information, Juanlu frowned and said, his treasure should be famous in this area. It is impossible that no one has looked for it. And the navy surrounding him will definitely not let this go. And will definitely turn the island upside down. After all, this pirate had been plundering for a long time. Because no one knows except the first people who followed him to rob, their earliest action plan was to kill all the people who were robbed. This led to the fact that in their early actions, their message was never passed on. After all, this is sailing in the vast sea, and it is not normal for the ship to lose contact and never come back. Hearing this, everyone nodded. It was indeed the case. Jason continued. Although some of them survived and spread their reputation, they were no longer active in that area at that time. and had even moved to several areas. Among the pirates who followed him at the beginning, he is the only one still alive. And I suspect he may have betrayed the pirate in the end. Why do you say that? Simon next to him was a little curious. It would be fine if he knew the information about the pirates. But why did he also check the information provider? And then he found out something. Hearing this, Jason smiled and said, because although this man is over 60, he actually just retired not long ago. He used to be the tax collector of this town. Very interesting. Right? Later I found Balish and did a simple check, which confirmed that my information was accurate. It is said that the reason why he became a tax collector was because his former boss played a major role in that crusade and surrounded the pirate ship accurately through intelligence. Hearing this, everyone understood. Didn't he go looking for it? It's impossible for him not to be tempted. He must have looked for it, but obviously he didn't find it, otherwise he would have quit his job and become a rich man. Hearing Jason's words, Alka nodded. But he looked at Jason strangely and said, you broke his peaceful life, and now you know his secret? He can't be indifferent. Right? After all, he is a pirate, and this information may not be authentic, it may just be a lie to him. Hearing this, Jason smiled mysteriously. A small transparent diamond appeared in his hand as the magic power condensed. This is the ability that the crystal dragon acquires when it grows up. As long as the crystal material enters the body of another person, it can read the mind for a short period of time. It is very basic, but sometimes it is a very useful ability. Looking at Jason's smile, it is obvious that he is very satisfied with this relatively useless ability. This ability may not be of much use to the dragon, but it is very useful for intelligence collectors like Jason. So actually I read all that information out of his mind, I just guided him to recall these things. Alka couldn't help clapping his hands. Awesome. Jason. Jason smiled, and touched the crystal dragon in his arms. Xiaodaidi looked at Jason and asked, you've been showing off for a long time, so what's the name of that island? Only after hearing this did he slap his head, he didn't even say the name of that director. He quickly said, Border Island. So it's that island? Xiaodaidi nodded to show that he understood, and then looked at everyone and told them what he knew about the island. According to what I learned during the day, that island is the farthest from the Southern Cross. And it is also the farthest island in recorded history. It was originally a deserted island, and was once used to exile criminals. Later, the exiled criminals lived on it, and renamed it Border Island. There are basically no special products on the island, and it is not big. It is said that there is only one village. It seems to be an inconspicuous island. Okay, since the goal is determined, let's get ready and set off tomorrow. After saying that, Alka stood up. He was going to find Balish to discuss tomorrow's itinerary. Baraz now lives on his large merchant ship, which is also in the port, but is far away from Alka and the others. Wait a minute. He told me something today, and I think it's better to tell you, Lucilia suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone who was about to get up and leave sat back down. He said that during the day today, someone seemed to be deliberately observing us, observing the sound of dawn. But they were well hidden and only observed for a while. Not sure who is watching, nor whether they are curious or something else. Hearing this, Alka frowned. After all, it was their first time on the island, and it was not surprising that they would attract attention. When they first arrived, people often watched them. But the strange thing was why they only started to notice them today. They have been on the island for a week. A full 7 days and nights. It is a bit strange that they only noticed them now. But after all, others only noticed them for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, when you were on duty recently, pay more attention. Let everyone be careful and be vigilant. Then everyone left. After a while, Alka came to the Golden Trout. He had been to the ship before. Looking at the people on the ship, the number was indeed reduced. Alka? What do you want to see me so late? Balish sat at the table and looked at Alka and asked. We have determined which island it is, and we will set off tomorrow. You should get ready, and we will go together, Alka said quietly. What? So fast? Balish stood up suddenly, and said in surprise. He rubbed his head, making sure that he had no illusions about the time. It seemed that he had just taken Jason to inquire about information during the day, and he also helped collect the maps during the day. It took only one night to determine the target. Isn't this too fast? Is it really that amazing? He couldn't understand it. After all, he had seen those maps before. Moreover, when Jason was asking for information, he was by his side the whole time, and the information he asked was no different from what he knew. Although I couldn't understand why it was so fast. Maybe this was professionalism. I couldn't help but sigh at Alka. You guys are really amazing. Alka smiled and didn't say anything. Okay. Since it has been confirmed. Which island is the target? Border Island? Border Island? Which border island is it? He looked puzzled, and then looked at the assistant following behind him. This is the first mate on the ship, and he has met Alka and the others several times. Seeing his captain's puzzled look, he frowned and thought for a while. Oh, I remember. It seems that the Exile Island is called the Border Island. Oh, so it's that island. I didn't expect the treasure to be hidden on that island. Alka looked at the reactions of the two people, and was a little surprised. Xiaodaidi knew why they looked unfamiliar. Seeing Alka's puzzled look, Balish smiled awkwardly and said, that island is too far away. Basically no one will go to that island. I have never heard that the residents of that island will come to the Southern Cross Island. It's just that because criminals were exiled to that island in the past. It is still a little well known. But that was many years ago. Since the law was amended, from criminals who were previously required to be exiled to labor or death penalty, no one has paid attention to the island anymore, so no one thought about it for a while. After saying that, Balish thought for a while, and said, have you seen the time when the island returns to the island chain? Alka nodded. The reason why he decided to go out to sea tomorrow is because, according to calculations, it is a relatively good time for them to go out to sea now. As long as there are no accidents on the road, they can land on the island when the border island returns to the island chain. I won't miss it. Okay, then I'll start preparing right away. Do you need us to prepare some supplies for you? After all, this ship is quite big, and it doesn't need to be fully loaded with goods for trading this time. Alka shook his head at Baraza's suggestion. You're too polite. We don't have many members on the ship, so we have more than enough supplies to be self-sufficient. Baraz nodded, and didn't force it. Because Alka and his team are really few in number, no matter how you think about it, the current size of the ship is enough for their supplies. If it's not enough at that time, they can also provide help. Okay, then see you tomorrow. Alka said goodbye to Baraz and returned to his ship. He prepared with everyone. Chapter 264 Sailing. Ding! 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 The crisp sound of bells echoed around. The dawn sound slowly withdrew from the berth, and the water flow below formed a support plate to lift the ship out of the port. The water flow disappeared only when the ship crossed the white line, and the spell on the muzzle baffle also disappeared. It accelerated out of the island. It passed the surrounding ships. Then they stopped at the periphery and waited. After a while, they saw a huge merchant ship coming, which was the Golden Shroud of Baraz. Birds made of lines flew over. Birds. The spell may be the one with the highest transmission rate. The bird disappeared in Alka's ear, passing the message. The Golden Trout quickly passed the dawn sound, driving in front of them to lead the way for them. Then the dawn sound started quickly. They had already discussed it. At the rudder, someone stood there and began to steer the ship. Alka stood beside him, looking at what Xiaodaidi, who was steering the ship, was holding. It was a compass-like object, with a red cross star on it, and each corner of the star was marked with a direction. It slowly rotates on the compass, guiding the direction for Alka and the others. This thing is the signpost compass used to guide the direction in the endless sea, and it can only be obtained on the signpost island. The principle is probably to use the signpost island where it is made as a reference to distinguish the four directions of east, south, west and north. There are almost no finished products of this thing. Each one has to be made on site. I don't understand why. It seems to be a relatively secret knowledge. Alka and the others had already placed an order for manufacturing on the second day after they arrived on the island. But I just got it 2 days ago. This kind of compass is highly bound to the landmark island where it was made. The compass in my hand is obviously bound to the Southern Cross Island. Once there is any problem with this landmark island, then the compass will also fail. Balish suggested that Alka and his friends prepare an extra compass, so as to prevent accidents. Although this accident may not happen in a lifetime, the compass may still be effective until the family is destroyed. But what if it happens? Although they can follow the Golden Trout all the way to the destination. But in order to prevent accidents, and to practice accurate navigation in the vast ocean, Xiaodaidi is still simulating his own navigation. According to that simple island chain map, we have to sail 16 degrees east by north, and arrive at the vicinity of the destination in about 30 days and nights. Xiaodaidi also took out a new object, which also had a cross-star mark on it. It was also produced on the Southern Cross Island, a tool used to time in the boundless sea. It is a cylindrical hourglass about the size of a palm. It is called an hourglass, but it does not flow up and down with the up and down swing of the palm. It contains fluorescent particles like sand, which can circulate automatically. And there are scales on the cylinder. The sand is slowly turning black at this time. When it is completely black, it means that night is coming. After night, these sands will begin to flow slowly, turning to white. And when they all turn white, day has arrived. A timekeeping device that is made by a mechanism that is hard to understand. It seems to be affected by some energy between heaven and earth. This energy represents day and night. However, since they bought it, this timekeeping device has been very accurate. It can judge how many hours there will be in the day and night today by the change of the scale. At this time, the scale above is 21, which means that the day will last for 21 hours today, and then it will enter the night. A simple and easy to understand tool. 40 days and nights. It will take a long time to sail on the sea. Jason, who was sitting not far away, said helplessly, "Sailing on the sea, you must be able to endure loneliness." As they sailed into the deep sea, the life on the ship began to become unusually regular again. Every day they did almost the same thing, except for meditation when on duty. Usually they were either studying or reading. The rest of the time they spent on things they were interested in. So it is impossible for people who sail on the sea to have no hobbies. People who have sailed for a long time all have special skills. And during this period, Lukelia successfully entered the third stage. Jason and Juanlu sat on the edge of the boat, fishing quietly. They watched the puppet knights on the deck doing routine training. Alas, we too are the weakest on the boat. Jason sighed and touched the crystal dragon sleeping beside him. Juanlu, fishing quietly, lifted his hat to block the sun and glanced at him. Shut up. Juanlu was speechless. He was the weakest. His current strength was only 8 spirals, and he had just reached it not long ago. Jason began to make rapid progress with the help of the crystal dragon. After all, the magic conversion rate brought by the crystal dragon is the highest among all the people. Due to the contract, Jason's physique was also enhanced, and his already good talent became even stronger. Without considering the assistance of treasures, in terms of his own cultivation speed, he has already ranked first in the team. Only Xiaodaidi and Julia are in this position. Alka is not included in the calculation because of the strength of his soul. This led to Jason's promotion to the 8th spiral before he left the island. It is expected that he will be promoted to the 9th spiral after reaching the destination. His talent is just average. Not to mention that he is not young. He is already over 30. Of course, compared with normal humans like Alka, the age of those immortals should not be mentioned. As Lucilia advanced to the 3rd stage, the strength of the puppet girl on the ship increased dramatically. The changes brought about by the stage upgrade are too great. Deputy Captain Zero directly upgraded to the 3rd stage. 11 captains, strength directly reached the 9th spiral. 60 team members, strength has broken through the 8th spiral, but not the 9th spiral. This makes Juanlu's title of the weakest well-deserved. Hearing Juanlu's words, Jason smiled slightly. According to Alka's character, he would run so far to find the pirate's treasure. There must be treasure. Hearing Jason's words, Juanlu didn't even turn his head, but just said quietly, according to the contribution, the next treasure should be given to Julia. At this time, there were only 3 of them on the ship without treasure, and among the 3 of them, Julia made the greatest contribution. The same is true for the time of boarding the ship. Don't worry, it's almost time. Isn't it? After you take this one, the next one will be yours. Jason comforted him beside him. According to their speed, even if it is conservatively estimated, it will take less than 1 or 2 years to get it. Juanlu nodded, and didn't care much after all. He rarely participated in battles, and his main job was logistics. And he spent most of his time researching food, especially after he got some testing tools from Vastua. He also learned some more scientific experience from Alka and Math Lisa. He felt that his cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds. The food he made was no longer simply delicious, but also had a deeper effect. The fishing rod in his hand shook rapidly while he was thinking. He immediately threw away the thoughts in his mind, and stood up immediately, holding the fishing rod firmly with both hands. It's a big fish. The whole fishing rod had been completely bent down. Fortunately, it was specially made by Simon, otherwise it would have broken long ago. The steel fishing line was stretched straight, and the magic began to flow into the fishing rod through his arm. Seeing Juanlu's face flushed, Jason immediately put down the fishing rod in his hand and helped to drag. "What a strong force," Jason said in surprise. "The power of rotation is too strong." Watching the two people fighting with the fish in the sea, the awakened crystal dragon tilted his head and looked at the two people, slightly confused. Boogie? Juanlu, who was fighting, didn't notice what the crystal dragon was saying at all. The crystal dragon, who received no answer, turned her head to look at the sea surface. Looking at the thing being dragged underwater, her eyes began to emit light. The wings behind her began to flap rapidly. At this time, the crystal dragon's wings had already grown to the same size as her body. She ran violently and dived directly into the water. Ah! Seeing a faint figure inserted into the sea surface, Jason realized what it was. He let go immediately. As Jason let go, his strength suddenly decreased by half. Juanlu was caught off guard and was suddenly dragged down. Ah! Seeing Juanlu next to him being dragged into the sea, he just saw Juanlu turn his head with an incredulous look. He seriously suspected that Jason did it on purpose. Jason could not care less, and just followed him into the water. At this time, in the observation room at the top, Alka, who was on duty, watched the figure at the bow fall into the water. "What are you doing? Why did they suddenly jump into the sea one by one?" But he was not worried, because Poro was in the sea at this time. Julia and the others had already noticed the situation there. After a while, a crystal figure rushed out from the sea, flew up, and its huge wings fluttered and splashed water. Its front paws held a fish that was even bigger than its body, and its mouth tightly bit the body of the fish. It was the crystal dragon. "When did you learn to fly?" Alka stood up at once after watching this scene, and said with some surprise. The crystal dragon before could not fly, and the wings on its back seemed not to be fully developed, and it was just a decoration for the time being. "I didn't expect that she has learned to fly now. It seems that she has only been out of the egg for a short time." Two splashes of water appeared in the sea again. Juanlu and Jason jumped up one after another. "Can you fly?" Jason asked, looking at the crystal dragon holding the fish struggling madly on the deck. "I think she is not in the mood to answer your question now." Magic power suddenly gushed out of the crystal dragon's mouth. The fish that was bitten by her, and was struggling madly, solidified instantly, and then the skin was completely covered by a layer of transparent crystals. Only then did the crystal dragon loosen its tightly clenched mouth, shake off the water stains on its body. "Boogie. Amazing, you've grown up again." Jason squatted down with some joy, looking at the fish wrapped in crystal. He touched the crystal dragon's head again. "Boogie, are you hungry again?" "Ah," Jason sighed. He looked at Juanlu next to him. Juanlu smiled. "Okay, you just need to prepare your gems, and I'll give you the nutritional gel for the ingredients." Then, he patted Jason's shoulder with some gloating, and walked towards the restaurant, looking at Juanlu who was leaving. "Boogie!" The crystal dragon flew over quickly with the fish wrapped in it. Juanlu looked at the fish that had fallen into his arms, and looked at the crystal dragon that was shouting in the air. "You want to eat it?" Juanlu asked with some doubt. The crystal dragon nodded repeatedly. Looking at the fish wrapped in a layer of hard crystal in his arms, Juanlu scratched his head in confusion. How to do this? Jason walked up, reached out, and knocked on the shell of the crystal, and the shell of the crystal was immediately covered with cracks, and then broke. The broken crystal pieces turned into a faint light and disappeared. "That's good enough." Juanlu turned and walked towards the restaurant, and took out the hourglass to check the time. "It's almost night. Let's do it together." When night came, Alka returned to his room and sank into a dream. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in the dream world. "Dad, you're here," Xian said with a grin, floating in the sky. Alka nodded. "Come out for a walk with me." After that, he broke through the film of the dream bubble with Xian and flew out. Since he slept late tonight, the bubbles of everyone have appeared in the dream world. There are still some ignorant dream creatures, trying to destroy the film of the bubble. Looking at the strength of those dream creatures, Alka turned his head and looked at Xian, who was sitting on his shoulder. "Xian, these dream creatures are in your hands." "No problem, leave it to me, the puppet knight's attack." As she said, Xian flew out immediately. A light pink mist emanated from her body. When the pink mist dissipated, her body had become that of a normal child. In his hands appeared two pistol-shaped rock-shaking guns, and he pulled the triggers at the dream creatures on the dream bubbles. Bullets made of light and shadow were fired crazily one after another. and they were fully automatic. The dream creatures that were trying to destroy the bubbles were like balloons, and they were broken one by one. At this time, Alka's attention was already on other places. He looked at the dream bubble gathering place not far behind him, which was the direction of Baraza's ship. They were not far away outside, so they could also be seen in the dream. Alka's eyes suddenly changed. He looked farther away, where he saw again a group of dream bubbles that looked like a settlement of intelligent life. It seemed that they were passing by the vicinity of an island. However, according to the current time and distance, it was obviously not the target they were looking for. So Alka did not waste time going there. He floated in place, and a mirror appeared on his face, and the image in the mirror began to distort. A huge python formed by white mist appeared in the mirror. Alka's head immediately turned into a snake head, a head made of clouds, with a pair of bright yellow eyes like the sun. He opened his mouth and a snake tongue spit out. He simulated the huge and exaggerated cloud python he saw in the dream world of Southern Cross Island before. It was the strongest dream creature he had ever seen, and he had no idea how powerful it was. Naturally, he couldn't help but want to simulate it when he was on Southern Cross Island. Although he never left his dream bubble in the dream, he was actually observing through the transparent bubble membrane. The cloud python rarely moved in the dream world. The biggest movement was just circling twice, like turning over. I have never seen it eating. This also made Alka observe very little. The most he could do was to see its appearance. It spit out its tongue, making a puffing sound, and the snake head on Alka's face shattered like a mirror. No, I have no increase in strength at all, and I have no special abilities. No special abilities were observed, and at most, he could only imitate an appearance. Even if he imitated, he could only imitate the appearance, and also add some unique temperament. Alas, Alka sighed. He had been exploring around the dream bubble in the dream world recently. He mainly wanted to find a powerful dream creature so that he could simulate it. With the improvement of strength, the dream death god could no longer keep up. Even if he imitated the appearance of the dream death god, it only gave Alka a new means of attack. There is no big change in essence, unless he can see more ferocious and more powerful dream creatures. That is not the case. Most of them are at the same level as the dream death god and the shadow giant. Even if they are at the same level, they do not have special abilities like the dream death god. It is true that dream creatures like this are hard to come by. It would be great if the dream death god had a stronger individual. Alka could not help thinking, after all, he was really satisfied with the dream death god. However, after waiting for Xian to eliminate all the dream creatures around the dream bubbles of everyone, Alka took Xian and continued to fly away. The invisible ripples used for detection keep expanding around. But this time the target of the exploration is no longer the dream bubble, but the powerful dream individual. However, such exploration yields little, and often feedback some strange individuals. So in the end, Alka set the condition for the return to be stronger than the dream death god. And then no more return was received. Chapter 265 Border Island. The scorching sun, which always hangs in the sky, shines down with its brilliance. The endless sea surface seems calm, but a strange scene appears. The calm sea surface is slowly split in the middle, without any sign. Such a scene makes the dawn sound, which is wandering in this sea area, frantically dodge to the side. Fortunately, although the sea surface is split for no apparent reason, the flow force it brings does not seem to be very strong. The sound of dawn, and the golden trout in front of them, were freed from the dragging force and entered the safe sea. That sudden crack shouldn't be an illusion caused by the chaos of space, right? Alka turned around and asked. After all, the cracked sea surface did send a dragging force from the water flow channel, but it was not too strong. Julia nodded. It is indeed not caused by the chaos of space. Then what caused it? Jason leaned over and asked curiously. The space is damaged. It's worse than chaos. Hearing this, Alka said speechlessly. Damage will indeed cause damage to the surroundings, while chaos only changes in appearance, but there is no difference in essence. If their ship was sucked into the crack just now, it would be terrible. This damn place is really dangerous. However, the ocean crack caused by the space damage did not last long, and it suddenly disappeared after about 10 minutes. In an instant, the ocean current brought a strong pulling force, and a huge whirlpool appeared at the damaged place. There is actually a second attack? Full speed. Full speed, Alka said loudly, and the spell on the dawn voice emitted a strong blue light, and it drove madly with its back to the whirlpool. However, although it seems a little nervous, it is not the case. If you really can't win, you can naturally enter the diving mode. Even if you sink to the bottom of the sea, it doesn't matter much. Fortunately, the Dawn Sound is a ghost ship, and it can get rid of the pulling force instantly when it reaches full speed. This is not a big challenge for her. It can only be regarded as a warm-up at most. After all, in order to consider the speed, Alka and Simon later added more speed-related spells to the Dawn Sound. They got rid of it, but others may not. The golden trout can't hold on. Lucilia's voice came from above. Hearing this, everyone looked into the distance. Seeing that the golden trout was too big, it did not turn in time, and was being pulled sideways towards the whirlpool. Even though he was fully loaded with spells, the speed of sailing was still not enough to resist the pulling force brought by the huge whirlpool. Even though they were on the periphery. Help them, Arca said loudly. Julia Pororo and Matricia came to the bow, raised their hands at the same time. 3 marine races, born with the ability to control the ocean currents. At the same time, exerted force. A huge wave suddenly rose from the edge of the whirlpool. And the wave turned into a wave and moved in the opposite direction of the whirlpool, and quickly came to the bottom of the golden trout. The huge current dragged the tail of the ship, driving it away, and helping it to correct its direction. With the help of the current, the emergency of the golden trout quickly disappeared, and then it quickly left the range of the whirlpool under the push of the current. As the whirlpool gradually disappeared, the golden trout was also completely out of danger. At this time, a ding-dong sound came from above. I see the island. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction that Lucilia pointed. After a while, they saw a small black dot appearing at the end of the field of vision. Finally found this island. It's really not easy, Jason said helplessly. The border island is too far away from the Southern Cross Island, and they can only know a rough range. Because even if the border island is reconnected, it will not appear in a fixed place, but fluctuate in a sea area. This led to them having already reached the vicinity of the target, but wandering around in this sea area, looking for the island. They had been looking for almost 2 days, and finally found it. If they were a few days later, they would have to leave the border island, and the next return would have to wait until 100 days and nights later. Alka and his men found the island, and the golden trout, which was not far from them, also found it. The 2 ships sailed towards the island together. Not long after, the full view of the island appeared within their field of vision, and the border of the island could be seen at a glance. Suddenly, a ship appeared with an island that could be seen directly from the border. I was still a little uncomfortable. In terms of size, this island was probably only twice as big as Alka's current hometown, Golden Wheat Island. For the Silverless Sea, it was just a small island, but the vegetation on the island seemed to be quite dense. As they sailed, they gradually approached the island. They began to sail around the border of the island, looking for a natural port suitable for staying. But after going around, no natural port was found. It's really an island that is not suitable for living. We had to park the boat far away. The front cockpit door of the Dawn Voice opened, and the Swallow was pushed out after a long absence. For Simon and Mathlisa, it was the first time for them to ride on this small boat. Not far away, the larger golden trout also dropped a small boat, and it could be seen that there were only about 10 members on the boat. The other members naturally stayed on the boat. All of Alka and his team went out, because half of the puppet army was left on the boat. 30 girls with strengths exceeding 8 spirals were enough. And the vice-captain of the 3rd stage of the Dao Dao also stayed on the ship. Although the puppet girls were small in size, there were enough of them, causing the Fian to be a little crowded. The 3 sea creatures of Pororo swam directly from the sea. Soon everyone arrived at the beach, dragged the boat to the beach, and dropped the anchor. Balish came over impatiently and hugged Alka tightly. Thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, our voyage would have ended today. His words were full of fear. The crew members behind him were also in fear. They almost brushed past death. Without Alka's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Alka smiled and shook his head, and then asked some strange questions. Don't you have the treasure? Hasn't your ship been revealed as a ghost ship? After becoming a ghost ship, sinking in a short period of time will not affect the ship. Even if the ship does not have any stealth structure, it can still sail in the sea for a period of time. It was enough to escape from the whirlpool. So it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that it saved lives. Hearing this, Balish smiled awkwardly and said, This ship was actually replaced only a year ago. The core of the previous ship has not yet been adapted to this ship. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. If this is the case, it is indeed not a ghost ship. It did make them walk on the edge of the cliff just now. Okay. No need to thank me. After all, we are temporary companions. Right? Let's see if it is this island first. Everyone turned their attention to the island. There were some weeds around the beach. Some broken ship planks could be seen on the beach, and a completely desolate cabin could be seen not far away. All these indicated that the island was inhabited. A path that people had walked on could be seen in the middle of the weeds, winding its way to the small forest not far away. However, there were some uneven ground in front, blocking their view of the distance. Then Balish looked at Alka. How are you going to act? I don't know anything about treasure hunting. You take charge? Alka nodded, and did not refuse. He looked around. He said directly, Take your team to explore first, Gio. You guys investigate in the sky. Alka didn't know much about this island, and this is the boundless sea after all. And the residents of this island are all criminals who were once exiled, so it's better to be careful. Yes, Captain. The two puppet girls nodded. He led his 5 team members and jumped directly into the shadows in the woods and disappeared. Gio led his team members and flew into the sky with flapping wings. Xiaodaidi waved his hand. The light surrounded them, hiding their figures. They dispersed and began to explore the island. The rest of them naturally waited on the spot. With their strength and speed, the puppet girls didn't take long. After about an hour, they all returned. The island was not big, and they soon explored it. How is it? From the sky, we can see that the island is completely deserted. There is a small village about 1 kilometer away from here. But the village must have been abandoned for a long time. No one was seen. The farmland around the village was also completely abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Gio, who was reconnaissance in the sky, reported first. After listening to her report, Alka looked at E next to him. I only heard E say, we checked some places in the woods. Although there are traces of people living there. It has been a long time. And we also went to the abandoned village. No body was seen. The things inside were cleaned up very cleanly. After listening to their reports, Alka nodded. That means all the people who were exiled to this island have moved away. Arka frowned and said, the people on this island are all exiled criminals. Those criminals lived on the island. Now all the criminals have moved away. However, they did not collect any information about this when they were collecting intelligence on the island. This means that the people on this island sneaked away. In addition, it is extremely far away, and there is rarely any connection with the Southern Cross Island. No one knows. This means that the group of villagers who migrated away may have sailed directly to an unknown place. In addition, the laws of the island have gradually improved, and no criminals have been exiled. So this place has been slowly abandoned without anyone knowing. Until now when they landed on the island. Then the buried treasure has not been dug up by them? Baraz suddenly said beside him. After hearing this, several people thought about it, and it was indeed possible. Alka shook his head. If he was found so easily, would he still be a pirate? Anyway, let's go to the island first. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward, and everyone immediately followed. Along the path, they looked at the landscape of the island. Although there were vegetation on the island, the growth and density of the vegetation showed that the land on the island was not fertile. Moreover, they could see rocks around the island where they walked and not far away, so the cultivated area would not be too large. Alka dispersed most of the puppet girls and let them search freely on the island for places they were interested in. See if they can find some interesting traces and report back later. Only E and her assassin team were left. After a while, they saw the deserted village. Something is wrong with this island. Let's be careful, Julia said as she walked along. Hearing this, they immediately stood still and looked at Julia. This was obviously not a good statement. I can feel that there seems to be no big problem around here, but it feels strange, and there is an indescribable intuition. Looking at Julia's slightly serious face, everyone nodded. They would not underestimate this so-called intuition, which is also a very important perception. Balish also turned his head and looked at his subordinates behind him. Did you hear me? Everyone, cheer up. To be honest, I actually feel quite comfortable on the island, and I feel that my body has become much lighter. Alka suddenly said. He felt that the island was a little different since he arrived on the island. After arriving on the island, he felt unusually relaxed. There was a feeling of resting well after being tired, and waking up from a good sleep. Mathlisa swam up with her snake tail swinging, and reached out to touch Alka's body. She checked Alka's body. There's nothing wrong with your body. Are you sure it's not an illusion? Alka shook his head. It shouldn't be an illusion. I even feel that my magic power has become easier to control. This is an obvious improvement. Illusions and hallucinations will not bring such changes. Julia closed her eyes directly. Her legs turned into fish tails on the spot, and the water curled around the fish tail to hold her up. Transforming into her true form can enhance her perception. And combined with the spell ritual she is using now, it can let her know accurately whether there is a problem with the island. Raising her hands slightly, invisible waves spread around. The sudden change scared Balish. Human? Mermaid? Seeing Balish's somewhat surprised voice, Alka turned his head and looked at him. Haven't you seen it? It shouldn't be. I've heard of it. But I've never seen it. I didn't expect that Miss Julia is actually a mermaid. Balish's voice was still a little surprised. Really? Alka did not ask any more questions. After all, he did not see any mermaids on the Southern Cross Island, and he did not even see many fishmen. The infinite ocean is indeed too large. At this time, Julia was carefully investigating the surrounding environment. After a while, she opened her eyes, with some doubts in her eyes, but still shook her head. The magic power around me does not seem to have changed. Although I can be sure that there are indeed strange places around, I have no idea where the strangeness is. For a mermaid who takes protecting the environment as his own responsibility, the strong environmental perception that is born and acquired through training has never been a problem. But now there is a problem. Alka's brows have been furrowed. He has been thinking about whether to give up this action. If Julia can feel that there is something wrong with the surrounding environment, but can't feel where the problem is, then there must be a big problem. Julia's perception of the environment is no joke. It is far better than theirs. And there is one very important point. This perception comes from the blood of the body race, and it has been strengthened by the gods. Take out a copy of the rough line map. Alka clicked on the golden light. Look at the difficulty of the treasure. Difficulty Seeker. There is indeed no standard of strength. If the treasure is on this island, if the island is dangerous, then the difficulty will definitely be marked. It has never been wrong. The one time it went wrong was not a problem of difficulty marking, but an external human influence. In other words, if they were just looking for treasure, they would not trigger any danger. Hand the map to Xiaodai. Are you sure it's really this island? After all, the lines are a bit sloppy, but it is indeed a map. Xiaodai also knows the seriousness of the matter, and once again carefully compares it, combining it with the detection she has just been conducting around. Nodded. There is indeed no problem. The communication between them makes Balish and the people he brought with him look confused. They can understand every word, but they don't quite understand it when they are put together. I could only stand there in confusion, listening to their conversation, unable to get a word in. It seemed that the conversation was over. Balish asked cautiously, "Is this island dangerous?" As a businessman, although he was adventurous, he was still a little afraid of death. Well, there is a problem, but I don't know where the problem is. For now, there is no danger. That's good. At this time, a member following Balish looked around and asked, "Will this place really contain the pirate's treasure? It's so desolate here." He obviously didn't believe it. If not, what am I doing here? Balish turned his head and glared at the crew member, and said, Alka just smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry. We are a treasure hunting team, and our vision will not be a problem." Then he looked at the map. He looked at the abandoned village in front of him. His attention was focused on where the golden point would be. Boogie! What? Jason's face suddenly changed drastically, and he raised his left glove and shot out a frozen ice bullet. What are you doing? Chapter 266 Prisoner. The sudden attack made everyone present unable to react for a moment. Jason's ice bullet hit no one else, but the member of the Chamber of Commerce, who had just spoken. They were not familiar with each other at all, and almost no one could react. The man himself did not expect to be attacked suddenly. Looking at the flying ice bullet, he was stunned in place. But Barraza's strength was there. Even with Jason's sudden attack, he still reacted at the last moment. The shield burning with fire, burned directly in the air, blocked the ice bullet. What are you doing? Barraz stared at Jason and asked himself. The flame in his hand turned into a slender blade, raised it, and pointed it directly at Jason. The members of the Chamber of Commerce behind him also took out their weapons in an instant, gathered together. Then, Seeing Alka frowning, he protected his members of the Chamber of Commerce and began to slowly retreat. Beware of Alka's sudden attack. Without waiting for Alka to ask, Jason said loudly, there is something wrong with that person. He just exuded strong malice. Seeing that his sudden attack failed, Jason did not hide anything and told the reason why he suddenly attacked. As a crystal dragon, Aurelius has the power related to the mind. From birth. In order to ensure the safety of the young dragons, they can feel any malice related to it. Baraz turned his head to look at his team members. Frowning and looking at him. He had just experienced betrayal. And the pain of betrayal was still unforgettable. Even if he had eliminated the traitors in the team, he could not guarantee that he was really clean. So when he heard that someone in his team had a problem, he did not refute it for a moment, but became suspicious. President, don't believe him. How could I be a traitor? I was just scared by that fish man. The man explained hurriedly. The sudden change made his lie so clumsy. Poirot turned his head to look at the crowd. He wanted to see where the merman was. Then he saw everyone looking at him. Ah? Me? He pointed at himself in confusion. A frown appeared on the shark's head. He was famous for his handsomeness in the mermaid tribe. Does this man have any sense? Isn't this an obvious lie? Sia-Didi. Alka didn't say much, and called Sia-Didi's name softly. In an instant, a ring of light appeared on Sia-Didi's forehead, and his speed increased rapidly. Turning into a beam of light, he directly passed the blocking wall of fire, came to the side of the man, and shot out a beam whip kick. Everyone only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes. The man was caught off guard and was shot directly, flying backwards, and hit the tree trunk next to him heavily. The branches and leaves on the tree fell down and covered him. Only his wailing could be heard. This time, Balish just frowned and looked at the man who had fallen under the tree stump. Phoebe. Why? The excuse was too blunt, and Balish knew him well enough. The panic in his eyes, no matter how well he hid it, made him, who had been sensitive recently, suspicious. Why? Of course, the man named Phoebe had a bitter expression, and he obviously had his reasons. He seemed to want to say something else. However, a card had exploded beside him, and 5 water chains were ejected, completely binding his limbs and waist. Knock him out. Alka didn't have the habit of listening to the enemy's words carefully. Who knew if he had any tricks? To be on the safe side, we should knock him out and search him. We can ask him later. Sia-Didi disappeared. When he reappeared, he had kicked Phoebe into the air and sent him flying backwards. He turned around twice and fell to the ground. He stirred up a cloud of mud and sand. At this time, he had rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. He had completely lost consciousness. 5 water chains were still tied tightly to his body. Balish walked over with a frown on his face. The members of the Chamber of Commerce, who followed him, had already tightened their weapons and remained alert. This time, they were no longer on guard against Alka and the others, but also against their companions. They were also exhausted by the traitor. The space is unstable. Be careful. Julia suddenly felt the change in the surrounding environment and shouted, although he didn't know what this meant. Baraz stopped for a moment. Sia-Didi jumped back and turned into a beam of light, returning to the team. At this time, he was next to Phoebe's body. A long and narrow space crack appeared there, and a pair of broad hands wearing gray-black leather gloves stretched out from the crack and broke it violently. With a strange creaking sound, the space was directly expanded into a door. The figure inside was also revealed. This was a man who was 2 meters tall, with an unusually strong body, standing there like a thick marble pillar. His huge body did not make people feel fat, but only made people feel unusually intimidating. There were some small scars on his face, and he stared at the people present with a serious face. His gray-yellow eyes, piercing people like needles when they swept across them. He was wearing a military uniform, with a metal medal on his chest. The shining red cross on his chest showed his identity. He walked out of the space gate slowly, with his hands behind his back, facing the vigilant crowd, not caring at all. There were still people pouring out of the space gate. It was not until 10 soldiers in military uniforms, who were also taciturn, stood behind him that the space gate was completely closed. At this time, Balish's expression changed completely, with wide eyes and a look of shock. General Creel. At this moment, his mind was extremely confused. Countless incomprehensible thoughts flooded into his mind. Alka and others who were slightly behind looked at the people in front of him, and the soldiers behind him. The power coming from this general was frightening. Alka's dream catcher was frantically sending dangerous signals. He was definitely an existence they couldn't afford to offend. General Creel looked at Faba at his feet, triggered his head with his toes, and found that he just raised his hand and shook it after fainting. 2 soldiers behind him came forward immediately and carried Phoeba to the back. Then General Creel turned his attention to Balish, who spoke. Mr. Balish, I'm sorry to meet you in this situation. The voice was serious but polite. It just didn't seem to match his serious expression. Balish looked at him. His expression gradually calmed down, and Arcanan saw that his expression seemed to have a certain sense of despair. He frowned and asked in confusion, So it was you? You asked those people to suppress me deliberately and cause trouble for my Chamber of Commerce. Right? A little trick. Hearing the general in front of him nod and admit it, all the doubts in Balish's mind were solved. No wonder even after he found out the traitor, he still felt that the business behavior against him was too inexplicable. So that's how it is. But he was still a little puzzled. Why? I'm just a small ocean merchant. Compared to people like you, I'm not worth mentioning at all. He didn't understand why General Creel would target him. The two of them were far apart in terms of strength, power and status. It was like a rich man suddenly went to great lengths to target a beggar nearby. Of course, the beggar would feel confused, facing the exchange between the two. Alka and the others standing behind kept their brows tense and alert. Although they could not understand what they were saying, they could simply understand that the culprit who caused problems in Balish's business and made him urgently need money to turn things around was the man in front of him, who was called the general. Looking at his attire, strength, and Balish's unusually respectful attitude, it was known that this man must have an extraordinary status on the Southern Cross Island. As for the reason for targeting him, Alka probably guessed it. They had chased him here. So what else could it be for? They probably wanted to come to this island. Or they wanted the half of the map in his hand. If you want the map in my hand, you just need to tell me, and I will naturally offer it to you with both hands. If it weren't for the financial crisis caused by targeting, he wouldn't have thought of coming to this island to look for treasure to get through the difficulties. In addition, with his status as a general, he would be very happy to offer his half of the human skin map with just one word. He even said it shamelessly. He believed that the general would understand. So what was the point of trying so hard? The reason why Kovali was connected with the pirates should be because of you. As long as you want, you can get both pieces. Apart from these 2 pieces, he really couldn't find anything else that would make General Creel worry. But there was no need to worry so much. Facing Barraza's question, the general was still serious and looked at him expressionlessly. You are very calm, which is good. It's very simple. I can't do this, but someone else needs to do it. Looking at the general, he seemed to be ready to continue. Alka interrupted immediately. Since this is your personal grudge, as an outsider, it seems inappropriate for us to be here. Don't worry. I will forget everything that happened here, and we will leave the Broken Island chain immediately. He felt that if he listened again, he might be silenced. So he had to interrupt. Hearing Alka's voice, General Creel turned his head and looked at Alka and others. Your appearance surprised me. I have been observing what you have done on the island. I need you to help me here, he said without considering the opinions of Alka and the others. It's just some treasure. It's just the treasure of a scumbag pirate. Why do you need to go to so much trouble? Baraz seemed to want to know the truth even if he died, and he was still asking questions. The general lowered his head slightly and looked at him. You have a strong desire for knowledge, but it's obvious that you don't seem to know this treasure. Then he was too lazy to explain, and said to Alka and the others, My friends, if you don't mind, can you help me? After I get what I want, I will let you go. Alka didn't know when he had put on a pair of glasses. Just as he thought, the reading of the general in front of him had completely exceeded the 3rd stage, and the 10 soldiers behind him, each of them had reached the 3rd stage. According to their previous calculations, at least one treasure was needed to be mastered from the 3rd stage onwards. With such strength in front of them, they had almost no chance of winning. Resistance will only lead to failure, and then they will be forced to help them. It's just a treasure. Alka doesn't want to let his companions on the ship lose their lives because of such a treasure. I hope you will keep your promise. He had no choice but to agree. General Creel nodded, then waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him formed a semicircle to surround the retreat of the crowd. The general pointed to the ruins of the village in front of him. Then it's up to you professionals. We will provide you with security. Uh-huh. Security work. Oh! Let the little guy in my shadow come out. Otherwise I can't guarantee anything, he said quietly. Alka quickly called out the puppet girl hidden in his shadow. Several black shadows flashed by, and several assassin-type puppet girls directly broke away from his shadow. The last puppet girl was caught by him. Seeing this behavior, Alka and his companions instantly had an impulse to take action, and everyone was ready to take weapons. The general raised his hand gently. Don't worry. I'm just a little curious. He looked at the puppet girl struggling in his hand, trying to get out, and opened his hand to let her go. It turns out to be just a toy. Well made. He saw that these puppet girls were made, and they were not a natural race at all. This made him a little disappointed. Alka and the others walked towards the abandoned village, and the soldiers behind them followed slowly. Balaz came to Alka and the others and said, Sorry. I didn't know. Alka shook his head, signaling him not to say more. If you want to say that this matter is all Balaz's fault, it is obviously wrong. It's just that Alka and the others accidentally broke into the plan of a local powerful person. Not to mention that he killed one of the pawns of others and got something important. He naturally became someone else's pawn. Both of them are pawns. What is there to apologize for? What is this general doing on the island? Alka asked beside him. He was a little curious, and he also needed to know something about the enemy. Balish looked at the sky and sighed helplessly. He is the ruler of the port town, and his strength has reached perfection in the 4th stage, and he is being promoted to the 5th stage. He is also the brother of His Majesty the King, and he is also a general of the Empire. He is also called the Invisible Hand. It is said that no one can see his attacks. Listening to the situation of General Creel, he was thinking about his means of attack. Alka couldn't help but think of the pirate group that they had fought on the island before. The attack method used by the pirate captain was also invisible. It seems that he got it from him. Is there a spell derived from the treasure? What should we do now? Siadaiti asked as he walked beside him. It is definitely impossible to beat him. I just hope he can keep his promise, Alka said helplessly. Looking at the simple map in his hand, he decided to take his time. After all, treasure hunting is not a simple thing. Delay a little longer, think of a good solution. He never thought of entrusting his life to someone else's promise. He never thought of really helping him. He is now thinking about how to escape. As long as they can get back to the ship, it's fine. After all, as long as they sail directly forward, leaving the broken island chain, as a general of the Southern Cross Island, it is unlikely to catch up. And with the speed of the dawn sound, plus the acceleration of the marine race on the ship, it is unlikely that any ship can catch up. But the premise of all the problems is how to escape. The enemies are 10 3rd stage, and 1 4th stage perfect. The 4th stage perfect that may have 70 or 80 spirals, and control a treasure. This is not something they can afford to offend now. After hearing Alka's answer, several people stopped asking. They probably understood what Alka meant. Besides, the enemy is behind, and their ears are not deaf. Their conversation is impossible to hide. Damn, what bad luck. It's just a holy grail treasure. Is it that serious? Alka could only curse silently in his heart. There won't be any problem with this treasure. Right? Then he started to lead everyone around the whole village, looking here, turning there, and even started digging holes. As for the treasure, it's not strange to bury it in a pit. And Alka has also checked the place where the golden light is. Just as the treasure information showed, there really was nothing found. Even if Siadaiti used the silver ripple to explore downwards, there was no pit or anything like that found below. It was obvious that the treasure was deliberately hidden in an unexpected place. Looking at this slightly old house, Alka had to turn his attention to other places. Dig down from here to see if there is anything buried. Alka came to a tree again and said to everyone, Of course, there was nothing under this tree. But the fact that this tree grew here was a very conspicuous sign. If you want to find treasure, it is usually buried here. When digging, you dig slowly. And even Poro would break the shovel from time to time. Finally, the general had no choice but to send 2 soldiers to help. They waited until nightfall. The whole village was full of potholes, but they gained nothing. The soldiers behind General Creel lit the bonfire again, and the knocked-out Faba also woke up. He seemed to be talking to the general, and looked in the direction of Alka and the others from time to time. Jason, who was by the bonfire, watched this scene, he said to Alka, who was staring at the fire and thinking about something. It seems that he is reporting our situation. It may not be easy to drag it on like this. Alka looked up. Of course. He knew that he couldn't delay for long. He just used the time to think about how to escape. The general came over, sat by the fire, looked at the silent Alka and his men. He looked at the mud and sand on their bodies. My time is limited. If I don't get the results I want in the next day and night, then I may have to break my promise. After all, trash doesn't deserve respect. His eyes were sharp, and invisible pressure was on Alka and his men. It made Alka and the others unable to move. This was a show of strength. Feeling the pressure on him, Alka sighed helplessly in his heart. This strength was obviously higher than he thought. It only took a moment to control them all. So that invisible power, is this what it means? Whether it is a head-on challenge or escape, there is no chance of winning. We must think of a way with a higher chance of success. It would be best if we could hold him back. In this way, Alka can escape quickly through the mirror of travel. Thinking about everyone's treasures. Thinking about how to cooperate. Although thinking this in his heart, Alka nodded and said, I have an idea today. But I need to know more information. After all, we have just arrived here. And being able to discover this island is already our limit. We need more information about this treasure. Chapter 267 Perfect Information. After hearing Alka's words, the general looked at Alka deeply, and then turned his head. He looked at the traitor Phoeba. Phoeba nodded repeatedly and said, yes. They actually know very little about this treasure. I heard that this island is actually a guess. Hearing this, Alka and others couldn't help but look at him. Okay, if that's the case. Looking at the general's appearance, he really didn't want to say it, but he had no choice. Clarion, the pirate 20 years ago, is the owner of this skin. He shook the human skin map in his hand. Of course, Alka and Balish gave it to him voluntarily. According to family bloodline, he can actually be considered my cousin. Hearing this, the people around the fire widened their eyes slightly. Especially Balish and the members of the Chamber of Commerce, who came with him. The expressions of those members of the Chamber of Commerce immediately became depressed and bitter. Obviously, this news was not what they should hear. Anyone who is not stupid can understand that, after hearing this news, there will be no good life if he does not die. A relative of a pirate, and a scumbag, he even killed his blood relatives, you are surprised. Right? As he said this, a trace of disgust was rarely revealed on his serious expression. Then he looked around the island and said, this island is called the Exile Island, naturally including some royal family members. Why were they exiled? Of course, it was a disgusting political struggle, including the young client and his parents, and of course his sister. There are also some people from their clan. Originally, he was a pirate around, and no one would notice him. However, he killed my sister, the king's sister, and claimed that it was for revenge. But we also learned that he was a remnant of the past, and died in the siege when a crew member betrayed him. But obviously, we did not wipe out all the pirates on their ship. Some people managed to escape, and he seemed to have expected it and buried his treasure. The treasure is not an unknown thing, but a legacy of their family. It is said that it was lost. Now it seems that it has just been hidden. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at everyone. Okay, the story is over. Is there anything else you want to know? From the beginning, a scribbled map was placed in front of Alka. Even while listening to the information, he kept looking at the map in deep thought. It seemed that he was analyzing the activated information. It was essentially correct. And the information of Jean Guang did expand. Treasure information. The treasure hidden by the pirate named Client. This is his life's harvest. This is also ill-gotten gains, stained with the blood and souls of innocent people. Holy Grail. The level treasure twins of terror is hidden here. The space of the broken sea is weak. The civilization that lived here 10,000 years ago mastered the power of space. The treasure is hidden in the hidden space. So that's it. Who would have thought that the overlapping space of Vasva is extremely stable? The overlapping space of the ruins on the island has lasted for tens of thousands of years. Since it is Vasva's technology, then Alka and the others must know a lot. It suddenly became clear. They stayed in Vasva for so long, it was not just a simple treasure hunt. Unless the pirate had cracked the technology of overlapping space, the key to unlock it must be a secret command, and the command could be obtained by reverse thinking. Even Alka and his team had not completely cracked this technology. The most important question now was what the secret command was. After thinking for a while, Alka asked, "Can I know the surname of their family, or the names of his parents and sister?" Hearing this, General Creel narrowed his eyes and looked at Alka. It seems that you have a clue. Their family name is Wasis. His sister's name is Lenate. And his parents' names are. After listening to the general story, Alka nodded. In his field of vision, the information about the treasure finally expanded to the last one. Treasure information. The treasure hidden by the pirate named Klein. This is his last. The space in the broken sea is weak. And the civilization that lived here 10,000 years ago mastered the power of space. And the treasure was hidden in the hidden space. The secret order to enter is Lenate Wasis. Perfect. So her sister's name was used as the secret order. Come to think of it, it makes sense, after all. He also killed the king's sister, saying it was revenge. Then Alka put the map away, looked at the general and nodded. Your information is very useful. I have some clues. If you don't mind, how about letting me walk around this abandoned village? Listening to Alka's words, the general looked at him deeply, and then nodded. I hope you are rational enough. After a simple warning, he ignored it. The huge gap in strength gave him enough confidence. Alka gave Ziadite and the others a reassuring look, and then walked to the side. The place where they camped was in the village square. 2 soldiers also followed Alka on both sides. Alka did not express anything about this. He seemed to be really looking for some clues, searching around in the ruins of the village. He even marked everywhere, writing and drawing in his notebook, looking very serious. Not to mention laymen, even experts could not see any flaws. However, Alka's real treasure hunting method was obviously not something that experts could understand. The general did not follow. And there were indeed only these 2 soldiers behind him. The clouds blocked some of the starlight in the sky, and Alka took out his lantern, letting it float beside him for illumination. The 2 soldiers who had already put their hands on their weapons silently put their hands down. Alka didn't care about it, but smiled. He continued to lead the 2 soldiers, wandering around the whole village. He even appeared once outside the square, so that General Creel could see him. He was also making the final confirmation. He didn't think that the general would let them go at all. This man had the strength to suppress them. Seriousness means ruthlessness. Look at these soldiers who followed, they were silent. In addition, they just heard some information that was obviously not friendly to the royal family. Moreover, the general had said clearly, when he first arrived on the island, that there was another secret behind this guarantee. And he couldn't go there in person. So he had to set up these strategies. Alas, the chance of survival was even lower. But he was not without a solution. He already had a good idea. And he just needed to take a closer look. At least the method in his mind seemed to be okay. Finally, he tried to search for something in the house, where the golden light was. He pushed the glasses on his face. Weiwei moved the lantern in front of him, as if he was checking something. A dark cloud floated across the sky. The surroundings were completely dark. When the starlight shone through the broken windows of the dilapidated house again, Alka also raised the lantern. There are still a few houses. I hope you don't mind, Alka said with a smile. The 2 soldiers didn't want to pay attention to him at all, but just followed him. Alka, who was bored, walked towards the last few empty houses. After a while, after checking, he returned to the square. Seeing Alka's return, everyone around the fire looked at him. There seemed to be a hint of inquiry in his calm eyes. They hoped that Alka would bring back good news. I hope you bring back good news. General Creel looked at him and said quietly. Alka smiled and nodded, of course. I did find an important clue, which is very likely the place where the treasure is buried. Are we going now? Alka looked at him and asked. General Creel looked at him, then shook his head. Although there is not much time, I am not in a hurry. You are all tired. Have a good rest for a night, and go tomorrow. Alka's expression did not change at all, but he just nodded. Everyone sat by the fire, eating simple dry food. And soon, they leaned against each other to rest. Alka and Ziadite leaned against each other, covered by a blanket. And Lucilia was still lying in Alka's arms, but only her head was exposed. And she seemed to be completely asleep. In addition to the sound of waves and insects, there was only the crackling sound of the fire in front of him. The surroundings fell into silence. For soldiers are missing. 2 of them are the 2 who just followed you. And the 4 of them are checking the route you just took. Lucilia's voice sounded in the soul. And Lucilia in his arms had long since become a simple doll. It's okay. Don't worry. I didn't put anything on the road. They can't see anything. Then Alka told Lucilia his plan through the soul space. Lucilia also entered Ziadite's soul space through the skin of Alka and Ziadite. She repeated Alka's plan to her. This was the only way to make the three of them work together. Jason and others who were leaning around, although they didn't know Alka's specific plan, knew that Alka would take action tomorrow. They just needed to stay alert and do what they should do. I'll go to sleep first and see if I can get some information from my dream, Alka said in his heart, and fell into a deep sleep. When he sank into his dream bubble, he immediately noticed something was wrong. His bubble seemed to be constantly under attack. Who is it? How dare he be so bold? Since Alka became more and more familiar with the dream, the area around his dream bubble was also inexplicably stained with some of his aura. This caused the creatures in the dream to seldom approach his bubble. Even if they didn't know who the owner of the dream was, they would feel a little uncomfortable if they approached. So Alka was very surprised that his dream bubble was attacked. When he was about to fly out, he bumped into the film. There was a crisp sound. The strange pain came from the dream, and Alka covered his forehead. He never thought that the film would suddenly harden, so he flew very fast. What's going on? Alka couldn't help but exclaim. He could obviously control his dream bubble. Why was the bubble in his dream blocking him and locking him in? He reached out to probe the bubble membrane. He did pass through the membrane, but the membrane was covered with a stronger layer. It was definitely not the output of his bubble, but something was wrapping up the bubble. This layer of solid thing blocked him, making him unable to leave his dream bubble at all. Alka could feel that. There was not a single crack in the entire bubble. As he felt that his bubble was under attack, some of the dream energy was leaking out. Alka, who was sitting in the middle of the bubble, frowned. He could feel that his bubble had been breached, but no further damage had been done. The attacker outside had simply opened a small hole in the bubble of the dream, and the energy in the dream was like a small drain in a pool, slowly flowing out. Such a flow would not wake up the owner of the dream, because the damage was minimal. But if it continued like this until he woke up, the consequences would be more serious. Although the instantaneous destruction of the bubble will cause a lot of dream energy to be lost in an instant, and it will also wake people up, but it will also cause the bubble to disappear. So the energy loss is not much if you carefully calculate it. And such a long-term loss will make people feel a little tired after waking up, as if they did not rest well. The energy loss is even greater if you live in such a place for a long time. Your spirit will become worse and worse until it affects your original body. So what is wrong with the dream where they are? There must be a huge dream creature outside, which can understand the long-term loss instead of randomly destroying it. It should not be a shadow creature. Physical creatures will not harm the dream bubble, even the huge mist-like python on the Southern Cross Island. Then only the light and shadow creatures are left. Alka wanted to know what this dream creature looked like. He couldn't get out of his dream bubble now. It was obvious that after he fell asleep, his location was within the hunting range of unknown monsters. If he couldn't get out, it was impossible to get some information. Helpless Alka maintained the existence of the dream bubble, and replaced his real body with a dream substitute. Suddenly, I felt a little scared again. Fortunately, it was a dream. If he rashly replaced his dream substitute, his real body would sink into the dream. And it just so happened that there was a powerful monster in the dream of this place. At that time, without the protection of the dream bubble, his real body would also be attacked in the dream. Fortunately, I fell asleep. I can control the dream bubble to maintain it, and then replace it, leaving my own growth in the bubble. Although this will continue to suffer the loss of dream energy, it will make the spirit tired. But compared to the injury to the main body, this loss is completely acceptable. Alka in the outside world opened his eyes. Lucilia, who was originally staying in Alka's soul body, was forced to be ejected and returned to her own body. Regarding the surrounding situation, Lucilia's soul returned to the body without any movement, but turned over and looked at Alka. The nighttime passed slowly. The general closed his eyes and turned the hourglass in his hand to count time. The general opened his eyes only when the hourglass swayed slightly. The curtain of the sky was lifted. The bright sun and blue sky appeared in the sky in an instant. Everyone had woken up long ago. Since it's dawn. Let's go. Lead the way. The general stood up and looked at Alka and said. Alka nodded. Led everyone to the place where the golden light was, and the rest followed behind. The general and his men formed a semicircle behind them to prevent them from doing irrational things. The treasure is hidden here. Alka pointed to the room where the golden light was and said. Because there were too many people, he left 2 soldiers outside. Alka also left some doll girls outside. According to my guess, this should have been the home where Clarion lived. Hearing Alka's words, General Claire looked around in the house. Then he seemed to see something and said, "Your guess is right. This is indeed very likely where they live." What he seemed to see was something like a family banner or a logo. After saying that, he turned to look at Alka. "So where would the treasure be hidden here? I remember you looked for it here yesterday." Alka also looked for it here yesterday, and dug up some of the surrounding mud. There are still traces scattered around. He also checked the floors in the room one by one, and did not see any interlayer in the room. Hearing this, Alka smiled and said, "It's very simple. He can't just hide the treasure where it can be reached. After all, he can't guarantee that the place where he used to live will not be known to others, isn't it? It would be too stupid to hide it here." Alka looked at the general and suddenly asked, "How much do you know about Broken Island?" "A dangerous island." The general answered simply. "It is indeed a dangerous island, full of ferocious beasts, dangerous space cracks, and ruins that can be activated inexplicably, because Vasva likes to use secret commands as switches for various things." "Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. What I want to see is the treasure." Alka nodded, "Of course. I'm just telling you why I found it. After all, I am a treasure hunter. Isn't it? If no one shares the treasure hunting process, it would be a pity." Then he clapped his hands. "Let it Oasis." As Alka whispered, the magic power around him increased rapidly. This familiar feeling let Jason and the others immediately know where the treasure was hidden. As the magic power increased, the general seemed to have discovered something, and a layer of shield immediately appeared on his body. But it was not an attack. The wave swept quickly. Everyone in the room disappeared in an instant. Only the people in the room disappeared, the two soldiers guarding the door, and some puppet girls outside were all left behind. The moment they disappeared, the puppet girls, who stayed outside, immediately scattered. It was as if they had known about this situation in advance. As if they had rehearsed it. They disappeared in an instant. The two soldiers immediately wanted to chase them, but the people who disappeared behind them had to stop them. They didn't know what to do for a moment. While they were thinking, they could no longer see the puppet girls. Faced with this situation, the two looked around and had to stop where they were. They could only search the room. Chapter 268 Escape and Change. A solid overlapping space. All the people who disappeared in the room came here. The moment the soldiers came out, they surrounded the general in the middle to protect his safety. Alka and others looked a little flustered after they came in. It seemed strange why they came here. Balaz was also in the overlapping space for the first time. This made everyone present seem a little flustered. Everyone looked at the center of the entire overlapping space, where various gold, silver and jewelry were piled up. Various precious gems, gold coins were piled up like that. And various valuable decorations could be seen. Is this what Client earned in his life? Balish muttered to himself as he looked at so many treasures. You should know that it was only 5 years between Client's fame and his death. In 5 years, apart from the necessary expenses and the profit sharing with his subordinates, he actually saved so much wealth. Everyone had a new understanding of the cruelty of this pirate. Without crazy plundering, how could there be such a harvest? The general pushed away the soldiers surrounding him and came to the treasure pile. There was no greed in his eyes, but he kept turning, as if he was looking for something. It seemed a little urgent. Alka walked up, reached out his hand to grab the treasure pile, letting the piles of coins slip from his palm. One of the special coins was hidden in the pile of money, and disappeared as the coin slipped away. In addition to Alka, the members of the Chamber of Commerce led by Baraz and Jason and others did the same thing. They couldn't help but reach out to touch these treasures, as if to confirm its authenticity. They knew clearly in their hearts that these treasures had nothing to do with them. But the treasure was too attractive. The general didn't care at all. He didn't care about these people's touch at all. He just bent down gently, took out something like a badge from the pile of money, and looked at it carefully. These treasures, they are not just plundered by him. He chuckled and said. Although he didn't finish his words, after listening to him talk about the Clarion family, he could think of it. It must have been hidden during exile. In this place with magical power, it is not difficult to hide some treasures. Realizing that these treasures were mixed with the property of an exiled royal family, it seemed not so difficult to accept. As for why they were not spent, the people who exiled them were not dead. Alka clapped his hands, and threw everything in his hands into the treasure pile. He turned his head and looked at the general. Now I have helped you find his treasure, according to the agreement. You can let us go. The general's serious face had no expression, but turned his head and looked directly into Alka's eyes. The atmosphere in the entire overlapping space became solemn. Even the few members of the Chamber of Commerce, who were eyeing the wealth, stopped silently and retreated behind Balish. I admire you. Do you want to work for me? I also know many places where treasures may be buried. You can still find treasures by working for me. Alka shook his head. Although we are a treasure hunting team, freedom is obviously greater than treasure hunting. Hearing this, the general silently looked at Alka in front of him, raised his hand, and waved gently. Instantly, huge pressure came, and everyone was immediately trapped in place, unable to move. His behavior completely represented his answer. That's a pity. It means you don't know me yet. You will be willing if you know more. Then he gently shook his hand. Pack these things. You are not trustworthy. Alka's eyes widened, looking at him and roaring. The general turned his head and looked at him, completely ignoring his roar. As for Balish, he seemed to have begun to waver from the moment the general arrived, and gave up resistance. Baraz? Don't you have anything to say? Alka looked at Baraz and asked. Baraz looked helpless, and said in a heavy voice, You may not know, although he is a general, he is no different from the king. What can I do? He even gave up escaping. He has worked hard here for more than 10 years, and all his wealth is here. Where can he run to? Give up everything? Impossible. Resist by yourself. Forget it. The two are not on the same level at all. He can't even move a fingernail, except that he can still turn his head and talk. Seeing that Balish had completely given up, Alka said no more. The reason he asked this was to know if Balish wanted to escape. After all, escaping is absolutely life-threatening. Seeing Alka's behavior, the general chuckled and began to concentrate on finding the treasure. Alka turned his head slightly and said to the people behind him, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you lost your freedom. Forget it. It's not your fault. Why don't you agree to it? It's better than death. I'd rather die than be unfree. Everyone expressed their attitudes one by one. Everyone else in the space could hear the small arguments and exchanges. Taking this opportunity, Alka opened his mouth and said, Spasivet Nali. The moment the secret words were read out in reverse, the general immediately turned his head. There were inappropriate magical fluctuations around, which were extremely obvious in this closed space. There was a very short interval between transmissions, and Alka had already done enough pre-performance of the dangers ahead for this person, who had reached the 4th stage of full strength. Ensure that you can escape with the lowest risk. When he said it, the entire space suddenly began to burst out with pink mist, filling the entire space in an instant. Except for Alka, everyone was dragged into the dream. The mist also slowed down the movement of enemies in the entire space. Even the general was affected by the unexpected mist. And in this short interval, Alka and others disappeared on the spot. They stayed in Vastwa for more than 160 days and nights. According to the previous time calculation, it was almost a year. The mechanism of the superimposed space has long been understood, and it is easy to know how to teleport out in one direction, without having to teleport all the people in the space out at once. The dream mist in this space was also specially instilled into it by Alka when he came here last night. We also have to thank their research in Vasva. Although they cannot create superimposed space by themselves, space division and space expansion have similarities. Although the data is incomplete, it also allows them to understand a lot about the manipulation and control of superimposed space. The two soldiers searching outside were a little confused by the sudden appearance of the crowd, but Alka was well prepared. 2 pink mists went straight in front of them, making them quickly sink into the dream. Alka was in no mood to fight with them now. He just wanted to leave quickly and let them return to the boat. Run! Run to the shore. As far as possible. The sound of dawn is waiting for us. A few people had just left the room when a violent shattering sound came from behind, and a gap was heard in the space. The general, with a serious face and malicious eyes, appeared as the space was broken. The ability to sink into dreams might not even hold him back for a second. What was even more outrageous was that he actually broke the space and got out. The magic power of his hands was attached to the gap, and he actually stabilized the broken space. Run separately. Quickly, Alka said loudly. Everyone did not hesitate and immediately dispersed and left. However, the invisible force had been transmitted, and Alka and Lacilia beside him were directly imprisoned in the place. At this distance, he first targeted Alka, the leader of the treasure hunting group. Alka! Seeing Alka imprisoned, Zadaiti, who was escaping, slowed down a step involuntarily. After a moment's pause, she lost the chance to escape. The halo on her forehead had just appeared on her head. Just like Alka and the others, she stopped where she was. It was over. Alka's heart sank. If he was alone, he could still find a way to escape by replacing his clone at the cost of serious injury or even his life. But Lucilia, who was controlled for a moment with him, and Xia Daidi, who was also controlled in place because of his stay, he could no longer consider himself alone. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? A gloomy voice came from behind. But this time Alka couldn't even speak, he couldn't even turn his head. Fight. The dream catcher flew out of his chest. Countless thick pink mists gushed wildly around. Mirrors emerged from his face, one after another, huge full-length mirrors, instantly covering the entire village ruins. Directly turned this place into a forbidden maze. Although Alka himself could not move, it was only his body, and the inside was not controlled by the strange invisible force. It turned out to be a treasure related to dreams. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Alka was a little surprised. Didn't he hold him back for even a moment? It didn't even drag him into the dream at all. The reflection of the mirror in front of him showed the figure of the general behind him, who was almost completely surrounded by clouds. But he had no intention of falling asleep. He just waved his hand gently, and the invisible force dispelled the mist around him. Could it be that at this stage, he could not be affected by dreams? Alka was still prepared to let him fall into the dream and escape from control. With Xia Daidi, they escaped through the mirror of travel. However, the reality made him confused. He didn't fall into the dream now. So why did he fall into the dream just now? At least he fell into the dream just now, although it was very short. But that short time was enough. Alka, even the mirrors under everyone's feet were placed. The general straightened his uniform, keeping his body clean and tidy, standing there straight. Looking at the mirror in front of Alka, that reflected Alka's front. Although Alka's face was covered by the mirror mask. But the general still said, "You seem surprised why I was not dragged into the dream this time? You should rest assured. It's not because your move is not powerful, but you used this move on the wrong opponent. If it were someone else, maybe you would have escaped." At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle, but didn't continue to explain. Treasures related to dreams. How great. You are really a lucky person for me. The smile on his serious face did not disappear. Looking at the mirror of Alka in the mirror, he said with some surprise, "And you actually mastered 2 treasures and achieved my current achievements. At your age and strength, it is already very good. If I was your age, I would definitely only be able to look up at your back. If I give you a little more time, you will definitely achieve more than me. What a pity." As he said this, he raised his hand slightly, shrank his palm, and Alka felt that the restraints on his body became more severe, and even began to squeeze his body. But he couldn't even control his facial expression now. "Look at how I catch your friends one by one. This is the fate of disobeying me." He said this and waved his hand vigorously, and the surrounding clouds were completely swept away and spread around. The magic power in his hand surged slightly, turned into a light pink, and fell on the soldiers next to him. All of them were awakened, including Balish. Balish, who was in the broken space, looked at the situation around him and ran out quickly. Looking at the mirrors around him and the imprisoned Alka, he shook his head with some regret. "General Wei." The soldiers who had just woken up immediately surrounded him and wanted to apologize. The general waved his hand directly. "Okay, I don't blame you, let's leave here." After speaking, he raised his hand slightly. The 3 imprisoned Alka floated into the air immediately. Seeing this, Balish stepped forward quickly, opened his mouth, and said, "General, can you spare their lives?" He still felt somewhat guilty about Alka's people. Spare their lives? I have no intention of taking their lives for the time being. I want to catch all his teammates. He squeezed his hands as he spoke, and the pressure on the imprisoned people suddenly increased, making them frown. A young team like this, how great it is. Just need to capture one. It's equivalent to capturing all of them. Passion and emotion will always lure them to come to the rescue one after another, even if they know they can't defeat them. Looking at the mirrors around him, the general just raised his hand and waved, and the invisible force shattered all the mirrors in front of him. This is the weakness of the mirror maze. A large-scale attack, as long as the power is slightly better, can be cleared in an instant. No matter how strong the mirrors are, no matter how many there are, they can't withstand large-scale destruction in an instant. Not to mention that the one who launched the attack was a 4th-stage warrior. They were lifted up in the air and pulled outside, and the soldiers behind him and Baraz and others followed behind him. With a light wave, The magic power originally attached to the space break dissipated immediately, and the broken gap was like a whirlpool. The collapse absorbed the surrounding materials. In an instant, the whole house collapsed completely, and all the collapsed wood and bricks were sucked into the broken gap. However, this gap came quickly, and it went away quickly. In less than half a minute, it was completely closed. You guys go to the beach, find their boat, tell those who are still on the boat, if they don't come tomorrow, then these 2 people will die. Yes. Several soldiers immediately ran out quickly. They should know that these 2 people have been captured. Why do they still need to tell them? There will always be cowards, who will try to escape in various ways, such as they are already dead. We can't let the words of these cowards affect the passionate young people. How cruel, Blaise thought silently after hearing this. Alas! The pink mist that was spread out did not disappear. It was slightly vibrating along with the magic in the air. Alka, who was trapped in the air, could feel such changes. He was no longer controlling the pink mist, but the pink mist still existed, and seemed to become more active. They did not need their own energy supply, and also existed in the air. This situation only existed in the dream world. A large amount of pink mist gushed out again. Looking at the pink mist coming, the general frowned, waved his hand lightly, and all of them were pushed away. Are you still not giving up? Do you want to die now? Facing his threat, Alka, who was squeezed tightly in the air, felt the pressure around him getting stronger and stronger, and he felt that his bones were about to be crushed. But even so, he still kept pouring out pink magic power, with no intention of stopping. The gushing of a large amount of pink mist caused strange changes in the surroundings. No, it's not just the surroundings. The changes are spreading to the entire island. Some abandoned wooden houses around seem to be twisting, and the sky is getting darker. The sky, which was originally unchanging, seems to be twisting and changing. Light and shadow like paint, twisting around. The whole world becomes abstract. The stones become twisted. The trees are stretched, and the gravel and dust become pancake-shaped. Even their original colors have changed. The green vegetation becomes colorful, stretched, twisted, and spiraled. The gravel began to float up and down, stretching and deforming. Some wooden houses floated up and turned from small wooden houses into huge and distorted oil paintings. The whole space seemed to be deforming, driving the surrounding reality. And the distortion and change were like the space being kneaded like dough. Such changes continued to spread around, until the whole island became like this. And even the surrounding sea began to distort and change color. The sound of dawn that stayed on the shore was also wrapped in it, emitting ominous music. Everyone calm down. Be alert to the surroundings. Zero, who was standing on the deck, said loudly, stabilizing the emotions of the puppet girls on the deck. At this time, Jason and others who had fled in all directions also gathered together in 2s and 3s. The changes in the surroundings made them stop in their tracks, and for a moment they didn't know what caused such a change. Chapter 269: The Island in the Dream. Are Alka and Lucilia captured? Jason asked Simon, who was running wildly. Simon nodded, and structures kept flying out of his hands, and stopped at various places on the island. Juanlu followed them. The 3 of them gathered together on the way to the shore. Zidide was also captured. Simon said he just heard Ziadide's voice, and then he didn't see Ziadide's figure following. After all, Ziadide's speed should be the fastest among them. It was obvious that she was also caught. The distorted changes in the surroundings forced them to slow down, and at the same time, they were more worried about the safety of Alka and the others. On the other side, Julia, Pororo, and Matricia, who had gathered together, were also fleeing quickly towards the shore. The distorted changes in the surroundings made Julia frown. There is indeed something wrong with this island. Isn't it the work of that bad guy? Matricia asked. She thought it was the general who was attacking, to hinder their escape speed. Julia shook her head. No, try the changes of the island itself. That's why I felt strange after landing on the island. Then she suddenly stopped, no longer running away. As she stopped, the 2 people following her stopped instantly. What's wrong? Do you want to go back and save them? We can't beat them. Go back to the ship first, and find a way after meeting them, Pororo said quickly while standing still. The crisis situation made his brain start to work quickly. If they go back to rescue, they will only fall into the trap. But if they run away, it may increase the chances of Alka and others surviving. The more people who run away, the greater the chance of survival. No, we can't escape either. She has already felt that. This island, and the surrounding seas have been dragged into a strange place. This place is being disconnected from the surroundings. This place has been blocked. The area where Alka and others are at this time. The surroundings twisted rapidly, making the general stop where he was. Even the pressure on Alka and the others was being withdrawn. It seemed that he wanted to save more strength to deal with the unknown. Alka was still controlling the pink mist sprayed out by the dream catcher. Such behavior made the general, who was already extremely irritated by the huge changes in the surrounding environment, turn his head. Since you don't want to stop, then I'll become you. The general's face was gloomy, and he pinched Alka hard while standing where he was, killing Alka without hesitation. The crushing force caused Alka's entire body to deform and compress, and then twisted into a ball. Alka, twisted into a ball, fell to the ground like meat residue. Blood and flesh mud gathered on the ground and spread around. He has now become Alton. Ballish, who was watching this scene, looked up at the sky, his face full of despair. As for the exaggerated changes brought about by the surrounding environment, it didn't matter anymore. The general looked at the changes around him with a heavy face. He couldn't understand why Alka's death did not make the changes disappear. He could feel the changes, which seemed to be related to the dream. He thought it was caused by the pink mist coming out of Alka. The changes caused by the control treasure should stop after the death of its owner. At this time, the blood and flesh residues on the ground disappeared as if they were refreshed, and Alka appeared in the same place without any changes. Alka, who suddenly came back to life, surprised everyone. However, Alka did not wait. A mirror had already appeared on his face. Mirrors also condensed on the heads of Lucilia and Zyadai. These mirrors flashed pink light, and were surrounded by red mist. They smashed down like a hammer, covering them directly and disappearing. A mirror had already appeared on Alka, and it disappeared with him. Looking at Alka and others who had successfully escaped, Baraz's eyes widened with despair. How did they do this? They could be resurrected? Even if it was a treasure. He had never heard of the ability to resurrect. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at General Creel next to him. The general's face was gloomy at this time. Facing Alka and others who disappeared and fled, he didn't pay much attention, but looked at the changes around him. Because the changes around him became more and more obvious, he also knew what kind of problem had occurred here. He didn't have too much energy to pay attention to Alka now, and a bigger problem came. Here, I was dragged into a dream, damn it. His face showed an unexpected anger, and a helpless look. Dream? Ballish repeated beside him. What is that? Dream? The general was no longer in the mood to explain. He rubbed his hands. The bird made of lines flew away quickly. The soldiers who had just left were all called back. Alka and the others appeared a few hundred meters away. The moment they appeared, the three of them quickly fled. A ring of light appeared on Zyadai's forehead, and the surroundings fell into pure darkness in an instant. To prevent the enemy from chasing quickly, a restrictive measure was taken. After a while, they ran several kilometers away from this twisted place. They could already see the sea in the distance. But at this time, Alka, who was running away, frowned and then stopped where he was. What are you doing? Run? Lucilia said loudly. No need. He didn't catch up. And he can't escape. Alka looked at the changes around him and shook his head. At this time, the whole world had become completely bizarre. The daytime in the sky turned into a distorted light, as if all kinds of paints and pigments were randomly splashed in the sky. From the distortion of light and shadow, you can see a scene that looks like the clouds, the sun, and the sky. The ground under their feet is also waving and twisting like oil on the water, and it is also emitting disgusting colors. The flowers, plants, and trees around them, everything is changing. A black bird made of light and shadow flew past him. Looking at the flying bird, Alka's face completely sank. Isn't this a light and shadow bird? Lucilia looked at the bird flying past them in surprise. Zyadai also felt the changes around him that he had felt before, the changes he had experienced in his dreams. He turned to look at Alka. What's going on? Alka's face was heavy at this time, and he said solemnly, This is why this island is strange. Last night after I fell asleep, the reason why I didn't tell them the plan in my dream was not because I didn't want to tell them, but because I couldn't even get out of my dream bubble. There is a powerful existence in the dream world of this area, and all the dream bubbles that appear in this area will be absorbed by him. And the reason why Julia feels that the environment of this island is strange, and the reason why I feel at ease on this island, is because the barrier between dreams and reality has long been smooth here. These are what Alka noticed last night when he infused pink energy into the overlapping space. But the feeling was not clear at that time. It was not until Creel broke the space and let the remaining dream mist slip out. Such changes were fully revealed. That's why Alka later spurted pink mist crazily. This island and the surrounding environment are being quickly dragged into the dream. This bizarre change is the chaos caused by the fusion of reality and dream. After saying that, Alka pointed to the direction they were just about to escape. Look, are we running in the right direction? The two turned their heads to look. They saw that the back of them had turned into a slightly raised slope, and the sea surface was no longer visible. It was there just now. Everywhere they looked was the land of the island, the distorted land, and the changes in the surroundings made them feel dizzy. They couldn't help but want to vomit. The direction in the dream is roughly opposite to the reality, and now they are mixed together. The direction has already changed, because the chaos is still changing. Moreover, the scope of the island has also been expanded. Dreams are distorted and abstract. At this time, the surrounding soil and tree stumps also became stable in the distortion, and stabilized into a distorted shape, no longer shaking as before. The exaggerated colors also began to dim, and the disgusting distortions began to disappear. The elements of the dream stabilized. Stabilized. This area is being dragged into the dream at a uniform speed. We are now driving in the gap between reality and dreams. Sinking rapidly. While speaking, a monster appeared next to him. The image was composed of 3 black shadow arms. The 3 arms were connected to each other, looking extremely bizarre. Alka looked at the black shadow creature. A pink spear condensed at his hand, and was thrown directly. The arm was pierced with 1 strike. This time, there was no need for the pink spear to include it as a trophy. It was directly broken. A strange diamond-shaped metal fell to the ground, and some dream energy dissipated. The thing fell next to Xiaodai, who bent down to pick it up. So what should we do now? Xiaodai asked. They couldn't just do nothing. After all, there was a powerful enemy chasing them. Although I understand, I haven't really experienced anything like this, Alka said helplessly. Because this is not a natural weakness in reality, but a deliberate human effort. Man-made? Lucilia asked in surprise. Alka nodded, yes. Because I deliberately released a large amount of dream mist to cause this weakness. But this place has already become a flammable fire, and it has been soaked with fuel oil. And I just became that little spark, but as I burned, I also knew that this place had already become a weak point, but someone deliberately hit it. If he hadn't deliberately triggered it, this weak point would have remained hidden until someone came to stimulate it. It was just that Alka took the first step. There was no way. The situation at that time did not allow Alka to think too much. But this kind of dragging will not be permanent. When this island is completely dragged into the dream, this island will quickly return to reality. Alka has been traveling in the dream world for so long, plus the information given by the dream catcher. Objects from reality have never appeared in the dream world. According to the information we know, most of the time, it is the dream that invades reality. When reality falls into the dream, it will be rejected by the dream. Not to mention such a large island. As for whether the creatures on the island can survive, that has nothing to do with Ming Jing. The desire of dream creatures for real life is incomprehensible, especially for intelligent creatures in reality. The spiritual energy and soul in the brain are what dream creatures dream of. Because the dream bubble is the product of the rest of the spirit and soul. The main force of the attack is naturally the shadow creature. The weak points of dream invasion of reality are easy to repair, and are usually only small scale. The reality must invade the dream completely before the dream will start to rebound, which is to repair like the reality. It's just that the island is still being dragged, and is still in the gap. So the dream repair has not started yet. But the dream has already begun to affect, because it is extremely invasive. Then we just need to wait? Xiaodai asked beside him. Alka shook his head, not really. After being completely immersed in a dream, the danger begins. If it is in other dream ranges, I am confident that I can ensure the safety of everyone. But it is obviously not possible here. So we'd better find a way to hide. Why? Remember what I just said? In the dream of this area, there is a dream creature so powerful that I can't even get out of the bubble. This island happens to be related to the dream. And you still ask such a question. Someone deliberately did it. And just in the dream area corresponding to it, there is a powerful dream creature. Xiaodai murmured. And then frowned at Alka. Don't you think that the situation on this island is too coincidental? Think about it again. The one who wants to come to this island to find treasure is a royal general. No matter how you look at it, there seems to be a deeper problem. And it is obviously not something they can touch. They thought it was an ordinary treasure hunt. But it seemed to have led them into a terrifying area. I thought I was just a temporary pawn. But I was mistakenly involved in a deeper conspiracy. Alka nodded. I did think about this. I even suspected that it was the former Killian who did it. The two looked at Alka with doubts, waiting for his answer. Xiaodaidi just raised a question. She knew too little about dreams. The general kept saying that he wanted Killian's treasure. But it's strange. Why does he want a Holy Grail level treasure? I noticed it when he took action just now. He has 2 treasures. This is easy to detect. Once the fierce use of magic, it is easy to be observed. The magic fluctuations emitted by the use of treasures in battle are extremely obvious. Especially when using the power of treasures. Just like when Alka used the Dream Mist and Mirror. The opponent saw it at a glance. Similarly, Alka could see it. The invisible attack he had been using was based on one of the treasures. Alka always thought that this was the only treasure he had. Until he broke the space and stabilized the process of breaking the space. Alka felt the breath of the second treasure. The reason why I didn't feel it when I was teleported here is probably because I used some similar device. Coupled with his sudden appearance, Alka suspected that the second treasure should be a treasure related to space teleportation. Is it possible that these 2 treasures are inherited from the royal family? Without some capital, how can you occupy the signpost island? Right, Alka said, and the two nodded in agreement. He also said before that the treasure he wanted to find was also born from the royal family, so it is very likely that this treasure is also a matching one. In this way, you can control 3 treasures. This is one of the reasons, and it is completely worth it to think like this. After all, the more treasures you have, the more difficult it is to find a treasure that matches them. And the difficulty increases exponentially. That's not right, Xiaodaidi said doubtfully. If that's the case, their family would never be exiled. And they would definitely try their best to make them hand over the treasure. This combination is like a foundation. How could it be allowed to be taken by an exiled family? No matter how hard they try, they will not let it fall into the hands of losers. And they may even become enemies in the future. If you think about it carefully, you can find a huge problem. Yes, that's the reason. That's why I said he might have other purposes for coming here. And if that's the case, he wouldn't have let us touch the treasures at that time. Alka raised his hand, and a round coin appeared in his palm. It was neither a silver snake nor a golden sail. It was an ordinary silver coin, with an unknown beautiful female head engraved on one side, and a burning scary skull on the other side. This is the coin that Alka secretly hid when he touched it. Why did he take it? Because it was wrapped in golden light. This was also Alka's sudden idea. If it was another treasure, it would be difficult for him to hide it by tricks. And he took the opportunity to get it. But it happened to be a coin about the same size as the silver snake. Could this be? Xiaodaidi looked at the thing in Alka's hand. The coin was ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. But when Alka took it out, it still had such an ordinary feature. Then it is very likely that, yes, it is just as you think. This is the treasure. When I touched those coins before, I secretly hid it. For a magician, it is too easy to hide this coin without using any magic. At that time, in order not to be noticed, Alka did not use any magic. So if he came for this treasure, it is impossible that he did not know that the treasure looks like a coin. Knowing this, it is impossible for us to touch the treasure. After all, the most in it is coins. And if he came for the treasure, you and I, we both used the treasure, a total of 3. At that time, he was happy that my treasure was related to the dream, not happy that we actually had so many treasures. Chapter 270 Mutation. If you think about it carefully, there are doubts everywhere. As for what he is doing, Arka doesn't know. But there is one thing that Arka cares about very much. That is, the general will not be affected by the pink mist at all. According to what he said at the time, it seems to be because of his special physique. Special, a physique that can resist the dream mist, and this island is just a hidden weak point. Maybe it is man-made. In the corresponding dream, there is another powerful dream creature. Above the dream world of the island where the royal family lived, there was also a huge cloud python. Even if you ignore its appearance, you can tell that it is a powerful dream creature. Its actions seem to be protecting the island. And most importantly, when the general learned that Alka had a treasure related to dreams, his serious expression showed an unstoppable smile. You can see how happy he was. He cares a lot about things related to dreams. These things are connected together. It is hard not to doubt the relationship between them. Alka speculated that the royal family of this island is likely to have some blood or talent related to dreams. The capital island is guarded by a huge dream monster. If the royal family exists, then the one who failed in the political struggle, Client and his family, who are also royals, are likely to have corresponding dream monsters, or more dream-related technologies. They brought the monsters to the corresponding dreams on the exile island, wearing away the barrier between the island and reality, then covering up its traces. Although I don't know what these people are planning, it's definitely not a good thing. The treasure was hidden specially, and the mysterious item in the treasure made General Creel concerned. They also thoughtfully prepared 2 copies, which seemed to be a human skin map for hiding. A trap? I don't know. But all of this was set off by Alka one step ahead. Is it an accident, or was it intentional? It doesn't matter, he just wants to run. If it is not activated, the chance of escape is extremely low. The substitute in the dream. If the substitute dies, Alka will be refreshed to reality immediately. It is because Alka activated it to become a weak point that the energy of the dream can be dispersed. It is the chaos caused by the intersection of reality and dream that is used. And he can also improve his strength by improving the energy of the dream. The all-round improvement can help him escape faster. If there is no dream enhancement brought by this environment, Alka will not be able to break the strange pressure. Forced Aphrodite and Lucilia into the mirror, and teleported them away. In Alka's understanding, such a sinking should not be so fast. Reality was much faster than he thought and knew. It took only a short time for them to be dragged into the gap and left reality. As a result, they had no time to escape and were also trapped here. However, the corresponding huge changes in the environment also made the powerful generals have no intention of chasing after them. Obviously, it is more important to understand the changes around them than to chase Alka and the others. After all, he was also trapped here. They did not stop while communicating and thinking. Shake off these thoughts, Alka said while running. Let's try our best to get to the beach, meet up with others first, and then make plans. The 2 nodded and followed Alka silently. In this place that has been affected by the dream, with Alka leading the way, it was much better. Although he could still see the scenery in the distance, and the trees next to him were twisting. But Alka, who had been in the dream for so long, could distinguish the direction through the brief intervals between the blending of reality and dream. At this time, Jason and the other 2 were trapped on the island. They found that the sea surface that was not far away had completely disappeared. The changes in the surroundings also made them realize that this seemed to be related to dreams, because they had all woken up from dreams, and personally felt the breath and feeling in dreams. After all, Alka's ability was there. Who wouldn't want to wake up in a dream and experience that strange feeling? What should we do now? I can't even see the beach, let alone meet up with others, Simon said helplessly. It's related to dreams. Is it possible that such changes are caused by Alka? He may have already taken advantage of such changes and chaos to escape, Jason said, then stood up and added, let's go find others to join us, since we can't get out anyway. As he said that, a black shadow creature like a ball appeared next to him, opened its huge mouth, and bit Juanlu. Juanlu dodged with a jump, and a bat appeared in his hand. The ball on top fell off directly, and was hit out by him. The flying ball hit the black shadow creature heavily. However, the ball penetrated directly through the opponent's body. The black shadow's body, which was made of shadow, was filled again, and was not affected by the attack at all. No damage? Seeing that his attack did not cause any damage, Juanlu jumped back decisively, and came to a safe range. Simon raised his hand instantly, and the palm of his left arm, which was completely made of a structure, immediately changed, and 2 holes appeared. A red beam of light and a sharp bullet shot out. Both attacks instantly penetrated the dream monster. However, it still had no effect, neither energy nor physical attack. As soon as the voice fell, Jason's fire bomb had already passed through, still without any effect. But Jason gathered the magic power in his right hand, and then he forcefully sprinkled out more than 10 diamond-shaped transparent crystals. The crystals he scattered spread out, covering the entire dream monster, piercing it. The crystal that penetrated it condensed the surrounding distorted light and shadow into crystals. However, it still had no effect on it. The 3 of them had no choice but to look at this dream monster, and then slowly retreat. If there was no other way, They could only think about how to escape. At this time, the crystal dragon flying in the air flapped its wings and flew down, flying towards the black shadow arm formed by the combination of arms. And the open mouth sprayed out rainbow-colored energy. The energy in the dream, waving colorful and brilliant light. This time it was no longer penetrating. The energy gathered on the black shadow arm, directly freezing it into crystal. After turning around and landing, the crystal dragon stood on the twisted tree and roared to the sky. Roar! I know you are powerful. Come down quickly. Boogie! The crystal dragon shouted, slid down from the tree, and crashed into Jason's arms. It seems that Eurylius's dragon breath is a very high-level energy. Simon squatted beside the crystal on the ground and knocked on it. The black shadow creature in the crystal was trapped inside, like a sculpture. Juanlu looked around, turned around and said, let's go quickly. See if we can meet up with others. The two nodded. After Simon got up, he raised his treasured index finger on his right hand, which was emitting light. He closed his eyes. He explained to the two people, I will take a look at the structures that were just left in various places to see if there are any traces of other people, and to see how Alka and the others are doing now. When the changes stopped moving again, he controlled the remaining structures to move towards Alka. He tried to understand the situation of Alka and the others. After a while, Simon opened his eyes and smiled. How is it? It seems to be good news. Jason looked at the smile on Simon's face and felt relieved. Simon nodded. One of the constructs sent a message that Alka and the others escaped. That's good. Juanlu also smiled. Since they have escaped, they have to think about the retreat. After all, they are now trapped on this island. There is also a 4th-stage strongman on the island, who is eyeing them covetously, so they can't take it lightly at all. Thinking of this, Jason said, let's go quickly. According to Alka's ability, he should be able to thrive here and may find us soon. As they walked and talked, Alka had already begun to construct the detection device in his dream, spreading the detection waves of the dream around. He was not worried at all that his detection waves would be discovered by the general. At this time, the island was extremely chaotic, and such detection waves, flowing into it, were like water flowing into the sea, and could not be detected at all. The target that Alka let rebound was a humanoid individual, and those above 20 centimeters were counted, because even the girls of the puppet army were trapped on the island. Let's go here. They are here. Alka received the rebound, opened his eyes, and left quickly with the two of them. The sooner they gathered together, the better. After walking for a while, Alka stood there with a frown. What's wrong? Seeing Alka stop, Xiao asked immediately, and then looked around vigilantly. Alka frowned, carefully sensing the waves coming back. Julia's team has lost their way, and they are heading towards the general. What should we do? Lucilia asked anxiously. Wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? At this time, Xiao thought of something, and quickly turned to Lucilia and said, since Alka can sense their position, he can also sense the position of the puppet girls. Just tell the position and direction to these puppet girls, and let them pass on the information. This is the world of dreams, and the flying birds used to convey information are useless. This method is indeed feasible. Alka can sense the position of each puppet team. Immediately said, let Lu and the others go to the 3 o'clock direction. Be careful of monsters. Julia and the others are in this direction. Let the 9th team go straight and fast. Jason is not far from them. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia nodded, and immediately repeated his words. Sure enough, the waves came back soon, and the puppet girls began to move. It won't be long they will meet. At this time, Pororo and his men were advancing cautiously, passing by all the creatures that could move. Because they found that they had no way to deal with these dream creatures, their attack methods could not cause any harm to them. So they were forced to flee, and try not to meet any dream creatures. The problem was that as the island was dragged, the distance between them became thinner and more dream creatures emerged from various corners from time to time. Stop! Something is coming, Julia said as she squatted down. Because the dream energy was mixed with reality, her perception of the surrounding environment was greatly reduced. The three of them hid behind a huge twisted stone, and Julia leaned out to look. The huge Poro could only lie on the ground to keep his body from being exposed. Seeing the vegetation in the distance, the light and shadow were shaking and twisting, and Julia held her breath and observed quietly. A short figure rushed out, followed by several others. After seeing the figure rushing out, Julia immediately stood up, called out, and waved, hearing someone calling out in front. Lou immediately ran over. He looked at Julia and the others. Finally found you. Found us? Julia was a little confused. In other words, they came here specifically to find them. Lou nodded. The message sent by the leader told us to go in this direction, and we can meet you. I told you to go back, don't go forward. You will meet the enemy if you go forward. Hearing this, Julia nodded. It turned out that they were lost. Immediately joined Lou's team and left in the opposite direction. As they walked, Poro asked, Can you find my location? Does that mean Alka and the others can monitor our location in real time? Lou nodded. Did they escape? Are they injured? What's the current situation? Julia asked beside him. They are fine. Hearing this answer, several people felt relieved. At this time, outside the village, the general, his soldiers, and the captured Balish and others stopped there, with no intention of exploring outside. Looking at the completely bizarre scenery around him, Balaz became a little dazed. Not only him, except the general. Everyone couldn't help but observe the surrounding situation, even the soldiers around. However, no one asked what exactly caused such a change. Baraz finally couldn't help it, and asked the general, What is going on? Why is this place like this? Aren't we leaving? The general listened to Baraz's question, looked at him, and then looked at the eyes of the people around him. He stood there and explained, This island is being dragged into the dream. Don't think about leaving for now. We are trapped. As a member of the royal family, although he had not personally experienced this extremely rare weakness in reality, he had also seen such a situation in the royal records. So at least it's not like we know nothing. Then we can't go back forever, Balaz said with a somewhat depressed look. He felt that he was too unlucky. Looking at the general's look, he knew that even he didn't expect this unexpected situation. Of course not, this kind of weak point will not exist forever. After a certain period of time, it will return to reality, and then we can leave. Although he didn't know if it was true, it was recorded like this after all. And now he could only say this, otherwise even his soldiers would despair. And even he himself could only hope so. There is a monster behind. A member of the Chamber of Commerce suddenly turned his head and looked at the black shadow creature behind him and shouted loudly. It was a black and silver strip, like a snake, but you couldn't see its eyes, you could only see its open mouth. Hearing his words, the member of the Chamber of Commerce next to him turned his head and looked, and quickly shrank back. He ran behind the general at the fastest speed. Baraz attacked first, and an arrow made of fire flew out. However, it had no effect. The surrounding soldiers, including the general, also attacked. However, the black mist on the black shadow snake was scattered, but it was able to gather quickly. Their attacks did not cause any damage. It's useless. What should we do? Let's run away, someone shouted anxiously. The general narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the black shadow monster. Don't worry. A steady voice came out. Like a reassurance, it calmed the emotions of the people around him. He looked at the creature in the black shadow. He opened his palm, raised his right index finger, and gently scratched it. A shallow blood mark immediately appeared on the palm, and drops of blood flowed out. Magic power surged out, mixed with blood, and splashed out with force. The blood flew out with the invisible attack and hit the creature in the black shadow. The powerful attack immediately scattered it, and the black mist disappeared instantly and never gathered again. It turned into a piece of strange metal and fell down. Looking at the monster that was destroyed, the general looked at the blood mark on his palm again. He squinted his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. One of the soldiers had already taken the fallen metal. Chapter 271 Red Mist Behemoth. The general turned his head, and took the metal in his hand. He examined it carefully. However, the problem was that he could not recognize what it was. He seemed to have never seen it before. Can you let me see it? I might know. Balish looked at the metal in General Creel's hand, and said carefully. The general looked at him, and handed the metal in his hand to him directly. Balish took it, and studied it carefully for a while, and said, I have seen this kind of metal in the hands of an outsider before. I heard that melting it into weapons can hurt the soul. It is a very rare and expensive thing. After that, he returned the metal. So this kind of metal material was obtained by destroying such a black shadow monster? Is it related to the dream that General Creel talked about? He couldn't help but think about it. As time went by, the whole island was rapidly sliding into the dream. This also caused the changes to become bigger and bigger, and the direction began to become more and more chaotic. Let Julia and the others go to the right-hand direction of where they are now, and go around the monsters if they encounter them. That's the direction of the coast. Alka said to Lucilia as he walked. We are behind them now. What are they doing? Why are they wandering around? At this time, Lucilia said, they encountered dream creatures. Attacks are useless. They can only escape. Hearing this, Alka remembered this kind of thing. He forgot that dream creatures cannot be attacked unless there are special means. Without thinking too much, he immediately said, let Xian go to join them. She can hurt dream creatures. After all, Xian was made of his hair and dream materials. She can easily hurt dream creatures, and her strength is not low. On this island now, it can be said that they are like fish in water. Then Alka turned his attention to Jason and his friends. He found that Jason and his friends were walking a straight route, and were not affected by any dream creatures at all. Not affected? While thinking, Alka killed another dream creature that was moving towards them. As time went by, there were more and more dream creatures around. It was impossible that Jason and his friends had not encountered them. It seemed that among them, someone could attack the dream creatures. It should be the Crystal Dragon. After all, the Crystal Dragon was the only one in their team that Alka didn't know, but he knew the others, and no one could harm the dream creatures. They are coming, so let's speed up. Alka turned around and said. At this time, many puppet girls had gathered around them, all of whom had come all the way to gather around him. Alka was also thankful that they were running in one direction at least, rather than running in all directions. Suddenly, the island under their feet began to shake violently. What happened? Lucilia asked. The constant shaking made people wonder if something big had happened again. It was exhausting. Alka shook his head. He had no idea what was going on. The violent shaking forced them to squat slightly to stabilize their bodies. The shaking disappeared after a while, and the twisted trees and rocks around them returned to their original state in an instant. But the sky had completely turned into a dream. The island has completely appeared in the dream world. Alka frowned and stood up, waved his hand, and a large amount of pink mist was controlled by him to gush out. What's going on? How come I was completely dragged into the dream world in an instant? Alka frowned. This was completely different from what he expected. It was much faster. Accidents always happen one after another. There is no chance for people to prepare. He could already see the dream bubbles floating in the sky and in the distance. Ah! A sharp and ethereal cry came over. This sharp sound was not like that of a normal intelligent life. This sound struck the soul directly. Lucilia and Xiaodaidi fell to their knees instantly, holding their heads frantically. Although Alka could feel the stinging pain in his brain, he frowned and endured it. But he couldn't help squatting on the ground, holding his head. Only the puppet girls, who followed him, didn't seem to be affected too much. Their souls had not yet been formed, so they were not affected by this kind of soul damage. This saved them from disaster. All the people on the island fell to the ground at the same time, knocked to the ground by the pain of the roar. The pain they had never expected made them feel dazed. Alka endured the pain and discomfort, and waved his hand violently, and a large amount of pink mist spread out. A semicircular mist was formed, completely covering the few people and the puppet girls around them. As the pink mist wrapped them up, the pain in their souls caused by the shouting disappeared immediately, but they could still hear the sound. As the pain disappeared, Lucilia and Xiaodaidi fell to the ground with sweat all over their heads. They gasped for air. That is... What is that? Xiaodaidi asked with all his strength. Just a simple shout. They were powerless to fight back. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the monster in the dream I mentioned, Alka said, listening carefully to the shouting outside. Completely immersed in the dream world, Alka's strength was greatly enhanced. He felt relieved for a moment. But the existence of this monster made him wonder how to deal with it. Fortunately, the existence of the pink mist had a very high priority in the dream. The sound disappeared completely after a while. However, Alka did not dispel the protective shield, but made it transparent and looked at the situation outside. There was another violent vibration. This time, he could clearly see what caused the change, and he was no longer clueless as before. But this was obviously not a good thing, because the change was caused by a long, thick tentacle made of blood-red mist. The huge tentacle was so conspicuous, falling from the sky. As it fell, the whole island began to shake. Just one tentacle was so big, the body of the creature. Alka could no longer imagine it. The size of this creature ranked second among the creatures Alka had seen. The first one was of course the giant cloud snake that covered the sky. As the huge blood-colored tentacle fell, it did not rise again, but was placed on the island. The tentacles made of mist began to separate into small tentacles one by one, and these tentacles swam like pythons. They began to spread to the entire island. From the tentacles, they spread in all directions, as if to surround the entire island. Seeing this situation, Alka immediately urged the two. "That thing is coming. Let's run. It must not be a good thing," Alka said, leading the two and the puppet girls to run quickly to the distance. As for the original plan to head toward the coast, there was no need to worry about that now. They could only run quickly in the opposite direction of the tentacles. While running, Alka asked, "Lucilia, ask Jason how they are doing." Just now, because of Alka, they were able to hold on. But Jason and his friends didn't have Alka's pink mist to help them. They could be said to face the shouting directly, until the shouting stopped. Lucilia closed her eyes to pass on the message, and then opened her eyes to tell the news she received. They are in a bad condition. Juan Lewis fainted. Simon and Jason are also in a bad condition. Julia is in a better condition than Jason. Xian helped them block it. Alka still maintained the ability to detect it this time. But the ripples transmitted can only sweep the front area that is not infected by the red mist. The places behind with the tentacles of the red mist will not rebound at all. Just like water entering the sea. There is no time to think of a solution now. Alka immediately said, "Let them all run in one direction. Don't let them be touched by the tentacles of the red mist." They still did not stop and ran quickly. But running like this is not a solution at all. Alka looked at the huge red mist tentacle behind him, and the small tentacles that were dispersed by it, and were slowly reaching out to the surroundings. If it continues like this, it won't be long before it will surround the entire island. Then there will be no way to retreat. Think of a solution quickly. Alka kept thinking in his mind, what method can be used to break the current situation? A large amount of pink mist enveloped everyone and the puppet girls around them, pushing them to escape quickly. Dream. Dream. Alka seemed to have thought of something and immediately closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, a huge dream bubble quickly expanded around him. Xiao and Lucilia were pushed out unexpectedly. The film that was close to the dream bubble that suddenly appeared was like being pushed by a wall. However, they were wrapped in it again in an instant. "What's going on? We entered your dream bubble?" Lucilia asked, looking at the surrounding environment. At this time, Alka's face showed ecstasy. "It works, this method really works," he said to Lucilia without hesitation. Quickly passed the message to Xian, tell her to take Julia back to the boat as soon as possible, then use the dream bubble to wrap up all the people around her and the boat. Hearing this, Lucilia nodded immediately. The message was delivered immediately. They are already on their way. Then he thought of something and looked up and asked, "What about Jason and the others?" "Yes. Julia has Xian, which can wrap her up in a dream. But Jason and the others don't have it. Moreover, he can't split himself into two parts. And he can't separate the clones in the dream. His brain is working very fast." He looks at the golden and silver energy in the crystal behind him. He immediately waved his hand. The golden energy came out of the crystal and controlled a trace of silver energy to gather in his hand. Looking at the golden energy in his hand, a large amount of pink mist merged into it, wrapped it up, and then turned into a sphere similar to a crystal ball. It looks very similar to the appearance of the dream catcher. "This is a temporary treasure. I made an imitation of the dream catcher. Although it can't do anything, but it should allow you to open the dream bubble in the dream world with your physical body. In simple terms, it gives the user the ability to travel through dreams, which is equivalent to him and Xian." Alka handed the dream catcher to Xiao, and now she can only act. "They are left to you." Alka looked at Xiao and said. Xiao took the dream catcher and nodded. A ring of light appeared on his forehead. He told Xiao the direction of Pororo and the others, and then asked Lucilia to pass the message, and asked them to wait there. Then he opened the bubble of the dream. Xiao immediately turned into a stream of light, and disappeared on the spot. After doing all this, Alka breathed a sigh of relief and sat in the bubble of the dream. This series of changes made him a little tired. Every step today seemed like dancing on the edge of a knife. But he still couldn't rest yet. Lucilia was also sitting nearby, frowning and waiting. She was waiting for the puppet girl, who was with Pororo, and the others to reply. After a while, she received the news, and finally smiled. Xian has opened the dream bubble, and included the voice of Dawn and everyone on the boat. Xiao has also arrived, and she has also opened the bubble. Hearing this, Alka lay on his back on the grass in the dream. Finally safe. No, we can't let our guard down. The bubble may not be able to stop it, but there is no better way now. The scarlet tentacles moved over, touching the bubble of the dream, and one tentacle connected to the bubble. The other tentacles spread in other directions. Alka stood up and turned to look at the bubble's membrane. He could feel that something in that direction was absorbing the energy of the dream. This meant that the red tentacles did not break the bubble, but were absorbing energy in a steady stream, just like last night. The last big rock finally fell. What should we do now? Lucilia asked, sitting on the grass. There were puppet girls all around, lying on the grass to rest. Although the scream just now did not cause any harm to them, it still made them tired. This was also the first time they felt tired, and they were just talking about this novel feeling. After hearing Lucilia's words, Alka sat up and looked at her. Now all we have to do is wait. It should take more than half a day for this island to completely fall into the dream, and then it will start to reconnect with reality. But now the island has been forcibly dragged into the dream. I don't know how long it will take to return to reality, but it will take at least a day and night. Lucilia nodded, looking at Alka, asked with some concern, "Can you hold on for a day and night like this?" "No problem, don't worry." Alka nodded and said, "It's just that the dream energy is continuously absorbed for a day and night. It can be completely sustained. At most, it will become very tired afterwards." "What about them?" Arka frowned when he heard this, and began to calculate carefully. "Sia Deity will definitely be fine. The replica I gathered also contains some dream mist, which can supplement her to a certain extent." But Arka was not very sure about Xian and the others. "I remember that you can absorb the energy in their bodies and return it to yourself, which also strengthens your strength." "Right?" Lucilia nodded. "Bloody Team Flag does have this effect, but it has not been used." "Then can they absorb other puppet girls like you to strengthen one of them?" Hearing this, Lucilia pondered. She had never thought about this before, because even if it was her own ability, she had never used it. She loved her puppet knights very much. So how could she use this ability to hurt them inexplicably? She closed her eyes and began to carefully feel the power of the treasure, and began to conduct a simple experiment. After a while, she opened her eyes. Yes, this method is feasible, but they can only absorb the surrounding, and they must voluntarily pass it to her. I can't force them to transfer their energy to each other. Compared to her using it herself, this ability has been weakened to a certain extent, but it is acceptable. Enough? That's enough. Julia and her team have the largest number of puppet girls. After all, half of them were left on the ship. Not to mention that there is also a Deputy Leader Zero, who has reached the 3rd stage of strength. It is definitely enough to improve Xian's spirit and strength, so that he can persist for a longer time. Then you tell them this method. When Xian is about to give up, let the other puppet girls gather their power to her. After dealing with these, Alka could only sit in the dream to rest. It was called rest, but he could feel his dream energy constantly flowing away, and the feedback was mental fatigue. He couldn't go out, and couldn't see the changes outside. The film of the bubble in the dream became as hard as steel like that night. All she could feel was the energy of the dream slowly draining away and being absorbed. Alka wanted to know what the island outside was like, but she didn't have the ability to do so. She could only wait quietly in the bubble of the dream, but it was good enough to survive. Lucilia looked at the huge crystal behind Alka, and the gold and silver energy spiraling inside. What exactly is the energy inside this? Lucilia had never seen such a situation before, and asked curiously. Alka turned to look at his crystal. It contains 2 kinds of energy in the dream. The golden one can make objects in the dream exist in reality, and the silver one can make objects in reality enter the dream. Is this energy increasing? Lucilia looked at the energy in the crystal, which seemed to be slowly increasing, and asked uncertainly. Alka nodded. After all, we were directly dragged in from reality, which produced countless silver energies. The silver energy is indeed growing. You are not mistaken. The golden energy should grow in a while, because the island will start to move back to reality. Since Alka came to the dream, the silver energy has been growing, and the growth has just stopped. This means that the island has been completely dragged into the dream, and the energy remaining on it has almost disappeared. Once the golden energy starts to grow, it means that the island is returning to reality. He can only rely on this method to judge whether the island has begun to return to the time limit. Then can you use this energy to open the entrance to reality? Lucilia asked with some curiosity. Arka looked at the energy in the crystal. He had just thought about it. If it was possible, he could get out immediately. But he shook his head regretfully. If my real body was in reality, it would be possible, but now even my body has sunk into the dream, there is no medium. He must have a connecting channel, so that it can locate the coordinates, and then he can open the channel to reality in the dream. In the past, he directly relied on himself as the coordinate, but now there is no way. Unless I find a way to open reality in the dream. Chapter 272 The Snake That Covers the Sky. Alka had experimented before. His body was in reality, and then he sank into the dream, and he was able to open up the channel between them. It was just that the cost was extremely huge, but at least there was a chance. If only one type of energy was used, it would be one way, and if two types were mixed together, it would be two-way. Looking at the energy, Alka said with some emotion, I should have thought of it earlier. There should be such energy on that island, especially the silver one. Now that I think about it, the reason why it can absorb so much silver energy, it should be that someone on the island used this energy to smooth the gap between reality and dreams. Otherwise, when Alka unfolds his dream, he should be able to increase two kinds of energy, not just one kind. This shows that the problem of the island is not formed naturally, but someone deliberately did it. If only we could know how to open the passage from the dream to the reality, Lucilia said with some emotion, they would not be as dangerous as before. Running on the edge of a knife and wandering back and forth at the door of death is not a good experience. Alka had thought about this, but he didn't find a definite solution. So he let it go. You said we can ensure safety through this method. What about Baraz and the others? Lucilia suddenly thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Alka remembered that there were not only them outside, but also others. He was just running for his life. I don't know. The general seems to have some connection with the dream. I don't know if he can do anything. After a little fumbling, he added, but it's best if they die. Alka thought maliciously. After all, they are enemies. As for Baraz, he can't do anything about it. After all, they can't protect themselves. Hearing this, Lucilia nodded, without any sympathy, wishing they were dead. All the dangers encountered since landing on the island can be attributed to the general named Creel. Where the general is now, they are running frantically on the island. As for where the front leads to, they don't care at all. Because behind them are countless blood tentacles, which are spreading rapidly towards them. The speed at which these tentacles spread was obviously much faster than what Alka and his companions had encountered. If the tentacles Alka and his companions had encountered were jogging, these tentacles chasing them could be described as running wildly. The speed difference was too obvious, and it was difficult for the people running here to think about how to deal with it. Baraz was also in the running queue. But how could their speed be comparable to that of the general and the soldiers around him? They were much stronger. Ah! Following the screams from behind, Balish looked reluctant, but he could only speed up his pace. He had no other choice. The screaming members of the Chamber of Commerce were already wrapped by bloody tentacles. His face turned pale. Only one tentacle wrapped him, and the rest of the tentacles continued to spread forward. After being completely wrapped by the tentacles, his body turned into a light and shadow like dust, and was sucked into the tentacles. Only the clothes on his body were left, which were thrown on the ground by the tentacles. Not even a trace of residue was left. The people who were fleeing had already seen the scene. Behind Balish were only his deputy and one member. Phoeba, who had betrayed him before, was left at the end, because Phoeba's strength was not strong. Ah, Captain! Save me! Captain! Hearing the shouts from behind, Balaz turned his head and looked at Phoeba, who was stretching out his hands to ask for help. He could only shake his head helplessly. Phoeba looked at his legs that had been entangled, knowing that he could not escape, feeling his life slipping away. Even his soul was being pulled. He had completely given up on escaping. Looking at the backs of Balish and the others running away, he shouted, "He has controlled my family. I don't want to betray you. For all these years. If you escape, help them." Balish and the others didn't even turn their heads. It was unclear whether he heard the traitor's last words. And Phoeba had also given up on escaping, and stood there waiting for the tentacles to completely wrap him up. Feeling the passing of life, he stretched out his hands, put them on his temples, and slid them down to the position of his heart. He murmured to himself, "May the white snake of the soul bless them, may." Before he finished speaking, he was completely wrapped. Then only the clothes fell to the ground. "Forget it, don't wait for us. Captain, you have the ability, go by yourself." His deputy looked at the tentacles getting closer and closer behind him. He suddenly spoke. After a long period of desperate attack, his physical strength gradually drained away, and the strange dream area, his magic power and physical fitness were affected. He already knew that he was about to run out of energy. Stop talking, run. Balaz turned around and yelled. The two people behind him who had worked with him for more than 10 years, after experiencing several betrayals. He cherished them even more. He just shook his head. You will make the best choice, you always do. Then he looked at his companion on the other side. The man also sighed, took off the ring on his hand, and threw it to him. After he took it, he also took off his own ring, took a few quick steps, and put the ring on Balaz's hand, then stopped at the same place with his companion next to him. This is the right choice. Let's go! If you feel guilty, take good care of my son. I'm not a burden. Remember to give me some wine during the Soul Wave Festival. By the way, I also need red sand crabs, if conditions permit. It's best to marinate them with matte fine wine. Looking at the two people who suddenly stopped, Balaz also stopped. Then he was pushed out by the two people. Looking at the two people standing there waving, Balaz gritted his teeth and turned his head. The limbs were already on fire, like a nozzle spewing flames backwards. His speed increased instantly, and he quickly rushed to the general's location with a few jumps. The two people standing in place were also wrapped by the red tentacles. Damn it. Damn the royal family. Damn Creel. Baraz ran. He gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. This damn general destroyed everything he had. Destroyed all the results of his years of hard work from scratch. He also killed all his friends who followed him and proved to be loyal to him. And the one who betrayed him was simply because he had no ability to protect himself. He lost everything. Under such a huge destruction, his ship parked on the seashore was likely to be included in it. Even a 4th-stage strongman like Klaya had to flee. He didn't think that the people on his ship could survive. And his ship might also be destroyed. Anger, sadness and despair kept echoing in his mind. Hatred, anger, guilt, regret. All kinds of emotions burst out in his heart. He now had the idea of rushing up and dying together with the general. It would be best to hold him back, so that they could die together. But he knew that with his strength, he could only hold him back for a few seconds at most, which was meaningless. If it weren't for Creel, he wouldn't be in this situation now. It was all caused by this damn guy. The flames gushing from his body increased his speed again. He quickly caught up. Creel, who was running wildly, turned his head and looked at him. Seeing the sadness in Balish eyes, he buried his hatred and anger deep in his heart. He didn't have the ability to do so now. They ran wildly to the edge of a cliff. There was no way to go ahead. They could see the sea in front of them. The sea water just floated in this space, surrounding the island. A soldier looked down the cliff. He fell to the ground as soon as he took a look. A thin red tentacle pierced his head. Are there no way to escape? Balaz said, as he slowly retreated. However, the tentacles behind him were spreading towards him quickly. And there were tentacles all around him. The scarlet mist had dyed the surroundings red. The soldiers surrounded the general in the middle. And Baraz was watching the current situation. It seemed that he was going to die. He felt relieved for some reason, and turned his head to look at Creel's frowning face, and felt happy for some reason. His hatred was vented. It seemed worth it to have this person die with him. Or he made a fortune. A red tentacle pierced through the air. Facing the fear of death, the soldier blocking the front finally wanted to dodge. However, the invisible force suppressed him, and the tentacle penetrated directly and entangled him. You can see his unbelievable eyes. Attack! Destroy these tentacles! Creel shouted, but it was meaningless. Even if the surrounding soldiers kept attacking the surroundings, it was still useless. These tentacles were of the same nature as the dream creatures, just slightly slowed down the speed of the tentacles spreading. Their attacks were useless. He cut his palms. Blood kept dripping, and his hands kept waving. The invisible blade mixed with blood kept flying around in a spiral, destroying the tentacles that approached. However, such an attack could only destroy the tiny tentacles that were stabbing over. And the huge tentacles that were slowly spreading in the distance were not affected at all. When his invisible attack faced the huge tentacles, it had no effect at all. Just like a drop of water falling on the lake, which could only cause a few ripples. As two more soldiers were killed, they were dragged in. Creel's expression could not help but be silent. Being in a high position for a long time, and having a noble status, he did not show his despair even though he was desperate. A pair of gloves appeared in his palm. This was one of his treasures. Waving the gloves in his palm, It seemed that he wanted to break through the space and leave, but it was useless. This was already a dream, which was very different from reality. The treasure that could break through the space was also useless. A whistle-shaped treasure flew out of his throat, and invisible waves began to spread around. However, these spreading waves had no effect on the tentacles that spread over, and it was impossible to stop them from coming out. I didn't expect that I, Creel, would die in such a place. After trying all means, he stood there and said quietly. Hearing this, Balazs stood beside him and asked with a contemptuous smile, "Do you regret it? If you kept your promise, you wouldn't be in this situation now." Huh? Maybe? Until the last moment, he still maintained his demeanor. He looked at the tentacles spreading over him and said, "I didn't die at his hands, but at the hands of Killian." Is that why the news was revealed? He seemed to understand something, but it was meaningless. What was the meaning of understanding at the last moment? The soldiers around him died one by one, and only he and Balazs beside him were left. This feeling of death approaching was really uncomfortable. Balazs looked at the tentacles that had already wrapped around his hands, and as this tentacle wrapped around him, the other tentacles passed by him. Feeling his soul being pulled, his life gradually drained away. Even at this moment, Balazs turned his head and stared at Creel next to him. The general who holds two treasures and actually controls the target island did not expect to die in such a place, and die with his own chess piece. Hearing Balazs's voice, Creel, whose legs were entangled by vines, turned his head and looked at him. Looking at Balazs, who was gradually being entangled by the vines, including his whole body. "Are you happy now?" "Huh? Maybe," Balazs said with a smile. Creel murmured to himself, "Clarion, a trap set with death. You won." Just when the two were about to die, a fog ball condensed from white clouds hit the direction where the two were. The red tentacles wrapped around them immediately dissipated, turned into a faint mist, floating in the air around them. The soul was pulled, and the feeling of life passing away suddenly disappeared. Balazs opened his eyes in confusion. He was already prepared for death, or he had already seen the other side of death. As the tentacles that were wrapped around him were destroyed, his soul, which was about to be completely pulled out, returned to its place completely. He was pushed back by the waves of the soul sea again. The general in front of him was the same, but at this time, his chest was slightly flickering with light. Why did this phenomenon occur? It seemed to be related to the light on his chest. Creel quickly lifted his clothes, only to see a cross-shaped spiral snake tattoo on his chest, and his whole body was white. Guardian snake? Looking at the tattoo, Balazs said in confusion. "Ha ha ha, sure enough, sure enough. The guardian snake does exist. It protects our family." The pleasure of surviving the catastrophe made Creel no longer able to maintain a serious expression on his face, and he shouted with ecstasy. He was also proud of his bloodline and family. Balazs looked at the metal pendant on his necklace, with a pattern similar to a tattoo. "I didn't expect this thing to be real." He suddenly regretted converting to the Virgin Mary. "I came here because of the contract, a descendant of Veza." The ethereal and majestic voice sounded in the minds of the two people. The moment they heard this voice, their heartbeats accelerated. They all looked up at the sky. It was a huge white snake, bigger than the tentacles that had fallen down before, much bigger than the entire island and the surrounding sea, almost covering the entire sky. Its body was coiled in the sky, and its huge snake head was hanging down. Its eyes, as bright as the sun, stared at the two of them. The voice in their minds came from this white mist snake. Its huge body brought great physical and mental oppression. The two were completely stunned. They knelt on the ground with two thumps, and made a special prayer gesture. God, you come to save me," Creel said with a trembling voice. "What manners, in front of the former faith, are nothing." Balazs bowed his head and prayed silently. He didn't even dare to raise his head and gaze at the face of God. "Descendant of Veza, say your request." The white snake just looked at the two quietly. His attention fell on Creel. The voice sounded in the minds of the two again. "Veza. So that's it. So that's what the legend says." Creel muttered to himself, seemingly thinking of something. His earliest ancestor was called Veza, and was also the pioneer of the Southern Cross Island. He looked at the clothes he had lifted, and the tattoo of the white snake on his chest. His family actually signed a contract with God. The two people's attention was completely focused on the white snake in the sky, and they did not notice that the red tentacles next to them were quickly attacking them. The attack here seemed to make him a little angry, and the tentacles spread much faster than before. Seeing these tentacles spreading over, Creel seemed to wake up, and recovered from the shock of the arrival of the god of faith. He quickly looked up at the white snake above his head, maintained a prayer gesture, and asked respectfully, "Respected guardian snake, can you please help your believers eliminate the red monster?" Hearing this, Baraz, who was praying, opened his eyes and looked at him with a strange look. Shouldn't he make a wish to escape? Although Creel was shocked by the sudden arrival of the god he had believed in since childhood, his thoughts had returned to normal when he came to his senses. He had already sorted out the current situation in his mind, and the request to kill the blood-red monster was definitely the best choice. He had already discovered that the red mist-like monster was abnormally targeting him, or rather, targeting his bloodline. Neither Baraz nor other soldiers had ever been deliberately attacked, except him. All the tentacles that attacked before were aimed at him, and he just controlled the soldiers to help him block them. The inexplicable touch in his blood, plus the reason why he came to this island, to find the treasure. All these together, let him know. This was a trap set by the exiles with their lives, not just him, but his entire race, and the entire royal family fell into hell. As Creel made his request, the white snake looked at him quietly without answering. This made Creel feel flustered. Could it be that? Just as he was thinking wildly, a voice sounded in the minds of the two. The eternal contract will end at this moment. A faint white mist, a line fell from above, and poured into Creel's body. He could feel the power in the mist, but he didn't dare to move at all, and naturally didn't dare to resist. He even felt that this was a gift from the gods to him, an acknowledgement of his bloodline and ancestors. He was too excited to even have time. As the mist poured in, Creel felt that his body became as light, transparent, and unpredictable as the mist. He felt that his body had completely disappeared, as if it did not exist. He also felt that his brain was extremely drowsy, and that he felt dizzy. This feeling became more and more serious. He asked with all his strength, "God, what is this? When you wake up, the contract will end, the request will be completed. And you, the descendant of Vesa, will return to reality intact." As the voice rang in his mind, he could no longer bear the dizziness in his head. He fell to the ground as if he had fallen asleep. Chapter 273 Strange Development. A thin red tentacle attacked like a sharp sword. It passed by Balash's head and pierced straight into Creel's body. However, Creel was like a phantom, and the tentacle was of no use at all. The tentacles began to gather, and the red tentacles of the entire island all began to gather towards this position. And Balash also took this opportunity to escape behind Creel. Because Creel was like an invisible target now, as long as he was in front of these tentacles, they would think of attacking him first. But because of the blessing, Creel became like a group of phantoms, and all attacks would have no effect on him. Countless red tentacles spread like fluid, and more tentacles emerged from the bottom of the water on the shore. Looking at the tentacles surrounding him, Balash looked at Creel next to him, who was no longer vulnerable to attack. Hatred could no longer be concealed, but his enemy would live well, and he would die here. A trace of sadness surged in his heart. Why at this time, he could survive. A faint red mist surrounded him, and the tentacles passed him and gathered around. Looking at the white mist, Balash quickly looked up at the spirit-guarding snake in the sky. The spirit-guarding snake's attention had completely fallen on the red tentacles that were gathering together quickly below. These tentacles of the red mist gathered together, and their bodies became larger and larger. Finally, a huge deer-like creature was formed, which was several dozen meters tall. The deer formed by the red mist had tentacles that looked like buds sticking out and shaking. Roar! Ah ah, the deer head roared. And the harsh sound came again, spreading around. Balash, who was originally safe, fell to the ground again, holding his head and rolling madly. "Milmy? I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. And you have become so disgusting." His voice still only rang in his mind. Facing his words, the red giant deer called Mermy had no intention of paying any attention. He showed no rationality at all. The red mist buds on his body sprayed directly upwards, gathering into a huge tentacle and attacking the white mist snake. No more sucking. What happened? Alka, who was sitting in his dream waiting for the island to return, said in a strange way. "What's wrong?" Lucilia, who was reading a book next to him, turned around and asked. Alka looked up at her and said in a strange way, "The monster is not absorbing the energy of dreams. Is this a good thing?" "Maybe he is full," Lucilia said, and she laughed at her own words. Alka shook her head with a smile. "How is it possible? How can he be full? But this is indeed a good thing. It can finally give me some relief." It is not a pleasant feeling to endure the energy of dreams being absorbed while staying awake. He stood up and patted his butt. And flew up, quickly reaching the edge of the dream. He reached out and touched the film of the dream bubble. However, his fingers passed through easily. The hard touch like steel plate did not come. Alka looked at his fingers that passed through. He didn't even seal me in the dream bubble? Damn. He won't find the problem with the bubble. Right? Alka panicked. And inexplicably thought. If he was found to have a problem and broke the dream bubble, then he would basically be dead. He quickly calmed down and let out a wisp of mist to observe the situation outside. He found that there were indeed no monsters or anything outside, and the red tentacles that attacked before had completely disappeared. Logically, they should have completely occupied the surroundings. However, as soon as he stuck his head out, Alka immediately retracted his head and covered his ears. He had just been attacked by such a piercing cry again. This time he learned his lesson. He gently wiped the film, making it transparent, allowing him to see the situation outside. Although it would hinder his perception, at least he could see clearly. There was nothing strange about the place he was facing at this time. It was just the strange environment of the dream and the dragging light and shadow. He looked up. Alka rubbed his eyes. It was really a ghost. He looked carefully again. What's going on? How did this thing get here? The thing in front of him really scared him. The thing in the sky that was almost hovering and covering the entire area. The snake-like body condensed in white mist. He was very familiar with it. Isn't that the white mist snake that was active in the dreamland area of Southern Cross Island? How did it get here? Following the source of the body, Alka came to the back and made the film transparent to look carefully. This time, Lucilia and the others could also see it clearly. Oh my god! What is that? Gods, what a big snake. A big white snake, so cute. Various surprised voices came out of the mouth of the doll girl. Lucilia was also stunned in the place, staring blankly at the scene in the distance. He turned his head mechanically and looked at Alka. He pointed at the situation in the distance. That is, what is it? A creature that was huge enough to block out the sun and sky, and a giant red mist deer that almost occupied the entire island. The two giants appeared in front of them. It gave people an extremely unreal dreamlike feeling. Is this very common in dreams? Alka was also a little confused about the scene in front of him. He knew the huge white mist snake, so the huge deer made of red mist was the huge creature in this place? At first, Alka thought it would be a tentacle monster or an octopus, but he didn't expect it to be a deer. This was quite different from the first impression. At this time, the two creatures were completely entangled. The red deer kept launching huge red tentacles, while the white mist snake just hung in the air, sticking out its head. All the red tentacles could not fly in front of him, and would be shot by the sharp arrows composed of white mist one after another, and then disappear into thin air. Whether in terms of size or combat, the situation shown showed that the white mist snake was much stronger than the red monster, and all the attacks on him seemed like a joke, and were easily blocked by him. However, for some reason, the white mist snake did not attack, and just blocked it, waiting for the red deer to attack it at will. At this time, Balish, who was at the bottom of the battlefield between the two sides, stayed in the small circle formed by the white mist, and dared not move. The noise from the battle, and the threats from both sides made him dare not move at all. In addition, his soul was stung by the roar just now, and he stayed in the same place in a trance. Finally, the white mist snake launched an attack. A part of the body fell down from the sky. It was the tip of his tail, and the tip of the tail swept past in an instant. The huge tail, like a huge stone pillar supporting the sky, swept past quickly. The surrounding light and shadows, as well as the sand and stone trees on the island, were blown away by the strong wind and swept away. And the huge tail also brought great damage. The red deer was split in half in one blow, and he did not resist or escape at all. Another blow swept down. The red deer was split into 4 pieces. Just like that, just gone. Lucilia muttered to herself. The monster that seemed like a natural disaster to them seemed to be just a toy in the eyes of the white mist snake. The random attacks directly broke it into 4 pieces. Don't worry, the red deer should not be underestimated, Alka reminded. Because even if the red deer was broken up, the white spirit snake still stared at the middle area. Sure enough, the broken red mist gathered again, and the new red deer was condensed again, as if it had never been hurt. Sure enough, the creature that could make this white mist snake come out to attack obviously would not be that weak. Although Alka did not know why the snake came, it was obviously here to kill the red deer. It was just unknown whether it was a friend or foe, but from its white mist-like body, and the image it had shown before on the signpost island, Alka was more inclined to think it was friendly. Or he hoped it was friendly. He did not want to have to face this more powerful white snake again after escaping the clutches of the red deer. He thought he shouldn't be so unlucky, and he had been unlucky enough today. The white snake didn't seem surprised that the red deer came together again, and its tail swept a few times casually again, and scattered them again. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Neither side could do anything to the other, and entered an infinite cycle. When the red deer gathered again, the white snake's tail had already completely fallen on the island, and the tail tightly wrapped around the red deer like a rope. He couldn't move at all. It seemed that the previous full attack had turned into some kind of restriction, controlling it. What is he going to do now? Is he going to eat the deer now? Lucilia asked excitedly while watching from the side. Because if snakes want to devour their prey, they will first tie it up tightly with their bodies. Although this snake is very large, and it is obviously different from normal times, such behavior makes them think about that. Alka shook his head. With the main body of the dream bubble, he could only see and observe with his naked eyes. He couldn't feel anything at all. And to be honest, he had no idea about such a huge dream creature. He didn't know what it represented, or what species it was. He had no idea how to fight at this level. If it was just a binding restriction, why didn't he do it before? As the red deer was entangled and wrapped, the white snake lifted it in the air. It seemed that it was not going to continue the attack. Then it stopped there, and suddenly raised its huge head slightly for no apparent reason. Then it turned its head slightly, and its pair of eyes, like the sun, looked straight in the direction of Alka and others. The people who were watching in front of the transparent film were immediately frightened, and there was an inexplicable panic in their hearts. It felt like their hearts were being pinched, and they couldn't breathe. He looked over here. Calm down, he might be looking in another direction. Alka hurriedly comforted. However, his comfort was of no use, because there was no doubt that those sun-like eyes were looking at them. It was over. Alka felt cold in his heart. He felt that he was sometimes too unlucky. He had just escaped death twice, and now it happened again. This third time, he might have to face death directly. Just as Alka was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Young hunter, come here, come to my side." "Who?" Alka asked in his mind. The voice that sounded in his mind was ethereal and majestic. Suddenly Alka looked up at the white mist snake that was staring at them. Could it be? "Young hunter, come here, I mean no harm to you. Come and accept him. Accept this trophy." Listening to the voice in his mind, Alka looked at the huge snake head that raised its head and stared at them. He sighed silently. Although he didn't know what it meant, he thought it couldn't run away. He turned around and said to Lucilia, "The snake is calling me. If I don't send you a message in a while, you should leave quickly." At this time, the red tentacles that blocked them had completely gathered in the middle, and they were captured in many battles. Although he didn't know what the huge white snake was calling him for, he still had to arrange their retreat. Alka waved his hand to cancel the bubble of the dream. Lucilia and the puppet girl disappeared quickly on the spot. Alka walked silently towards the place where the white snake's head was. It took a long time to walk. It seemed not far away, but the snake was too big. Now with a reference, the size of the white mist snake was more clearly understood. As he arrived, Alka saw Baraz in a white circle and Creel lying on the ground, whose life or death was unknown. Alka was somewhat happy about the general's condition. At least there was one less threat. But it was a pity that he didn't die. Then Alka raised his head, looking at the huge snake head in the sky. He opened his mouth, and suddenly didn't know how to address him. "Young hunter, I haven't seen you for a while." Sure enough, my previous observation in the dream had been discovered long ago. "Hunter, do what you should do, clear away this abomination that harms the dream. His body is the trophy you deserve." The white mist snake looked at Alka and said, his voice echoed in Alka's mind. As expected, in front of these creatures, his dream catcher power is just like his name. But he called himself a hunter. Why? It seems that the white mist snake can't kill this monster made of red mist. And from what he said, as a hunter, he can rely on the power brought by the dream catcher to destroy this monster. It seems that the dream catcher in the dream has a higher priority, and is stronger than I thought. What should I do? Alka looked at the huge snake head, and his heart was a little nervous. Just hunt as usual. You are the hunter. As usual? Alka listened to the voice in his mind. and thought with some doubt. But since others said so, he could only bite the bullet. He didn't know if his red mist was enough to completely cover it. After all, the size of this monster was really a bit outrageous. The dream catcher floated out from his chest, and a large amount of pink mist gushed out of his body like a tide. The pink mist began to spread towards the deer that was wrapped together. However, the deer was too big, like a mountain. Alka's pink mist seemed a little, mini. A large amount of red mist rushed over, and just wrapped a small section of the other person's deer leg. Seeing this situation, Alka couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and said carefully, this may take a little time. In the dream, Alka can create as much pink mist as possible, but it takes enough time. It doesn't matter. Time can't affect dreams, nor can it affect me. Alright. Although I didn't understand, I felt it was powerful. This huge white snake seemed to be quite easygoing, which made Alka's nervousness inexplicably dissipate. He began to concentrate on controlling the mist. From a distance, Alka looked like a chimney releasing clouds and mist, and a large amount of pink mist rushed into the sky. These clouds and mists wrapped around the red deer that was still struggling wildly. The monster's struggle was useless. The huge snake tail of the white mist snake bound it tightly, making it unable to move. Lucilia also seemed to feel somewhat safe, and appeared beside Alka. Son of Merkura? Since you are already dead, why don't you want to leave? The voice echoed in the minds of the two. The white spirit snake was obviously talking about Lucilia, who had just appeared. Ah? Lucilia was stunned by the sudden voice. Then she realized that it seemed to be talking about herself. Respected sir, I don't quite understand what you mean, Lucilia said softly. Don't worry. It just brings back a memory. After that, no sound continued to echo in their minds. The two fell silent. Alka, who was constantly outputting and controlling the fog to surge upward, suddenly asked, How are the others? They have come out. Julia and the others stayed on the boat, and Siadaiti and the others are coming. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if the white snake really attacks them, there is nothing to run away. Concentrate on controlling the pink mist. As time went by, the pink mist had already covered most of the red deer's body. Every time the mist spread, the white mist snake would control its tail to leave a gap, so that it could completely cover the entire huge red deer. As the scope of the cover became larger and larger, Alka also felt more and more pressure, and had to focus all his attention on controlling the pink mist. Siadaiti and others, who were not far away, had already rushed over. They were very quiet and polite when they came. The huge, white mist snake that covered the sky and the sun made them dare not even raise their heads. It seemed that looking at the snake would make them feel disrespected. Siadaiti came to Lucilia's side. Everyone sat there quietly and waited. At this time, the pink mist had wrapped around the deer's neck and was spreading towards his head. The dream catcher on Alka's chest had begun to shake slightly. His strength was there, even with the help of the dream catcher. The pressure was infinitely close to the limit. It seemed that he was about to fail. Call your god softly, and pray for her help. Chapter 274, Controlling the Treasure. The voice of the white mist snake suddenly appeared in Alka's mind. After hearing this, Alka, who had already put all his heart and soul into the pink mist, was unable to control himself for a moment. His hands began to tremble wildly. His body was extremely stiff, and his eyebrows were even locked together. The pressure of destroying a powerful and abnormal dream creature was about to overwhelm him. Faced with the suggestion of the snake in front of him, Alka stopped thinking and took action on the spot. Dear Mother, Stone of all things, Spirit of kindness, in the wheat field of growth and nourishment, Stone Mother, please listen to my request. Alka kept chanting the language of prayer, and silently chanting in his heart. As the words rang out, a faint golden light mixed with a wheat ear as bright as gold inexplicably appeared in the sky. Such a scene made the people below immediately bow their heads respectfully, as if praying. The breath of the Virgin Mary filled the area. She heard Alka's prayer and responded. Jason and Siadaiti had even begun to silently recite the Virgin's prayer. The wheat ears fell on Alka's head, slowly encircling his head, and the golden light merged into his body. The power that merged into his body gathered into a ray of golden light, which was controlled by Alka's hand, and came to the outside of the dream catcher's crystal ball and merged into it. With the addition of this ray of power, the shaking ball gradually stabilized, and the pink mist began to spread again, until the whole red deer was completely wrapped up, forming a huge pink cocoon like a mountain. The huge cocoon began to compress, and the huge creature inside struggled, forming various bulges, as if it could break free of the pink mist and escape at any time. The huge snake tail quickly twitched. It hit the mist cocoon, but it did not receive any power from the cocoon outside and directly transmitted it to the inside, immediately smashing the red mist inside. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Alka controlled it to compress it quickly. Even in a dream, even with the gift of the Virgin Mary, the energy in Alka's body began to shrink in an exaggerated form. The huge cocoon began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it became a huge oval cocoon-like object only 5 meters high. However, Alka frowned, and the treasure could digest it as a trophy. But the gap between his strength and the creature wrapped in it was too big, and he could not control it at all. But he could not give up. And how rare such an opportunity was. Only he knew it. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he walked over with the crystal ball in his hand, and put the Dreamcatcher crystal ball on the cocoon. The whole cocoon was sucked in, and a pink rope was tied to Alka's hand. After doing all this, Alka breathed a sigh of relief and sat limply on the ground. Xiao and others immediately surrounded him. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just too tired." Then he looked up at the white mist snake in the sky. "Thank you for your kindness, I will always remember it in my heart." Xiao and others also thanked him. The white mist snake just nodded slightly, then turned into mist, and disappeared into the sky. As he disappeared, the whole island began to shake. As it shook, Alka felt the golden energy pouring into his dream. "This island is returning to reality, we are going out." Alka stood up shakily, and Xiao immediately supported him. Jason looked at him, and shook his head, indicating the other side. Alka looked over. It was the sleeping Creel still lying on the ground. "What happened to him?" Alka asked. "He didn't look like he was dead." Balish, who had already stood up, heard this and said quietly, "The guardian snake was summoned by him." "What?" Everyone was a little surprised. "If you don't mind, can you tell us in detail what happened after we escaped?" Alka asked. Balish nodded. There was nothing to hide. He sat next to him and began to repeat it to a few people. After listening, Jason patted Balish's shoulder and nodded to him. Alka looked at Creel, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Does that mean we can't do anything to him now? Once he returns to reality, he will wake up immediately?" Balish nodded. Shadidi stood beside Creel and kicked him, but his foot went straight through his body, as if he was just an image. This situation is a bit difficult to deal with. According to Balish, Creel is in good condition, and their restricted state is already very bad. If they wait around and return to reality, once Creel wakes up, they will be the same as before. Leaving now is the best choice. Looking at this situation, Alka turned to look at Baraz. "What about you? What are you going to do now? Are you going to leave with us? Now is the best time to escape. They only need to return to the ship in advance. Wait for the moment to return to reality, and leave quickly, and sail aimlessly outside the island chain, which will definitely ensure their escape." "My ship, should it be gone?" Although he said this, there was a hint of hope in his voice. Lucilia nodded. She had heard the news before. It was said by the doll girl on the ship. The last glimmer of hope was shattered, and Baraz became visibly depressed. "Alas, everything I have was ruined by this scum." As he said this, he could no longer suppress his anger, and punched Creel next to him. However, the fist just passed through his body and smashed into the mud. The gravel on the mud pierced his hand, and blood flowed out. "Will you come with us?" Alka asked. Although he was not invited to board the ship, but after all, we were all traveling together, it would be no problem to take him to a safe island and put him down. Baraz looked at him, looked into his eyes, suddenly asked, "Will you come back? Come back for revenge? Right?" After all, Alka and his friends were almost wiped out several times, all because of the inexplicable and completely unknown Creel. Of course, Alka answered without hesitation. He is weak now, and cannot afford to offend him. But it is hard to say in the future. And if he finds a suitable treasure, he will certainly come back to perform the ritual to open the scepter-level treasure on the broken island. It is also reasonable to kill this enemy at that time. He has not forgotten the several death crises. He has to come back for both emotional and logical reasons to settle the accounts. Hearing this, Balish nodded. "That's good." Listening to Balish's words and watching his actions, Alka nodded. It seems that he is not going to leave with him, but is going to stay here. He was gambling. Although Alka didn't understand, he respected his choice. According to the calculation, How long will it take for the island to return to reality? Balish asked. Alka calculated and said, It will take about 46 hours. Balish frowned and nodded when he heard the time. And then looked at everyone. Go ahead. Knock me out. It's better to make it miserable. As long as there is no danger to life. Bang! As soon as Balish finished speaking, he fell to the ground in a daze. Everyone looked up at the attacker. Pororo looked at everyone's eyes, and shrugged helplessly. He asked me to hit him. Don't worry, I have the skills. Alka looked at the big bump on Balish's head, which obviously did not fall into the category of having skills. But it doesn't matter, as long as the goal is achieved. Give him some injuries, preferably in line with the surrounding battle marks. Several people nodded, and began to study how to cause him miserable injuries, but not life-threatening injuries. Alka came to the side, next to the still sleeping Creel, and carried out various attacks on the ground below him. He left many marks on it, but all the attacks were those of hitting and colliding. This could conceal their existence, after all. In Creel's eyes, they were already dead. He was the only one who survived. Now they were truly hidden in the dark from Creel's perspective. After doing all this, he clapped his hands. This way he looks like he has survived a disaster. Jason rolled his eyes at Creel, who was sleeping on the ground, and whispered to Alka, Let's add some spice to him. Hearing this, the eyes of several male members nearby lit up. Alka shook his head without hesitation. No. It's too insulting. If he is angered, he may affect Baraz. And it will also let them know that we are not dead, which will not be conducive to our revenge on him later. Don't you want to see the surprised expression on his face when he sees us again? Everyone seemed to agree with this, and could only sigh with regret. He got it easy. After finishing this, Arka came to Balish, who was already covered in wounds. Looking at Balish's miserable appearance, Arka could not help but frown. This looked too miserable, as if he was almost dead, with all kinds of scars all over his body. But after a careful inspection, all of them were minor flesh wounds that would not harm his life. Even if he was left bleeding like this, it would take a long time. Reaching out his hand and rubbing his fingers on it, a little pink mist floated down beside him. This can effectively conceal his body, and deliberately let the mist stain a wound, as if it was caused by the attack of the dream creature. And this mist also makes it difficult for the dream creatures around him to find him, ensuring his safety on the way back to reality, giving Baraz a higher level of protection for his life. After dealing with the traces around, everyone quickly ran towards the place where the ship was. Finally returned to the voice of Dawn. Huh, it's still reassuring here, Jason said while lying on the deck. Okay. Go clean the dirt off your body first. Juanlu, please prepare a big meal. Simon, we will go to the manufacturing hall later. Many of the puppet girls around had some scars on their bodies, and some of them had broken limbs. At this time, the maintenance team was temporarily maintaining their sisters' bodies. However, if they wanted to repair them completely, their current skills were not enough, and they could only be helped by 2 people. After that, everyone started to act on their own. The whole process did not take much time. After Alka and Simon repaired the doll girl with major damage, the remaining minor damages were naturally handed over to their sisters to deal with. This is also a rare training opportunity. Back to the restaurant, looking at the table full of delicious food. The rumbling sound of the stomach can't help but sound, and the saliva is secreted crazily. The high tension in the past few days, and various attempts on the edge of death, have consumed a lot of their physical and mental strength. Now that they are relaxed, all the fatigue has come up. But Alka couldn't relax yet. While eating, Alka looked at the people at the table and said, When we return to reality, we will start at full speed and leave the sea area as soon as possible. But I can't return to reality. The moment I return to reality, I will fall asleep, and my body will be temporarily handed over to you. What's going on? Xiaodai asked worriedly. Alka smiled. It's okay, don't worry. The huge dream creature has not been digested yet. It needs enough time. I put it into the Dreamcatcher crystal, which also caused my spirit to be unable to return to reality. After digestion is complete, I will wake up naturally. I will leave this period of time to you. Hearing this, Xiaodai nodded. As long as there is no danger, it's fine. And it's obviously a good thing to hear this. The spoils of the monster after digestion must be shocking. Then Alka turned his palm, and the coin appeared in his palm. He stretched out his hand and threw it to Julia. Julia took the coin in her hand and looked at Alka with some doubts. The treasure obtained in this operation is now yours. Treasure? When did you get it? Julia said in surprise. They had no idea about this. When we entered the treasury. Upon hearing this, Juanlu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Alka and asked, "Was it when you grabbed the coins?" "Yes. You are really amazing." And he was really brave. He actually took the treasure away right under other people's noses. For this, everyone could only look at Alka with admiration. He actually thought of doing such a thing at that time. At this time, everyone had almost finished their meal, and all turned their eyes to Julia. Julia looked at everyone, smiled, and did not avoid it. For them, watching others control treasures is also something they never get tired of. Each treasure has different abilities, and the process of mastering it will also be very different. Julia picked up the coin in her hand, closed her eyes, and began to quickly infuse magic power into the coin. As the magic power poured in, the coin began to flash. The light emitted from the front and back is completely different. The side with the beautiful female head exudes a youthful and beautiful color. Although it is a bit strange, it does give people this feeling. The side with the burning skull exudes a black and red aura of hatred like hell. Two completely opposite and incompatible auras appear on the front and back of a coin. Then the two auras seem to be fighting. The aura of hatred and evil brought by the skull is actually stronger, and it is suppressing the youthful aura of life on the other side. Keep suppressing. It seems that the coin is about to turn into evil. At this time, Julia seemed to have made a decision, and the magic power in her hand began to be infused into the life-rich side. The magic power instantly overwhelmed, and life was better, resisting evil, and even invading part of it. But at this point, life did not continue to attack, but left room for evil. Then, Julia opened her eyes. At this time, her blue eyes changed, and the blue became pure, like the pure waves on the beach. But in this deep blue, there is a little blood red, like a ruby floating in the waves. Inhale, exhale, take a deep breath. The function of this treasure is a bit complicated. I don't quite understand it, but it seems to be related to fear in life, Julia said as she looked at the coin in her hand that had completely changed color. At this time, the coin has turned into azure on one side and black and red on the other. I have to balance these two forces. Otherwise it will be a bit troublesome to use. Everyone nodded. It seems that this is a treasure that needs training, understanding and control before it can exert its power. However, looking at the positive and negative sides just shown, it seems that there will be two performances when using it. After doing all this, Alka returned to his room. He needed to rest here for a while, and then wait for this area to return to reality. As the entire island returned, the island began to become distorted again, and then began to slowly squeeze together. The huge island began to shrink. The sky also distorted and began to return to the unchanging blue sky. The sun, which always shines from one direction, falls. A feeling of leaving the film comes. Alka closes his eyes instantly and falls asleep on the bed. But his mind quickly sinks into the world of dreams and sinks into his own bubble. The sound of dawn has been fully activated, galloping on the sea, and the waves splashing from both sides. At this time, Creel, who was lying on the ground, suddenly woke up, sat up from the ground, and looked around vigilantly, feeling the sunlight shining from the sky, watching the changes around him that had completely disappeared, distorted. At the same time, he began to sense his body. The feeling of being stared at had completely disappeared. There were all kinds of traces around him, and he couldn't help but turn around and look at where he was lying. There were all kinds of strange attack traces, some in the form of palms, and some in the form of huge objects hitting. This made him a little scared. Finally, he looked at the equipment left by those people around him after they died, and only these clothes and equipment were left, and they were still recorded. None of the elite guards who came to the island with him survived. He looked at the tattoo on his chest, which had completely disappeared. Just as the guardian snake said, the contract ended, but he also saved his life. He dusted himself off and adjusted his clothes. At this time, he seemed to realize something, frowned, and looked into the distance. Behind a huge rock, under a tree trunk, Baraz, covered in wounds, was lying there. The blood had dyed the surroundings red. You are lucky to be alive. Looking at Baraz, who was covered in wounds and looked like he would die at any time, General Creel did not doubt it, and a bottle of medicine appeared in his hand. He poured it on Baraz. He wanted to know what happened after he fell asleep. Chapter 275 Incomprehensible and Exaggerated Harvest. Arka woke up from his dream bubble, opened his eyes, and looked around. At this time, the Dreamcatcher crystal ball had floated on his chest. Inside the transparent crystal ball, it could be seen that it was completely filled with pink objects. Arca immediately released the things wrapped in the crystal ball. A huge pink cocoon appeared in Arca's dream. Looking at the cocoon in front of him, Arca was full of expectations. What kind of spoils would it bring him? Arca was looking forward to this harvest. It was a huge dream creature whose strength was unknown. It was only with the help of a dream god and the power of the Stone Mother that it was able to be wrapped and digested. How could he not care about such a trophy? He was excited just thinking about it. He placed the Dreamcatcher crystal ball around the silkworm pupa to speed up its digestion. Arca himself rested in the dream world. He was too tired and needed to rest for a while to gather his energy to help digestion. He didn't know he had rested because he couldn't leave his dream at this time. When he woke up, Arca began to speed up his digestion. He transformed the magic power of his body into a connecting thread, which was connected to the cocoon through the Dreamcatcher, and continued to supply magic power to it. Arca then turned his head and looked behind him, where there was a huge transparent crystal boulder floating in the dream world. At this time, the crystal stone was completely filled with the energy of gold and silver, and Arca had to change the entire crystal stone. A huge round crystal pillar soared into the sky, and the other end directly hit the top of the dream. As the crystal stone grew larger in an instant, the gold and silver energy inside became smaller again, turned into a spiral object, and spiraled up. Looking at the energy inside, Arca finally smiled. These energies are completely enough to forcefully open a two-way door. Whether it is the place where the enemy is, or even the enemy itself, it is dragged into the dream. Or charge the weapons Arca built in the dream world into reality. All these energies can do it. Of course. Unless Arca wants to deal with some big guys, small things and small objects are no problem. But this thing is a consumable after all. Saving it is the best choice. Use it at the most critical time. Just like this time, if he had so much energy this time, he would have forced the door to reality open and slipped out. After solving the problems related to dreams, Arca just sat there quietly, with various related books in his hands. All of these were memorized by Arca in Lucilia's dream library. In this way, he could reproduce these things in his dreams and use them. In this way, he continued to supply magic power. When he was sleepy, he would rest in his dreams, which could quickly restore his mental strength. When he was irritated, he would take out those books to read and study. There was no other way. Arca could not do anything else. His magic power was almost completely consumed by the cocoon, which made him unable to change his dreams. He could only drag some books from his memory and read them. Counting the time, Arca felt that he had been here for nearly 7 or 8 days and nights. He had stayed in the dream for a little too long, but the silkworm pupa in front of him seemed to be digesting continuously. But Arca knew that it was almost done. Another day and night passed, and suddenly the things that needed to absorb magic power disappeared, and no longer needed magic power to supply. Feeling such a change, Arca's breathing became heavy. That means the cocoon is coming out. Why? Take a deep breath. Control the Dreamcatcher crystal ball to quickly recycle the dream mist. Until the mist is completely retracted, the contents inside are revealed. A broken, like crystal fragment, glittering with a glittering glow, floating in the air. And there are 3 groups of energy slowly surrounding it. Is this the spoils? This is much simpler than Arca imagined. And from the appearance, it is impossible to tell what these things are. It is attracting me to touch it. He gently reached out his hand and touched a ball of energy. As a ball of energy poured into his hand, Arca immediately began to twitch and tremble, and then suddenly fell to the ground in the dream. He began to roll his eyes and twitch wildly. And the whole dream world began to change. The dream bubble began to expand infinitely, and kept expanding outward, getting bigger and bigger, getting bigger and bigger. The dream bubble finally stopped when it expanded to 10 times larger than Arca's previous dream bubble. This also made the bubble stand out in the entire dream world. The bubble was too big, and seemed a bit out of place. It was not until then that Arca woke up. He took a deep breath, gasped, and stroked his chest. The energy that poured in at once was too huge, and he could not bear it at all. Fortunately, this was in a dream. If this happened in reality, he would definitely be seriously injured, or even explode on the spot. This bubble interprets pure dream energy, mixed with some abilities to strengthen the soul and spirit. It pulls Arca's essence in the dream to a level that does not belong to his strength. According to this inexplicable strength, he may be a whole stage stronger than his strength in reality. In other words, His strength in reality is the third stage, and it becomes the fourth stage in the dream. Coupled with the ability of the dream catcher, he may still be a powerful existence in the dream world. The essence of the spiritual body in the dream and the essence of reality, because of the difference in strength, have been greatly separated. According to the current feeling, the spiritual body should feed back to the real body and quickly improve Alka's strength in reality in a short period of time in the future. But of course, it is impossible to pull him to be as powerful as in the dream. But it should be no problem to pull a few spirals. Looking at his dream bubble, it has expanded to the extent that he can't see the end at a glance. The crystal pillar stone that was just rebuilt suddenly became blurred. It was no longer a huge rock that soared into the sky. That ball of energy improved Alka's essence in the dream. In addition to improving his strength, it seemed to have changed something. But with his understanding of the dream world, he was a little confused. To be honest, his understanding of dreams has always been at a relatively basic stage. But overall it was a good thing. At least his strength was indeed improved. Looking at the remaining two balls of energy and the floating crystal fragments, only the first ball of energy brought such a big change. Alka was a little afraid to imagine what was left. Alka thought about it, and touched another energy ball. This energy ball was directly wrapped around Alka's hand. On his wrist, it turned into strange stripes, and these stripes were woven into a pattern that looked like a deer. The energy gathered, forming a huge dream elk that was 2 meters tall. This deer was like a dream, and looked extremely unreal, especially the huge double horns on the top of its head. It extended from both sides in an extremely symmetrical manner, and even had crystals hanging on it, like fruits. Beautiful, so beautiful. Alka couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As he walked, the crisp and ethereal sound of bells rang out from his antlers. That was the sound made by the gentle shaking of the crystal. Hearing this sound, Alka felt inexplicably peaceful. The dreamy deer came over, rubbed Alka's arm with its antlers, and then lay quietly beside him. This was brought by the second group of energy, and it turned out to be a dream creature. Although the color was not right, it seemed to be a mist creature. It should be the essence of the huge monster in the dream world before. It also became a trophy, turned into a new, phantom mist deer, and signed a contract with him. Then the mist deer shook its head gently. The ethereal bell sound rang again. But the bell sound began to spread around, and Alka's dream world began to change. On the originally endless grassland, one after another strange plants and flowers rose from the ground. The characteristic of these plants was that they glowed with a cold light, like fog. A large amount of light blue mist began to disperse from the deer's body to the surroundings. Alka did not stop it, because he could feel that his dream was getting better. His dream bubble was becoming more solid, more like a world. The strengthening of this dream seemed to be feeding back his essence in the spiritual world, making his strength in the dream world even stronger. The split is getting worse. Alka felt that the difference in strength was too big, which did not seem to be a good thing. I couldn't help but frown and think. The deer began to jump on the land, and in the sky, each jump changed the environment. This seemed to be its innate ability. Let me give you a name. Let's call it Juan. Watching Juan jump away, Alka turned his attention to the last ball of energy. He was looking forward to what this ball of energy would bring him. There was a sense of surprise, like opening a blind box, and he could be sure that there would be real valuables in the blind box. The energy that he touched turned into a line that wrapped around Alka's hand and moved upwards, until it reached Alka's head. It gathered at Alka's forehead. Then a pattern composed of 3 diamond-shaped gems appeared on his forehead. The pattern emitted a faint light. The light flashed, and mist appeared out of thin air. A crown made of crystal was worn on his head. As if it grew on his head, Alka reached out and touched the crown, and felt a cold and hard touch on it. Build a royal court? This ability brings an identity that allows Alka to gain a firm foothold in the dream world. King, his current identity has become a king in the dream world. However, the things brought by this power are a bit complicated. Alka needs to spend some time to figure out what this is. He looked at the floating crystal fragment. This is something completely different from the 3 energy balls. Alka deliberately left it as the last trophy. What could it be? It looks completely different from the energy just now. Reach out and touch it gently. The crystal fragments immediately shattered, and the starlight from the shattered fragments poured into Alka's body. As the energy poured in, Alka's eyes burst into a strong light, and the whole person was constantly emitting a luster that was hard to look at, floating directly in the air. What's going on? It's Alka's room. There is a strong wave coming from inside, which is not the same as magic. The whole ship was shaking on the sea. It was already night outside. The originally calm sea was surging wildly, and the waves on the sea surface were surrounding the ship. Everyone hurried to Alka's room. Sia Dai's body turned into a stream of light, and he wanted to rush into Alka's room. But he was directly blocked by an invisible barrier, and was bounced out. He fell heavily on the mast, and was lifted up by 2 ropes. "Are you okay?" Lisa came to Sia Dai's side, and helped her to check if she was injured. Sia Dai shook his head, and looked at Alka's room on the stern deck. "There is an invisible barrier. I was bounced out. He doesn't allow anyone to enter." Julia stood by, frowning, looking at the invisible barrier in front of her, and gently touched it with her hand. Her hand was immediately hit by a rebound force and bounced back. It's a very strong rebound force. He is repelling everything that wants to get close. At this time, Juanlu looked at the sky, slightly stunned. "I couldn't help but say, compared to this, I suggest you look up at the sky." Hearing this, everyone looked up. At this time, the starry sky had undergone an unexpected change. The various huge moon-like stars that had never been seen before appeared from time to time or disappearing. Some stars were arranged in front of them, as if they were arranged above their heads. The stars were moving. These stars were arranged in strange patterns. Finally, they gathered into a pattern composed of 3 diamond-shaped crystals, and then the 3 crystals were scattered to 3 corners. A circular pattern appeared in the middle. It seemed to form a pattern with a strange meaning. If they were not mistaken, this pattern was right above their heads. The stars were flickering slightly. They could feel the magic power around them slowly rising, not just magic power. There was also an unknown energy similar to that in Alka's room. What did he do in his dream? Such a change made Jason couldn't help asking. What kind of thing could cause the stars to change together, and even start to obviously combine and arrange? And it was right above their heads. He already felt that everyone in the Infinite Sea might have noticed the changes in the sky. This didn't seem like a good thing, and this was completely beyond their cognition. Even if it was unreasonable in the Infinite Sea, there had to be a limit. They were almost able to confirm that such changes were caused by Alka. They just didn't know why. The entire sea area, the entire Infinite Sea, everyone who looked up at the sky at this time, discovered such a scene. Most people look at such changes, and they just watch for fun. This is the boundless sea. No matter what changes happen, they are not strange. The intelligent life that has lived here for generations has long been accustomed to such changes. Even if the sky collapses one day or a hole is broken, they will get used to it and do what they should do. Such changes will only become a topic of conversation for them in the near future, and will not bring any color to their lives. However, in the eyes of some people, such changes make them curious, smile, and frighten them. Not everyone didn't understand what this change brought. This scene only lasted for a short while. The stars that were originally arranged together gradually dimmed until they disappeared in the night sky. The sky seemed to return to calm again. "I can feel Alka's presence again," Julia said immediately. Then she reached forward. The film that blocked them also disappeared. Everyone immediately pushed open Alka's door and walked in. Just in time. They saw Alka floating in the air. The light on his body began to retract, and then fell on the bed again. The wooden bed creaked under the weight, but it still held on. Alka was still sleeping, lying on the bed. Sia Dai walked over and took a closer look. Lucilia even poked Alka's face. Alka had no intention of waking up, but it was also certain that he didn't seem to be affected much. He just fell asleep. But he seems to have become stronger. After checking Alka's body, Lisa said, since Alka was no longer in danger, everyone made simple arrangements. Sia Dai and Lucilia were on guard in the room, while the others went out. In the dream world at this time, not only Alka himself, but even his dream bubble was emitting light. All the shadow creatures and light creatures around him fled. Many mist creatures gathered around his bubble. Alka and the bubble had also fallen to the ground. Standing steadily, the light on him had long disappeared, and only his bright eyes were still flashing with dazzling light. He raised his hands and squeezed them in disbelief. He lay down, and a chair appeared out of thin air. He fell heavily on it. He collapsed on it. The changes that had just taken place almost completely drained his magic power and physical strength. He had almost no strength left in his body, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. But he could feel that the magic power in his body was constantly gathering and returning. He just needed a simple rest. But compared to these, He cared about the huge gains he had gained from his touch. Alka's eyes were full of disbelief. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes again. At this time, the dazzling light had disappeared, and he took it back, but Alka's eyes had already changed color. A mirror appeared in front of Alka, and he looked at his face in the mirror carefully. The color of the pupils disappeared completely. Now the pupils have turned into a light golden color, mixed with a little bit of silver light. Very crystal and deep, attractive, with a hint of inviolable majesty. Looking at this change, Alka frowned, closed his eyes, took a deep breath again. Adjusted well. After opening his eyes again, the attractive feeling and the inexplicable majesty all disappeared. Only approachable was left. Alka nodded with satisfaction. He didn't want others to see his eyes, because they would see his peculiarities and pay attention to him. And his facial features became more coordinated, the small scars on his face, and the skin damage caused by long-term drifting on the sea completely disappeared. His skin became smooth, like it was made of ceramic. If Xiao and the others saw this, they would be envious and crazy. Alka couldn't help but said with a smile, "But why do I feel a little bit, never mind?" He shook his head, dispelled some random thoughts, and then the mirror in front of him shattered and turned into starlight. The whole person leaned heavily on the back of the chair. And beside him, one had come back without knowing when, and was lying quietly. At this time, one also changed. His body, which originally looked like a blue fluorescent mist, was mixed with a faint golden starlight. It flickered slightly in his body, adding a touch of beauty. And his huge horns also became completely crystal clear, and the crystal stone originally hanging on it completely turned into a crystal clear golden crystal. The whole deer seemed to have completely upgraded and evolved. Alka looked at the contract in his hand. His own changes affected it. But this is a good thing. He began to lean back in his chair and close his eyes, picking out memories that did not belong to him from his brain, and some mixed bits of information. These were all things that came with the crystal fragment. Among them were some of the life stories of the giant red deer, and the reason why he became like this. And what exactly is this broken gold and silver fragment? Most of Alka's previous doubts were answered. All of this came from the information Lu knew. Although broken, the more important the information, the more firmly he remembered it, and those broken pieces of information were actually useful. And he gained the most important information. This is why Creel was so cautious, but also so concerned. That was a formula for becoming a god. Chapter 276 Descendants of God and Kingship. The deer made of red mist was originally named Mermi. This is what Alka knows from the memory and knowledge transmitted from the crystal fragment he just obtained. This dream deer originally named Mermi is a mist creature like the leader snake. It is a king in the dream. As for how his specific strength compares to that of the snake, Alka does not know. In the dream, even the expression of strength is slightly abstract. He could only roughly judge within a certain range, according to his speculation and feeling. It was much weaker, even though the giant white snake was also a dream king. There were differences between kings and dreams. The reason why he turned into a red mist and attacked unconsciously like a madman was because he was tricked by a weak human. The one who made him become like this was none other than Clyan, the pirate. Based on the fragmentary memories and information combination, Alka roughly sorted out this series of threads. Killian obtained the fragment, but it was not very useful to normal humans. Through his understanding of dreams, and at the cost of himself, he attached some bad things to the fragment, such as negative emotions. He used the fragment to lure Mermi at that time. As a mist-like creature, it was not very aggressive under normal circumstances, or it was inclined to order. Killian at that time proposed a condition, and signed a contract with him, and gave him the fragment. The contract was signed successfully, and the requirement was only to protect his descendants. However, when he obtained the fragment and integrated it into his body, a problem occurred. This special fragment has certain requirements for the controller. Pure. In the dream, creatures seem to be difficult to control and need to be digested slowly. And Killian used his own hatred in life, as well as an unknown blood sacrifice method to pass the contract and detonate the hands and feet that were once hidden on the fragment. This caused the hatred above to affect the mist-like creatures, which is also caused by a characteristic of the dream creatures. Under such circumstances, he was polluted, and finally became the appearance that Alka had seen before. Such a change filled him with the desire to destroy, and the desire to destroy living creatures. He inexplicably wanted to go to reality. That was the obsession attached to him by the blood sacrifice. which could not be changed even by madness. The hatred was imposed on his spiritual world after the death of Killian. With his strength, once he came to the real world, he would go straight to the Southern Cross Island, and then start a massacre against the royal family. Alka and his men would suffer firstly. Alka himself had the power related to dreams. Under the pressure of Creel, he had to adopt such a method of mutual destruction. This eliminated the weak points that had been prepared long ago. And the reason why Mermy did not rush out directly was because the island had the blood of the royal family. That was why he could not wait to pull the island down, and the reason why Alka and his men survived the subsequent spreading attack. It was also because all his attention was on Creel. The reason why Alka and his friends were attacked was because they were affected by Creel. Unconsciously, he spread the attack to the entire island. They were too weak. In fact, if the leader snake had not come to help, Alka and his friends would not have died. Once Creel died, the attraction of hatred would make the deer quickly break through reality and give up attacking Alka and his friends. And the reason why Creel could attract a king in the dream and set this trap was the crystal fragment. This is the biggest gain of Alka's trip, because it is a fragment of God. Dream Court Maintainer, Gate of Passage, Master of Fantasy City. These are the titles of this god. However, Alka cannot know the name of this god through the little information left in this fragment. After all, it is just a small fragment. And Killian, who first obtained it, used it to attract the king in the dream, instead of using it himself. Because this thing itself is not something that ordinary humans can adapt to. The most basic requirement for his adaptation is to be a creature in the dream. Alka himself, after having obtained the dream catcher for such a long time, and as long as he is dreaming and sleeping, he will definitely act in the dream. He has long been more than just a simple real creature. Under the influence of the dream catcher, his soul and spirit are highly bound to the dream world. In addition to the light balls after the deer was digested just now, Alka is more deeply bound to the dream. He can be regarded as a half-dream creature. A new life of half-reality. This is exactly in line with this god. Because this god is a dream god achieved by a real creature. He also has the characteristics of half-reality and half-dream. Alka also obtained the identity of a descendant of God. He now has the blood of God flowing in his body. And he also obtained. It is a knowledge of becoming a god. This knowledge is not brought by this fragment. Because in the era when the original owner of this fragment achieved the status of God, there was no such knowledge. It was what Clion knew, the thing that came with obtaining this fragment of God. A path to becoming a god that can be achieved in this era. And this is why Claire came to this island. Clion deliberately released this news when he died. It doesn't matter if the news itself is wrong or false, because it won't attract Claire. He has too many special means to verify the truth of this news. The problem is, it happens to be a true news. This forced Creel to come to the island in person. Although he was cautious enough. But he came to the island in person after all, attracted Mermy, and aroused the hatred that was solidified in the madness. Even if Alka did not erase the weak point. Soon Mermy would also rush out of the real world, he just accelerated the process. And this knowledge of becoming a god. It may be something more precious than everything Alka just got. Is it too much to know? Alka muttered to himself. This wave of gains is a bit too big. This path to becoming a god also reveals the most hidden secret now. The treasure may be a part of God. Why exactly is this the case? Alka does not know. There is not much information. The rest is a combination formula. 1 crown. 2 scepters. 3 holy grails. This is the way to God, but this thing is just a formula, and it does not tell Alka how to get to God. And Alka does not think it is so easy to become a god. For a truly large force, there will definitely be no lack of scepters. And the only difficulty may be the crown. But he still felt that it might be too simple. If that were the case, there shouldn't have been only 4 gods from ancient times to the present. And no other gods appeared. Maybe they appeared. But Alka didn't know. In any case, this piece of knowledge was enough to shock people. And it was not something he needed to consider for the time being. What he needed to think about now was that he had become a descendant of the gods. What changes did this bring to him? And his dream kingship. Let me see what the fragments have brought me, Alka said, and closed his eyes. First of all, he has completely become a creature that is half dream and half reality, and has completely become a strange hybrid. This allows him to freely go back and forth between reality and dreams. He can even not use a dream substitute, and directly sink into the dream in the physical form in reality. The barrier between dreams and reality has nothing to do with him. Of course, the items, equipment, and clothes on his body will become obstacles and be left behind. So in order to prevent such a situation from happening to him, he had to use some silver energy to attach to these items when he fell into the dream. However, this ability seemed to be just a means for him to hide in the dream anytime and anywhere. In short, he had an extremely powerful life-saving skill, as long as he was not restricted, imprisoned, or in a special area. Normally, as long as he encountered a life-threatening danger, he could escape at any time. And if the enemy has the means to pursue the dream, then this person is courting his own death. After realizing this, Alka opened his eyes again. The descendants of the gods should bring more than this, and he needs to slowly explore. Looking at his dream bubble. At this time, his dream bubble is still the same as before, but it has expanded 10 times because of the acquisition of the dream kingship. But there is no change in appearance because he has become a descendant of the dream god. There is no appearance, but the essence has long been changed. He waved his hand gently. A trace of energy mixed with gold and silver flew out of the crystal column. It mixed in Alka's hand, and a ball of pink mist also merged into it. Then a glittering crystal cocoon appeared in his hand. The cocoon was shining, and when the light disappeared, a mist-like creature composed of light pink mixed with gold and silver appeared in Alka's hand. A mist-like butterfly. The butterfly fluttered its huge wings, and a 3-color trail appeared, letting it fly gently, flying in its own dream bubble. Is this the feeling of creating life? Alka felt a little bit of the power of God from the fragment. The creation of life. What a pity, I can only live in my dream bubble. Alka shook his head, with some regret. And the cost was too high, and it has no substantial effect for the time being. Although life was created, this kind of life can only live in his dream bubble, and cannot fly in the entire dream world. After all, he only gained this ability through a small piece of fragment. And he only has absolute control over his dream bubble. Like a god. And his dream bubble will no longer be broken because of his awakening. His dream bubble will always be the link between reality and dreams. It doesn't have to stay in the dream world. It can stay in Alka's soul when he leaves the dream world. At the same time, his bubble becomes extremely solid. This is the solidity of the rules brought by the kingship and the descendants of the dream god. Now even if the white mist snake comes to hit his bubble himself, it can't do anything to his bubble. Because this is the rule in the dream. Unless the white mist snake has the ability to break the rule. Maybe before Alka thought he had this ability, but now Alka has become a descendant of God and obtained the kingship of the dream. He knows. The guardian snake is still just a king, and has nothing to do with God. But Alka is still a little confused. Why did he let me kill Mermy? The only thing Alka knows is that the mist creatures can't seem to kill each other. Even though the white mist snake was much stronger than Mermy, it still couldn't do anything to him. The reason why Alka was able to kill him was because he had the identity of a hunter in the dream. The changes brought about by today's harvest were too many, and Alka now had too much information to process. He needed enough time to sort out this information and the changes it brought. The most important thing was the power and authority brought by the descendants of God and the royal power. He could temporarily feel how powerful the changes brought about by this power were. But he lacked the means to use this power temporarily, and needed enough time to study. Fortunately, they had left the broken island chain and started an aimless sea voyage. He had enough time to adapt and study. But before that, he needed to return to the real world and wake himself up. Just now, he felt someone outside calling him. Close your eyes. The huge dream bubble disappeared instantly. But it only stayed in Alka's soul. No longer broken like before. And Alka also disappeared on the spot. When Alka opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling of his room. Turning around, he saw Sia Dedi and Lucilia sitting on the chairs next to him. They seemed to be reading. He got up and got out of bed. You're awake. How do you feel? I just took a nap and didn't do anything, Alka said with some surprise. Sia Dedi and Lucilia just looked at him straight. Have you become more handsome? Lucilia asked directly. Zadaidi's face turned slightly red, and he came over to look at him carefully. Your skin has become whiter. And smoother? The voice was a little surprised, and he reached out his hand and touched Alka's arm. The slight redness gradually faded, and his eyes were full of curiosity, looking at Alka and asked, How did you do it? Did you take care of yourself in your dream? Lucilia also looked at Alka's changes, and asked in surprise. In the eyes of the two, Alka's changes seemed small. But a closer look showed that he had completely changed. His facial features had obvious minor adjustments. And he looked much better than before. Alka before was not handsome. But he was better than ordinary. In short, he looked more pleasing to the eye. But now Alka can be described as handsome. His skin was white and shiny. His facial features were delicate and three-dimensional. And even his hair became smooth and shiny. How did you do it? For the two women, they were not curious about Alka becoming handsome, but how he became handsome. The method used made them very curious. Especially the change in the skin, which was too obvious. This was the change that they cared about the most, and they were eager to get such a change. Alka shook his head with a smile, patted the two of them. Okay, you don't need this method for the time being. I will tell you in detail when there is a chance. Let's go out first, he said, and took the two of them out of his room. At this time, the sky was still dark, only the stars in the sky looked much brighter. Wow! Jason, who happened to be going upstairs, ran into Alka coming out. Seeing Alka's changes, he couldn't help but exclaimed. He couldn't help but come over and pinch the muscles on Alka's hands, and then patted Alka's abdomen. He compared their heights again. Damn! How did you get so tall? Jason asked Alka, who was now half a head taller than him. Alka's current body size is at least 1.9 meters. At least 10 centimeters taller than before. Jason, who was originally about the same height as him, is now a head shorter. This is a bit too much. Did you take medicine? Jason began to pinch Alka, trying to find out how he had changed. Alka slapped his hand away and said unhappily, Shorty, get out of the way. Huh? Hearing this name, Jason's eyes widened. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and it was the first time he was called that. Even the extremely tall and big Poro had never called him that. After all, it's just a different race. Boogie Gabobo. The crystal dragon standing on the roof of the stern building flew down and flew around Alka. What did it say? Possessing the blood of God? What does that mean? Oh, so that's it. Jason nodded in understanding while communicating with Eurylius, and turned to look at Alka from time to time. From his reply, Alka also knew that the crystal dragon had noticed his changes. It seems that the blood and race of this crystal dragon are not ordinary species. When you grow up, will I change too? That's good. After listening to the crystal dragon's words, Jason turned around and looked at Alka with a smile on his face. Don't be so arrogant for too long. When my body shape changes, you wait. Looking at Jason's smug look, Alka smiled and suddenly asked, Eurylius, how long will it take you to grow up? Boogie! What? It will take 70 to 90 years. Jason's eyes widened, and he said in surprise. This is not what he thought. A human expression appeared on the face of the crystal dragon, and he shook his head helplessly, indicating that he had no choice. She still wanted to grow up quickly, but what could she do? Looking at Jason with a decadent face, Alka patted his shoulder. It's just a joke. Don't be discouraged. She just needs so long to become an adult. Maybe it won't take so long for a teenager or a young man. Some strange knowledge obtained from the fragments. There is an introduction to the age of the dragon clan. However, the growth time of crystal dragons seems to be shorter than that of normal dragons. Alka thought that the crystal dragon would say 200 or 300 years. It turns out that it doesn't even take 100 years. For normal life, this may be very long, but for creatures like dragons, it is very short. Boogie, you are not looking for an excuse to eat more, are you? Jason looked at her doubtfully. Boogie. Boogie! It seems that eating can make it grow faster. Judging from Jason's expression, it must be a precious crystal mineral. Chapter 277 Dreamland Royal Court and the Mirror World. Does that mean you are now a descendant of a god with the blood of a dreamland god? Simon asked Alka. Alka, who was sitting in the main seat of the conference room, nodded. He had just told everyone about some of his changes. What does half-real and half-dream blood mean? Lisa asked curiously. She could understand the hybrid between different races, but she really couldn't understand this kind of change that was half reality and half blood. This doesn't sound as simple as a mixed blood in reality. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but think carefully. He hadn't thought about this yet. After thinking for a while, he said, there are not many obvious changes in the body, but more changes in the spirit and soul. Such changes affect the veins of magic power, and the body also gains some special power. Hearing Alka's explanation, Lisa nodded as if she understood. This is obviously different from ordinary mixed bloods in reality. It is obviously unreasonable to call this a mixed blood situation, but it is easier to understand. Xia Dai, who was sitting next to him, suddenly touched Jason, who was feeding or to the crystal dragon, with his elbow. Feeling someone touching him, Jason turned his head to look at Xiaodai. The second on Xiaodai's shoulder jumped onto Jason and whispered something in his ear. Then it quietly returned to Xiaodai. Hearing this, Jason stared at Xiaodai with wide eyes, as if he had known her all over again. Seeing this look, Xiaodai was somewhat embarrassed, but still glared at Jason fiercely. The meaning in his eyes was very clear, and full of violent aggression. Jason had no choice but to turn his head silently, and succumb to Xiaodai's violent threat. Listening to everyone's communication, finding an opportunity, he suddenly looked at Alka and asked, "Then is there any big difference between your bloodline and races, like mermaids and fishmen? The difference should still be very big? After all, half of it is no longer in reality," Madlisa said beside him. According to the changes she just asked about, now the distance between Alka and normal people may be even greater than the distance between fishmen and humans. Although both are essentially the changes that ordinary people undergo due to magic. Jason nodded as if he understood. Then he asked curiously, "Is there reproductive isolation between Alka and normal people?" Silence. The entire conference room was inexplicably quiet. This seemed to be a question that was not very important, but seemed very important. Descendants and inheritance are always something that intelligent life cannot get rid of. Everyone was inexplicably quiet. When Alka heard this question, he was a little confused at first, and then he frowned and began to think. For others, it might just be curiosity. But for him, for himself, this question is really important. Yes. It's only half of the reality. Is there reproductive isolation? He glanced at Xiaodai inexplicably. However, Xiaodai didn't seem to be staring at him, but was looking at other places. "I think not," Arka said uncertainly. "After all, the flesh and blood part is reality, but the spirit and energy are more like dreams. He can't say it's half reality and half dream now. It should be a dream with a part of reality superimposed on it. Although it's chaotic and strange, it should be like this. And this is a magical world, not the world of the past. It can't be judged by common sense. Speaking of which, will there be reproductive isolation between you and ordinary people?" Arka looked at the ocean trio and asked. Hearing this question, Madlisa's face turned red. She had never thought about this question. Julia shook her head instead. "No. There were half mermaids and half human hybrids in the tribe I used to be in. Then the chance of her having reproductive isolation was even smaller." He relaxed for some reason. It seemed that he was not the only one who relaxed. Finally, everyone talked for a while. Alka also knew the changes in the sky when he merged the fragments of the gods in his dream. After keeping this information in mind and keeping an eye on it, everyone returned to their respective rooms and prepared to rest. As for their direction, they had no goal at all. Sailing aimlessly on the sea was the main way of sailing they knew on the Southern Cross Island. Unless there was a goal. Otherwise, such a random sailing would lead you to the direction of your destiny. Although it sounds mysterious, almost all the locals in the Infinite Sea did this. These people also took practical actions. The fact that this method was passed down shows that it might really be useful. Alka returned to his room and lay on the bed. Although he was not sleepy now, he was very energetic, but he still sank into his dream. He now needs to understand the changes brought about. Get familiar with the new power. The first is royal power. The power of the royal power is not aimed at his own personal dream, but at a kind of power, or privilege, possessed by the entire dream world. Feeling the full power, after having a certain understanding, Arka flew out of his dream bubble directly. This was the first time he left his dream bubble after he mastered the kingship and became a descendant of God. At this time, the surroundings of his dream bubble became different from before. The outside world was indeed the same as he thought, and there were changes. First of all the light and shadow creatures that used to surround his bubble every time they appeared disappeared. Not only around his own bubble, even around Jason and the others' dream bubbles. There were no creatures with light and shadows. Alka's bubble seemed to form a protective circle, and those creatures did not dare to approach. Instead, there were mist creatures. All kinds of mist creatures gathered and stayed around. Alka was obviously welcoming these mist creatures, because they would not cause any harm to the dream bubble. After inheriting some of Mermy's memories, and some knowledge learned through the fragments of the gods, Alka also has a better understanding of the entire dream world. No longer ignorant as before, only understanding some basic information. The dream world can be classified as the spiritual world, which is closely connected with the real world, but there is a solid gap. Dreams are the spiritual embodiment of life. Whether it is black shadows or light shadows, they are all complete spiritual products. They are life that appears in the spiritual world. They feed on the dream energy of intelligent life, and are also formed by the various emotional changes of intelligent creatures. Dreaming will produce some chaotic emotions, which are rejected by the dream bubble. These emotions condense into creatures of light and shadow in the spiritual world. However, mist creatures are not like that. They are the product of the world. They are the spirits of nature. It's just that mist creatures are more inclined to the spirits of the spiritual world. They are highly connected with the world. There are very few spirits in the real world, because the real world has been destroyed and turned into a pile of fragments. The current real world is just a place where fragments are piled up and barely survive. The real world is broken into pieces, and the world spirits that rely on the world to exist are naturally hard to see. But the life in the real world is not completely destroyed. With the help of the four gods and some special powers, many lives survive. This is why the spirit, that is, the dream world, still exists. But it is a little smaller. The essence is not destroyed. Therefore, the dream world that is still well preserved has more natural spirits. Although they seem weak, they are the important cornerstone for the maintenance of this world. It is because of their natural spirits that remain in the dream world that the reality outside can still exist, and not be completely damaged. It is also because of their existence that the outside world is still repairing itself, and the natural spirits that remain in the outside world are still in action. This also includes the four gods who stayed. It is because of their contributions to the world that they are invincible in the dream world. And no matter whether it is light, shadow, or black shadow, they cannot cause harm to them. Even in reality, it is not possible. They do not actively harm others, so no other creatures will actively harm the spirits in these dreams. Those who have the ability to harm them naturally know their importance, and will not foolishly do it. If there are really some people who want to destroy the world, they will do so. Others will stop them. Alka finally knew why he was able to kill Mermi. Because the essence of the dream catcher is the embodiment of the rule of cleaning up dreams. In simple terms, all his attacks have special attacks on all creatures in the dream. The same attack on a normal creature may only do a little damage, but it will multiply when it hits a dream creature. It will also cause the death of creatures in the dream from time to time. It retains the concept of death in the natural world. It is also one of the few abilities that can cause damage to the mist creatures in the dream. But it seems to have limitations, such as Alka. It seems that there has never been much desire to attack the mist creatures. Before killing the blood-red deer, the only time Alka had hurt a mist creature was when he was exploring the dreamland. At that time, he knew very little about the entire dream world. Since then, he never wanted to hurt a mist creature again. And at that time, he only hurt it, not killed it. After causing the harm, he had no desire to hurt it further, and the mist creature did not resist. This allowed Alka to stop halfway. After collecting his thoughts, Alka looked at the dream world around him. A crown of dream appeared on his head. This was the embodiment of the king in the dream world. The first thing he could do was to build his own royal court. In simple terms, he could build a kingdom that belonged only to him in his dream. In this kingdom, he had more rights. For example, he could make all the light and shadow creatures go away, or the dream bubbles in this world should provide energy for themselves. Even dream bubbles are not allowed to appear in this area. These are all things he can do in his own royal court. If he chooses an area to build a royal court, then can he sign a contract with Xia deity and others, so that their dream bubbles will appear directly in the royal court after they dream? This will save their dream bubbles from the danger of being attacked in the dream world. Thinking of this, Alka stretched out his hand, and was about to build a royal court, but suddenly stopped. His current strength seems to be too weak, compared to the normal dream king. Even the former owner of the kingship, the Misty Deer, is probably between the 67th stage in terms of strength compared to reality. This is still the bottom of the Dream Kings. If he builds a royal court, it will be impossible to move for a while. So it is best to choose a good place. If it is the previous Alka, he will of course build a royal court directly. For him a few hours ago, isn't the dream world like this? Bizarre, distorted but desolate. Except for the clouds and mist, there are only dream creatures floating around. After gaining more knowledge about the dream world, he knew that there was also an environment in the dream world. The environment can be good or bad. Of course, most areas are like where he is now. Neither good nor bad, like a wasteland. But in some areas, the environment is better. For example, it allows the dream bubbles that appear there to get more rest, and it is easier to repair mental damage. It makes it easier for the dream creatures in that area to grow, and it is easier to increase their strength. Even some spectacles that are unique to dreams. At a stage of 2-week strength, I got rights that I shouldn't have. Alka couldn't help but sigh. A normal dream king, according to the memory he got from Mermi, should be at the 6th stage in terms of strength. Mermi is only a little bit stronger than this stage. I have just reached the 3rd stage not long ago. And the difference is more than a little bit. Although the strength in the dream is 1 stage stronger than the reality, it is still not good enough. The higher you go, the more time you spend. He is now like a baby who has just ascended the throne. He holds the power that he should not have, so naturally there are all kinds of restrictions. But it is better than nothing. Alka thought so. Although he cannot directly build a royal court, as a king, it is always no problem to build a palace. He went directly into his dream bubble, and took all the materials around the crystal pillar, mixed with a large part of the gold and silver energy, and the pink mist in his hand mixed together. Various things mixed together into a turbid mass, but it seemed to be a soothing energy that spurted out. It began to draw circles around. It enveloped the dreams of Alka, and the Xia deity, and others around him. The energy turned into 3 crystal stone pillars, and the huge crystal stone pillars were connected by 3 iron chains. A silver compass appeared on their top, and there was a pupil pattern floating on the compass. That's it, Alka said as he looked at it. Although he was not very satisfied, he had only this ability now. The palace also costs money. Although it looks simple, it is enough to surround this area. This palace will be temporarily fixed here. And Alka's dream will also be placed here. After all, keeping the dream in his soul all the time will also cause a certain amount of pressure. And it is not convenient. The main reason is that his dream bubble is too big, too conspicuous, although it is solid. But he doesn't want to fall asleep one day, pass through his dream bubble, and see a huge creature staring at his bubble from outside, looking at the mist-like creatures flying around in his palace. Alka did not expel them. These mist-like creatures are good things, although they are of no use to Alka now. The reality corresponding to the palace will be repaired by these species first. In other words, the surrounding environment of the corresponding real world will become more and more stable, and the chaos will gradually decrease. However, Alka and his companions have always been sailing on the sea, and will not stay in one place for a long time. So this function is not very helpful to him for the time being. He set some rules for the range of his palace. Alka then focused on another power he had gained: God's descent. The changes brought about by this are the most intuitive. For example, Alka's magic power has now completely turned into pink mist. Using the dream catcher can more easily drag others into the dream world and make them fall asleep. If you mix some silver energy when using the mist, it is even possible to drag the enemy directly into the dream world. Or mix with golden energy, allowing Alka to use power beyond his ability. The power strengthens not only the dream catcher, it also has more links with the mirror. Alka can directly use the mirror to create a door to the dream world. However, such creation takes a certain amount of time, and maintaining the door also requires a lot of magic power consumption. When creating the door, Alka also needs to spend a certain amount of gold and silver energy, otherwise, with his current magic power, he can't last long. As for what kind of enhancements will be brought into battle, he still needs to slowly explore. This is just what he thought of temporarily now, and the changes that can be clearly seen. But at least he can feel that his control over the treasure has become better. He can feel that a more powerful energy is gathering in his body. It seems to be divine power, which gathers very slowly, because he only absorbed a small fragment. And these are only related to reality. The mirror also brought Alka's enhancement in the dream world. Looking at his palace, a mirror appeared on Alka's face. His strength in the dream was much stronger than his reality. This also allowed him to exert more power of the mirror. Pink mist gushed out. A huge mirror was drawn above his head, covering the entire palace, slowly falling. The mirror was like water waves. Of course, the entire palace and Alka's dream bubble completely poured into the mirror. The entire palace entered the world in the mirror. Alka looked at the world in the mirror. It was not the opposite of the outside as he thought. It was a huge space made up of mirrors, reflecting the surrounding scenes. Alka's eyes were a little blurry. He waved his hand immediately. These mirrors immediately lost their reflective function. They just reflected the surrounding light, making the whole space unusually bright. The huge mirror outside began to flip. Just like this. A round mirror, stood in the dream world. The mirror can see what is happening inside. And Alka in the mirror can also see what is happening outside through the huge circular passage in front of him. But without his permission, unless someone forcibly breaks the mirror, no one can get in. Set some permissions. Allow these fog creatures to enter and exit freely. It's amazing. Alka couldn't help but look forward to it. When his strength is sufficient, the mirror will be used in the outside world. Chapter 278 Destiny Voyage. Oh, Your Majesty, the King of Dreams, please bestow a gift on your noble subject. Jason knelt on one knee, said with a serious face. He was even wearing a set of extremely exquisite heavy armor. It smelled like a knight's canonization. Knight Jason has a problem with his moral character. I suggest that your Majesty kick him out of the knight team, demote him to a civilian, and exile him to an outer island. Simon stood by, I don't know when he put on a pair of myopic glasses, and held a heavy book in his hand, and suggested it. Alka, wearing the dream crown, nodded and said, Lord Simon is right. Come on. Suppress Jason. Before suppressing him, at least put the contract on me. Jason raised his head and complained. That's right, Alka said, and tapped the contract on Simon's arm. This way, he can store his dream bubble in Alka's palace while he is sleeping. Have a sweet dream quietly without being disturbed. As for the exchange just now, it was just a few people's inexplicable scene performance. How can they be so childish? Julia stood on the stern deck, watching Alka and the others' performance, and couldn't help complaining. Her face was full of incomprehension. Don't these people have any shame? Lisa, who was next to her, covered her mouth and smiled. They are really interesting. Isn't that what men are like? It would be strange if they didn't go crazy, Siadaiti said with a smile. They had just been signed. After the people below had enough fun, Simon moved his hands, and the structural armor on Jason's body automatically fell off, and turned into pieces after pieces, and entered Simon's pocket ring. Simon looked at the magic fluctuations on Jason's body. Are you going to advance? The magic fluctuations on Jason's body were too conspicuous. Hearing Simon's words, Jason nodded. Almost, just the last little bit. I should be able to advance when it's my turn to stand guard. Speaking of which, where is Eurylius? Why haven't I seen her since I woke up? Alka asked curiously. Since he woke up last night. He hasn't seen the crystal dragon all day. Shouldn't the crystal dragon be with Jason all the time? Not seeing it for a whole day is really a bit too strange. She has reached a bottleneck. But she can break through by just sleeping. And she will also grow significantly. So she is sleeping in the room now. Hearing Jason's answer, Alka nodded in understanding. Speaking of which, your magic power yesterday was also abnormal. Did you break through again? Simon turned to look at Alka and asked. He wanted to ask yesterday, but he was distracted by Alka's other words and forgot about it. Now that he thinks about it, he has become a blood of God and has some privileges in the dream. It would be strange if his strength didn't increase. Alka nodded. My strength is now 14 spirals. And it increased by 4 spirals for no reason. A fragment of God plus the dream kingship and some energy blessing allowed Alka to jump 5 spirals directly. And he stood firm in the 3rd stage in an instant. But it is still only an ordinary level of the 3rd stage. After all, the 3rd stage, to achieve perfection, there must be 27 spirals. Alka has just exceeded half. Since Jason is going to break through tonight. Then if we calculate, by then, there will be only 2 people on the ship whose strength is still in the 2nd stage. One is because of the lack of treasures. Lisa has not broken through the 3rd stage. Without the treasure, she may need more than 30 days and nights to break through the last step. Then there was Juanlu. He hadn't even reached the 9th spiral yet, and without the blessing of the treasure, his speed was much slower than everyone else's. The rest of the people had reached the 3rd stage in the past few days, especially Julia, who had quickly broken through the last step after obtaining the treasure. According to the minimum of 1 treasure per person, they were still short of 2 treasures on the ship. 2 more. Alka couldn't help but think, where could they quickly obtain these 2 treasures? Now this matter became a priority. Otherwise, the gap in strength will widen, which is not good. Are we just sailing aimlessly on the sea? Jason asked, looking at the endless sea. Hearing this, Alka, who was thinking, came back to his senses. He nodded. It's interesting to drift aimlessly like this. There is no place you have to go in the endless sea anyway. The boat was drifting randomly, and there were many strange islands drifting randomly. Following the guidance of fate, reach the island you are supposed to go to. At least that's what the locals in the Infinite Sea think. They call this a destiny voyage. Of course, it doesn't have to be a random voyage without a purpose. If you have a destination, you have to go to it. Destination. Arca seemed to have thought of something, and began to carefully mobilize the information in his mind. After all, it was not his own memory. When he obtained the fragments of the gods and the kingship, Arca also obtained many fragments of Mermi's memory. As a king in the dream, a powerful person who has reached the 67th stage in reality. And he has an infinite lifespan. Exaggerated memories, even if they are just some fragments, are enough to make Alka's brain swell and ache. So at that time, Alka did not think about carefully receiving all these memories, but simply went through them and stored them, and called them up when needed. Simply going through them once, let him have a certain memory of some memory fragments. As a dream creature who has lived for thousands of years, naturally, he has been to reality many times, and knows many areas of the dream world. The dream world and the real world also have a certain correspondence. Especially the strange areas will affect the other side. For example, the wonder area in the dream world, then the corresponding place in reality, will also have special circumstances. Or other environments. In addition, in order to gain strength and privileges in the dream, Mermi has been looking for fragments of God. So he always explores places where gods have fallen, or where gods have a ruined atmosphere. This made him know many strange areas. Because he was later infected by Killian, the seeds of disaster were planted. Even in the fragmentary memories, Alka also found many interesting places. However, from these fragmentary memories, it can be known that most of the places are not accessible to them now, and they cannot get involved. But there are always some that are safe. When receiving this information yesterday, he also went through it briefly, and remembered that such areas exist. Found it. An island that Mermi had been to, and was familiar with. The Island of Trials. It might be a place where a large ancient power selected warriors. It has the remnants of the power of the gods. A very strange island. So it left a very interesting impression in his mind. It's not far away. A conservative estimate is that it will take 3,060 days and nights. It's acceptable. Based on the comparison of the directions in the dream, Arca began to carefully adjust the angle and range. According to memory, this island is a bit like the Signpost Island, but it does not have an island chain. Before Mermi was controlled, he had been to that island, and it was still unoccupied. And it was not dangerous. A good destination. The main problem is that Mermi detected a lot of residual auras on it. The residual auras of gods mean that there is more than one treasure on that island. For Mermi, it may be an interesting and safe island, but for Alka and others, it is still somewhat dangerous. But it is acceptable. After simply adjusting the direction, Alka took the positioning compass bought from the island. He began to steer the boat himself. Do you have a goal? Looking at Alka steering the boat, Xiaodaidi asked. Sitting not far away. Alka nodded, and said, a place where you may be able to directly obtain two treasures, directly match it to one Luma Teresa. After determining the direction, he let the dawn sound sail automatically. Is sailing on the sea of the infinite ocean boring? This is what Alka asked Jason. Jason was the one who was most afraid of such boring sailing. So how did Jason answer? I cough 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 ugh. Before he could even open his mouth, he started to cough madly, and a large amount of seawater was vomited out by him. At this time, the sound of dawn was sailing in an unknown sea area. It was night. The brilliance brought by the shining stars in the sky made the whole night not dark. Under the shining of the stars, the surrounding sea surface was not calm either. One after another, water jets were constantly launched into the air. These water columns are big and small. The small one is about the size of a thumb, while the big one is enough to overturn the dawn sound directly. These water columns randomly emerge from the water surface and shoot towards the sea surface. And the dawn sound, which is sailing on this sea surface, will inevitably be affected. Jason, who had just spit out a large mouthful of sea water and had not had time to recover, was hit by a water column as thick as a human head. The speed of the water column was extremely fast. It hit Jason's back in an instant. And Jason just had time to block the water column on the side, and didn't take care of his back at all. The water column hit him, and directly knocked him flying. He was caught by a cable in midair and tied up. Are you bored yet, Jason? Ahem, if you still have a conscience, you should think of a solution quickly, instead of making sarcastic remarks here. Jason, who was tied in the air, said with a crazy cough. Although his strength has been promoted to the 3rd stage, It seems that the crystal dragon is in the critical period of promotion at this moment. It makes him always feel weak and sick. This also slowed down his reaction speed, causing him to be hit by the sudden water column. The others on the boat could dodge it easily. Even if they were hit, they would not be as embarrassed as Jason. After rolling over and dodging a water column, Alka smiled at Jason. Then he simply waved his hand, and the pink mist dissipated. This was actually Alka's magic. At the edge of the dawn sound, mirrors appeared one after another, wrapping the entire ship. The mirror glowed with a light pink. All the water jets shot out, hit the mirror, and were directly reflected from the other mirror. In an instant, all the water jets that hit the ship disappeared. These water jets were not energy attacks, but simply the condensation of seawater. Jason was also lowered from the cable. Damn, why didn't you use this trick earlier? Jason, lying on the deck, panting, coughing and saying, this trick consumes a lot of magic power. It's too troublesome to use. And I saw that everyone could dodge it. But who knew that you would keep getting hit? Alka shrugged helplessly. After that, he looked at Jason and asked, so what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your body? Aren't you in the third stage? From the time Alka determined their target and started sailing to now, more than 10 days and nights have passed. Jason had already advanced to the third stage and stabilized at this stage. It should not be the case that he was hit by the water column like he was just now. Although the speed of these water columns is extremely fast. That's all. They are not very aggressive. They are more impactful. Compared with their strength, they are not impossible to avoid. They just need to concentrate more. Who knew that Jason would perform so badly? As if he was greatly weakened. Hearing Alka's words, Jason waved his hand helplessly. Eurylius and I signed a link contract, which may lead to some situations between us being interconnected. She should be in a critical period of growth now. And it is inevitable that she has absorbed some magic and physical strength from me. There is nothing I can do about it. After saying that, Jason started to do it, and couldn't help complaining, now that I think about it. I still prefer to have a boring voyage. I don't want to be like this during this period. And I don't want to be like this during this period. I won't say much today. And I inexplicably entered a strange sea area. The sea area kept shooting out water jets of varying sizes, but fast enough and powerful enough. Compared to today, other time periods were not necessarily much better. Since they left the broken island chain and began to sail aimlessly, all kinds of outrageous and severe weather began to attack them. I don't know if it is the norm of the endless sea, or if they are too unlucky. There is no chance to verify it. At first, it was just that the sunlight suddenly became stronger, and it became hotter. As a result, they encountered seawater again, which was boiling like boiled water. Then some sea beasts saw the ship moving and floated up, preparing to attack them. In such an environment, the waterspouts that they had learned about from books were never seen before. Some natural disasters that normally appear on the sea's surface were rarely seen, such as storm whirlpools. There were all kinds of strange dangers. The chaotic sea was much worse than the space fluctuations they encountered when they first came to the broken island chain. Most of the spatial fluctuations are just visual changes, and there is no great danger in reality. These seas have caused them a lot of trouble, and have made their sailing on the sea less boring. Obviously, such a boring life is not a good thing. So how are these strange water columns formed? Jason looked at the water columns flying around outside fiercely, and couldn't help asking. He was beaten badly today. The body is definitely covered with bruises. It doesn't look like it's caused by environmental problems, Julia said uncertainly. After all, the entire infinite ocean is so chaotic that you can't find an area without any chaos or loopholes. So naturally, it's not possible to be completely sure whether it's caused by environmental problems. At this time, Poro, who had just dived into the sea, jumped out of the sea and landed on the deck. He was holding a fish he didn't recognize at all. It looks a bit strange. As for why it is strange, because this fish is long and narrow, the most conspicuous part is its mouth. The round and pointed mouth is like a small trumpet. As soon as it was caught on the boat, it began to spray water quickly around. They had to block it everywhere, instead of dodging, to avoid damaging the rooms on the boat. The dawn sound is a girl who always gets hurt, and becomes ugly. When Poro saw this, he directly blocked the mouth of this strange trumpet fish with his hand. Lucilia looked at the fish. There was a notebook floating next to it, recording quickly. It was a new species that she had never seen before, and there seemed to be a lot of them. The whole sea should be filled with these powerful and impactful water jets, which were ejected from their trumpets. It was another strange species unique to the Silverless Sea. So the situation outside was caused by this fish? Jason asked beside him. Poirot nodded. He knew more underwater. This way of spraying water is similar to courtship. Whoever sprays higher, bigger, and faster will naturally have more chances of reproducing offspring. After listening to some of Poirot's stories, everyone nodded. This sounds quite interesting. With Alka's mirror protection, they could observe the surrounding sea conditions more carefully. Alka said directly, then speed up and leave the sea area quickly. It also consumes magic to maintain so many mirrors around. This fish must be eaten today, and I will eat its head, Jason said viciously beside him. Chapter 279 Trial Island. After sailing for nearly 40 days and nights, they were finally about to reach their destination. They had not encountered even one island along the way. But Alka did find some gathering places with many dream bubbles in his dream. But he did not turn around. After all, he had a goal. Alka stood in the observation room, looking through the glass at the black dot at the edge of his vision. That was their destination. With a faint golden glow in his eyes, Alka's vision was enhanced, looking into the distance. There were no ships parked around the island, so it looked like the island was safe. There were no reefs for protection, and the sea was calm. And the island was not too big, at least not so big that the borders could not be seen. From a distance, he could see that there seemed to be a circular building rising into the sky on the island. As he got closer, a tall stone tower stood on the island. Various stones were floating around the stone tower. These stones seemed to be attracted by the stone tower, and spiraled around it. Around the stone tower were various broken buildings, but there were also some houses that looked relatively intact. As they got closer, the scenery was completely blocked. It seemed that there was some building enclosing it. I don't know if it was a hillside or the original cliff of the island. Alka walked down from the observation room. How is it? I haven't seen any other ships around the island yet, but let's take a look first. Speaking of this, the voice of dawn began to sail around the island, observing the situation on the island. By the way, the size of the island could also be estimated. It didn't take long. They had already sailed around and had a general understanding of the situation of the island. Most of the buildings on the island seemed to be very magnificent and huge. It gave people a sense of grandeur. The concentration of magic power on this island is too high. If you want to go to the island, be prepared mentally. Everything here may be activated under the high concentration of magic power, Julia said beside. Activation? What does it mean? Jason asked curiously. Activation means that lifeless substances turn into magical creatures under the influence of high concentrations of magic. They still have no souls, but they have some instinctive consciousness under the influence of magic, and some special abilities. Julia explained, seemingly afraid that Jason would not understand. She thought for a moment and added, "You can think of it as the most primitive elemental creature." After saying this, everyone understood. Elemental creatures are pure material creatures, immune to mental and soul attacks. Generally, they can only appear in an environment full of a single magical attribute. This is some information that Alka knew in the dream world. After sailing around, the ship stopped at a port that was easy to land. Alka stood on the ship and began to tell everyone some brief information about the island he knew from Mermy's memory. I don't know what the name of this island is, but I know the existence of this island from some memory information. This island was once used for trials, so you must be careful. Even if it is abandoned and collapsed, some things will still exist. As he said this, everyone couldn't help but think of Asva. In the past era of the gods, it was only a small city-state surviving in a corner. But many creations can still be left now, and they can even be reactivated by language. This shows how exaggerated the technological capabilities of that era were. Not to mention that from Mermy's information, we can understand that this place was constructed by gods. There are obvious traces of gods. As for what traces of gods are, Alka doesn't know. So where do we park the ship? Xiaodai asked. Alka thought for a moment, and said, "Stop in the depression we just saw, and disguise yourself." After all, they didn't know much about this island, and didn't know if it was dangerous, so they had to be cautious. Then the voice of dawn sailed to a depression they had seen before, and slowly stopped inside. A mirror-like liquid appeared in Alka's hand, and he began to draw on the surrounding cliffs. As he drew, it turned into a mirror-like spell, instantly hiding the area. Alka stood on the deck. "You're gone. What are you thinking about?" Zadidi looked at Alka standing there in a daze and asked in confusion. Wait a minute. I have a new idea. Let's try it out, Alka said. And a mirror appeared on his face. A large mirror 3 meters wide and 6 meters high appeared on the deck. The dream catcher emerged, and a small round mirror appeared next to it again. The scenery revealed in the small garden was in the dream. The pink magic mixed with the gold and silver magic flying out of the small round mirror began to draw on the mirror. Dense spells were carved on the mirror. It seemed very complicated, but if you look closely, you will find that most of the spells are repeated. As he carved, Alka carved the icon of the pupil of the compass in the center. As the last stroke fell, the whole mirror glowed with a different color. The structure of the mirror became a little hazy like the mist in a dream. Looking at the structure of the mirror, Alka smiled. What is this? Hearing the questions of the crowd, Alka turned around and introduced it to them with a smile. Dream travel mirror, then I can create another mirror on the spot. Then I can quickly return to the ship through the mirror, avoiding the danger like before. Portal? Simon said, looking at the mirror. This thing sounds exactly like a portal. Yes, you can understand it that way. This is achieved by Alka through a special method, derived from the previous travel mirror. The previous one can only travel a very short distance, used to increase the weirdness and flexibility in battle. But since Alka has a trace of the blood of the god of dreams, plus the kingship in the dream, he can use this special structure to make his own ideas. Using a large number of spells, mixing his own power, adding the magic of gold and silver this way, he can temporarily create a weak point leading to the dream, using his own mirror as a carrier. And because of Alka's power as the king of dreams, it is directly connected to his palace. When not in use, the energy will not be dissipated. Alka only needs to solidify the mirror itself. Such a long-distance large-scale crossing consumes too much magic power, which can almost be called a one-time operation. After all, gold and silver energy is not easy to obtain. Then Alka could open another mirror at any time and place, using his dream palace as a transit station, and perform a one-time long-distance transmission. It is called a long distance. But the distance is obviously not too far. But it is completely enough for the scope of this island. He himself is going to use it to quickly return to the ship from the island in order to escape. There is another way to escape quickly. Good idea, using dreams as a transfer. Simon nodded and showed great interest. After all, real teleportation is based on space as an anchor point. But this is obviously not something they can do now. After placing the mirror, some puppet girls were arranged to guard. Everyone boarded the long-lost flying swallow. This time, except for a few puppet girls made of human hair, the rest of the captain and team members were all left on the ship. This island is too unknown and dangerous, not suitable for their actions. And this is an island for trials. If some trials are touched, too many people may increase the difficulty. At least that's what Alka understood. They took the flying swallow to the abandoned port and landed. They dragged the flying swallow ashore and hid it. Everyone looked at the situation around them. This place should have been visited by someone. There are traces of almost every time period, Jason said as he looked at some traces around him. First of all, there were all kinds of relics. Some obviously old and new garbage. And traces of camping. The concentration of magic is really high. Alka felt the concentration of magic around him, and couldn't help saying, the concentration of magic on this island will enter the body with breathing. With every breath, you can feel the magic entering the body, which will even make your throat and nose feel a little itchy. Xia Daidi walked in front, leading the way for everyone. It was still the old rules. She was the one who explored the island. Silver ripples continuously spread from her feet to the surroundings. Xia Daidi frowned as soon as she used it. The concentration of magic power is too high. Even the soil is rich in magic power. This completely blocked the transmission of my silver ripples. Does that mean it's no good? Ark asked. Xia Daidi shook her head. A ring of light appeared on her head. Then, the silver ripples surged and forcibly expanded to the surroundings. The ability to detect deep depths has been weakened, but there is no problem in simply detecting the terrain on the surface. Then continue, it's mainly for drawing maps. The hidden space below, or the place with holes. We'll talk about it later, Alka said. After all, as long as the complete map of the island is out, we will naturally know where the treasures are hidden. Whether they are hidden under the ground, we will know at that time. Xia Daidi nodded, and began to move forward with everyone. There are many buildings at the port, spreading all the way. But most of these buildings have been completely destroyed, because they are located on the seashore. They have long been decayed due to the blowing of the sea breeze, and have become a little black. Many shipwrecks were piled up here by the waves. Be careful, something is coming, Julia said. Crackling sounds were heard everywhere from the shipwrecks. Some strange creatures made of old tattered clothes, algae and various completely rusted weapons were crawling on the ground, twisting towards Alka and the others. The tattered weapons wrapped around them were facing them, as if they wanted to attack them. As the buzzing sound sounded, 2 Sentinel aircraft flew directly past Simon, attacking those strange creatures. Red light flashed. The beam hit the monster directly. The high-energy attack directly penetrated it, and ignited the seaweed and clothes on its body that had already dried. A turbid smell with a hint of stench came. These monsters that were hit did not seem to be completely dead. They gathered together under the flames and turned into a larger creature. They are made of highly concentrated magic power, and they should have something similar to an energy core. Only by destroying or blocking the energy transmission between them can they be eliminated. Julia observed carefully and came to a conclusion. Simon nodded when he heard this. 2 more Sentinel aircraft flew over. These 2 seemed to have different functions, and there was a circle of crystal-like things in front. They began to detect around the huge monster. It seemed that the core was scanned. The 2 Sentinel aircraft immediately launched an attack. This time, they did not use beams but bullets. With a dull sound, the bullets were fired. It instantly penetrated the monster's body. The body made of various cloth and plant debris was too fragile, and had almost no defense. Everyone clearly heard a cracking sound. Like a collapse, the monster quickly disintegrated and collapsed into a ball. Everyone then walked up. Simon condensed an iron rod in his hand and scratched it. A strange core was revealed, which was still flickering. This core object was actually a broken skull. However, the skull had already turned black and shiny, and one could even see the crystal texture inside through the surface. Mathlisa leaned over and picked up the skull directly with her hands. Without any disgust, she looked at the skull carefully. This should be the skull of a toucher. Death has nothing to do with brain injury. The damage was caused by acquired factors. He should have been quite powerful when he was alive. And the treasures he might have used, or the spells, are all related to the brain spirit. After dying in such a high magic environment, his head absorbed magic power and changed its texture. He handed the skull directly to Alka. It's a good biological material, and it can still be used if you don't mind. Alka took it and looked at it, and didn't mind it at all, and threw it to Simon. This kind of high-energy object is usually what Simon needs. After all, his construct needs energy to drive. If he only relied on his magic to drive it, it would be too difficult for him. After a short episode, everyone passed some buildings in front, and walked towards the interior of the island through the central avenue. The structure of this island is a bit strange. It is surrounded by a circle of towering cliffs, and the only entrance in the cliff is the building area in front of the port. There is a gap similar to a gate here, which can enter the interior. This magnificent gate has completely collapsed and damaged, leaving only 2 stone pillars, one short and one long, in place, and they are full of traces of being blown by the wind. Several people just stood at the door. A set of broken stone armor, which was condensed from the surrounding rubble. The height of the armor was 5 or 6 meters. A huge hammer formed by huge stones, floating in front of him, as if held by an invisible hand. It looked like another creature formed by high magic. Be careful, his energy reaction is quite strong, and some spells and magic are also drawn on the stones gathered on his body, Simon said, while the Sentinel aircraft in the hands of the operator was detecting nearby. However, the seemingly damaged magic stone armor had no intention of attacking them, and just floated quietly beside them. Just like the former guard of this gate. Won't he attack? Maybe we didn't attack? Not all magic-infected creatures are aggressive. Several people slowly moved 2 steps to the side. Still no attack. Slowly moved to the location of the gate, until everyone passed the gate. The armor that was floating in the air collapsed after the pile of stones gathered together, and once again piled up in the pile of stones below, as if it had never condensed. So what does it mean for him to condense? Jason asked a puzzled question. If he didn't want to attack, wouldn't it be better if he didn't show up at the beginning? Could it be out of curiosity? Alka shrugged and shook his head. Who knows? Maybe his duty is to guard the gate, and he has to observe if someone wants to pass by. You can see the scene inside by crossing the gate. Large areas of ruins, and some former buildings, are still left. The huge tower in the center is so conspicuous, especially the rubble floating around the tower. which looks extraordinary. In addition to this place, there are many huge stones around the entire building ruins, floating in the air. These stones seem to form an island in the sky, but they are not high from the ruins. The short ones are only floating 2 or 3 meters away, and the tall ones are floating more than 10 meters. A new trialist is coming? It's rare to have the blood of gods in such a broken era. So, young people, do you want to participate in the trial? Chapter 280 Trial Ground. The sound suddenly came from the side, making everyone alert, and they gathered together to look to the side. It was a floating triangle. The triangle was made of off-white stone, and was wearing a white cloth robe like a robe. The cloth robe looked clean, but the marks on it showed how long this cloth robe had been there. The hem of the cloth robe had been worn and tattered into strips that hung down randomly. The size of the entire triangle was probably about the size of a human head. The voice came from this floating triangle. Oh, don't be nervous. I haven't introduced myself yet. Right? Although the stone triangle's expression could not be seen, the crowd could feel his humanity. I am the guide here, or the guide, at least I used to be. What about you? Are you here to participate in the trial? They clearly didn't understand the words, but when they entered their minds, they could automatically understand what he wanted to say. It seems that it is not a problem of language, but the magic mixed in the speech. But the current situation is obviously not about this. Alka looked at the floating triangle in front of him, and from what he said, it seemed that there was no malice. But they still remained vigilant. The magic has already flowed out of the palm, and can be activated at any time. After thinking for a while, he explained, "We just found this island while sailing on the sea, so we came up to check it out. After all, the tower is very conspicuous, isn't it?" "Oh, yes, yes. Since we have come to this island, do we want to participate in the trial? What's wrong with this thing? It keeps talking about the trial." "What is a trial?" Jason asked, hearing that everyone was finally curious about what a trial was. Triangle immediately started to explain excitedly. "See that tower? That's the trial site. Enter the tower and climb up. Once you pass it, you'll have completed the trial." "How is it?" "It's easy to understand." "Right?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at the stone tower. "There must be a reward, right? Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort," Jason said. When he said this, Triangle instantly became quiet. Maybe I can get valuable experience?" It was obvious that he was running out of breath, and then he gave up. Well, in this broken age, what rewards are there in these ruins? There's not even glory. He kept on talking, saying something incomprehensible. Everyone looked at each other. Lucilia suddenly said, "I'm very interested in the history of these ruins. Can you tell us about it if you don't mind?" "Oh, of course, of course." The triangle seemed to have regained its passion. "But this doesn't seem to be a good place to chat. Come with me. There is a relatively intact room here." The triangle walked towards a white house building not far away. The building was indeed much better than the surrounding buildings. There were only some surface defects, and the overall structure was fine. Everyone looked at each other and decided to follow. After walking with the triangle for a while, they arrived outside the house. They passed through the broken door and came inside. At this time, there was a living room inside. Some of the furniture in the living room seemed to be well preserved, although some traces showed that these furnitures were very old. But at least they were very clean, which meant that someone cleaned them regularly. The feather broom formed by the faint blue light swept the non-existent dust on the chairs, invited everyone to sit down. "There is no tea to serve you now. I hope you can forgive me." "It's okay. It's okay. It's really disgraceful to let the descendants of God be guests in such a simple place," he said with some frustration. Hearing what he said, it was obvious that he had seen through Alka's identity. From the first time he met him, he had made it clear. Alka looked at his companions. There was doubt in his eyes. "Is it so obvious to me?" Everyone shook their heads silently, indicating that they couldn't see it anyway. After all, this is a ruin from 10,000 years ago, a ruin before the War of Gods. Some special means are understandable. Since the distinguished guests are so interested, I will be the messenger, the guide to tell the guests about the history of the trial ground. Looking at a floating triangle, wearing white clothes, and talking big makes people feel a little strange. This is a trial ground, which belongs exclusively to the various forces and the neutral forces outside the city-states. It was built by the God of Progress, and is a trial ground for all the lives that are eager to make progress, so that they can go one step further. From us, The leaders of countless forces, the founders of countless city-states, and a large number of famous God's messengers, and even agents. There are even people who have ascended to God. 10,000 years ago. There were always lives that wanted to come here for the trial of promotion. What a pity, the God's war that destroyed even the world. Even if we remain neutral, we are still not immune. Speaking of this, it can be clearly felt that the mood of the triangle has become a little depressed, and then he recovered and said to everyone, although the gods have passed away, and the trial site has been damaged, the only remaining trial tower is still intact. Perhaps your ancestors also began to look forward to the future from here. Don't you want to retread the path of your ancestors? At this point, he began to encourage them to take the trial again. Alka pretended not to hear and asked, I saw traces of other people coming here. Didn't they go to the trial? You mean those people before? Although this area has become an island, people like you still come to the island from time to time. Some are willing to take the trial, and some just want to find valuable items in these ruins. Some even wanted to destroy the stone tower, which was really unreasonable. No one wants to take the trial. Impossible, Jason said in surprise. He wanted to try it. It was impossible that no one who had come wanted to take the trial. This was not reasonable. Of course some people had taken the trial, but failed. Or they were not qualified. Do they still need to be qualified? Alka had a strange feeling. Why didn't they have to let them down to take the trial? Of course they did. It was not good to be too strong or too weak. After all, there was only one tower left. All the trial towers were built by the enterprising. So how could the mortal beings violate them? Oh, I see. That is to say, their current strength is just within the range of being able to conduct trials. Are there other people on the island besides us? Julia suddenly asked. Of course there are. Yes, there are. Then why didn't they find the ship when they circled? Alka couldn't help but wonder. There is a dwarf. But he has no manners at all, and has been here for a long time. How many times have I told you that I am short because of my race? You ignorant broken stone. A loud voice came with a hint of calmness. But no one saw the person speaking. All they heard was the triangle saying, Don't worry, the rude dwarf can be heard from a long distance saying bad things about him. He's not here at all. Wait for you. You broken stone, I will smash you to pieces today. The voice came again. Then, there was a rumbling sound outside. Everyone immediately became alert, walked out of the hall, and came out through the broken door. Dust was raised in the distance, and a figure passed through the ruins and quickly came to them. He was a short man in brown adventure clothes, with a big red nose, short gray-black hair, and a big beard that looked very neat. He was almost exactly the same as the dwarf in Alka's memory. He is really short, Jason whispered in everyone's ears. Damn human. I can hear you talking. The bearded dwarf jumped and roared, hearing that he was caught talking bad about someone behind his back. Jason apologized quickly, but the man just roared, and did not show much anger, as if he had already gotten used to it. You people here are really ignorant. Julia has been frowning since she saw the dwarf, staring at him intently. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with him? Xiaodai asked beside her. Julia's expression was obviously wrong. Hearing this, she said, he is incompatible with this world. At this time, everyone looked at the dwarf in front of them, and the dwarf also carefully observed Alka and others. Are you a dwarf? Alka looked at him with some uncertainty. They looked too much like the people in the entertainment works in his memory. Short stature, big beard, etc. After hearing what Alka said, the dwarf's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly, looking at Alka who was speaking. You are different, you are very different. My friend. You are the first person in this hellhole who calls my race. Have you known my people before? There was some excitement in his words. No, I just know some similar information. Really? But it doesn't matter. You are already very good to call my race friends. Faced with Alka being able to call his race correctly, he was very happy, even unusually familiar, treating Alka as a friend. Alka just smiled, without much explanation. He couldn't say that he knew it from some entertainment works in the past. Mainly in the fantasy entertainment works in the past, the dwarf race is too well known, just like the elves. I didn't expect to see it in this world. It's really rare. Alka thought there was no similar race in this world. It really lives in the boundless sea. Wait. Alka suddenly thought of something strange. The triangle didn't know the dwarves. This is very strange. The triangle existed before the War of Gods. We can know this from what he just said. Then, he couldn't be unaware of the dwarves. Unless this race was born after the world was broken and stuck together. But this is obviously not right. And what the man said just now is also very strange. Your place. This obviously cannot be referring to this island. He is probably referring to the entire endless sea. This thought seems to have discovered some incredible information. Alka couldn't help but be shocked. Thinking carefully, if this dwarf has always lived in the endless sea, he wouldn't say that Alka is the only one who called his name correctly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Doesn't it fit in here? He looked at the dwarf and suddenly said, "You are not from this world, right?" "Of course not." The dwarf looked at Alka with strange eyes, and then asked, "You can call out my race. What's so strange about that? Didn't the information you saw explain this?" "Sorry, there is no such thing," Alka complained, but he was even more surprised in his heart. He actually saw a being that did not belong to this world. And he admitted it just like that. Not only Alka, Zadaiti, and the others were obviously more surprised than Alka. They couldn't understand, how did he get to this place if he was not from this world? Facing the surprised Alka and others, the dwarf in front of him was a little strange. "After knowing that I am not from this world, you are so surprised." He thought for a while. "Are you the people from the Four God Sea in the legend?" He was exposed again, and it was seen by a person who did not belong to this world. Is it so obvious? Arka thought in confusion. Is the legend a little too exaggerated? I remember there are many people from the Four God Sea in the Endless Sea. Simon couldn't help but complain beside him. It seems like they came from some extraordinary place. You don't understand. I have been here for more than 50 years. You are the first people from the Four God Sea that I have seen. I only knew about it from other people before," the dwarf said excitedly. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shook hands with Alka. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Harvey Copperhammer. There are no other dwarves here. You can just call me Copperhammer. I am a scholar of alien civilizations. Nice to meet you. Just call me Alka." Jason and the others also briefly introduced themselves. But alien civilization scholar, this sounds a bit too high-sounding. Alka couldn't help thinking. If it is the literal meaning. He was about to ask. Lucilia couldn't wait to ask on Alka's shoulder, what does alien civilization scholar mean? Is it a scholar who studies other civilizations? Haha, of course, it's amazing. Copperhammer was obviously a little happy, seemingly very proud of his profession. Then you must know a lot about other civilizations? Have you been to other worlds? Lukelia said excitedly. That's other worlds, knowledge that I've never known before. Lukelia, I didn't even know there were other worlds like this. Not only Lilia, but everyone else including Alka was extremely curious. Other worlds, then is it possible? Alka couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, and felt an inexplicable touch in his heart. Of course. I've been to many worlds. Tell me about it, Lucilia said impatiently. No problem. If you want to know, of course. No problem. But correspondingly, please tell me about the Four God Sea later. With that, Tongchui walked into the hall of the house. Hey, you rude guy, I didn't invite you in. The triangle said beside him. Don't be so old-fashioned. You rotten stone. As a dwarf, I am not old-fashioned either. Don't care about these details. Everyone followed him in and sat down. Looking at the curious eyes of the people, Bronze Hammer was obviously very pleased. He cleared his throat and began to talk. Let me tell you about some special and interesting worlds. It's too complicated, and you obviously don't understand it very well. As he said this, he stood on the bench and raised his hand. The magic drew a three-dimensional figure. There were densely packed dots in a blue light. Some dots were spherical, others were in various shapes. These dots are the world, and this space is the starry sky, the world that surrounds the world. I once went to an island without land, even without the ocean. It's quite similar to your place, except that the ocean is replaced by the sky. Do you mean that all the islands there are floating in the sky? Simon asked. Yes, everything there is floating in the sky. Very interesting. Yeah. Everyone nodded. It was very interesting to hear. People there have wings on their backs, just like angels. Do you know angels? Alka nodded, but except for Alka, everyone else shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Looking at Alka, who nodded, everyone looked at him. Bronze Hammer waved his hand indifferently and said, Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't know, just think of it as a person with wings. Later, after my archaeological research, I found that the world was actually formed by the fusion of the corpse of an original Titan and an elemental interface, so it became like that. Original Titan? Elemental interface? Everyone asked. Don't you even know this? The copper hammer was a little surprised. Then he thought of something and knocked his head, seemingly a little annoyed that he would ask such a question. Yes, your world is like this, how can you understand it? He said to himself. He organized his words, and explained to everyone. Just imagine the origin titan as a god, the god above gods, the first god in this star world. Just imagine the elemental interface as a world with only a single magic attribute. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a person who walks in various worlds and studies the civilizations of various worlds. He has erudition that does not match his appearance. He made everyone understand what he wanted to express in a simple and easy to understand way. Although the expression may not be very accurate, the general meaning can still be simply understood by everyone. Chapter 281, Aliens. God above God? The most original god in the star world? Alka in the star world can almost understand. It should refer to the entire universe. Sia Dai and the others understand that. It is the world that wraps the world. There seems to be nothing wrong with this understanding. Then such a god is compared to the four gods. Simon couldn't help asking. Although asking such a question is a bit outrageous, but as a mechanic, he simply couldn't resist his curiosity. Stone Mother, Life, Wise, Sea God. Are you talking about these four? Simon nodded. I don't know about Life and Wise. I don't know about their deeds. But Stone Mother and Sea God are quite famous outside. Bronzehammer said. The meaning of this is very clear. In short, Life and Wise are obviously weaker than the other two gods. At least that's what the dwarf meant. This made Simon and Julia silent again. I only heard Tongchui continue to say, only these two gods can be called gods in the entire star world. This made the two people feel even worse. Okay. The explanation of terms ends here. Shouldn't I talk to you about the world I have experienced? These terms are useless to understand, he said, and began to talk again. Speaking of which, 300 years ago, I went to a very, very powerful world. I must tell you about it. It was a mountain world. Unfortunately, I didn't know how high the mountain was until I left. Mountain world. Everyone's attention was immediately diverted. But what does the mountain world mean? A world made up of mountains. Alka couldn't help asking. For Sia Daidi and the others, mountains and land are things that cannot be understood. Perhaps only Lucilia knows about them from some ancient books. No, it's much more powerful than that. Tongchui waved his hand and said, it is a huge mountain floating in the star world, and various kinds of life live in the mountain. So this is what the mountain world means. I can't imagine what it looks like. Alka scratched his head and thought, it's just a mountain, then people living below can't see the starry sky directly. They can't even see the sky. What about the sunlight? I can't think of it, this is completely beyond his cognition. What a pity, that place is very hostile to outsiders. I was forced to leave after only being there for a while. Is there such a function? Alka asked beside him. Tongchui nodded, of course. Most worlds have such repulsiveness, and have different attitudes towards outsiders. The world I will go to, at least, is not malicious towards outsiders. In fact, at least half of the worlds are full of malice towards outsiders. This is the most basic defense mechanism of the world. And most of the worlds without malice are very confident in themselves. You know? Everyone understood this very well and nodded. After all, no one knows what kind of changes and damage a life that is incompatible with the world will bring to the world. But no one asked why their worlds were not excluded. It was good enough that their worlds could be combined together, and they were self-aware of this. Everyone chatted with the dwarf for a long time in the living room of this broken house, but most of the time it was the dwarf who shared. He seemed happy to share his experiences with others, and was very proud of his professional experience and learning. But for AKA and the others, except for broadening their horizons, it was not of much use. They don't have the ability to leave this world. Then everyone opened their glasses, and simply told the dwarf about the situation in the Four Gods Sea. Very reasonable structure, but unreasonable behavior. As I thought, it seems that these four gods are not born gods. The dwarf muttered to himself. He seemed to have the habit of thinking and talking at the same time, and he needed to speak out to sort out his thoughts. What do you mean? Alka couldn't help asking beside him. The dwarf sorted out his thoughts, raised his head, and looked at the curious eyes of the crowd, laughed twice and said, that is to say, I don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. These four gods obviously care about their believers. So for some reason, it is not easy to build their own sea worlds to preserve the lives on them, after the world is broken. This is obviously a thankless task. Doing so shows that these 4 gods are born from mortals, and are not born this way. Born gods always have all kinds of strange quirks and weird personalities. The most typical one is indifference to mortals. Without exception. Well, it seems that there are exceptions. But most of them are like this. You can understand it. Right? Everyone nodded. Alka could understand a little. In short, people who are born strong, how could they care about those weak lives? Would humans care about the life and death of ants? Okay, I am very happy to chat with you. I will remember your names. When I come to your world next time, I will continue to communicate, if you are still alive. Of course, if I can meet you in the star world, I will be even happier. The last sentence was the mumbling of Tongchue himself, but everyone could hear it. Tongchue was about to leave. He came here to say goodbye to Triangle. After all, he had been here with him for a long time. The communication and acquaintance with Alka and the others was just an unexpected gain. Everyone nodded, and did not ask too much. It was too rude to ask such private matters. After all, they had only known each other for a very short time. It was just that the dwarf seemed to have a good personality, willing to share, and free and easy. Without this nature, it was obviously impossible to travel the world. Tongchue waved to everyone. It was already night outside. He looked at the starry sky. A star began to shine. It seemed that the star was very close to them. A thin white line fell from the sky and connected to Tongchue's body. Tongchue turned his head and looked at Alka and said, "You have a very strange aura. I have felt it in people from many worlds. Some of them have already reached the top. You will definitely achieve great success in the future." Without much explanation, the white line wrapped around him. And then he disappeared on the spot. As the copper hammer disappeared, everyone turned to look at Alka. Future big shot. If you become rich, you must help me. Jason patted Alka's shoulder and teased. Alka's eyes turned, and he squinted at him. "Don't worry, Jason. I will definitely not let you become a beggar if we are together." Everyone said goodbye to the triangle with a fight. They started to continue the previous journey, following Xia Deity around the island. Along the way, they were still chatting about the information they got from the dwarves. Although the knowledge and information helped them broaden their horizons, they were too far away. As far away as the stars in the sky. Out of reach. For them now, they could only treat it as a topic of conversation. "Is this the writing of the Vastwa people?" Mathlisa asked when she saw the writing carved on a piece of gravel when she passed by it. Hearing this, Lucilia immediately jumped off Alka's shoulder and came to Matlisa's side in a few jumps. "Really? There are actually Vastva characters here." He read the characters. A Vastva who once had outstanding trial results here. This person's name is familiar. We should have seen his records in Vastva. Let me think. It seems that he was a high priest of a certain period. He reformed the system at that time and made the city-state grow stronger. Hearing this, Julia looked at the stone tablet and said, "It seems that he is not bluffing. There are indeed many great figures here." As for the understanding of the era before the War of Gods, they still know a lot about Vastva in that era. The High Priest represents the pinnacle of power there. This little episode did not affect the speed of everyone's progress. They did not spend much time, and basically walked around the island. Except for the ruins in the middle, there was nothing to see outside, only some vegetation on the island. At night, the magic power on the island seemed to have subsided, and the concentration did not change. But those elemental creatures formed by magic power did not come out to attack us even if we passed by them. Julia said in a strange way, "Could it be that these elemental creatures could sleep?" No one could give an answer. "Okay, we have finished the surface exploration, we can go back now," Xia Deity said. Jason turned around and asked, "Where should we go back to?" "Back to the ship? Forget it, it's troublesome. Let's find a good place to camp." Everyone returned to the central city ruins, and found a building that looked relatively intact. They set up a temporary camp. It seems that they were not the only ones who had this idea. They also saw other traces of people camping here. A simple tent was set up for sleeping. Juanlu took out his portable pot and began to make dinner. Xia Deity found a quiet corner, took out his tools, and began to draw a map. Alka and others sat around Juanlu's portable pot, watching him make dinner and chatting. Other worlds, so nice. Looking at the fire, Mathlisa suddenly said. She still couldn't forget the scenes of other worlds that Tongchue had described during the day, which had impacted their worldview. They couldn't help but wonder what the outside world was like. How strong do you think that dwarf is? After all, He can travel in so many worlds. Jason couldn't help but ask. Julia shook her head. I can't sense it. Although he still has magic in his body, it is incompatible with this world. So I can't sense it at all. But at least we can know that his strength must be very strong. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to travel in so many worlds, and he hasn't died yet. Listening to everyone's communication, Alka just stared at the fire. Other worlds. What about the world I used to live in? Can I go back to the world I used to live in? The sudden appearance of the copper hammer made Alka's mind a little confused. He seemed a little absent-minded. Everyone could see it, but they didn't bother him too much. After dinner, they rested in their tents. It wasn't until the sky seemed to be getting light that Alka returned from his dream world. Looking at the hourglass in his hand, there were only 2 hours left before daylight. When they came outside, Xiao had already woken up. Alka came behind her and looked at Xiao position. The drawing of the map had entered the final stage. Xiao had already dried the traces on it and coated it for protection. After everything was done, he took the map down and handed it to Alka. Here, it's done. Alka looked at the map in his hand, and the drawing on it was getting more and more detailed. Your craftsmanship is getting better and better. He couldn't help but admire. Blinking his eyes, he looked at the map. The sudden burst of light made Alka cry. There were too many lights. Looking carefully, all the lights gathered at the center of the map where the tower was. The accumulated light points made it hard to see exactly how many there were. All you could see was a burst of vigorous orange energy mixed in with the gold. Scepter? There was a scepter on this island. But Alka saw that all the golden and orange light points gathered at the center where the trial tower was. I almost had a premonition in my heart. I tapped it gently, gathered together, so that Alka didn't know that he tapped on the golden light, but obviously he didn't tap on the orange light column. Promotion trial. Difficulty, enterprising people, 24 stages. Popularity, 34,000. Treasure information. God's trial built by the enterprising people 10,000 years ago, aims to help mortal life break through itself. After the God War, only this remaining trial tower was left. The scope of the trial is 24 stages of intelligent life. Climb up, break through yourself, and you can get this hard-earned reward. If you want to get the reward, please go through the formal channels. Otherwise you will not get the reward even if you pass. Alka clicked on other golden lights. All the golden light spots here are exactly the same, and all have the same treasure information. This is the first time he has seen such a situation. But didn't the triangle say that there would be no reward after passing the trial? Alka was a little confused. Then why is it displayed on the treasure? Looking at the last piece of information about the treasure, Alka suddenly had a bad feeling. Through the formal channels, looking at the extent of the damage, maybe there is no such thing as formal channels. Wouldn't that be a problem? Stop thinking, wait until tomorrow to ask the triangle, and you will know naturally. Learn more, you should be able to expand more information. If the triangle really wants someone to take the trial, then it will definitely not refuse. Thinking of this, Alka clicked on the orange light column in the middle. Top of promotion. Difficulty, clearer 4 stages. Popularity, 152. Treasure information. Each trial tower has its own top. Those who clear the top will get the final reward. This process is not easy. Please be fully prepared. A person only has one chance in his life. Looking at the information of the treasure, Alka thought carefully. The difficulty of the entire trial tower is 24 stages. But if you want to pass the level, you must have the most extreme strength. Even if you have the strength of the 4th stage, it is still difficult. After passing the level, you can get the scepter level treasure. How can you get the golden treasure? Alka just reacted at this time. When he saw the golden information just now, he thought that he still had to pass the trial tower. But the trial tower would make some adjustments according to the strength of each person. Now it seems that it is not what he thought. But there is no more information to expand. It's not long before dawn. I'll ask the triangle when the time comes. Alka thought so. As dawn approached, everyone woke up one after another, cleaned up simply, and ate breakfast. Xiao looked at Alka. What is the goal of today's action? We're going to participate in the trial. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Alka, waiting for his answer. According to the information I got, there should be rewards for passing the trial. But yesterday Triangle said no. So today we will ask what went wrong. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They did not put away the tools and tents used for camping, and left them there. There were no valuables stored here. And from their looks, It seemed that they would not leave the island for a while. They came to the living room of the house where Triangle took them to rest yesterday. However, he was not seen here. Where is the triangular stone? Maybe at the edge of the tower, maybe he's there. As they spoke, they walked towards the stone tower in the center. The tower was indeed tall, and it looked at least 60 meters high. After all, it could be seen from the far sea. Especially the rubble floating around the trial tower, all because they have magic power, and are attracted by the magic power of the floating tower, and are absorbed and float around. The whole tower, there is no aisle or window to call it a tower. It looks more like a huge stone pillar. It was not until everyone came to the bottom of the tower that they discovered that the entire tower should be built on a huge platform. There were some completely collapsed sculptures around the platform. From these traces of collapse, it can be seen how magnificent this place was in the past. You are here? Do you want to take a trial? The triangle suddenly appeared beside them. He was indeed here. Alka looked at the towering stone tower in front of him and asked if there is no reward for the trial. What was the reward for the trial before the War of Gods? This question seemed to indicate that they were also interested in the trial. The triangle was next to them, and answered very excitedly. Take the only remaining trial tower as an example. It was built not long before the God War, so no one has been able to reach the top. If someone successfully reaches the top, he will be able to obtain a powerful artifact, one made by the gods themselves, using the gods' evil and rules. And if he performs well in the trial and breaks through himself, he will be able to obtain a powerful treasure with rules. As if he was afraid that Alka and the others didn't understand, he explained, according to the current era, they are Scepter and Holy Grail. But now you can't get such rewards. I don't have the authority to give you the qualifications for the official trial. So if you are qualified, you can get the real reward. Right? Alka asked. Chapter 282 Trial. Of course, as long as you can obtain the formal qualifications that you should have, you will certainly be able to get the reward. As he said this, the triangle shook his body slightly, and said with a hint of apology, Sorry, I'm just a guide, I can't help much. Alka nodded, took out the map, blinked, carefully touched the golden light. As expected, the treasure information of the golden light expanded. Treasure information, the God's Trial, built by the enterprising people 10,000 years ago. Only this remaining trial tower was left after the War of Gods. The scope of the trial is 24 stages of intelligent life. Climb up, break through yourself, and you can get this hard-earned reward. If you want to get the reward, please go through the formal channels. Otherwise you will not get the reward even if you pass. The formal channels require the seal of the trialist. The following existences can be exempted from the seal of the trialist, and the seal reporter of a large force: the descendants of gods, the apostles of gods, the saints, the dream kings, and the owners of the seal of the dream king. Perfect. Looking at the large number of things listed below the treasure information, there are various existences that can be exempted from the seal of the trial. These beings can be collectively referred to as people with backgrounds. He should be able to identify these identities. Among them, Alka has 3 identities: descendants of gods, apostles of gods, and the king of dreams. Among the apostles of gods, Julia and Porwaro should also belong to this category. As for this knowledge, it all comes from Mermy's broken memories. In memory, the category of apostles of gods can be roughly regarded as people favored by gods. There are not many people favored by gods, but it is not that exaggerated, it is just equivalent to you being remembered by gods. This was remembered, which was a blessing in itself. The trial tower could skin this state. His most important identity was the Dream King, which was roughly equivalent to the leader of a force. He should be able to make the Dream King seal, and then give it to Xia Deity and the others, so that they could also meet the requirements of the exempted. Then the question was, what was the Dream King seal? Although he was the Dream King, he had no idea what it was. He put the map away, thought in front of everyone, and began to mobilize the memory in his brain. He soon found the production process of this thing from Mermy's broken memory. It was very simple. After coming to his senses, he looked at the triangle and nodded. I see, if you don't mind, can you let us take the trial? Of course, of course. The triangle's voice was a little excited. He couldn't wait to float to the bottom of the stone tower. There was an obvious teleportation array there, and there were 2 stone platforms about 1 meter high on both sides of the teleportation array. This trial tower has a total of 9 floors. The lowest entry standard is Stage 2, and the top level strength requirement is Stage 4. The trial is for 1 person. It will not endanger your life. When you receive fatal injuries, you will be teleported out. Or, if you shout surrender when you are unable to defeat the enemy, you will be automatically teleported out. I suggest that you should not be teleported out after receiving fatal injuries. This place has long been dilapidated, and there is no treatment team. Except for fatal injuries. All injuries received before will be retained. If your team does not have the means of treatment, it is best to decisively surrender when you are unable to defeat the enemy. The triangle talked incessantly, using relatively concise language to explain the precautions of the trial tower. Only one person can enter at a time. Each time, there are challenges and trials. Trials can be started every 30 days, and challenges can only be done once in a lifetime. In the past, challenges could get rewards. But now, it doesn't matter. After listening to his explanation, everyone nodded. We need to discuss it. Of course. No problem. Please. Alka turned around and looked at everyone. I can give you an official identity, which means you can start challenges and get rewards. Sure enough, Alka came here, and he must have known how to get an official identity. They were not surprised at all. In other words, to be on the safe side, we have to do a trial first to test the waters? Jason said. Alka nodded. That's what he meant. Who will go first? I'll go first, Alka said. Among the crowd, he has the strongest ability to save his life, especially after becoming a descendant of God. No matter if there is a problem with this trial, he can test it out. And judging from the treasure information, this is indeed a place for trials. There are traces of many people around. From the popularity, we can know that many people who have come here to take the test are still alive. After saying that, he turned around and came to the side of the triangle. How to open it? Let me go first. The triangle immediately shook its body and floated to the central rune array. You just need to stand on it. Under the gaze of everyone, Alka stood on the transmission platform. As he stepped on it, the entire array platform turned slightly, emitting a blue light, and the two stone platforms next to it flickered slightly. The stone platform on the left shone with a yellow light, and the stone platform on the right shone with a red light, and grooves appeared on the surface. If you want to take the test, put your left hand on the yellow stone platform on the left, and if you want to take the challenge, put your right hand on the red stone platform. The challenge will be much more difficult. The triangle reminded beside him. What is this groove? Alka looked at the groove on the stone platform and asked curiously. Certificate? Formal certificate. Alka nodded, and did not ask any more questions. He raised his left hand slightly, and placed it on the stone platform on the left. Descendants of God. Welcome. The voice sounded, and Alka disappeared. The triangle just floated in the same place, looking a little stunned. So, descendants of God can be exempted from the certificate? Don't you know about this? Jason stood by and listened to the inverted triangle, asking curiously. This shouldn't be a guide. How could he not know such a thing? Before the War of Gods, I was just a spare guide. Never used. A brand new construct. I was accidentally activated more than 20,000 years ago. At that time, this place was already a ruin. I only had the most basic information recorded in my body. The voice of the triangle was a little embarrassed. Explaining? Hearing this, Jason nodded, without asking too many questions, looking at Alka disappearing on the stage. Xiaodai asked, Can't we see what's happening in Alka? No. The privacy of the trial must be protected. This tower has a very strong shielding effect, which can block most of the perception and information peeping. Even God can't peek into the information inside it will. At this point, the pride in the voice of the triangle can be clearly heard. Everyone nodded. This sounds reasonable. After all, various powers and methods will be used in the trial. If such methods are spread, it will be easy to be targeted. Privacy is indeed important. This place can become a trial place where many forces are willing to come, which means that it did a good job in this regard before the God War. How long will the trial last? Julia asked. If it lasts for several days and nights, they can't just stand here all the time. According to records, a normal trial will not last more than 4 hours. So short? Simon said in surprise. This time was much shorter than he thought. Should some kind of time-related spell be used? Julia guessed beside him. What the mermaid lady said is right. The stone tower uses VASPA's space expansion technology and Seraphibert's time adjustment technology. Triangle was very happy to introduce it to everyone. Julia looked at her transformed legs. Technology from 10,000 years ago? It was so easy to see through. But thinking about the fact that he could find out that Alka had just obtained the status of a descendant of God at the moment of meeting, it didn't seem to be a big deal. But I didn't expect to hear Vasva here. Lucilia asked curiously. Vasva? I have heard of this name. What was he like 10,000 years ago? Vasva city-state? The records say that it is a small city-state in a remote place. And it is said that it was built in another space. It prefers peace and stays away from disputes. It is a city of scholars. The most famous thing is their space technology and its application. It is said that the Quartet gods have a good relationship with the aspirants. This also makes Vasva more familiar to us. Many important people in Vasva will be tested here. The triangle flipped through the information records in his body and answered everyone's questions. This is similar to what everyone knows. It seems that Vasva was indeed just a very small remote force before the War of Gods. A remote force is so powerful. Everyone was a little bit afraid to imagine how glorious those large forces were before the God War of 10,000 years. What kind of prosperous world was before the God War? A distinct strange feeling made Alka a little dizzy. As the dizziness disappeared, he felt his feet stepping on the ground. This teleportation didn't feel good. There was a feeling of being pulled and squeezed. Looking at the surrounding environment, it is detected that your strength does not match the current level. Do you want to jump directly to the 4th level? You can also choose to start from the 1st level to familiarize yourself with the operating mechanism of the trial tower. An emotionless and gentle voice sounded from the space, speaking an incomprehensible language like the triangle, but Alka could understand its meaning. Alka thought for a moment and said without much thought, "Let's start from the 1st floor. The trial tower will scan your information throughout the whole process. All the scanned information will be kept strictly under the contract of the God of Secrets. Without your permission, no leakage will be made. Do you agree? Although I don't know whether the contract of this God of Secrets can still keep secrets in this era. There is no choice. Agree. Please tell me your name. Or give yourself a code name. Wanderer. The new identity of the trialist has been recorded as Wanderer. Identity: Descendant of God, Kings of Dreams, Stone Mother Saint. Soul scan. Trial construction completed. Body scan. Trial construction completed. Your exclusive trial construction completed. Please say start to start the trial. To be honest, this sudden change made Alka feel like he was in the future world. It was out of tune with this world. He was a little curious about what the world was like before the War of Gods 10,000 years ago. He collected his thoughts and spoke. Start. The trial started to run. Space expansion. Time stage solidification. I hope you can break through yourself and move forward. The voice echoed and disappeared. The stone wall in front of him began to change. The stone wall turned into a solid and tall door. There were strange sculptures painted on the door, and finally a surrounding mountain peak was formed in the middle. The stone pillars on both sides of the door frame were on fire. Alka walked up and put his hands on the door. It was so heavy. The weight of this stone door was beyond his imagination. After trying it, it should be able to be pushed open, but it must be pushed with enough strength. Using both hands, Alka exerted all his strength, and his legs pressed hard against the ground to push the stone door open. As the huge force pressed forward, the stone door slowly opened inwards, until a gap was revealed that a person could pass through. Only then did Alka let go of his hand. He took a deep breath. Even opening the door is considered part of the trial. The force just now could almost be said to have reached his limit. Apparently this stone door was specially customized. Alka became more and more interested in this trial. As Alka walked in, the stone door behind him slowly closed. A large arena appeared in front of him. It was estimated that the arena was as big as a football field. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunder sounded, and heavy rain suddenly fell. The heavy rain instantly soaked Alka. The entire arena was covered by heavy rain. A figure appeared in front of him. A human figure wearing a pure black cloak. He fled into the darkness, and quickly attacked Alka. The heavy rain and the dim environment, plus the occasional thunder around. All of this became the enemy's disguise. Alka frowned. A card made of thin mirror appeared in his hand. Magic power was infused into it. A rune appeared on the mirror, and was thrown out by Alka. The card passed through the rain curtain and exploded in the air. With the explosion, a figure was directly lifted out. He fell heavily to the ground, and the shield on his body was broken. The moment he fell to the ground, he freed his hands. A vertical cold light appeared in his hands, and he quickly swung his hands in the direction of Alka. A cold light flashed, piercing the rain curtain. Several daggers were thrown over, and a discordant light could be seen on the daggers. It seemed to be coated with an unknown poison. The daggers were extremely fast, with some kind of spell attached to them, and they quickly broke through the air. A mirror appeared in front of Alka, sucking all the daggers in. Another mirror appeared behind the enemy. The daggers he threw flew out from the mirror behind him and attacked him. Facing the sudden attack from behind, he slapped the ground hard and used his hands and feet to lift himself up. Although he dodged most of the daggers, 2 daggers still stabbed him in the back and thigh. He instantly fell to the ground. Looking in the direction of Alka, he suddenly took out the dagger and cut his neck. A lot of blood gushed out. But the gushing blood did not immediately fall to the ground, but just floated in the air, and the falling raindrops passed through the blood. There was no trace of red. The moment the blood gushed out, it turned into bullets one after another and hit Alka. The bullets were extremely fast and extremely powerful. The mirror used to block the attack and absorb and transfer, it was immediately shattered. Has it been discovered? So obvious? The defensive traveling mirror formed by the mirror surface and the power of dreams can only allow it to pass through physical attacks of entities. For example, daggers and arrows. Energy attacks related to magic, which can only be blocked by its own hardness, cannot be transferred. But before the blood bullets flew over, Alka had already dodged to the side, and the blood bullets seemed to be able to track, turning a corner and continuing to chase Alka. The enemy, who fell to the ground, covering the wound on his neck, stared at Alka through the rain. Is it so difficult? As he said that, Alka. Several cards appeared in his hands, and he threw them out. 2 cards drew 2 arcs and collided with the blood bullets, and then exploded. The bursting flames collided with the blood, burning and emitting a burnt smell. But it also blocked the attack. The remaining blood eggs suddenly fell, and stopped attacking Alka. Seeing this, Alka looked at the figure lying on the ground in the rain. The man had closed his eyes, and fell to the ground. The blood on his neck had mixed with the rain and dyed the surroundings red. His body became dim, and then dissipated. The thunder disappeared, and the heavy rain stopped. The originally dark arena became bright. The first level has been successfully broken through. Hearing this voice, Alka stood there and thought. According to what he heard when he just came in, with his strength, he should go to the 4th floor. His current strength is the 3rd stage. 14 spirals. The most basic trial standard is the 2nd stage. According to reasonable logic, all 13 floors belong to the 2nd stage trial range. Then the enemy just now is likely to have only 4 spirals. TSK. Is this the strength that 4 spirals can show? Alka was a little confused. He asked directly, "Excuse me, what is the strength of the enemy I just faced?" 4 spirals. It really is. The strength shown by the enemy just now is completely beyond the standard that the 4 spirals can reach. He is completely configured according to the top configuration. If he encounters this enemy when he is in the 4 spirals, even if he has treasures at that time, it is very likely. It seems that this trial is not easy to complete. Alka frowned and thought. There was another loud rumbling sound in his ears. The arena has disappeared, and it has become the stone room, like when he just came in. The previous door appeared in front of him again. But this time, a number similar to 2 appeared on the top of the door, indicating that it leads to the 2nd floor. Alka walked forward and once again exerted great strength to push the stone door open. When he pushed the stone door open, a force swept through his body, as if sweeping away all the fatigue in his body. His whole body seemed to have become brand new. His condition was completely restored. This was not bad. He responded to each floor in the most perfect state. Chapter 283. Power of the same level. In the mirror maze composed of a large number of mirrors, a figure wearing gray-black soft armor and holding 2 swords fell to the ground. He had various mirror cards inserted into his body. Some joints of the soft armor on his body had been dented and damaged. The fatal injury was a card that was directly inserted into his brain. Alka walked out of the mirror behind him, looking at the dead enemy. This enemy with 2 swords was the opponent Alka faced on the 2nd floor. Just as he thought. The opponent's strength is 6 spirals. However, due to the suppression of strength, Alka did not spend much effort to solve it. But he was still shocked by his strength. The surrounding environment disappeared again and became the place where he entered at the beginning. He pushed open the heavy door again. After pushing open the door, the state was fully restored. The enemy Alka was about to face was an enemy with a strength of the 2nd stage, 9 spirals. According to the previous 2 battles, this time it was definitely another top-level enemy. Alka still remembered his strength when he was in the 9 spirals. He had just improved from that stage. He was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of strength the enemy could display at this stage. As Alka entered, huge trees rose into the sky one after another, and huge rocks, soil, and weeds emerged from the surroundings. In just a moment, Alka entered a primitive jungle. It was extremely real. He could even sense the distribution of plants in the air and the fishy smell of soil. It seemed as if it had just rained not long ago. Is the terrain targeted this time? Alka couldn't help but complain, and jumped up a tree along the branches. He observed the surroundings, and found no suspicious movements or enemies. He jumped again, and jumped to another big tree. Alka moved between the trees like a monkey. This time the enemy did not take the initiative to attack. Every movement would leave a mirror on some corners of the tree branches. Help him observe the movements here. However, after half a day, Alka did not find any traces of the enemy in the jungle. He began to slow down his speed, to save his physical strength and state. He began to deliberately place mirrors in various places for him to observe and control the entire environment. The whole jungle was dead silent. Except for the sound of the wind blowing on the leaves, nothing could be heard. There was a sound of wind behind. Alka reacted in time, and the mirror behind him also gave him some reminders. In an instant, he jumped down from the branch. After landing lightly, he looked at his thigh, where 3 bloodstains had appeared. The enemy was too fast. There were dark green marks on the bloodstains, which were obviously poisonous. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he cut off the flesh on his thigh without hesitation. The liquid mirror wrapped around the bleeding wound. The pain stimulated his spirit. Alka frowned, and vigilantly sensed the surrounding environment. A large amount of pink mist began to spread around. The enemy was hiding in the dark, with a strong concealment, and was difficult to be found. The attack also contained poison. A secret hunter in the jungle? Obviously, from the attack just now, it was not a humanoid enemy. No trace of the enemy was found around. He had been observing himself, intentionally avoiding the mirror. Very smart. Only at the moment of the attack, it revealed its figure, and then immediately hid. Alka hooked his body, and moved forward slowly. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. A mirror card hidden by Alka exploded, and several water chains bound the enemy, allowing Alka to see what was attacking him. It was a cheetah-like creature, covered in emerald green, which could easily blend into the surrounding environment. 3 sharp claws protruded from the ends of its front paws, emitting a light green light. The trigger mind card seemed to be able to work wonders at this time. Alka couldn't help but smile. As the enemy was tied up, he instantly disappeared from the spot, and the water chain that was originally tied to him was waving in confusion. Obviously, the cheetah-like creature, which was tied up by them just now, suddenly disappeared. Looking at the creature that disappeared on the spot, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. Wow, it actually has the ability to teleport, and it seems that the priority of this teleportation is quite high. What kind of second stage can master such an ability? He couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. The forest environment seriously affected his performance of the mirror maze. It is obvious that the mirror maze he used in the last game was targeted. The mirror surface appeared on his face. Alka did not change at all, as if he wanted to wear the mirror on his face. The mirrors hidden in various places in the forest began to slowly rotate, helping him to check the surrounding environment. Especially the branches around were covered with mirrors. The mechanism of this trial should not let this creature escape. It must still be thinking of how to kill itself. The stinging pain from the wound on the thigh made Alka frown. The poison seemed to have begun to spread, and the rapid removal of the wound still left a trace of poison. This poison. It's so annoying. I can only feel that this poison seems to paralyze the nerves. If only Matt Lisa were here. He could feel a slight numbness on his right thigh, and the numbness began to spread. In addition to making it difficult for him to control his body better, it also made it difficult for him to accurately understand some of the conditions of the poison. It's really insidious. 3 enemies, 2 of them are poisonous. It seems that we have to fight quickly. The enemy seems to be waiting for its poison to spread. The figure of the dream god of death appeared on the mirror. Alka's whole body changed immediately. The robe of light and shadow covered him, and a black sickle appeared in his hand. He could actually transform into a creature with very strong resistance to poison, and transform part of his digits into his legs. But the problem was that this was an ordinary creature, and it could not bring any improvement to Alka. It could even reduce Alka's strength due to the incoordination of the limb changes. The pink mist began to spread all over the forest, under Alka's reckless consumption of magic power. This time, Alka quickly found the enemy. He used flash directly, appeared beside the cheetah, and swung the sickle in his hand to chop. The cheetah's figure was very fast, and it immediately disappeared from the spot. Alka threw the sickle in his hand at the moment it disappeared. He had to kill the enemy this time. A large amount of pink mist spread out, and even with the dream catcher as a backup, his magic power was still consumed very quickly. The pink mist that spread around exploded at the same time. The cheetah, that had just appeared in the distance, was immediately dragged into the dream. The thrown sickle quickly spiraled towards his position, and slashed directly at his body, and the tip of the sickle pierced through his entire body and hooked it. Alka disappeared again. When he appeared, he was holding the sickle, but the cheetah on the sickle had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood, still on the branch. "I smell it," Alka said with a smile. Although the enemy disappeared, the smell of blood was already there. This was the best way to track him. A mirror appeared at Alka's feet, and he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he appeared behind the cheetah. There was a mirror that Alka had left behind when he passed by before. Looking at Alka, who was chasing him again, the cheetah seemed to no longer be ready to run away, and turned around and attacked Alka. At the same time, Alka had already swung his sickle. Watching his sickle about to chop down on the enemy, the cheetah suddenly darted in the air, and its front paws directly grabbed Alka's light and shadow robe. A gap suddenly appeared in the robe, and the defensive power of this cloak was still trustworthy. But several cards flew out and stabbed the cheetah. The water chain and the flame exploded at the same time, and one of the silver cards even cut off one of its hind legs. The explosion and the water chain made it lose its ability to move instantly, and it fell from midair. Alka fell directly from the sky, and the sickle that had missed the previous attack stabbed down again and pierced the cheetah. After piercing, it immediately pulled hard. The cheetah died on the spot. Alka also sat on the ground. His right leg was completely numb. If he didn't leave the cheetah this time, he would almost lose the ability to attack actively. The cheetah disappeared, and the forest disappeared with it. Alka appeared in the room again. While his right leg, there was still a trace of consciousness. Alka immediately dragged his legs to move, and appeared at the gate. He used his shoulder to push the gate, and pushed forward as hard as he could. He used the cautious perception of his numb right leg to exert force. Finally, he pushed the gate open in the final stage. The power swept through. The numbness in Alka's right leg disappeared instantly, and the wound was healed. The consumed magic power and physical strength were directly replenished, and the slightly tired spirit due to the pain became refreshed. It was as if the battle just now did not exist. This feeling came in an instant, making the whole person feel refreshed. "This feels really good." Alka clenched his fist and said. Although his strength was restored, he did not immediately go through the crack in the door to the 4th floor, because the enemy he would face in front of him would be an enemy of equal strength that he should have faced. According to the battles on the previous floors, he would only have a few more spirals of strength than the enemy, and calculated according to the full strength of the enemies in the trial land. The strength of these spirals will not give him any advantage. The enemy with 9 spirals just now, except for the lack of treasures, basically has the best configuration for Alka. But treasures are treasures after all, and the advantages they bring are not so easy to make up. Although Alka also paid a certain price, targeting its environment, targeting the enemy's attack methods. Then, for the enemy of equal strength that he is about to face, will he still make targeted choices based on his own situation? Thinking like this, Alka entered the crack of the door. What came into view was an endless wasteland, with hard stones underfoot, and not even a trace of grass. There were only some gravels on the ground. On the wasteland, the enemy was standing in front of him. That was a skeleton? Alka thought it would be an animal or a person, but it turned out to be an undead. Is there anything special about it? He had to use all his strength on this level, since he realized that the next level would target him based on his performance on the previous level. He deliberately began to hide his abilities, especially some key abilities, because once you use them, the next level will target you, making it impossible for you to achieve the desired effect. Alka didn't know if everyone would do this, or if it was because he had a treasure. So he looked at the skeleton vigilantly. In the hands of the skeleton appeared a huge axe as tall as his body. The axe was covered with spells, and you could tell from the appearance that it was definitely a powerful weapon. "I probably can't bear it, I'd better hide." Alka waved his hand. Mirrors appeared one after another around, forming a maze of mirrors. With the skeleton in the distance as the center, it began to circle around. Alka also disappeared on the spot, and came to the periphery of the maze through the mirror. facing the mirror that surrounded him in the center. The skeleton held the giant axe in his hand and turned it hard. A circle of huge blade-like attacks circled around. Crack! The loud sound of glass shattering came continuously. With just one attack, at least 3 or 4 layers of mirrors around it were completely cleared. Most of the mirror maze was destroyed in one go. Seeing this, Alka immediately cancelled the entire mirror maze. It would be a waste of time to keep it. It's targeted at the same level. Alka couldn't help it. But he still left several mirrors around for quick transmission. 2 cards flew towards the enemy. 2 arcs were drawn. Facing the flying card, the skeleton just glanced at it with its eye sockets burning with dark green flames. The card seemed to lose its kinetic energy, and it fell on the spot with dark green flames burning on its body. You won't force melee combat, will you? As soon as Alka finished speaking, the skeleton looked directly at him, and Alka's body immediately burned with dark green flames. Fortunately, he always had a protective shield on his body. Facing this unexpected attack, the shield was immediately deployed. This flame was not hot, but rather chillingly cold. Although the flame was blocked outside, his original strength was already attached to it. Alka felt that his movements became slow, and even affected his spirit. Fortunately, his soul was different from that of ordinary people, and his spirit was even more so. The essence of his spirit was much stronger than his body. This dark green flame that made his spirit slow did not have any effect on his spirit. His mind was still turning rapidly. Controlling the heavy body, rolled to the side. Clang! A loud cracking sound came from the side. The skeleton had already let his axe hit the place where Alka had just been. A pale shadow was still dragging on his body. Looking at Alka, who was dodging, he raised his axe and stood in place. When the axe chopped down, his whole body suddenly rushed forward. A long white shadow was dragged behind him, and instantly appeared in front of Alka. The axe blade chopped directly down. Alka rolled back immediately after stabilizing himself. The wind pressure from the axe made his cheek feel a little stinging, but at least he avoided the attack. What a mess. The slowing effect of the flames on his body was finally eliminated by his magic. Feeling lighter, Alka immediately threw a full 8 cards at the enemy. These 8 cards flew around from all corners. The rotation of the skull finally stopped only 4 cards. He couldn't see so many. The other 4 cards exploded beside him. What exploded this time was no longer flames, but pure holy light. The spells attached to Alka's cards were no longer limited to those 3. It's just that those 3 combinations are very useful under normal circumstances. The exploding holy light immediately caused damage to him. The white bones seemed to be corroded and pits appeared, and even the soul fire in the head began to dim and sway. Ah! A piercing scream came, and a dark green skeleton soul emerged from his chest, and crashed into the place where the holy light burst. The soul collided with the holy light, and both were destroyed at the same time. And the skeleton raised his axe again, without hesitation, to fight in Alka's direction, and the axe fell down. His body turned into a white shadow again. This was the 3rd time, and Alka had gotten used to his movements. The beginning of each attack was too obvious. Without the suppression of the soul fire, he immediately rolled back. However, this time he failed. Just as he was about to roll back to dodge, his body was directly frozen in the air. It was as if the surrounding space was fixed. Alka widened his eyes, and only his thoughts could move. His body suddenly hurt, and his whole body from the chest down was directly split in half. The skeleton's axe was already covered with blood, and it split his body through. This was already a fatal attack. The reason why Alka was not teleported away was because this was not his original body. The cautious brain was still thinking. He had the ability to solidify space, not much. Even less than a second, just enough for him to attack from a distance. The broken body fell to the ground, but Alka was still alive, and his body immediately returned to its original state as if it had been refreshed. Alka used his dream substitute to help him fight in the early stages, in order to collect information about the enemy. Obviously, this tactic is very effective. After refreshing, a mirror immediately appeared on his face. In less than a second, Alka turned into the Grim Reaper of Dreams, and a large amount of pink mist poured out. Immediately, the surroundings became a world surrounded by pink mist. The skeleton immediately felt that his movements became slow, and even the swaying of his soul began to flicker. Mirrors appeared around him again. A mirror appeared under Alka's feet, and Alka, who had turned into the Grim Reaper of Dreams, disappeared on the spot. The skeleton held up his giant axe, looking around vigilantly. A large number of soul skulls emerged from his chest again, and these skull-like souls dragged a green cloud trail around him. At the same time, he opened his mouth, emitting a sharp howl. A black sickle flew from behind him in a spiral. The skeleton, who seemed to be slow in action, turned around immediately, and threw the giant axe in his hand in a semicircle and collided with the sickle. However, the collision sound that should have occurred did not sound, and the sickle went straight through the giant axe. Only the curved tip of the blade chopped the enemy's shoulder blade. A large gap immediately appeared at the shoulder blade, and the bones there turned into bone slag. Taking this opportunity, several carts flew over and exploded around again. Holy light flickered. The souls surrounding them seemed to have found their target, and rushed towards the flickering holy light. The moment the light flickered, the skeleton was also slowed down. Pink mist erupted. The skeleton still had the soul fire in its head affected, and fell into a deep sleep. Alka walked out of a mirror nearby, and then appeared next to the skeleton in a flash, holding the swirling sickle in his hand, and chopped directly at his head. The skull's head immediately turned into a black metal sickle, and it made a crisp sound when it chopped on it. Then he was frozen in the air again. This time, the long-planned attack did not work. Instead, it woke the enemy from his dream. But the moment the enemy woke up, the freezing effect had disappeared. The axe immediately chopped from bottom to top. Alka had to disappear in a flash, and threw a white light before leaving. Very good. At least the enemy was tricked into solidifying again. This ability obviously cannot be used casually. A pale flying knife pierced the enemy's spine. After Alka appeared in the distance, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The flying knife immediately changed, and a large number of bone spurs pierced out from the other side. It merged with the skeleton. The changes in his body bones caused his movements to change drastically, and he became extremely stiff. He struggled to change the changes in his bones. Alka flashed in front of him again, and the continuous flashes made the second magic power consumption even greater. This time, the sickle went from bottom to top, and the curved tip of the blade directly penetrated the soul fire from his jaw. There was a weak point there, and Alka had been staring at it for a long time. Coupled with the shaking white edge of the sickle, it was easy to penetrate it. The struggling skeleton immediately stopped moving, and the bones on his body drooped down. Chapter 284 Advantages and Disadvantages of the Future. The skeleton fell to the ground, turned into ashes. The flying knife, that had been stuck in his body, and turned into a pile of bone spurs also fell down. Ark walked over and picked up the flying knife. He looked at it carefully. I didn't expect it to work so well at this time. This was the attack method that Ark had just thought of. He didn't expect it to have such a serious impact on the skeleton, which was also a skeleton. This was something he didn't expect. The large number of bone spurs protruding from the gaps in the skeleton completely blocked the limbs of his upper body. Otherwise, it would take more effort on this level. The environment changed again. Alka returned to the hall. The number on the door in front of him showed the sign of 5. Looking at the sign on the door, Alka was thinking, should I continue to enter the next level for the trial? According to speculation, the enemy strength on the next level should reach 18 spirals, and I only have 14 spirals. If I were to leave it outside, Alka might still think that he had the possibility of winning by leaps and bounds. But after these few levels of fighting, Alka discovered that every enemy here has the possibility of fighting above their level, whether it is the combination of spells or the attacking skills. It can be said that they are very suitable. Fortunately, the only comfort for Alka is that the enemies here may not have treasures. If these enemies have a treasure, he will have no chance to play. Although the spell effect displayed by the skeleton just now is already one of the top ones. It seems like a spell derived from a treasure, but it is not as powerful as mastering a treasure. The spell that the skeleton just mastered is combined with his attack method. If you are not careful, even if you have mastered a treasure, there is a great possibility that you will die in his hands. After thinking about it, Alka decided to continue to the next level. After all, he has mastered 2 treasures. Even if he can foresee the enemies on the next level, they are definitely the type that targets him. But as long as he does not have a treasure, he can accept it, and have a certain chance of winning. And if he was really in danger of dying, he could leave by admitting defeat. Thinking of this, Alka pushed the door open with all his strength. As his state returned to perfection, Alka entered. The scene in front of him did not appear to be anything unfavorable to him as Alka had thought. It was just a round stone platform, and the edge of the stone platform was surrounded by railings. It did not look like an arena. Instead, it looked a bit like a training ground. In front of him was a middle-aged man wearing a body-shaping gray outfit. His facial expression and features looked very ordinary. You wouldn't have any impression of him if he was thrown into a crowd. He just put his hands behind his back and looked at Alka. Seeing Alka turn his attention to him, he nodded slightly. "Hello, trialist. I am the instructor of this trial tower. I will be your opponent next. Can you talk? Can you communicate?" Alka frowned. Then why did those enemies just now show no possibility of communication? Why did something change on this floor? Why can you communicate? Is there any difference between this floor and other floors? Faced with Alka's question, the middle-aged man who called himself the instructor was very patient. He said, "Because this level is the limit of your strength. And the previous levels are below your strength. If you can't even pass the levels below your strength, then you don't need the instructor to adjust your fighting method. If you pass it, the tower will decide whether you need the instructor to adjust it according to your previous fighting method, to help you better master your own strength." "I see. Thank you for your answer." Alka nodded after listening, and said, "It seems that this is the real training ground. This is the place that is truly called the trial tower. Break through yourself, and move forward, and you don't just have to do it alone. The trial tower will help you. You're welcome." As he said that, the instructor in front of him looked at him and said, "Do you position yourself as a long-range spellcaster? A trickster?" Alka nodded. He did position himself that way. At the same time, the form transformation is carried out through simulation, to take into account more aspects. Seeing Alka nod, the instructor in front of him shook his head. "Then you don't seem to be doing very well. If you just dodge, it can be considered as deceit." This sentence made Alka feel awkward on the spot, because this sentence was indeed true. His favorite thing to do in battle was to distance himself, and then attack, or switch to the state of the dream god of death for close combat. There was no problem with this. The problem was that there was no deception at all. The only deceptive action was the mirror maze, and the coordination with the realm of travel. The instructor said nothing more, but raised his hand and hooked it at Alka. "Attack me. Show your strongest strength. Are you looking down on me?" Since you said so, Alka was no longer polite, after all. This was a trial place. Without hesitation, he started with the mirror. The maze composed of mirrors instantly surrounded the entire stone platform, and the instructor just stood in the maze. "Does this thing consume a lot of magic power?" "Not much." Alka's voice came from all directions. "It seems like a lot. But for Alka, who has a mirror, this consumption is acceptable." Hearing this, the instructor said nothing more, and just stood there and closed his eyes. The mirror surface is attached with a spell that blocks detection. But it's too rough. The mirror maze is just used to deceive vision, but it doesn't apply to many creatures. Right? And what if the enemy you are facing doesn't use eyes? A card made of mirrors drew an arc from the back corner and flew towards the instructor. A tiny magic bullet as big as a finger flew out and hit the card accurately. This magic bullet, except for its speed, had nothing to praise. After hitting the card accurately, the card instantly tilted and lost much kinetic energy, and fell to the ground. More cards flew from all directions. The flying paths of these cards were not straight lines, but various arcs, which seemed to be impossible to defend against. Multi-angle attack, and strange flying angles, are really good for an enemy, and such offensive skills are worthy of praise. Faced with such an attack, the instructor gave up the method of hitting them all with magic bullets. He raised his hand and waved it vigorously. The magic power flew out. A strange scene appeared. All the cards suddenly swayed in the air, as if they were blown by a strong wind, lost their original flight trajectory, and slid crookedly to all places. The technique of using magic power to vibrate the air is cheap and easy to learn. If you know a few spells related to wind, then this trick will be easier to break. There are too many shortcomings. After praising Alka's attack, he followed it with a wave of belittlement. He mentioned both the advantages and disadvantages. Then a magic bullet appeared in his hand, and an unknown simple spell was attached to it. He threw it gently. The spell flew high into the air, and instantly flew towards the place where Alka was hiding. It suddenly accelerated as it flew. It hit Alka hard. Fortunately, Alka remained alert and rolled to the side, avoiding the attack. A very simple guidance spell. Even a child can learn it. Children 30,000 years ago are different from children today. Alka complained silently. Then the instructor opened his hands directly, and magic bullets were condensed and floated above his head. Then, they quickly smashed towards where Alka was. They were densely packed into a straight line. Alka had to use the mirror to dodge quickly. There is obviously a better solution? Why do you have to use dodge? Doesn't this dodge consume a lot of magic power? The instructor raised various questions, affecting Alka's thoughts. But to be honest, Alka felt that he was right, but these words obviously could not affect his thoughts. The strength was too low. There is indeed a better way, if it is calculated by magic. Whether it is to summon a mirror to block, or to turn into a dream death god to flash. It will consume less magic than using a mirror to travel. Use your pink mist, they can affect the operation of other magic, you just need to control it a little more finely. Obviously, what the instructor said was different from what Alka understood. The instructor said this with his eyes still closed, using a method that Alka could not understand, to sense his position. The magic bullets that he controlled to throw into the sky accurately found Alka's position under his control, and kept attacking. Alka followed his instructions and dispersed a large amount of pink mist. After the mist spread, all the magic bullets were slowed down, which was the function of the pink mist. Have you ever thought about the essence of your pink mist power? As he said this, Alka was still controlling the mist, trying to stop the magic bullets flying over. As the fog slowed down the speed of the magic bullet, he was able to dodge more calmly on the spot. But such fog operation made the instructor shake his head slightly. It was too rough. As a Dream King, your operation of Dream Fog is so rough? It seems that you got this status through special opportunities. I hope you work harder, otherwise you will bring shame to the kings. This made Alka more embarrassed instantly. This was a fact that could not be refuted. He had no choice but to answer the previous question. It was a dream. Alka answered while dodging. No, it's the true essence. Spirit. Correct, your magic power has been completely transformed into the attributes of the spirit. You are a natural trickster. Then why? You don't seem to have any attacks or spells related to the spirit. From here, one can hear great doubts from the instructor. Alka was silent for a while. He couldn't say that he only discovered the nature of his magic power change a dozen days after he became a dream god and the king of dreams. He hadn't paid much attention to the power of the pink mist before, and just regarded it as some power of the dream catcher. He only found out a dozen days ago that something was wrong. The pink mist of the dream catcher was completely different from the pink mist after his magic power was assimilated. They both had spiritual nature, because dreams were the spiritual world. He knew this discovery by relying on the power of the dream kings and the blood of the dream god. Dreams are not dreams. But the pink mist of the dream catcher is mixed with the rule of dream scavenger. His magic is just the most essential spirit. When you turned into that dream creature, why did you just use it as a powerful melee state? Isn't it that he is essentially the same source as your magic? That should have a greater change, right? The mirror mask you use can simulate more changes. Why not match it well? Stop it, master. The instructor's various words have made Alka lose the idea of attacking. He almost scolded him to pieces, asked all kinds of fatal questions. Alka actually discovered many problems here, but he just hasn't changed yet, or doesn't want to change yet. The bad roots of his character, and other things and hobbies, shared his experience. And the time was too short. He always gained these powers one by one. It was too short, so he didn't have the time and energy to learn all these. Even if he spent most of his rest time on reading and studying, it was not enough. He had only really entered this industry for a few years. He spent most of his time supplementing his knowledge with the books in Lucilia's dream library. He had to do it now. Your power is too complicated. Each one is good when taken alone, but when they are mixed together, they drag you down. You are too young. Compared with your achievements, this age seems too young. This is your advantage, but it has also become your disadvantage. I can see that you don't seem to have received this kind of education since childhood. How long have you been in my industry? Well, the time is a bit vague, but it's about 5 years. After saying this, the instructor himself was silent. Okay, kid. I take back what I said before. You have performed very well. But after that, you must make a choice. Don't be in a hurry. Take it slowly. You are no longer a mortal. You have the blood of God and the power of kings. Time will not leave more traces on you. This is a real wild genius. It must be carefully helped to grow. The instructor had already opened his eyes, and one could even see a faint glimmer in his eyes. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The mirror maze surrounding him instantly shattered. The hardness of each mirror seems to be similar. You just need to use similar magic power to vibrate the surroundings. He said it as if he was showing off. Alka just stood there and nodded. Your power is not systematic. And your attack is unsystematic. Just like a wild way. Didn't your elders teach you how to fight? You don't seem to have received any training. After hearing the instructor's words, Alka nodded. Yes, the fighting methods shown at this stage are just what I figured out by myself. The instructor pondered for a moment. The situation was worse than he thought. I don't know what it's like outside. I can feel some changes. It seems that the normal situation I mentioned no longer applies to the outside world, but being stronger is not a bad thing, isn't it? No matter how the world changes. It will always be like this. Everything is determined by power. Alas, he seems to be more than just a byproduct of the trial tower. But my experience should still apply. He looked up at Alka and said seriously, remember what I just said, the essence of power is yourself. Don't use the treasure as a weapon or a tool. You should study its essence, research its power, and then control it. You may think it is very useful at this stage, but it's like waving a knife around. A sharp blade can certainly allow you to cut the enemy in a random swing. But why not use a more refined and skillful swing? In this way, it will become your power. You are in control of the blade instead of it controlling you. Alka nodded. He understood what the instructor wanted to express. The first thing you need to do is to build a deceitful system according to the nature of your magic. Everything that is alive has a spirit. This is a great advantage. The essence of your blood power is moving in this direction. You must go in this direction. When you have your own ideas, the next time you come, I will teach you in person again and give you some of my opinions. The instructor said good night and waved at Alka. You failed. Look forward to your next trial. After the words fell, Alka disappeared from the spot. Once again, he returned to the place where he entered the trial tower. Your trial result this time is to pass the 4th floor. Congratulations. The triangle floated beside him and said. The others also gathered around. How does it feel inside? What kind of trial is it? Mind? Or combat? Correction, this trial tower specializes in combat. The trial tower for the mind has been destroyed long ago. It's a pity that you can't experience it. The triangle said beside him. Alka listened to everyone's questions and replied, how should I put it? It was very rewarding. It helped me sort out my thoughts during this period. I suggest that you all try it. It is very, very useful. It was indeed as the instructor said. His power was too chaotic. There was no main line. There were many parallel lines. But they could not assist each other. He wanted both. But he got nothing. His time did not allow it. So he had to read like crazy and absorb knowledge to make up for his missing foundation. He needs to replan a better way for his current power system. Let's look forward to the next trial. Alka decided to stay on this island for a while, to sort out the power system. And there are so many suitable enemies, like the trial tower, and it will not endanger life, but it is rare. But this needs to be discussed with everyone. Let's wait for them to complete a trial first. Thinking of this, Alka looked at them and said, after you all pass once, let's discuss the next action. How about it? No problem, I'll do it this time. Xiao said and stood on the transmission platform. According to Alka's behavior just now, he raised his left hand and placed it on the stone pillar and disappeared on the spot. Looking at the disappearing Xiao, Jason turned his head and looked at Alka and asked, how long did you stay there? According to your own feeling? About 1,015 hours. Alka thought for a while and said, he couldn't tell an exact time, especially in the tense battle. He felt that time was fast and slow, especially when he was in the forest. What was tested was patience, and that layer should have consumed the most of his time. After answering this question, Alka looked up at the sky. It seems that this tower has a time-related function. He didn't notice it when he just came out. But now Jason asked him, and he probably understood the reason for asking this question. Yes, it was less than 2 hours from the time you entered to the time you came out. We were wondering why you were so fast. And you don't seem to be injured? You didn't pass the level. So how did you get down? Julia asked, looking at Alka's appearance. After all, Alka didn't look like he had ever been through a battle. Not only did he not have any scars on his body, but he also didn't seem to have consumed much physical strength or magic power. Hearing this, Alka smiled and briefly explained some of the mechanisms of the tower to everyone. I see. So the most important thing is to face the level with the same strength as yourself? Jason said. Alka nodded. Only when you reach that level will the instructor help you. While you are waiting, How about doing me a favor? The triangle floating beside him suddenly said, looking at the eyes of the people turning to him. He explained, you should also know that the concentration of magic power on this island is very high, because the structure of the stone tower itself has such ability. Because of the problem of fragmentation in long time, the magic power has dispersed and increased the concentration of the entire environment. Those objects that have been affected and become alive began to absorb and rob the magic power on the island. This has a certain impact on the maintenance of the trial tower. If you don't mind, you can clean up these elemental lives while waiting. Hearing this, Alka nodded. No problem. After all, cleaning up these elemental lives can also obtain the required materials. Why not do it? Chapter 285 Decision. Xia Dai, like Alka, did not choose to jump directly to the 4th floor, but slowly climbed up from the 1st floor below. After experiencing several floors, she roughly understood the current mechanism. She was covered with wounds, with blood stains and fatigue, and successfully pushed open the door of the 4th floor. When she pushed the door open, the blood stains and fatigue on her body, and the wounds all disappeared. She looked brand new. A stone platform appeared in front of her. Across the stone platform stood a middle-aged woman, wearing tight clothes. She calmly looked at Xia Dai and said the same thing as Urka before, telling her the special mechanism. The difference between Urka and Xia Dai was that Xia Dai triggered this mechanism at the 4th level while Urka was at the 5th level. Because Xia Dai's strength had just reached the 3rd stage, he did not start to improve at the 3rd stage, and remained at 10 spirals. The difficulty of the 4th level was 10 spirals. Attack me. Trialist, let me see what you can do. The middle-aged female instructor hooked her finger at Xia Dai. Compared to the male instructor, the female instructor's temper was much more direct. It can be seen that they are not the same person. I'm going to get on, Xia Dai said, and a ring of light appeared on her forehead. A faint light attached to her body. And then she stretched out her hand and grabbed it fiercely. The entire stone platform fell into pure black. Xia Dai disappeared in an instant. And the light that would have moved with her and had special effects also disappeared in this pure black environment. With extremely fast speed, Xia Dai appeared directly beside the female instructor and kicked out her whip kick. He shot directly at her head. Although the female instructor was not as fast as her, she raised her right hand at the moment when Xia Dai kicked out her whip kick and blocked her attack. He grabbed her legs with both hands and dragged her in front of him. At the moment of dragging, he pushed out with a shoulder. Xia Dai crossed her hands to block the attack, but the attack had a certain impact. It penetrated her arm and hit her chest. She couldn't help but groan. She was pushed backwards. She fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. You seem very confident that this pure black area can't stop your speed. How did you do it? Xia Dai covered his chest, coughed and stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In this pure black area, unless there are special wrinkles, and the priority is extremely high, you will definitely not be able to see anything. Use your heart, not your eyes, the instructor said with his hands behind his back and eyes closed. Like a hermit. He looked a little cold. Keep attacking me. Hearing this, Xia Dai took a few deep breaths and stood up again. He attacked again. This time, Xia Dai's attack was no longer like before, leaving no room for retreat. She was much more cautious. With the extreme speed brought by the ring of light, she had enough tolerance. She attacked the instructor from all directions. From time to time, beams of light were interspersed in it. Everything seemed to flow smoothly. However, these attacks were all blocked by the enemy. In this pure black environment, the enemy closed his eyes, and only relied on unknown perception to block the accelerated attack of Xia Dai's light ring. And the strength of the 10 spirals was still maintained without any improvement. The most terrifying thing was, Xia Dai only found that she used 3 spells, one to speed up the attack speed, to strengthen the defense, and to use special skills to attack with a strong impact. Among these, Xia Dai knew the spells with speed and powerful impact, or something similar, but it was impossible to use them as skillfully as she did, and control them in detail. She only used the 3 most basic spells, and blocked the attack of Xia Dai's treasure. This made her a little frustrated. Okay. Stop. Hearing this, Xia Dai jumped back, landed a few meters away, and loosened his fist. The light returned to the surroundings, restoring the surrounding environment to its original state. Very good, the attack is effective, the attack is decisive, you are very skilled in using the treasure, and you can integrate it into your own system, which is very good. But your attack is too aggressive, which is not good. You only have one life. You should leave a way out for your attack when necessary. Always be vigilant, maintain due humility. You should go all out for every enemy, but you should also be careful in dealing with them. But before that, you need to learn to watch carefully. Then she said, this time, I will attack first. Close your eyes. Hearing this, Xia Daidi closed his eyes. Use your detection ability to avoid my attacks without relying on your eyes. Then, one magic bullet after another flew out. The instructor deliberately controlled his attack speed and the angle of attack. This continued for nearly 3 hours. Xia Daidi was kneeling on one knee with bruises all over his body, and his exposed arm was covered with black bruises. These were all caused by the magic bullets that he could not dodge in time. Fortunately, all the magic bullet attacks were only impact-based, and the offensiveness had been reduced to the lowest level. It was like a ball hitting me. Let's stop here this time. Remember what I taught you. Find the feeling of watching carefully. The female instructor said, put her hands behind her back, and closed her eyes. You failed. I look forward to your next trial. After that, Xia Daidi disappeared from the spot. At this time, Matlisa, who was waiting nearby, and Alka, who was thinking about something, found Xia Daidi being teleported from the teleportation platform. The scars all over Xia Daidi's body made Matlisa rush up immediately. Holding Xia Daidi, looking carefully, the green magic power in her hands turned into silk threads and flowed into her body. Matlisa raised her 4 hands, and a light blue stream appeared in the palm of each hand and began to gently rub Xia Daidi's skin. Soon, the purple color on Xia Daidi's skin began to disappear. Don't worry, there are no internal injuries. Just some skin injuries, Xia Daidi said weakly. Whether it is magic power or physical strength, it has consumed too much. Blindfolded, trying to use perception to dodge. It is not easy. It looks so miserable. But there must be some gains. Alka squatted beside him, looking at Xia Daidi and said. Hearing this, Xia Daidi smiled and nodded. Of course, the gains are not bad. It seems that Xia Daidi is different from herself. She has already sorted out her attack methods. It seems that she is already training, and he has successfully met the instructor. This is good. It means that the biggest gains have been made. While Xia Daidi was doing simple treatment, Julia and the others had also returned. They cleared out some elemental creatures around. I'll go in this time, Simon said as he stood on the stage. After putting his hand on the left, he disappeared from the spot. Xia Daidi, what did you get? Jason asked curiously beside him. He wanted to hear what was different from Alka. After Xia Daidi received treatment, he sat beside him to recover his strength and tell his own experience. Everyone was listening nearby. It's really different from Alka. You've already started learning, but Alka was just scolded. I wonder what kind of evaluation I'll get. After hearing Jason's words, Alka looked at him. Eurylius is sleeping. Can you show your due strength? Of course there's no problem. She has passed the most critical stage, and no longer absorbs my magic power. Really? That's good. Although he said that, Alka remained skeptical. Because the crystal dragon's feedback to him was still the same as before, such enhancement was almost equivalent to nothing for Jason at this stage. It was equivalent to him having no treasure now. Unless the crystal dragon wakes up, using the feedback of the same stage to strengthen Jason. However, they didn't talk for long. Simon was teleported out, with wounds all over his body, covered with blood. It was much more miserable than Xia Daidi. Martisa immediately treated him nearby. But fortunately, these injuries were not life-threatening, and they were only minor injuries. After treatment, he only needs to rest for a while, and he will be able to recover. Xia Daidi looked at Simon's appearance, and couldn't help frowning and asked, which level did you become like this? The 4th level. Simon took a few breaths and said, that means Simon is still facing enemies on the 4th level. Thinking of this, Alka suddenly remembered. Simon is already 11 spirals. Like Alka, he was one of the first batch of people to advance to the 3rd stage. However, Alka relied on the spoils after Mermi's death to force him to upgrade to 14 spirals. The enemy Simon faced on the 4th level was designed for him, with the strength of the top 10 spirals. Whether it was the environment or the means of attack, they were all designed for Simon. Simon's treasure itself was not a treasure for frontal combat, but more to assist him in the manufacture of constructs. It was a more logistical type. Under such circumstances, he obviously did not defeat this enemy, who was only 1 spiral weaker than him. I encountered a beast similar to a bear on the 4th level. His defense was too strong, and the Sentinel patrol aircraft could not cause any effective damage to him. In addition, the icy and snowy environment also affected my control of the construct. I had almost no power to fight back, Simon said while enduring the pain. But as Matlice's treatment was about to end, his face was slightly relieved. Hearing Simon's words, Alka nodded while thinking. It was just as he thought. As expected, even if the top enemy had a treasure, as long as the treasure was not strengthened, the ability to fight head-on would most likely fail. Wait, I will definitely pass the next trial. I was too careless this time, Simon said viciously. Alka nodded. He did not doubt it. After all, Simon only brought a few Sentinel patrol planes to the trial this time, and they had not been tested or modified. The result may be different next time after preparation. After all, for a mechanic, the more time he prepares, the stronger his ability will be. With Simon's withdrawal, it was the turn of others. In this way, after a day and night, everyone completed the first round of trials. Everyone's gains were not the same, because only a few people made it to the level where the instructors were training. They were Alka and Xiaodaidi who reached it first, and then only Pororo succeeded. Simon's failure needs no further explanation. Jason was because although he advanced to the 3rd stage, the crystal dragon that was also growing had not fully grown. Naturally, it did not bring the expected strength feedback. Relying on long-range sniping and some offensive means, Jason naturally failed under the situation of being targeted. After all, he had just reached the 3rd stage not long ago. Whether it was spells or other things, he had not yet caught up. Julia was essentially an auxiliary, and she had not yet fully adapted to the treasures she had previously controlled. She had not had time to develop them and integrate them into her own system. And that coin seemed to be the same as Simon's treasure, not suitable for frontal combat. It also led to her failure. As for Lucilia, she was the one who was closest to success. The puppet body gave her a great advantage, but her short stature also became her disadvantage under the deliberate targeting of the trial. In addition, her treasures needed to fight in groups to play the greatest effect, which was almost equivalent to nothing in the trial. Unless she gathered the power of other puppets and attached it to herself to enhance her own power. But Lucilia gave up. She felt that this was just a trial, and she would not hurt her own Legion members. She would only strengthen her training to improve her strength. Needless to say, Matlice's fighting skills were really poor, and everything else was completely related to treatment. Without treasures, it was normal to fail. Juanlu had the same reason. But failure was not without gain. Everyone had returned to the place where they had set up camp before, sitting around the fire. I believe that after this trial, you have all found your own problems. Right? Alka said, looking at everyone. The others nodded. That's true. Although the trial tower will create enemies targeting them and attack them. But it must be said that, since it is a trial, it will naturally let them clearly and intuitively discover their biggest problems. The enemies created are not deliberately targeted, nor are they targeted to death, but to let them know their problems. There are a few people who have not seen the instructor yet. The most important thing for them at this stage is to improve their strength to the level they should have. Otherwise, they would not even be qualified to meet the instructor and make further progress. The 3 people who had already met the instructor were even more eager to learn with the instructor. Alka had not even sorted out his own offensive methods, and had not yet had much understanding of this. But from Xiaodaidi and Pororo, we can know that they are indeed learning some skills that can greatly enhance their strength, which they have never heard of before. The skills come from the glorious world 30,000 years ago, where gods were everywhere. Such skills are so precious, so powerful, and anyone with a discerning eye can clearly know it. This also made everyone firm up their minds, and they must reach the right level to face the instructor. Because of this trial tower, I think we may have to stay here for a while. According to the time of the trial tower, they can have a trial once a week. This is a rare learning opportunity. Most of them are from the wild, especially in terms of combat. They rely purely on exploration. Now that they have systematic learning, how could they give up such an opportunity? Everyone nodded in agreement to Alka's proposal, and almost no one refused. Then let's disband. We will continue the trial next week, and you can do whatever you want during this period. After all, everyone has different ideas about themselves, but they can also help each other in training. Alka sank into his dream. What he needed first was to sort out his battle ideas. Simplify your messy combat system. Appeared in your dream bubble. At this time, your dream bubble has changed a lot. What is helping him to take care of it? Alka floated into the air and built a training ground in the air. Floated in alone. After floating in, the clothes became light, sitting cross-legged in the center. Alka controlled the mirror, floated out, put it and the dream catcher next to it. Simply separated from the two treasures, blessing and affecting your own state. Magic power gathered from his hands. The gathered magic power turned into pink mist, gathering in his palm. Spirit? This is indeed where he should focus. Dreams are spirits. Alka himself is highly integrated with dreams. Even his soul has this aspect of enhancement and talent. His dream strength is a whole stage higher than the outside world, which means that his spirit is one stage higher than people of the same stage. This is an outrageous advantage. Normal people, even abnormal people, cannot become like this. Alka became like this by chance and various circumstances, which made him almost split. So he had to suppress his strength in the dream. Rebiasing his power and system towards the spirit, this aspect may help ease the split. Not too depressed in the dream. So what to do? Alka looked at the mirror he had placed next to him. The creatures that simulate dreams are also the origin of dreams. He seems to have grasped a clue. He just needs to spend time in dreams and verify it with his own rights. Then, he will start to extend outward from this point. Finally, he will build the path he needs to move forward. With a goal, Alka's actions become faster. Chapter 286, Sinking in Sorrow Holy Grail. Level Treasure, it is estimated that it will be fully controlled in the 4th stage. When the strength reaches the 4th stage, there will be enough strength to develop the ability of Holy Grail. Level Treasure, and fully achieve the effect of mastery. When using it, it will no longer be as rigid as before. Alka looked at the mirror in his hand, and came to this conclusion. At this time, Alka was in his dream world. He looked at the mirror in his hand. During this period, he thought about his ability, and wanted to match a reasonable path for his ability. This will allow him to go further and faster on this road. He then discovered a problem. Alka in the dream world is much stronger than in reality. According to Alka's current speculation, the strength that exceeds the reality is at least 1 stage, which is still a conservative estimate, because Alka can't find the corresponding dream character at all. Mermi's memory fragments show that the strength in the dream is extremely vague, but Alka now speculates that it is only 1 stage or so. Not too much more. This is a problem he has already discovered. It seems that I have found an incredible shortcut. Alka couldn't help but say. Reality and dream. For Alka himself, the only thing that makes him feel the difference in strength is his physique, and the spells that rely on the magic power in his body, and cannot be activated by the mind and soul. For the rest, dreams and reality are universal, including treasures, including some spells. This gives rise to a very strange imagination. Once out of the body, Alka can experience the strength he can obtain in the next stage in the dream. In reality, once the body's own strength reaches a new stage, it can quickly adapt to the change in strength. In other words, others need to reach the 4th stage of strength before they can know what they can do in the 4th stage, and then start to strengthen and upgrade their abilities based on the characteristics of this stage. However, Alka began to experience the level that can be reached in the 4th stage in the 3rd stage. The only thing that needs to be slowly adapted is the improvement brought by physical fitness. As long as his dream strength is always stronger than the real strength, there will always be such an effect. For example, now, he has been able to fully exert the power of 2 Holy Grail level treasures in his dreams. He will no longer be unable to fully control them due to various reasons, and will not use their displayed abilities at will. He did not notice this situation some time ago, because there were too many changes brought by dreams at that time, which made him a little overwhelmed. He had been using Dreamcatcher in his dreams before, and the Dreamcatcher became more smooth and freer during use. For example, he found that he could connect his dreams with other people's dreams through the Dreamcatcher, but he thought it was the effect of the kingship or the descendants of the gods, and didn't think about it. It was not until this period of time, when he began to spend more time on the mirror in his dreams in order to sort out the road ahead, he finally discovered this, because he inexplicably had a similar situation with the mirror. This shouldn't be the case, because the mirror has no attributes related to dreams. But he was not completely sure, because it was very likely the blood of the descendants of God, which caused this situation. Alka looked at the mirror in his hand, and the image of a deer appeared on the mirror. This deer was none other than the image he reflected through memory fragments and reference illusions. The best object to simulate was Mermi, who had once reached the 6th stage or even the 7th stage. The control of the mirror allowed him to simulate through his own memory, because he knew Mermi well enough. After all, he had obtained so many fragments of Mermi's memories. These fragments of memories were called fragments. But in fact, they were continuous for more than 100 years. However, for Mermi's lifespan of thousands of years, 100 years of memory fragments can only be described as fragments. But for Alka, it was enough for simulation. Not to mention that he had a new creature, Juan, which was reconstructed based on Mermi's original form. It can be obtained from the fragments of memory. Juan is equivalent to the original Mermi, which was his childhood. The combination of the two made Alka's simulation almost perfect. Alka's complete control over the mirror was also demonstrated at this time. The main ability of the mirror is simulation. But in the past, Alka could only simulate part of it by wearing the mirror on his face. In other words, simulate a part of the limbs, such as the limbs or part of the body's organs, and then produce some changes. This is why he always uses the dream death. The core on the waist of the dream death god accounts for almost all of his strength. As long as the core is simulated, his strength can be fully simulated. This brings an extremely exaggerated advantage compared to other creatures. So the dream death god directly became a simulated permanent form. But now it is different. With complete control, Alka can simulate more than half of his abilities. Although it cannot be perfect, this half of the simulation can be integrated with his own strength. It is no longer as simple and crude as before. It is equivalent to Alka's own strength of 1, and half of the fusion will be based on this, and strengthen the characteristics of 1 according to the object of simulation. In order to achieve the strength of 2 during the simulation, if the sum of the two is appropriate enough, it can even exceed 2. As Mermi's figure appeared on the mirror, it can be seen that Mermi in the mirror is an enlarged version of the illusion. It is not what Alka saw before, a distorted scene condensed by blood-colored mist. That was the former, unpolluted Mermi. The huge deer, made of a mixture of light blue and milky white mist, was like a dream. The deer had antlers rising to the sky on its head, which were unusually symmetrical and extremely natural in beauty. Crystals hung down from the antlers, flashing with fluorescence, matching the huge body. It looked like twinkling stars in the sky. It really looked like a creature that had walked out of a dream. The image gradually faded. The mirror surface also began to change. The mirror-like surface turned into a mask with patterns and images. The human face mask gradually became slender, like a deer head, and the two sides began to extend upwards. A pair of deer horns appeared on the mask. The slender mask also had crystal lines, looking like a deer head. This change was completed quickly. The mask also turned into the image of a deer. This is the full display of the main function of the mirror. After exhaling, Alka slowly put the mask on his face. The power of the mirror began to be transmitted to him. Alka's body became illusory, like a ghost. His whole body was emitting light blue and white smoke, which was hanging down from his body. Alka's legs gradually turned into hoofed arches, and became like deer legs, and a layer of light fur covered his shoulders. The fur extended backwards, to form a cloak covering Alka's back. Patterns appeared on the cloak, and the patterns extended to form the appearance of a deer's head. Alka raised his hands, looking through the mirror, looking at his current appearance. Even though the mirror had turned into a deer head mask, Alka still did not feel any discomfort. The mask fit him perfectly, not at all heavy, but he only felt a thin film on his face. I became half a natural spirit. Such a simulation allowed Alka to directly possess the power of half a natural spirit, because Mermi was essentially a mist creature, the natural spirit of the spiritual world. This gave him these characteristics, which were passed on to him like instinct. The world is dying, barely lingering, unable to even wail. The body is put together like fragments, painful, numb, waiting for death. Alka knelt directly in his dream world, curled up into a ball, with his hands on the mask. Countless sorrow and pain began to flow into Alka's soul. Sorrow and pain rushed into his mind with grief. His tears flowed like a stream of water, and he couldn't stop. This exaggerated emotional impact infected him. The entire dream world was colored by Alka's emotions. The dream bubble that was originally like spring began to become like winter. Pale black snow began to fall from the sky. And then the snow became heavier and heavier, falling like goose feathers. The creatures created by Alka in the bubble felt the emotions of the creator. They stopped their original energetic movements, fell everywhere, and stopped like death. The grief was also transmitted to them. A crisp sound like a bell came. In the drifting snow, Alka had been buried deep in his dream by his own snow. The whole bubble was filled with grief like a tide. Juan walked over from the snow. He looked at Alka, who was kneeling on the ground crying and trembling all over. He knelt down beside him, and the huge antlers rubbed Alka's arm. There was a crisp sound. The sound of the bell was clear and pleasant to the ear. The antlers emitted a faint golden and silver light, and the deer head gently placed on Alka's kneeling thighs. The crystal pillar in the center of the world, the gold and silver energy inside it radiated, like a faint light spot falling on the antlers. Following the antlers, it was transmitted to Alka's body. It seemed to be helping Alka. It helped Alka take care of the illusions in the dream world, and had a certain degree of autonomy. At this time, Alka's dream palace was in the mirror world in the dream. The space was not large, but it was enough to accommodate Alka's own and everyone's dreams, and the bubbles did not seem crowded. The emotion of endless grief and sorrow, from the center of the palace, the huge dream bubble began to spread outward. The gray, cold and trembling mist began to spread to the surrounding bubbles. In this mist, the fog-like creatures surrounding it were not affected at all, but worked hard, quickly fulfilling their instincts, repairing the outside world. Xia Dai, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly woke up. He gasped for air, and tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his eyes. There was music echoing outside, and the music was floating. Xia Dai lifted the quilt, put on a cloak, and hurried out. Xia Dai, something happened. Lucilia ran out of the room of the doll girl next door. What happened? Why did the sound of dawn start to sing inexplicably? Or this kind of lament? Jason, who was on guard, stuck his head out of the window of the observation room and asked. This situation was too abnormal. Xia Dai did not answer. She just kept wiping her tears. Captain, is there something wrong with me? My eyes are in trouble, please help me. How can I help you? I feel weird too. Many puppet girls came out, and they were also affected by the sad mood. It's tears, but we are puppets and can't shed tears. Air came out, rubbing her eyes and said. Because of Xia Dai's hair lifting, she knew she wanted to cry, but she couldn't cry at all. She couldn't shed tears. Not only them, Julia, Matt, Lisa, Juanlu all came to the deck from their resting places. They all wiped their tears without exception. What's wrong with you? Why are you all crying? Jason slid down from the observation room and asked in confusion. This situation is too weird. Simon also came up from under the deck. He hadn't slept yet, and was still studying something in the manufacturing hall. Feeling the movement on the deck, he came up to check what happened. Looking at the situation of everyone on the deck, he was also confused. What happened just now? He looked at Jason. What touching story did you tell? After all, Jason was the only one who seemed to be fine. Don't look at me, I don't know why. Ah! A painful wail came from the side. The sea surface broke open. Pororo jumped out of the seawater and jumped onto the deck. Compared to the tears that kept flowing from everyone, the unstoppable sadness was different. Pororo's sorrow was so exaggerated that tears were pouring out of his eyes, like a stream of water, which was extremely exaggerated. What the hell? Are you crying like this? Jason, whose sleeves were wet by the splashing tears, was dumbfounded. The elegy of the sound of dawn kept coming to his ears, and coupled with the situation of everyone crying bitterly, the atmosphere on the entire deck was abnormal. The sad mood was crazy high. Simon and Jason, the only ones who were not affected, looked at each other. What's going on? What's going on? Simon was impatient beside him. This is too abnormal. Julia forced her eyes closed, but tears still flowed from her eyes. She had no choice but to start to sense the surrounding environment. The environment has not changed much, but why? Why? My heart and mind are filled with grief, as if my heart is torn apart and the pain is abnormal. It's not a disease, but a strong emotion invading us. Matt Lisa kept wiping her tears and checking her condition. Calm down. Xia Dai no longer cared about his eyes that were constantly crying, and let them flow freely. Then he looked at everyone. Alka is still in the room, and something is wrong with him. This has happened, and Alka has not appeared yet, so there must be something wrong. Xian is gone too? I'll connect, Lucilia said, and began to connect to Xian's spirit through the internal network of the bloody team flag. Wow! Whoa. As the connection was made, Lucilia's tears kept flowing, and she fell off Xia Dai's shoulder on the spot. Xia Dai quickly caught it. What's wrong? What's the problem? The grief is too heavy. I feel countless grief like a tide. This connection even affected the puppet girls around. They all sat listlessly, rubbing their eyes constantly, but no tears came out. Check if I'm broken, I feel so bad. I don't know, I don't want to move, I want to dig out my eyes. Sorrow can't be vented through tears, and the puppet girls have begun to have problems. In response to this situation, Lucilia quickly disconnected the connection with Xian. The girls felt a little better. It is indeed Alka who has a problem. Looking at this situation, Zadaiti confirmed. You two are not affected because you haven't slept yet. And we were all sleeping just now. Yes. That's right, the contract is also affecting us. Lisa looked at the contract on the back of her hand. That was the place where Alka built the palace after becoming the Dream King, and signed the contract with everyone. At this time, Lisa was checking, and came to this conclusion. It was almost certain that Alka was the source of the problem. In the dream, Lisa, Lucilia, you two come with me to Alka's room. The rest of you are on guard on the deck. Julia, you ask the voice of Dawn, and see if she has anything to say. According to the current situation, Xia Daidi quickly made arrangements. Wiping away tears, he led the two to Alka's room. The others stood around the deck, alert to the surrounding situation. The more alert they were at this time, the more they should be, wondering if there were any enemies. The grief not only made them cry, but also made them feel weak and exhausted. It was as if they were really very sad. Julia came to the bow, and touched the figurehead with both hands. She ignored her tears, and let the mournful song in her ears echo. Tell me, Dawn voice, what did you feel from Alka? The enlightenment of Dawn voice was bound to the dream catcher. This makes the Dawn sound. Alka and his treasured dream catcher highly bound together. In this situation, the Dawn sound continued to sing the elegy, using words to represent his own crying. He must have felt something. Besides Alka, only Julia could understand what the Dawn sound wanted to express through her duties. Endless sorrow has buried Alka, and he is about to be dragged into it forever. Julia understood her consciousness and repeated it. In Alka's room, Lisa put all four arms on Alka's head. He is still asleep, he is still in his dream world, and he doesn't want to wake up. His emotions are already full of sorrow and grief. I don't dare to test it at all. It will overwhelm me, and put me in the same state as him. The difference in mental strength may even make me perform worse than him. Call Julia, we need her help. Xia Daidi said decisively based on the current situation. No, I'm here. Julia pushed open the door and walked in. She told the information she had just heard to several people. Chapter 287 Origin of the Self. Desperate rescue. This is the current situation. We must find a way to pull Alka out of the great grief, otherwise he will sink into it forever and never get out of it. As for the current situation, Xia Daidi looked at everyone and said. Everyone on the ship stood on the deck, listening to Xia Daidi's overall situation. How can we pull him out now? Thinking from the current situation, he must have had a problem in his dream. But the problem is that we can't enter and exit our dreams at will. We don't have the ability like Alka, let alone enter his dream. Jason said. Remember? I once touched the dream catcher and got a spell from it. Sleep, Julia said. Later, Alka and I studied it. The effect of this spell is like a weakened version of the dream catcher, forcing people to sink into dreams. Can we do something with this spell? Julia asked everyone uncertainly. The researchers on board might understand these questions better. Everyone was in deep thought. Alka was in a very bad situation. They didn't know much, and they couldn't even enter Alka's dream. I've studied the dream world. Let me think. Give me a little time. Simon kept talking while grabbing his head, knowing that the dream world existed. Facing the curiosity of a mechanic, he couldn't help but study it. Alka was also happy to share his research on the dream world with him. Even woke him up from his dream several times. Everyone on the ship had this experience. Especially Xia Daidi and Lucilia, they often woke up in their dreams. When Alka first mastered the dream catcher, they and Alka kept experimenting with some situations and abilities in dreams. As the number of awakenings increased, they almost mastered how to wake up in dreams freely, or fall asleep. We too have the ability to wake up in dreams, but the problem is that we don't have the ability to enter and exit our own dream bubbles. Not to mention entering Alka's bubble. Xia Daidi said after communicating with Lucilia. Think about it, contract, temporary palace. Simon frowned in thought, looked up at everyone and said, I have an idea, but it may not succeed. Through the contract in the temporary palace, our dreams must appear around Alka's dreams. Now we know that. Xian must be in Alka's dream bubble. I have seen Xian in my dreams before, and he can enter and exit Alka's bubble freely. And Xian exists by relying on Lucilia's treasure. The two of them are also closely connected. Speaking of this, Simon raised his index finger and kept taking out various materials from his pocket ring. It even includes a lot of materials from the dream, which were obtained from Alka and used for research. After all, it can hurt the soul, and it is also a rare good material. Simon began to smelt and manufacture on the spot, relying on the fingers of the treasure. With the help of the hands of precision, two fine structures were quickly made. A light pink sphere, surrounded by a metal circle, silently rotated and floated. Take these two things. They can follow you into the dream world. Made of pure dream materials, also added with Alka's pink mist. I strengthened the pink mist, and through Lucilia's link, I made your connection with Alka closer, which can strengthen your chances of entering Alka's dream bubble. Then it depends on whether you can succeed. Simon said in one breath, and put the two things in Xiaodai and Lucilia's hands. They are the only two people who can wake up freely in dreams, and they are the ones who enter Alka's dream the most among all the people. Plus the connection between each other, the two of them are the best choice to enter the dream. But this is just a guess, guessing that it is possible to enter Alka's dream bubble through this item, and the connection between Lucilia's soul and Xian. Everyone knows that. The probability is actually not high. Alka is now the king of dreams, and the descendant of the gods, who dream of gods. His bubble has long been extremely solid. How can it be so easy to enter? But the current situation is critical. Where is the time for them to verify? They can only use it if they think of a way. They can only improvise according to the problem. This is not safe enough. Madlisa also studied Alka's dream bubble. She felt that this was too unsafe. After saying that, she then looked at Julia. The two had a quick exchange. Then Julia looked at Xiaodai and Lucilia and said, Lucilia is essentially a soul. Didn't she often live in Alka's body before? The two of them still maintain a spiritual connection until now. This kind of connection has been studied. We will hold a ceremony for you to simply connect your two souls together. In this way, Xiaodai can also share the ability to enter Alka's dream through Lucilia's link. Xiaodai and Lucilia looked at each other, nodded together, and agreed to the proposal without hesitation. There is no time to think now. It can only be done this way. Everyone acted quickly. Madlisa and Julia quickly constructed the process of the ceremony, the depiction of the spell, the use of mystery, the selection of strange materials. They even pulled out some of Alka's hair, through spells and patterns, as well as the mysterious chanting of the soul. The two successfully signed a soul-linking contract. An invisible thread connected the two. This contract was derived from the one Lucilia had signed with Alka, which allowed her to enter Alka's body freely, and even stay with his soul with Alka's consent. Are you ready? I'm going to use the sleep on both of you. Julia looked at the two and said, Come on. No problem. After listening to the two's answers, Julia said no more, and two runes appeared on her hands, which were printed on the two people. A light pink mist floated out. The two quickly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Huh? Now we can only wait for good news from them. Everyone stood around in silence. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar suddenly came from the stern. Eurylius is awake. Hearing this roar, Jason quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the stern. Then he felt a huge force feedback to his body, a crystal shell wrapped around his body. He quickly retracted his magic power and quickly stopped such changes. The sudden increase in strength almost made him unable to adapt. I'll go take a look, Jason said. Everyone nodded, watching Jason quickly run to the stern. It's really a pile of things. What kind of situation did Alka encounter in her dream? Simon looked at the sea and couldn't help but say. Moreover, the time period when the crystal dragon woke up was a bit too coincidental. Some people were worried that Alka's growth was affected, which might cause her harm. Hearing this, Julia looked at the two people who had fallen asleep. It must be something serious. The surrounding environment has changed. What changes? Juanlu asked curiously. It has become better. This made everyone feel a little strange. Obviously, this was not in line with the situation they encountered. At this time, Alka was completely buried in the snow in his own world. Juan, who was leaning next to him, was also buried in the snow. Only the pair of antlers protruded from the top of the snow, emitting a faint light. The gold and silver energy in the crystal pillars continued to transform into starlight, floating down from the sky toward Alka's location. Alka at this moment, his spirit was completely immersed in sadness. He was struggling in the ocean of sorrow and grief. He felt that he was about to be drowned in this ocean of sorrow and grief, and he was breathing frantically to escape. The faint energy poured in, allowing him to stabilize his body. At least now his state was stable, and the pulling force in the ocean was being offset. While struggling, he looked at the sea of sorrow that trapped him here. Looking at the waves on the sea, looking at his own reflection in the sea, he seemed to see more. He was now temporarily connected to the world, connected to this broken and nearly dead world. He and the world feel the same. This comes from the innate ability of the natural spirit. This amplified some of Alka's emotions, and something hidden in his heart began to show. In this ocean filled with emotions, all emotions cannot be hidden, they will be washed out, magnified and felt. I want to know, why did I come here? How did I get here? I want to go home. Not really, I am reluctant to leave Aphrodite, Lucilia, and my companions on the ship. I want to go home, even if it's just to take a look. The people here care about him. He has long been bound to this world. But after all, he was born and raised in the world he used to live in. Even if he didn't go back, he just wanted to take a look. This idea had long been buried deep, or even extinguished, because reason told Alka that it was just his delusion, and there was no hope. But the arrival of the copper hammer before rekindled this hope in his heart. This idea was ignited in his heart again, and began to burn quietly. Even if he buried it in his heart, he couldn't extinguish it. After all, there are other worlds. Isn't it? He is also an outsider like the copper hammer. But he is just a soul. His emotions and his connection with the world at this moment. Let him start to look at himself in reverse, until this life. The sea at this moment suddenly became calm, the ocean of sadness, still drowning Alka. But Alka's attention was already on other places. He saw everything in front of him, from the reflection of the sea, the experience in the dream, the excavation of Vasva, the journey to the route ahead, the storm of the sea away from home. His experience was being projected on the sea, extending in reverse to the past, until the golden wheat island. The moment when the soul cursed by the silver coin. The dead Alka woke up. At this moment, the reflection on the sea's surface forked. It became two unequal lines. One is the real Alka. He is digging, recording something in the manual. The other is also him. His soul floating in the darkness. Alka has chosen the direction he wants to see. The scenery on the sea surface began to recede. Lucilia woke up from her dream. Aphrodite also woke up. Their bubbles appeared on both sides of Alka's huge bubble. Aphrodite woke up and looked at the device in her palm. Sure enough, she sank into the dream. So what should she do now? Suddenly, she felt a pulling force coming from the side, and quickly held the device to accept it. The whole bubble began to move in the dream world. Then it collided with Lucilia's bubble. She felt something on the membrane of her bubble, as if someone was coming in. Agreed immediately. An arm appeared in the sky. It was Lucilia's hand that passed through the membrane, but it was just a hand, still waving in the air. Aphrodite flew up quickly, held her hand, and pulled her in. Lucilia of normal size floated in. I'm in. This method works. You can touch the bubble slightly through the connection of the soul. Then let's go. Alka is still waiting for us. Lucilia nodded, holding Aphrodite's hand with one hand and pulling him into her bubble. Then, relying on the connection of souls, she made her bubble collide with Alka's bubble, and they stuck together tightly. They both floated into the air. She held the device tightly in her hand. Lucilia put her hand in, and held Aphrodite with the other hand. No, we could only put one hand in, and we need someone inside to help us. But the problem is that Alka's bubble has long been immersed in sadness. Even their bubbles have begun to snow. Who can drag them into the bubble? What should we do now? At this moment, inside Alka's bubble, Juan, who was originally clinging to Alka, suddenly stuck his head out of the snow and looked at the shaking arm of the sky. Finally, he looked down at Alka. It was thinking about whether to leave. On. The crisp deer cry was transmitted. The snow pile that buried Xian shook. But it was just shaking. Xian still didn't wake up. Looking at this situation, Juan knew that he could only rely on himself. After a simple thought, it did not hesitate, kicked hard, and flew quickly into the sky. As it left Alka's side, Alka, who had just read his origins, was suddenly submerged by the sea, and the sea of sorrow pulled him again, trying to pull him into the sea. Alka struggled frantically on the sea. His swimming skills were useless. There was a strong suction force below that was dragging him, trying to drag him down and sink. At this time, Juan, who was flying quickly into the sky, bit the arm. Ah! Something is biting me, Lucilia outside exclaimed. Then a force came from her arm, and she quickly held Sia Daidi together, and followed this force to successfully enter Alka's dream. It's so cold. As soon as the two came in, they felt the boundless coldness sweeping over them. Then they saw Juan, who was still biting Lucilia's hand. Juan, are you okay? Where is Alka? How is he? Sia Daidi looked at the deer and asked hurriedly. Lucilia also hurried to look at it. The two had entered and exited Alka's new dream bubble many times, and of course they had seen this deer. Juan didn't hesitate, and quickly passed under the crotch of the two people, carrying them on his back. He ran quickly towards the snow pile where Alka was buried. He is taking us to Alka. It's urgent. After understanding Juan's meaning, the two did not say much, looking forward nervously. Juan's speed was very fast, and his 4 deer legs trampled quickly in the air. As if an illusory road appeared, he quickly rushed into the snow pile. The two immediately turned over and dug the snow pile away. The cold snow covered them, and the snow that buried Alka was even colder. A lot of grief was transmitted madly. Woo woo woo. The two kept crying and digging at the snow pile. Soon they saw Alka wearing a mask and with deer legs. What should we do now? How can we pull him out? Looking at Alka, Sia Daidi asked. Ah! The sound of a deer came, and there was also a crisp sound like a bell. A large amount of gold and silver energy was scattered from the sky onto the two people. The two people could feel that their sadness was slightly relieved. I can enter Alka's soul, let me try, Lucilia said, and her whole body pressed against Alka's body, then faded and disappeared. She fell into the dream, and what woke up was the part of the soul's spiritual power. At the moment of entering, she used the ability of Bloody Flag. All the puppet girls outside fell to the ground. They felt that their power was completely empty, soft and without any strength. At this time, Lucilia, who had gathered most of the puppet power, also successfully entered Alka's soul. She had stronger spiritual energy, which could be used for resistance. Endless sadness turned into an ocean, drowning Alka's soul. The soul space became something she had never imagined. Lucilia quickly floated above the soul space, constantly checking around. Alka! Alka? She didn't know why the soul space became like this. It was too big, too wide. Even sadness turned into an ocean. How could Alka not sink into it? Lucilia felt inexplicably desperate, and even more sad. In such sadness, Alka might have completely sunk into it. Thinking like this, she still did not give up, searching on the sea, relying on the connection in her soul. She searched. Suddenly, she saw an arm struggling on the sea. Alka! She flew over quickly, held Alka's hand with both hands, and tried her best to drag it upwards. At this time, Alka, who felt that he was about to drown, felt the power coming from his hand. The sea water kept surging. The water droplets condensed from the grief splashed on Lucilia's soul. The grief infected the soul deeply. Lucilia felt that her strength was almost gone. The emotions and tears brought by the grief made her whole soul tremble. No! No! Don't cry! She shouted, pulling hard and frantically, resisting the sinking of her soul. However, the power from Alka below was getting stronger and stronger, and even Lucilia's own hand was about to sink into the sea. Wake up! Come out! As Lucilia's palm was submerged by the seawater, greater grief surged in. She was about to die, holding Alka's hand tightly, not letting go. But there was almost no chance to pull it up, so she could only hold it tightly like this. It seemed that she was about to be dragged into the boundless ocean of grief, sinking together, and never waking up again. The power was getting stronger and stronger, and the state that Lucilia could maintain was getting weaker and weaker. The grief also began to penetrate into her soul. At this time, the pressure was relieved. Another pair of arms reached into the seawater and held Alka. Chapter 288. The Reason for Apostasy. Lucilia turned her head and looked. It was Sia Daidi, whose face was covered with tears, who could not stop grieving in this sea of sorrow, who shed tears. Let's go together. Yes. The two of them held Alka's arms, which were yearning for life, tightly, and pulled upwards fiercely. With Sia Daidi's joining, Alka finally stopped falling. The strength of the two and the strength of Alka's fall were in a stalemate. But this state could not last long. The resistance of Sia Daidi and Lucilia was limited. The tide of sorrow was too turbulent. Ong! There was a fantasy close to Alka outside, and Sia Daidi was also leaning on it on the other side, and Sia Daidi also held its antlers with one hand. Through a deeper connection, with the fantasy as a transition, he entered Alka's soul world. The loud deer cry, and almost all the gold and silver in the soul crystal gushed out of the crystal. The deer head raised, looking at this scene. Juan did not have such authority. This came from Alka, the most essential survival instinct. The dragging of the two people made him temporarily regain a little bit of rationality. The golden and silver energy, like a beam of light, intertwined and smashed down fiercely. It enveloped all the surroundings where Alka was, and enveloped it. It was like a golden and silver beam of light rising into the sky. Alka, who had been completely swept away by the tide of sadness, had one hand held. His body swayed in the tide of sadness. The energy of gold and silver poured in. It lit up the tide of sorrow where everyone was, but the essence of the tide did not change. This energy of gold and silver, it was unlikely to play a big role in such a soul world. But this energy seemed to have awakened something. The huge energy was gathered a little, and finally made some noise. Pain. Pain. Death. Death. It hurts. The heavy wailing of pain and death echoed in the entire tide of sorrow. That was the most essential sound of the soul. It did not need to be expressed in any language. Just the sound could make everyone understand very clearly and accurately what this sound wanted to express. But at the same time, the grief and sorrow that had filled the entire ocean and affected everyone suddenly disappeared. Everything happened too suddenly, but there was no time to think too much at this time. Taking this opportunity, Lucilia and Sia Diddy held Alka's hand and dragged him out of the sea with force. Alka woke up in an instant after being dragged out, opened his eyes, and gasped for air. It was like a person who was about to drown, and suddenly recovered his breath. He immediately understood the scene around him. After seeing the two, he hugged one in each hand and rushed out. He was out of the range touched by the tide. He looked back at the place where the light column formed by the golden and silver energy was lit in the sad tide. In the dark and silent sea, only that place had a little light, which seemed to connect to a deeper place. The wailing soul sound was still there, making a low and painful murmur. And the soul sound was so pleasant to the ear. It had nothing to do with them. But when I heard it, I could empathize with them, as if they were my closest relatives. Lucilia couldn't stand it any longer, so she turned away. If she continued to watch and listen, she would have to go over. I will bring you death. Or save you. I promise. After the words fell, Alka controlled himself and disconnected the connection. In the dream bubble, the deer head mask on Alka's face, which was buried in the snow, fell off. The moment the mask fell off, the tide of sadness in Alka's soul quickly dissipated and disappeared. Alka's soul world returned to its original state again. The moment it returned to its original state, the connection was disconnected. Lucilia and Zyadite, who were in Alka's soul, disappeared in the space and returned to the outside world. Alka in the dream world opened his eyes. He stood up suddenly, and stood up from the snow pile. Lucilia crawled out of his body. Zyadite, who was leaning on the deer next to him, also woke up. Lucilia crawled out and looked at Alka. Sia Diddy also stood up. Alka smiled at the two of them and said, "Thank you." Before he could finish his words, Sia Diddy took a step forward and punched Alka in the stomach. The sudden strong blow made Alka groan and bent his waist. Sia Diddy took a step forward and took Alka in his arms. Lucilia, who was watching from the side, twisted her face and saw how painful the punch was, and from Alka's expression, the blow was heavy. But Lucilia thought he should hit him again. "Do you know how worried we are about you? What did you do in your dream?" Sia Diddy, who was holding Alka, asked harshly. "Well, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this. I'm sorry." Alka covered his stomach, squinted his eyes, and said while enduring the pain, "So what is the situation? What's going on with the ocean of sadness in your soul?" Lucilia asked beside him. What puzzled her most was that he didn't find out what caused Alka to become like this from beginning to end. The culprit was the seawater of sorrow and grief in his soul space. However, even though they dragged Alka out of the seawater in the end, she did not find out what the reason was. Without finding any reason, she could only ask Alka herself. During this process, the only thing she felt was sorrow and pain. Uncomfortable emotions rushed into her brain crazily. The most important thing was that she could empathize with them, and the pain seemed to be experienced by them. So real. And the original body who suffered this pain seemed to be closely related to them. Although he didn't intend to cry, but the tears just flowed unconsciously. Zadite also stood beside him and watched him. At this time, the snow in the sky had disappeared, and the snow on the ground melted quickly after Alka woke up. The dream creatures that stayed in various places came back to life and moved in Alka's dream world. Alka listened to Lucilia's question and looked at Zadite. Let's go out and talk to them. Seeing that Alka didn't know how to start, Zadite didn't force it anymore and nodded. He and Lucilia quickly returned to their dreams and woke up. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. How can I help you if you don't speak? Jason on the deck asked the crystal dragon in front of him. The crystal dragon was the same size as a normal person at this time, not counting the long and thin tail, and the wings folded on her body. The trunk alone was the same size as Jason. But the crystal dragon didn't seem to be in a good state at this time. It was abnormally listless. It curled up on the deck and just looked at the ocean next to it quietly. I don't know what it was thinking. Even when Jason asked, she remained silent. She hadn't said a word since she woke up and walked out of the deck. Jason, let her be quiet. She seems to be in a bad mood. Maybe she needs to calm down on her own, Julia said, as if she had seen something. Hearing this, Jason nodded, looked at the crystal dragon next to him with concern, and could only sigh and sit down by the flower bed. He looked at Zadite lying on the carpet next to him, and the doll next to him. Sighed. Alas, what is going on? A voice came from the carpet. The people nearby looked over quickly, watching Zadite open his eyes and get up, and Lucilia beside him also woke up. How is it? Is it successful? I don't feel sad anymore, Jason asked. Zadite nodded. At this time, the sound of a door opening came from the stern, and everyone looked over. Alka was shaking his head and walking over. Seeing that Alka seemed to be fine, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But to make sure that there was no problem, Madlisa swam over with her tail wagging. Putting her hand on Alka's shoulder, she checked his condition. Except for his poor mental state, no other abnormalities were found. Thank you. Alka nodded. So what did you do in your dream to make such a big noise? Jason asked curiously beside him. The noise Alka made this time was so exaggerated that it affected almost everyone on the ship. They could clearly feel the sudden grief, and even the control of their emotions was completely useless. They could only let the tears flow out. The grief hit their hearts, and they felt extremely powerless. The grief was unforgettable and heartbreaking. Looking at the inquiring eyes of the crowd, Alka just sat on the wooden stairs. Huh? He exhaled slowly. A mirror appeared beside him, and one walked out of the mirror. As one walked, a crisp bell rang. After walking out, this dreamlike creature that didn't seem to exist in reality came to Alka and lay down next to him. Alka touched its head and said, At first, I was just planning my future path, and everything was normal. Until I simulated Mermy, the bloody fog deer that we were dragged into the dream before. You dared to simulate that thing casually? Simon said in surprise. Looking at the looks in everyone's eyes, Alka knew they had misunderstood. He explained, I didn't simulate him turning into a monster. I told you before that the blood-red state was problematic. I simulated him as normal as before. It was the appearance of Juan when he grew up. You know I used treasures to turn it into a trophy. And I also got some memory fragments. So I was able to simulate it almost perfectly. After hearing this explanation, everyone nodded, and then looked at the huge dream fog deer lying next to Alka. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed a very dreamy, positive creature. Then what? When I simulated, everything was successful. And I simulated it smoothly. The problem lies in a problem I have never thought of. Even if I do it again, carefully, and consider all aspects, I can't think of it. Hearing this, everyone found a seat nearby and sat down, listening quietly. They were very curious. After all, they had experienced the movement just now, which was really too exaggerated, especially the feeling of grief, which made them very concerned. For some reason, it was as if the grief made them unable to think too much. It felt like their loved ones were suffering. Even if they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel extremely sorry and wanted to help comfort them. This made them feel strange. Do you know that this world was broken and then put together again? Everyone nodded. When Alka and the others left the sea of their home, they learned about it from the church. Simon, as a mechanic, had known about it long ago in such an enlightened sea. As for Madlisa, their race had records of it for generations. Such a major event was recorded almost everywhere, and it was something that could not be concealed even if one wanted to. On the contrary, the events before this were rarely recorded. Seeing everyone nod, Alka continued, "Then do you know if she was still alive after the pieces were put together?" At this point, Alka's face could not help but become sad again. After hearing this, no one showed any reaction. Instead, the crystal dragon that had been looking at the sea suddenly turned its head and then walked over slowly. It came to Jason and laid down next to him. Do you want to listen too?" Jason looked at her and said. Eurylius nodded. "Still alive? What does that mean?" Julia asked with a heavy face. She thought of something. As a protector of the environment, she was extremely sensitive to this thing. The sadness just now had already made her very concerned. At this point, she had already had a very bad idea. Alka looked at everyone with a serious expression. Slowly speaking, literally, the world has always been alive, and it nurtured everything on it. However, the arrival of the God War caused the world to be damaged, and it was put back together again under the manipulation of some gods. It was very obvious who some gods were, but it was obviously a bit treasonous to say it at this time. The world that should have fallen directly into death survived with a lingering breath. But that was in a state of being torn into pieces, and then being forcibly glued together, barely surviving. Oh my God! Julia couldn't help but wail when she heard this. As a protector of the environment, she could already empathize with the situation. With Alka's explanation, she recalled the sadness just now. It's like a normal life, which has been broken into pieces, but has been pieced together again because of an inexplicable force and manipulation of the pieces, and have to endure this pain, and keep hurting, forever. Such broken scars are so exaggerated, so unbearable. The rules of the world have long been broken and chaotic. Even if the gods try their best to maintain it, it is still useless. This made everyone present frown. Such information coupled with the grief they just experienced. A suffocating feeling surged into their hearts. They didn't know how to breathe for a moment, because it was the island under their feet, the ocean under their feet, and the world they lived in that was so painful. At this time, I thought about the four worlds separated by God. Stop thinking. But the daughter of life said, she said they were powerless, they could only let the world repair itself, and the world would repair itself as time went by. Julia said with a sad face. Obviously she knew more. With Alka's explanation, when thinking back to her past, some things could be explained. Alka looked at her and took a deep breath. But the spirit of the world already exists, but it has not yet fully awakened, and such pain makes her willing to die. Then Alka continued without further digging, and the mermaid I simulated itself is the natural spirit of the spiritual world, and his duty is to repair the world. As natural spirits, they are born to connect with the world. They feel the pain of the world. They have natural resistance because they are born from the world. But when I simulated, I naturally gained the same power. Then, when the power became mine, I naturally connected to the world. Sorrow and pain overwhelmed me. The sorrow and pain were like the sea. At this point, Alka stopped talking. Everyone naturally understood why it became like this. At this time, Julia's lower body turned into her fish tail again, and the water flow rolled over her fish tail, lifting her up. Alka looked at Julia, who walked in front of her, and looked at her with a questioning look. Julia stretched out her hand and said, "Can I personally bear the sorrow of the world?" Alka looked at her, looking at Julia's determined eyes. She seemed determined to experience it. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Since it was like this, Alka naturally didn't say anything more, and silently raised his hand and held her palm. The mirror surface appeared on Alka's face, and Mermai's figure appeared in the mirror. Then the mirror surface began to change. It quickly changed into the deer head mask before. But this time Alka already had experience, and he would not rashly build a connection with the world directly. He found some power control skills from the memory fragments. He would understand and connect others. The plant thorns composed of white mist spread from Alka's hands. It surrounded his arms, and wrapped around Julia's hands. As the thorns wrapped around his hands, the spikes on the thorns pierced into the skin of the two people. "Here it comes." After saying that, Alka closed his eyes. The tide of pain and sorrow passed through the thorns. It instantly rushed into Julia's heart. Ah! Julia's eyes widened in an instant, and she wailed in pain. The veins on her face were throbbing, and the blood vessels spread from her face to her neck. The skin on her body immediately turned slightly red. Behind her ears, on her cheeks, on her eye sockets and at the collarbone, fine fish scales appeared. The coin that was originally printed on her hand floated out, and the coin turned over, and the skull side appeared on the front. A bloody breath began to flow out, and she regained the upper hand. After the pain, Julia's tears flowed from her eyes. The tears gradually changed from blue water to blood-red tears. "Let go, Arca. She can't bear it anymore," Lisa shouted beside her. Arca shook her head. "No, it's not that I don't let go, but she still wants to bear it." Everyone fell silent. After all, they have been together for so many years, and they have already had a certain understanding of Julia. Although Julia sometimes does not say much, she often repairs the environment when she can, especially when leaving the home sea, passing through the forward channel, and coming to the boundless sea. Julia can be seen often depressed, because she is powerless to repair the surrounding environment. This has been her responsibility for hundreds of years, and now she has no power to fulfill this responsibility. So her power increased very quickly. She was the most serious and hardworking among the crowd. Her growth, education, and faith were all for the sake of this world. After the infinite sea, she spent more time trying to understand the surrounding environment, what went wrong, and how to change it. Now Alka told her that the world would rather die and be destroyed than endure such pain again. This made her entire worldview collapse, and her faith was shattered. Although people do not quite understand the teachings of the seed of life, protecting the environment is mainly about protecting life. Some doctrines are contrary to what she knows now. She was told to protect the world, and she did so for hundreds of years. But the truth she got was that the world would rather die, and that kind of pain came from them. The favor of life is leaving her. She is abandoning the doctrine. She is spitting on life. She is going to abandon the religion. Simon stood beside Julia. Said quietly, Chapter 289, The True Origin of Alka. The light green lines are coming away from Julia's body. The faint light spots are floating towards the sky. It seems that this is not the first time Simon has seen such a scene, and he is very familiar with it. He directly said what such a scene represents. "What should we do now?" Lucilia asked anxiously beside him. From what they know, the judgment of religion can be regarded as a big deal. Simon shook his head helplessly. There is no way. She no longer believes in the doctrine of life, and life has moved its eyes away from her. However, Simon acted somewhat indifferent, and was not as anxious as the people around him. It's just a change of religion. What's so strange about it? She will be the first apostate on the ship. Alka felt Julia holding his hand tightly, still bearing the sorrow and pain of the world. Ah, he could understand. Turning around, looking at the anxious Lucilia next to him. Lucilia also believed in life, but her belief was just like that of ordinary people, not a member of the seed of life. "Lucilia, I don't think I've asked you yet. What is the doctrine of life?" Hearing this, the anxious Lucilia took a few deep breaths and calmed down her emotions. He said helplessly, "Life and the world circulate like a chain. This is the main theme, and everything else is extended outward according to this theme." Alka nodded, looking at the coin floating in front of Julia, the treasure she had just obtained. The side of the skull facing everyone, keep emitting a blood-red breath. The reverse side of the treasure has overwhelmed the positive side of life. Julia seems to have chosen the path she wants to take. The people around may not know what this means. But Alka, who has experienced the same pain, and even in this ocean of pain, has a deeper connection with the world, deeply understands Julia's choice. Feeling the looseness in his hand, Alka immediately let go and broke free from the connection. Without the experience of the world's pain, Julia immediately fell to the ground. She gasped for air. Lisa, who was beside her, immediately helped her up and carefully checked her body. She's not in good condition. Her body is covered with lacerations. She's excited, but weak. She needs to rest for a while before she can recover. Julia panted and didn't speak. She looked at Alka. "You? What did you choose? What did you choose?" "Me? I don't know." Facing Julia's fingerprints. Alka shook his head. He looked at the wavy sea beside the boat and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't thought about what to do." Everyone stood by, a little confused. They didn't know what the two were talking about. But it seemed to be something very serious. "Do you just want to watch like this? Do nothing?" "Of course not. I just haven't chosen yet what to do. Of course, I will make a choice and take action." Julia supported Lisa's hand and sat up, panting, but said viciously, "Choose destruction. Let's do as she wishes. How about it? She is so painful, so eager for destruction, so eager for death. How about we help her like this? Speak up. Facing Julia's increasingly emotional questioning, Alka remained silent. He didn't know how to answer. He didn't really want to choose one side. His rationality, his sensibility, his upbringing all told him that he shouldn't choose this side. But this side was the best, because he had truly experienced such a situation. He could empathize with her. In such a situation, the desire to die was so strong. I haven't made up my mind yet. Roar! Wait! What are you doing? The scene suddenly became chaotic. The crystal dragon next to him, who had not taken any action, suddenly threw Julia to the ground and roared wildly at her head. She was extremely angry. This sudden behavior caught everyone completely by surprise. Jason rushed forward, hugged the crystal dragon, and tried to drag her up. It was too sudden. Although Jason tried to stop her, his eyes were full of confusion. However, the crystal dragon still held Julia tightly and kept roaring at her, but did not attack, as if it was just venting its anger crazily. Looking at the crystal dragon roaring at her, Julia seemed to understand something and her eyes were full of ruthlessness. She raised her hand and pressed the crystal dragon's shoulder in the opposite direction. The blood-colored mist from the coin wrapped around her body, and she actually pushed the crystal dragon back a little bit. Ha! I understand. You chose to betray. Right? So your silence before was because you also knew something. Right? You chose to betray? Don't even think about it. A dragon and a mermaid suddenly confronted each other. But they tried their best not to hurt each other. It was as if they were just venting their anger. They yelled at each other. But that was all. Jason held the crystal dragon and tried his best to drag her, but his strength was no match for the crystal dragon that was already completely angry and grown. Simon was also forced to help from the side. Madlisa and Xia Didi both held Julia, trying to stop her. They didn't know why, but it was obvious that they couldn't let the two of them continue to compete like this. There was an unprecedented disagreement on the ship. However, the problem was that, except for these three people, the others knew nothing and were completely confused. That couldn't be said. They had some ideas from the conversation between the two, and the feeling they had experienced before. They just didn't know what the so-called choice meant. So what's going on? No one is willing to tell us, Lucilia said angrily beside him. Somewhat puzzled, Poro stood at the front of the deck with his arms folded, just watching the chaos. He looked at the sea. I don't know what he was thinking. Juanlu, the only one who did nothing, looked at Alka, looking at the captain who was sitting on the stairs without saying a word, and didn't even make a move, but stopped the two people. Silently walked to his side. At this time, you are the only one. Let them vent. Once I help one side, it means that I have strengthened the idea of one side, but I haven't thought about it yet. At this time, Poro, who seemed to have figured it out, strode over. His footsteps were unusually heavy, stomping the entire deck with a bang. He came directly in front of Alka. He knelt on one knee and stretched out his hand. Come on! Then I will experience it too. What kind of perception can make us like this? I will come up with my answer. Poro looked at Alka, and then at the crystal dragon and Julia, who were fighting. He looked at Alka and said, I don't know why you are struggling. I don't know what is suppressing you. Then he looked at Julia. The conflict between the doctrine that you have adhered to for hundreds of years, and the reality, the destruction and perception, made you go to extremes. You are not calm and rational enough now. After that, he looked at the crystal dragon again. You are still a child. We watched you hatch from the egg. This is obviously not your choice, but the decision brought by your inheritance. After that, he turned his head again and looked at Alka with a firm gaze. Come on, let me experience it too. Let me feel the pain of this world, and then make a decision. The other hand gently rested on the back of his hand. It was Juanlu who was standing next to him. Seeing this situation, and the lesson that Poro had just taught her, Julia and Crystal Dragon stopped. Count me in. 2. What made Sister Julia like this? What made her so painful? Madlisa came over and put one of her hands on it. Simon came over silently, and the mechanical arm on his left arm completely fell off, and the index finger made of treasure fell off along with the precision hand. Only the upper arm was left on his right arm. He placed the remaining section of his right hand on the back of everyone's hand. I am a mechanic, pursuing truth, and always keeping my curiosity. Jason looked at the situation and touched the crystal dragon's head. Let me see what you are carrying. The sadness before broke my heart and made me care, Lucilia said, recalling the ocean of sadness in Alka's soul space before. She looked at Xia Didi, and they nodded together. One hand after another was put together. Put it in front of Alka. Looking at the determined eyes of the crowd, Alka smiled inexplicably and stood up. We are a team. Let's make a decision together. One hand was placed on the back of everyone's hands, and the other hand was stretched out, pointing to Julia and Eurylius. Come on. Bear it together. Feel everyone's thoughts and feelings. Maybe you will have a different understanding. Hearing this, the crystal dragon looked at Jason's eyes, walked over slowly, and slightly twisted its tail to roll up Julia, who was lying on the ground without much strength, and dragged her over together. Everyone put their hands together. Alka's deer head mask appeared again, and was put on his head. The thorns entangled everyone's hands together. This time, people felt a spiritual connection. Come on. Let's experience it together. This time, Alka directly connected to the world, and everyone connected to the world together. The emotions of sorrow and pain turned into a tsunami, and rushed over. It directly swept everyone in. They were feeling the pain of the world, feeling the sorrow of the world, and feeling the crazy will to die in the world. The feedback from everyone on this feeling collided with each other, experienced each other. Everyone had different ideas. Facing the world's will to die, Poro first felt that it shouldn't be like this, and should try to save it, and also try to save himself. Zadite didn't want the world to be destroyed. There were too many beautiful things, trying to save it. Lucilia hesitated, and couldn't make a decision. Juanlu didn't want such a world to disappear, decided to save it. Simon was still thirsty for knowledge, and thirsty for a higher masterpiece of construction. How could the world be like this? It must be saved. Jason could understand. He recalled his childhood for no reason. The pain of the world. Perhaps he should follow her wishes. Facing Jason's choice, the crystal dragon was very unhappy, and whipped him with its tail. Although Julia was no longer so extreme under the influence of everyone's emotions, she still felt that the painful world should be destroyed. The world was too painful. The broken flesh and inspiration were pieced together again, like glue and thread. The broken gaps were bleeding. Maggots had already drilled into the dense joints, which had already rotted and were filled with pus. The pain and numbness, and the death of life that came with it. The sorrow and pain turned into an ocean that filled the core of the world. The world that had just given birth to spiritual wisdom was destroyed by the gods of her own world. She was smashed to pieces by the child that she had born and bred. She should have died, but was forcibly pieced together. She had been enduring the unspeakable pain since her spiritual wisdom was opened. She only wanted to die, facing the choices of everyone. Unlike everyone else, he had been lying on a hospital bed in his previous life, suffering and pain, hoping to die rather than lying there waiting for endless and hopeless treatment. It was so similar to the world at this moment. He could understand. His loved ones and the people he cared about tried to save him, but he prayed for death. He was so empathetic that he felt the same way. So he was conflicted. But he also wanted to survive at that time. But he just couldn't see the hope. Alka expressed his emotions. The desire for life, the desire to live, and the desire to die, mixed with the will of the natural spirit to repair the mother. They rushed towards everyone together. The thorns slowly receded. Everyone opened their eyes, but at this moment, they were all silent. Alka stood up and said, "Take a good rest today. When you calm down, we can communicate." Faced with such a proposal, everyone did not refute, and each returned to their own room. After closing the door, the whole ship became unusually quiet. Everyone seemed to be in deep thought. Alka lay on his bed, and sank back into his dream world. Sitting in his dream world, lying on the lawn with all kinds of fluorescent plants, looking at the sky of his world, the mirror surface emerged, still maintaining the appearance of a deer head. But he didn't take it. After a long time, aka murmured to himself, "I have decided, I will do my best to save you. If it doesn't work, if there is no way, then I will do as you wish, and help you enter death." He seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be talking to others. He decided to change his perspective, to look at things from the perspective of those who once hoped that he would live, and had hoped for themselves. If you are desperate, and have no hope, I will try my best to create hope. He decided on his own behavior. Alka began to recall everything he had experienced since he put on the deer head mask, and connected to the world through the power of the natural spirit. At that time, he was overwhelmed by the sorrow of the world. He was already somewhat unconscious, but the consumption of illusion and gold and silver energy helped him, causing him to wake up in the ocean of sorrow. Even on the sea surface, he was connected to the world. Through the emotions hidden in his heart at that time, he saw his origin. because he longed to know his origin, and at that time. In such a situation, the world responded to him. It was because he saw his origin that he was so entangled in how to choose. Because he really wanted to help the world. Before entering this body, Alka's soul originally suddenly appeared in the star realm from a crack in space. The violent energy in the star realm almost tore his soul into pieces. Let Alka disappear forever in this world, without leaving the slightest trace. No one knows how his soul came to this world. All they know is that even his soul will die in a foreign land. But the place where he appeared happened to be next to this broken world. The world that was waiting for death and pain and numbness simply thought that Alka was a soul that accidentally fell out of her world. Since she was not completely dead, she would fulfill her duty. Wake up temporarily, accept the pain, and take Alka back to her world. She thought that Alka's soul was a child in her world. And she should be so. Even though she was broken, her pain was all caused by her child. But she still loved him instinctively. Alka's soul was naturally received by the Stone Mother, who helped to introduce the soul saved from this world into a child who had just died on her island. So Alka's origin, in the eyes of the Stone Mother, was nothing to hide. Even Alka's rebirth was due to the Stone Mother's blessing, because Alka is her natural believer. The upbringing and education of Alka in his past world and everything in his country has shaped him. It makes his soul firmly believe in what should have been. And this belief is the doctrine that the Stone Mother firmly believes in. So Alka's previous worries and hiding are meaningless. The Stone Mother knows her origins. And she doesn't care. The world is like this. What is there to care about? It's just an alien soul, not to mention that it was saved by the world itself. The world awakened and endured the pain. And rescued Alka. Even if it might be a mistake. It was saved. Not to mention that Alka connected the world without permission, and was drowned in the ocean of sadness. The energy of gold and silver touched the world slightly, trying to let the world know. And the world responded, once again putting itself on the touch of pain. In the pain, it saved the child who accidentally fell into her sad emotions. At that moment, it stopped her emotions. So how could Alka not care about her? This world can be said to be the foundation of his new life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the mother of his new life. Otherwise, Alka would have been ground into dust in the astral world long ago, without leaving any trace. She even rescued Alka twice. Alka believed that when he was sunk into the sea of sorrow for the second time, she must have discovered his true nature. She was still willing to rescue him and send him out. That is why Alka tried to make a choice. It hurts so much. It's too uncomfortable. The world's forced survival is a kind of torture. And for the world, that torture is greater than anything else in the world. Alka's original intention was definitely not to destroy the world, but to save it. But the world forced him to die. This made him entangled. This made him not know how to choose. Because whether it was from Mermy's memory fragments, or the information he learned by becoming a natural spirit, destruction is much simpler than salvation. Salvation may bring greater pain and deeper torture. Because it is not that simple. Chapter 290 New Road. If they just knew it simply, they wouldn't have such a big reaction. The problem is, they feel the same, but they really bear the pain of the world. They just accept the wash of the tide, but the pain is like the ocean. Such pain is far beyond the understanding of life. This is the pain that the world can't bear. When everyone gathered in the captain's room again, they sat around the round table in silence. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Julia could see her haggard face, as if she had been seriously ill. Her face was as pale as snow. Her lips were dark purple, and her eyes were dark. After a night, I believe you have all figured it out. Then, I will do my best to save the world and save her from pain, Alka said, and finally looked at everyone. Okay. Save. I am willing to save her too. Roar. Everyone expressed their opinions one by one. Until the end, only Julia was left. And Alka, who had already made up his mind, looked at her. He said, if you don't try to save as much as you can, you are obviously not worthy of destruction. Hearing this, Julia looked up at him. She turned around and looked at everyone, took a deep breath and nodded. I am willing to do my best to save. It is normal for Alka to choose this direction. The world has been so kind to him, he must do something. Julia will work hard for it, because she has persisted in her efforts and responsibilities for 100 years. As for the rest, it is because they were born in this world. A closer look will reveal it. In the teachings of the four gods, there are more or less doctrines related to maintaining the world. But no god regards it as the main purpose. Even at this moment, Julia buried the idea of destroying the world in her heart, waiting for the time when saving is impossible before destroying it. But the life that left her still did not return. She still spit on some doctrines of life. Although we have set a goal, the question is, how do we act? Xiaodai asked beside her. The unforgettable pain they experienced is still firmly imprinted in their hearts. They can't turn a blind eye to it. If they don't keep working hard, this unforgettable pain will always linger on their souls. Because it is the pain of their children. Relieving the pain of the world and making the world a better place are not in conflict with their respective goals. But the problem is that there is no direction to work hard. Hearing this, Alka shook his head helplessly, looked at everyone and said, although we are arguing about these personal choices, we don't have the ability. We are too weak. It's not that easy to save the world. With their current strength, they don't even have the qualifications to participate. There is no capital to reduce the pain of the world. Roar! Boogie! The crystal dragon next to him roared and said something incomprehensible. Jason nodded as he listened. Wait for her to grow up a little more. When we all reach the 4th stage, she will take us to a place, Jason said beside him. After yesterday's incident, they all knew the origin of the crystal dragon, and it might be a little different than they thought. She only went through the 1st stage of growth, when the young dragon just hatched from the egg became a young dragon, and she gained some knowledge related to the pain of the world. And it is obvious that she has experienced the world's sorrow. This inheritance comes from his father and his ancestors. Obviously, the identity of this crystal dragon is related to saving the world. Perhaps their ancestors have been working hard for this. There is a saying that is right. After all, this world is based on strength. If you don't have the capital of strength, you are not qualified to do anything. Alka said. Okay. Bury the memories of the past 2 days deep in your heart. And just let your heart remember them. Now we have more important things to do. Focus on the things in front of you and improve your abilities. As Alka finished speaking, everyone nodded. Each of them left their seats and continued to train their abilities. This trial island is a rare place. 2 days later, they came to the bottom of the trial tower again. A week has just passed. Are we going to have another trial? The triangle floated beside them and said, Let's start. I'll go first this time. Alka said and stood on the teleportation platform. He disappeared. There was no previous trial this time, and he was teleported directly to the 5th floor. As Alka pushed open the stone door, the instructor's figure appeared. Has it been a week? He looked at Alka, who came in, muttering to himself. Then he looked at Alka, who was walking over, and suddenly froze. He looked at him carefully. You are different. Hearing this, Alka stood there, looking at him strangely, and then looked at himself, and didn't see anything strange. What's different? There is no difference. No, there is a big difference. You are carrying a heavy fate that you shouldn't carry. The instructor looked at Alka with a heavy face. Hearing this, Alka looked up at him, and suddenly smiled and said, Can you tell fortunes? As an instructor of the trial tower, I don't have to go to the extreme on every road, but I must walk on every road. Otherwise, I am not qualified to be an instructor of this trial tower and become a trainer of the enterprising. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with his identity. Then, he said something incredible. Walking on every road. Alka's scalp tingled when he heard it. Is this something a normal person can do? Only those who have truly existed in this world and experienced it know that all-rounders almost do not exist. Have you decided? Carrying such pressure. If you were just an ordinary person, a talented young man, suddenly bearing such pressure, I would not care. But the problem is, your ability, your blood, your duty all give you the power to lead this path. The instructor's pupils suddenly dilated when he said this, looking at the false sky simulated by the trial. I don't know what he was thinking. The most terrifying thing is not having a lofty goal, but that the lofty goal seems to have an illusion that can be grasped. If you are just an ordinary genius who vows to save the world, then you will know that you don't have such ability at all for various reasons and give up. But the problem is that if there is such power, influence and power, such a great and illusory dream, it will become graspable. It will make people chase it forever. After he said something there, he looked at Alka, who was in deep thought. A magic bullet flew over. When it was about to hit Alka, a broken mirror appeared to block the attack of the magic bullet. Alka looked up at him. Okay. Don't indulge in these. Move forward. Although I don't know what you have said, I will have higher requirements for you now. Enjoy the next training. If you can't meet my requirements, I won't let you take on the challenge. The instructor had 5 magic bullets floating in his hand, and he looked at Alka and said with a smile, "Ah?" Alka was a little confused to take on the challenge mode. "Do I need your approval?" Hearing this, the instructor stood still and looked at him with strange eyes, of course. Then he suddenly fell into deep thought. It seems that there have been earth-shaking changes outside. I slept too long. He recovered and looked at Alka. He hooked his fingers. You just need to remember that. I have raised my requirements for you. Sorry, as an instructor. I have the right to do so. I couldn't ask for more. Alka said with a smile. For so many years, he actually had no goal, and was just having fun. Now that his goal is firm, he naturally has a stronger motivation. For him, who is essentially a life form from another world, the change it brings is huge. The mirror surface emerged, but this time it was no longer on Alka's face, but appeared directly in Alka's palm. The mirror surface quickly changed into the shape of a deer head, and he put it firmly on his face. The whole body underwent the same change, and the legs were replaced by the deer legs with reverse arches. The fur cloak and the wild-flavored outfit on his body changed Alka's style. The Dreamcatcher crystal ball emerged and floated beside Alka. Seeing that the instructor was slow to take the initiative, Alka did not wait, and a large amount of pink mist began to fill the entire space, becoming thinner and thinner until it could not be seen clearly. A huge mirror appeared on the top of the field. Crack! With a shattering sound, it filled the entire space. Various fragments floated around. The instructor still stood there, looking at the floating fragments around. Can I speed up the start? Does it consume a lot of magic power? Yes, it requires training. The consumption is acceptable. Hearing Alka's answer, the instructor nodded. Suddenly he raised his hand violently, and grabbed the dagger that suddenly appeared in front of him. A silver light flashed on the side. The hand holding the dagger suddenly lifted up, trying to dodge. The card's attack was too sudden. A wound appeared on the instructor's hand, and the dagger he held also suddenly exploded. A thick magic shield blocked the impact of the dagger explosion and the flying fragments. The instructor kicked his legs and stepped back a few meters, preparing to distance himself first. And Alka, wearing a deer head mask in the distance, was still standing there and walking slowly. The distance between him and me was more than 10 meters. The footsteps made a crisp sound on the stone ground. The magic bullets on the instructor's body began to attack Alka in the distance quickly. The magic bullets flew quickly and hit Alka directly. But the broken mirror emerged, blocking the attack of the magic bullets. All the magic bullets were blocked by the broken mirror. The size of the mirror just blocked the magic bullet and exploded in the air with the magic bullet. Precise defense. Automatic attack? Listening to the instructor's words, Alka with a deer head nodded. The mirror fragments used for blocking are actually automatic defense. When the attack appears within a certain range around Alka, it will appear in front of the attack and be used to block. When used normally, it is impossible to defend the enemy too far away. But once Alka changes the environment, the blocking of the mirror will become very accurate. Alka raised his hands, and 8 mirror cards appeared in his hands. He flicked them gently, sliding through various strange arcs, flying towards the instructor. When the mirror card flew out, not only was there a problem with the arc of the flight, even the cards flickered, disappearing from time to time. Looking at this attack, the instructor did not hesitate. The shockwave used last time was transmitted again. However, the cards that appeared from time to time were not affected. He raised his hand suddenly. A thick layer of magic shield wrapped him up. All the cards exploded with flames beside him, golden light and water chains, all blocked by the magic shield. The entire magic shield was blown up and ripples appeared. Suddenly, the shield disappeared. It was not because of external force, but because the instructor suddenly froze in place. Just for a moment, a dagger appeared behind him and stabbed straight out. The tip of the blade did not sink into his body, but melted and stuck to his back. The instructor woke up at this moment and turned back sharply. The magic bullet turned into a beam of light and shot out instantly. But there was no enemy behind it, and it dissipated into the air. The instructor looked at the dagger stuck on his back and took it out. An effective attack. Alka, wearing a mask, said with a smile, "It's only been a week. It seems that even without my reminder last week, you can still find your way. You seem to have had an idea long ago." The instructor saw the dagger and threw it aside, and said with a smile, "That invisible attack is a dream The dream is the most difficult to reach. Even for me, I can only ensure that I am not affected. This move can ensure that you are unimpeded below the 6th stage. Very few people can crack it. The instructor was extremely appreciative. Alka's special attack method, which is strongly related to dreams, is too advantageous. Okay, it's my turn now. As he said that, the instructor kicked the ground hard. A large amount of magic power was splashed in the air. It turned into countless magic bullets and flew towards Alka. The speed was extremely fast. It exploded beside Alka in the blink of an eye and was blocked by broken mirrors one after another. The exploding magic power caused some chaos around Alka. The air became a little distorted. In the distorted air, the instructor had come to the side and smiled at Alka. The right hand was made into a palm, and it suddenly stretched out. The blue magic power gathered on it exploded, breaking through the countless mirror fragments that blocked it and reaching Alka's chest. This thrust attack was unstoppable, and the mirror fragments could not even slow down his speed. Before Alka could react at all, it was imprinted on his chest. The magic power was input into Alka's body. Cough. Cough. Alka coughed, but did not feel any pain. The instructor smiled and said, "You have held back. How can I really hit you?" The palm on Alka's chest pushed hard, pushing Alka out violently. Then, he bent his waist and turned around, and his left fist swung out fiercely. A dagger attacked the instructor's head just now, but it missed because of his bent waist. The left fist swung out and hit the air. A circle of air in a semicircular shape could be clearly seen, spreading outward. However, there was nothing there. Seeing this scene, the instructor turned around without hesitation, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow. Alka, who had just been pushed out, had not yet stood firm when he saw the instructor rushing towards him. The broken mirrors floating around instantly turned to where Alka was. Alka immediately disappeared from the spot. The instructor braked his right leg forward and stopped his body with a sharp sound and clenched his right hand back. A huge magic bullet was in his hand. The body was like a bow, and then it was thrown out like a baseball. Squeak! This fist-sized magic bullet broke through the air. The loud sound of piercing the air was so sharp that it made people tremble. It flew out with powerful power. Alka, who had just appeared in the distance, stared at the magic ball that was about to reach him with wide eyes. It was impossible to dodge. He had just landed. He crossed his hands in front of him, and the layers of mirrors and magic shields were tightly covered. Crack! The magic bullet instantly shattered the thick mirrors, and the sound of shattering filled the entire space. It also broke the shield. Bang! The magic bullet hit Alka's hands and exploded. The power of the explosion was circular, pushing out the surrounding air, forming a circle of air rings. Alka flew backwards. He hit the ground and bounced several times before he stopped in a long trajectory. Alka felt as if his whole body was falling apart. The instructor must have held back in this attack. The impact force of the explosion pushed him far away and hit him on the ground several times. But the impact force only touched his body, making him sore all over. There was no fatal injury, not even a minor one. The only wound was the bloodstains on his body. He tried his best to turn himself over. He saw the instructor squatting beside him, looking at him with a smile. Alka shook his head helplessly. How did you know I would appear there? Under the influence of the pink smoke and the broken mirror, Alka's actions would be extremely concealed. His ability to control the environment would also be greatly improved. He was teleporting fast enough, and the landing point was concealed enough. Even the fluctuations of magic power were difficult to transmit. But it was obviously predicted directly. He did not detect or even find any fluctuations to detect his landing point. The instructor smiled and said, "The experience and intuition of the elders." Chapter 291 Dragon Man lacks a powerful, decisive attack method. It must be powerful enough, lethal enough, and even the damage must overflow far. The stronger the better. Melee combat is too bad. Being beaten to pieces, without the ability to fight back, like a 3-year-old child fighting with an adult. The above 2 points are what Alka concluded he lacked the most. At this time, he sat next to the teleportation platform with a bruised face, receiving treatment from Matt Lisa. His poor melee skill shocked the instructor, who was not even able to protect himself. So the seemingly peaceful instructor severely taught Alka a lesson, letting him know that even if he did not use melee as a means of attack, he still had to have it. Such a weak melee attack was unbearable for him, and it was almost indescribable to him. Why did it go so badly this time? Jason asked from the side. You haven't even met the instructor yet. You don't understand. Alka looked at him and mocked him. TSK. Damn it. Jason curled his lips in disdain. Just wait. I will pass this time. Hearing this, Alka looked at the crystal dragon flying in the sky. He still believed this. The crystal dragon grew to a new stage, and the feedback it brought should be strong enough. The crystal dragon at this stage can already fly. However, it can only fly at low altitude and not fast. But it is enough to make her excited. Suddenly, a loud noise came from not far away, and a large amount of smoke and dust flew into the air. Soon, Simon's several aircraft formed a stretcher and lifted Julia from the air. Julia looked a little miserable at this time, but her mental state was recovered well. Seeing Julia's condition, Matlisa swam over and quickly helped with the treatment. Fortunately, she just looked a little miserable, but her injury was not serious. Pororo strode over. Seeing Pororo coming, Lucilia quickly jumped onto his shoulder and shouted loudly into his ear. You're too harsh. Faced with Lucilia's complaints, Pororo just shrugged helplessly. This is also a weight event. You can't just blame me. It was Pororo who made Julia so miserable. Julia's main job on the ship was an assistant, and her strength was not low. But compared with Pororo in head-on confrontation, she was obviously much weaker. She looked a little miserable, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Pororo didn't have the strength to crush Julia, so he would inevitably be unable to stop sometimes. But at least it won't cause serious injuries, or even life-threatening injuries. This is a sparring match, which is sometimes unavoidable. After a while, Xiaodaidi came out. This time, Xiaodaidi looked in good spirits. Except for some dust on his body. He didn't have many wounds. Watch it. You will definitely see the instructor this time, Jason said, standing on the transmission platform and disappearing. A sparkling explosion brought a beautiful rainbow luster, and a large number of translucent crystal pillars, piercing out. A huge creature similar to an orangutan was pierced by such a crystal column. The spreading crystal column began to solidify beside him, and then turned the whole body into crystal, breaking into pieces, turned into ashes. The venue changed, and Jason returned to the original place. He watched the numbers on the door in front of him change. Jason sat directly on the ground, panting, and began to breathe heavily. He tried his best and finally won the battle. However, it can be seen that Jason has no scars on his body, but he has consumed too much energy. After recovering for a while, he stood up and pushed the stone door open with all his strength. He came to the 4th floor, a floor of equal strength. This floor is in a valley surrounded by trees and rocks, with vegetation and flowers on the ground. It looks like birds are singing and flowers are blooming, full of natural and wild atmosphere. Why is it different from what Alka said? Jason thought in a strange way. Alka and Xiaodaidi saw the same environment. A circular stone training ground. It's just that the instructors are of different genders. Because of his race, Pororo appeared in a frosty ocean, and the instructor who trained him was also a fishman. But he was an ancient fishman, a fish species that does not exist now. This means that the entire trial tower has different instructors. They will be assigned according to the different trialists, trying to make both parties compatible. With doubts, Jason came to the valley. Looking at his instructor, Jason could not help but stand there in a daze. Not only him, even the instructor himself was a little surprised. Human? Isn't he a dragonborn? He said in a strange way. The instructor in front of him was a man with dragon horns and a head similar to a lizard. He was 2.5 meters tall, and his exposed skin was covered with scales. He had a pair of huge wings like a bat and a dragon behind him. A slender tail, which swung back and forth vigorously. The overall scales were light red. This was a dragon man, or he could be called a dragonborn. A race that existed only in ancient times. At least that's what Jason knew. He had only seen it in some records. He didn't expect his instructor to be a dragonborn. The test of the trial tower has almost never been wrong. Let me see. As he spoke, a light screen made of magic appeared next to him, recording some information about Jason. He was looking carefully to see what was going on now. Oh, that's it. A human dragon warrior. I didn't expect that in this era of broken world and the departure of the gods. I could still see dragon warriors. Ah, that's great. As he spoke, he walked over, put his hand on Jason's shoulder, and talked as if he was chatting. You know, I haven't been out for a long time. There are no dragonborn in this era. I don't know how many thousands of years ago I last came out. Speaking of this, I have to thank you. It's good to come out for some fresh air. Seeing that the dragon man was so familiar, Jason didn't mind. So you have independent consciousness. Then how did you become the instructor of the trial tower? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to be locked up in this place all the time? If it were me, I would probably go crazy, Jason asked beside him. The dragon instructor patted Jason's shoulder heavily. You are right. But fortunately, I am mentally tough, born to be a powerful warrior, and the passing of a little time has no effect at all. Then he lowered his head and whispered in Jason's ear, I tell you, don't tell others. We instructors are believers in enterprising. Call the enterprising training. This title is not something that everyone can get. At this point, he raised his eyebrows, looking very powerful. And I, Haliliax, am the best among these instructors. Ordinary mediocre people are not worth my training at all. Get it? After hearing this, Jason nodded. I see. That means I am a genius. Yes, you are right. The dragon instructor patted Jason's shoulder with a look of certainty, as if you are a genius. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let me see your ability. As he spoke, he flapped his wings and landed far away with a leap. Turning around, Jason stretched out his huge dragon claws and hooked them. Come on. Attack. Jason did not hesitate. His hands appeared crystalline magic, shining and transparent like crystal. Looking at the luster of this magic, the dragon instructor narrowed his orange-yellow dragon eyes, showing unusual surprise. Jason stretched out his hand and waved. A large number of crystal pillars were scattered by him, flying towards him in scattered shapes. Looking at this flying crystal attack, the dragon man actually ignored it, had no intention of dodging at all, but raised his hand to greet it. Several flying pillars hit his palm. As the crystal exploded, the magic power like crystal luster began to spread on his hand. It was ready to wrap it up and form a crystal. In the end, the effect of this attack wrapped the dragon man's entire right hand to the forearm into crystal. And the dragon man just stared at his hand blankly. Seeing this situation, Jason did not attack, but stopped and stood still. He asked, What's wrong with you? Why don't you dodge? This obviously did not look like a serious battle. This is the attack of the prismatic clan. Such power. It is the descendant of the prismatic god. He muttered to himself, looking at the attack in his hand, as if he was full of shock. But the outside world has been broken. The gods have left one after another. Why? Why is there such a thing left? It shouldn't be. Why? He kept asking. He was extremely unbelievable. Jason was watching him from the side, scratching his head in confusion, which made him a little overwhelmed. This instructor has a big problem. Is he capable? Will there be any problem? He thought with some worry. If there is a problem with his instructor, it would be a pity. After a long while, the dragon instructor seemed to have recovered, and came to Jason quickly, looking at him with his head down. I want to ask you, kid, is the dragon that you signed a contract with like a crystal dragon? Jason nodded. Yes, Aurelius is indeed like crystal. Really? It's true. The instructor got a definite answer and shouted in shock. Jason couldn't help but turn his face slightly. A large amount of sulphurous breath gushed out, and he could even see the sparks coming out of his roar. Calm down, you are too impatient. Yes, you are right, I am too impatient. The dragon instructor, whose scales turned orange-red, nodded quickly. He walked several steps to calm down. He took several deep breaths, and finally stabilized his emotions. Come on, sit here, let's have a good chat. The instructor dragged Jason's shoulders and pulled him to a stool made of a huge log stump not far away and sat down. Obviously, he had no intention to fight. Before that, he was ready to solve the confusion in his heart. Jason was also very happy. Obviously, the instructor in front of him knew the race of crystal dragons, which would allow him to understand Aurelius better. It can be said to be a win-win situation. Jason sat, tilted his head, and looked at the huge dragon instructor in front of him. He looked at him with questioning eyes. Well, you? Call me Jason. Okay, Jason, let me ask you. How is the dragon you contracted with now? Is she in good condition? Has she grown well? Hearing this question, Jason looked at him strangely, but still nodded. Very good, there are food and drinks, I will eat all the gems. That's right, they do eat gems. He looked at Jason with a serious look. Stinky boy, no matter what, there must be enough gems, did you hear me? if you let her go hungry, I will rush down to the trial hall and twist off your head even if I risk being punished by God," he said to Jason with a vicious look. Looking at this look, Jason just glanced at it lightly and waved his hand casually. "Don't give me that. Besides, I have enough supply. Basically, all the funds have been used to feed her. You don't need to say anything. You are sensible. Boy. But I can't help but express my gratitude. I still have an inheritance in the mortal world. It is my own vault. There are many gems in it." Hearing this, Jason turned his head sharply to look at him. There is such a good thing. For things like gems, Jason can only say that the more the better. He will take as many as he can. "I can't tell you now. I will tell you when you meet my requirements and complete the trial." The dragon man looked at him and said. Then he patted his butt and stood up. He walked to the center of the valley. "Okay, come here, Jason. You'd better grit your teeth and train well. I will train you hard. Don't expect me to show mercy. You are carrying a fate that you dare not even think about. You must move forward with a heavy burden. And your future is also bright." Looking at the serious expression of the dragon instructor, Jason inexplicably thought of the goal they set a few days ago. Do your best to save the world, otherwise destroy the world. The choice between the savior and the destroyer. He didn't think that there was any weight heavier than this. But he still looked at him seriously. "Come on. I will grit my teeth. Oh, it hurts so much. This guy is really heavy-handed. He doesn't know how to show mercy. Ouch. Lighter. Hiss." Jason, covered in wounds and swollen, appeared on the teleportation platform. He was receiving treatment from Matt Lisa. Everyone gathered around, looking at Jason's miserable appearance. Jason's eyes were so swollen that you couldn't see his eyeballs. His eyes were completely slits. There were all kinds of scars on his body, all caused by beatings. The people who beat him really tried their best to beat him, to maximize the injuries without hurting his life. It was called training, but it was more like torture. "What did you do to be tortured like this?" Alka asked with a serious face and a twisted expression. "It was painful to look at, and it gave me goosebumps. I said I would grit my teeth and let him come. In the end, he broke all my teeth," Jason said tremblingly. He couldn't even speak clearly. Alka looked at the 2 missing teeth in Jason's mouth and silently closed his mouth. After thinking for a while, he comforted, "It's okay. The feedback from the crystal dragon can make you grow new teeth. Don't worry. Woo woo woo." That damn instructor said the same thing. Alka's words not only failed to comfort him, but also brought back bad memories for Jason. This made Alka a little embarrassed, and he closed his mouth silently. The crystal dragon stood by and circled around Jason, showing great concern. "It's okay, I just look miserable, don't worry." Hiss. Lighter. It hadn't been hard for 2 seconds, and Matt Lisa next to him rolled her eyes. "You should have a good rest." Alka couldn't bear to continue watching from the side and said, "Wait, when I get better, I'll tell you something," Jason said with some seriousness. Hearing this, Alka turned to look at him. Looking at Jason's serious words and his serious eyes, eye slits, he nodded with all his might. "No problem." Then he turned and left. Jason screamed again from behind. "Sister Matt Lisa, I beg you, can you be gentler? There are so many things to do. Are you still a man? Pororo is not like you, even if he is seriously injured. He won't scream." "What?" "Humph, use your strength. If you scream again, I lose." Hiss. Hearing the latter words, Alka shook his head helplessly. There was a vibration coming from afar. Looking from afar, a giant 7-meter-tall elemental creature made of branches and gravel was being attacked. It was not Alka and others who attacked him. It was the puppet knights led by Lucilia. Lucilia brought the puppet knights to the island, trained them in practical skills, and the cleaning of these elemental creatures was left to them. This was a rare opportunity. Lucilia's encouragement could also be heard. "Come on, sisters. We are the puppet knights. We are destined to save the world. The sweat and hard work now will bring more glorious honor in the future. For the Legion. For the Mother of the World." Hearing Lucilia's slogan, the puppet girls responded one after another. "When did she come up with such a slogan?" Alka asked curiously. Xia Dedi next to him shrugged helplessly. How could she know? Lucilia's ideas are always weird, and she will put them into action. This slogan is good, isn't it? Indeed. Chapter 292 Stranger. Estial Death Demon. Race, light and shadow creature. Non-intelligent life, full of wild instincts. Attack with its 4 arms. characteristic is that two arms can change freely. Naturally, it will attack in brutal melee, extremely lethal. The lowest individual strength of the tribe is found to be stage 4. The highest is found to be stage 4 perfection. No individual reaching stage 5 has been found. Lucilia wrote on her sketchbook the dream creature she had met before. This is a creature that Alka had discovered and observed for a long time, and he took her to record it. The reason why Alka devoted so much effort to observing this creature in his dream was because this creature could make up for other shortcomings. That is, his melee skills were too poor, and his melee means were too simple. As the magic gathering stone above the observation room was closed, Alka walked out covered in sweat. Looking at Lucilia, who was writing the illustration next to him, he asked, "How long have we been on this island?" 51 days and nights. "Have you been here for so long?" Alka said with some surprise. Hearing this, Lucilia put down her pen, tilted her head and looked at him. "Then what do you think? What stage of strength have you reached now?" 16 spirals, 2 more spirals than when I first came here," Alka said. "That's it. So what's so strange about it taking so long?" Lucilia complained and once again focused on the illustrations in front of her. "Yeah, didn't expect to have been on this island for so long?" Alka said, "There's no way. This trial island is really good. It makes people not want to leave at all. After all, the trial tower has weekly training with exclusive instructors, one-on-one targeted services to improve strength. Such an opportunity is rare. The main reason is that they have not yet reached the qualifications for the challenge. In the words of his own coach, if you want to challenge, you must be much stronger than your peers to be qualified. That is to say, they don't even have the ability to obtain golden treasures. But this only applies to Alka and his friends. Okay, let's go down after writing. There is something important today. I know right away." After a while, Lucilia nodded with satisfaction. "Now we just need Xiao to provide the illustrations." After putting away the illustrations, the two jumped down from the observation room. They came to the restaurant on the stern deck and had breakfast. Everyone had already woken up. Juanlu and Mathlisa were eating breakfast at the table, but it was obvious that they were distracted. "Don't be so nervous. Didn't your instructor say that? You have the strength now," Xiao comforted him. Hearing this, Juanlu just took a deep breath and quickly finished the food in front of him. Adjusting her mentality, Mathlisa was still a little worried. "But my instructor also said, my fighting instinct is not strong." The only 2 people on the ship who did not have treasures were preparing to enter the challenge mode today. Alka and the others were not qualified for the challenge mode because their strength was not up to standard. In the words of their instructor, this was undoubtedly a waste of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the 2 of them had no problem, because they did not have treasures, and the challenge mode for them without the ability to control treasures was naturally only difficult for people without treasures. Under such circumstances, naturally, their requirements are not high. And for the 2 of them, the most important thing is to quickly pass the challenge mode and obtain treasures. They have been getting farther and farther away from the rest of the people. After this period of time, their strength has reached the 3rd stage, but the problem is that they are completely stuck at the 3rd stage. If you want to advance even 1 spiral, it will take a long time to accumulate. At least half a year. This is still with the help of the magic gathering stone. But the others are as fast as Alka, who has already reached 16 spirals. The others are between 12-14 spirals. The bonus of the magic stone to them is even more exaggerated. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, which will make it more and more difficult for them to keep up with the progress. Although on the ship, the positioning of the 2 is not the main attack combat personnel. It is more like logistics. But when sailing in the vast sea, the basic strength must be maintained at least. If it is too far away, it will only become a burden. Not to mention that they have a more distant goal. After dinner, everyone quickly came to the trial tower. Standing under the trial tower, Alka looked at the 2. He stretched out his hands. And the dreamland with mixed energy of gold and silver, plus some materials and Alka's own blood, created a mark representing his power through the power of Alka's descendants and the King of Dreams. Alka's King Seal is a sphere made of blue metal lines, held by a palm, surrounded by a faint pink mist. Looking at the metal mark, the 2 took it. Alka had given them his King Seal before, but this one looked more formal. After all, neither Mathlisa nor Juanlu were exempted from formal qualifications. Although Mathlisa was a saint of the sea god, the problem was that their race was burdened with sins. Unless they were cleansed, they would not be able to obtain the official gift of the sea god before the sins were eliminated. Juanlu simply believed in the Virgin Mary, and had nothing to do with saints. I'll go first. Juanlu took the seal of the king and said. Alka nodded. He watched Juanlu walk onto the teleportation platform. Everyone was standing by, waiting to watch. The triangle was extremely excited, and even a faint blue light emanated from its body surface. After spending so much time together, everyone knew that this meant that he was excited. So are you ready? Although you already know, I still have to tell you formally before that. To take on the challenge, there is only one chance in a lifetime, and it is even more difficult. In challenge mode, your performance will be evaluated. When you perform beyond your ability, achieve progress and transcendence, you will be favored and receive the rewards you deserve. Juanlu stood on the teleportation platform, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded. Then, trialist Juanlu, raise your right hand, take your mark and place it on the red stone pillar. I hope you can achieve progress and transcend yourself. When he said this, the triangle was very excited. This was the first time he had officially presided over the challenge ceremony of the trial, since he was activated. He thought that he would never have such an opportunity again until he was broken and decayed. He was so excited that he could not extricate himself. This seemed to make him return to his former glory for a short time. Following the prompt, Juanlu raised his right hand, held the mark given by Alka in his palm, and then placed it on the red stone pillar in his right hand. The blue line on the teleportation array flashed red light, and with the flashing, Juanlu disappeared. He officially started the challenge ceremony. I hope he can get the reward he wants, Simon said as he looked at Juanlu, who disappeared. This time, everyone did not leave, but just sat around and waited quietly. Are you excited? Jason asked as he looked at the floating triangle. Of course, I have to thank you. Such an opportunity is too rare. Everyone just smiled. While sitting and chatting, Alka looked at Julia and asked, have you cleared the 4th level? Julia shook her head. It was almost last time. I should be able to do it this time. When their strength improves, especially for those members on the ship, who were originally just at the 3rd stage. When they originally entered the trial tower, they only needed to meet the instructor on the 4th floor to get guidance. When their strength increased, the instructor was no longer on the 4th floor, but on the 5th floor. Because their strength had exceeded 10 spirals, they had to clear the 4th floor again before they could see the instructor and get guidance again. This was the incentive brought by the normal mode, the basic operating method of the trial tower. So they had to clear it again. At this time, the difficulty of the newly appeared floors would increase. According to what Alka asked his instructor, all the trial challenge targets were actually constructed by them personally. The purpose is to allow the trial participants, who have undergone their training, to show better strength. In fact, it is also used to reject those trial participants who have no ambition. In addition to Julia, Simon is also in this state. So now you can see Simon is constructing a more powerful and brand new structure to deal with it. Jason, Lucilia, Zadaiti and Porwaro have successfully passed and met the instructor again. At this time, Lucilia, who was chatting with Zadaiti, suddenly stood up. Looking at Lucilia, who suddenly became alert on his shoulder, Zadaiti was a little confused. Just as he was about to ask, Lucilia said loudly, there is a ship approaching. Hearing this, everyone stood up, but Lucilia continued, more than one. There are 3 ships. At this time, the triangle next to him suddenly said, can you see what the logo on their ship is? Lucilia nodded, and closed her eyes to communicate with the puppet girl on the dawn voice. A full moon is entangled by a snake. Oh, it's them, don't be surprised, they are regulars, the triangle said beside him. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. This is normal, didn't I tell you before? This is the trial island, although it has become a ruin, but the trial tower is still intact. This island is a signpost island in your words, the kind that doesn't move, you know? So in the years since I was activated, I have also received many trialists, but most of them have come once and never come again. But there are exceptions, right? There are always some people who have enough ability. They create forces and establish families. Naturally, they will bring their descendants to the trial for guidance and training. There are quite a few families that have established such a connection with this island. There are about a dozen, but some families have not come for a long time. As he spoke, magic appeared in front of the triangle, and the magic began to construct various icons. These icons are all marks representing forces or families. There is what Lucilia just said, the full moon wrapped by a snake. There are also bony hands holding blades. There are also simple marks, or pierced skulls. There are all kinds of animals, eagles, lions, wolves, and so on. I remember this family is called Tarutera? I think so. They last came 20 or 30 years ago. They came only a few decades ago, so they were called regulars? Hearing this, Alka nodded. In that case, it just so happens that a new generation has grown up. 20 or 30 years is about the time it takes for a normal human family to have a new generation. So do you know about this family? Jason asked from the side. If someone else asked the triangle, it might not be able to tell. After all, it is a highly intelligent structure. It is not easy to tell private information. But Alka and his friends are different. All these families can only be regarded as ordinary trialists. And they don't even have the formal qualifications. But Alka and his friends are different. Each of them is a formal trialist. And they can go into challenge mode. You can understand? Right? If I have a family and offspring in the endless sea, I might have to let my offspring try the trial tower. Jason nodded beside him. You can really learn a lot from the instructor. He is a rare teacher. Xiaodaidi still respects her instructor very much. It is said that she has called her instructor teacher. Listening to the conversation of the crowd, Triangle said silently beside him, not everyone can get the guidance of the instructor. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. Is there any difference? After all, when each of them reaches the same level, they will receive guidance from the instructor. And there are no exceptions. Seeing that everyone has been here for so long, it seems that they still don't know some of the most basic rules. Come to think of it, they don't need to know this at all. With a faint blue light on his body, he explained, you know, if you don't have a formal mark, or you are not someone with special rights like you can't see the instructor. Unless some trialists have really good potential, they will be favored by the instructor and willing to come down to teach them. After hearing this explanation, everyone nodded in sudden enlightenment. So there is such a reason. They actually didn't know it yet, after all. Alka had given them the power mark of the kings of dreams long ago. Or they are either saints of gods. Has it been so long since any member of the Church of the Four Gods conducted a trial? Pororo asked curiously. Hearing this, Alka and others also felt a little strange, with doubts on their faces. Looking at the strange expressions of the crowd, Simon was standing by and was stunned, and couldn't help saying, don't you think it's easy to become a saint of gods? Except for Lucilia and Jason. Everyone present was not a saint of gods. The rest of them are. Of course, we have to exclude Julia, who has already betrayed the seed of life. But it is undeniable that she was also like this before. Isn't it? Xiaodaidi asked curiously. Of course not. This is a very difficult thing. Simon just remembered what kind of monsters his companions were. He couldn't help but sigh. He was rescued by Alka and others on that island later, and escaped from the state of time stagnation. And then, he got the treasure inexplicably. After that, he received the attention of the gods and became a saint. Before this, he was just an ordinary church member. He was not born a saint like the people in front of him. Thinking of this, he sighed inexplicably. He was really boring himself. By the way, I haven't answered the question just now, Jason said. I don't know. I'm just a construct. I haven't been out. Can you expect me to know anything about these human families? The triangle made a puzzled sound. But he still said a few simple words. At least they behaved politely on this island, they were respectful every time they came, and they would help clean up the elemental creatures on the island. They have landed on the island, and came directly to the port, and did not find the hiding place of the voice of dawn, Lucilia said. At this time, there was a sound not far away. There were chaotic footsteps. The three ships docked, and it was obvious that there were a lot of people coming down. After a while, they saw the people coming in from the ruins of the wall from a distance. These people were wearing gorgeous and body-shaping robes, which were embroidered with blue and silver and various patterns. But most of them had snake patterns on their bodies. And there were far fewer people coming in than they thought. At a glance, there were only about 6 people, and the rest stopped directly at the entrance of the ruins. They were wearing lighter soft armor, and the weapons in their hands showed that they were just guards. Those people looked at Alka and others who were already around the trial tower, and they were also a little surprised. Chapter 293, An Unacceptable Challenge. At this moment, Alka had put on a pair of glasses. Through these glasses, Alka could clearly scan the people in front of him. What level of strength are they at? 5 in the 3rd stage, 1 in the 4th stage. It is obvious that the strength of this group of people is not weak, and can even be said to be very strong. I just don't know how many of them have treasures. Well, okay, all of them. Alka silently complained. The glasses are used to analyze energy. But for individuals with intelligent life, the information scanned is very accurate. But the group of people in front of them did not hide the fact that they had treasures at all. I don't know if they wanted to give Alka and the others a warning. The treasures of these people were placed outside, emitting a faint fluctuation. The fluctuation of the treasures was extremely obvious, and it must be intentional. Otherwise, the treasures would be introverted and difficult to find ordinary items. This group of people just walked over, without showing any intention to attack. After arriving at the stone tower, everyone began to observe them clearly. The 6 people were obviously from the same family, and they all looked relatively young, except for the leader, who seemed to be in his 30s. But in this world with magic, if nothing unexpected happens, the normal lifespan is long. 30s are also considered young. This group of people looked somewhat similar, all with dark green hair. The leader, who was at the 4th stage of Tao, looked at Alka, and they nodded politely. He said tentatively, "Hello?" Everyone could understand this language, because this language was the common language of the home sea. The moment he heard this, Alka crossed his arms and nodded. "Hello." The 6 strangers in front of him, who saw Alka's gesture, immediately did the same thing, crossing their arms. He said, "May the Virgin Mary bless you. May the Virgin Mary bless you." Alka and Xiaodai Jason said with the same gesture. They are all followers of the Virgin Mary. Obviously, the people on the other side are also followers of the Virgin Mary. This is the way for both sides to identify each other. Alka had learned from Xiaodai before, that is, the ability to sense the breath of the other party when they pray for the Virgin Mary's blessing. Only true believers can obtain it. Obviously, the other party also has this ability, because after Alka and the others made gestures and chanted the Virgin Mary, their attitude obviously changed from strange and vigilant to relaxed. They even relaxed, as if they had given Alka and his group a sense of safety. I didn't expect to see 2 saints here. It's an honor. The 4th stage person in the lead. I don't know how he used to distinguish the identities of the 2 people. But since both sides are followers of the Virgin Mary, this is obviously a good thing. And Alka and his group are obviously inferior to the other side in terms of strength and numbers. Having a better identity will help them communicate peacefully. Then he immediately said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Maru Tarutas. And the people behind me are my people. Arka Lagu. It's nice to meet you all." Everyone briefly introduced themselves. And the atmosphere was quite good. Everyone was friendly. The other party was also unusually polite. I don't know if it was because of his status as a saint. "Did you come to this island accidentally? Or did you come here specifically for the trial?" Maru asked curiously. The question was restrained and not offensive. "We came here by accident, and are undergoing the trial with the help of the guide." Hearing this, Maru nodded in understanding, and said with a smile, "Then you must remember the location of this island. It's best to make a signpost flag. This island won't run around." It was obvious that this was a means for the other party to express goodwill, and directly reveal a piece of information. This information is important, and whether it is important or not depends on whether Alka and the others will find it later. Of course, we will definitely do this after we leave. Thank you for your kindness. Haha. You're welcome. After all, we are all believers of the Virgin Mary, and it is only right to help each other. Alka smiled and nodded. He had completely let go of his vigilance and became easygoing. Both parties had already let down their guard, because believing in the Virgin Mary is the best proof of identity. In this world where gods do exist, true faith will not be mixed with any falsehood, especially for the Virgin Mary. If you do not believe in her teachings, your behavior does not conform to her ideals. Even if you pray to the Virgin Mary, she will not even look at you. You must really agree with her philosophy from the bottom of your heart, or your actions, which are in line with the teachings of God. Otherwise, you will not meet the requirements to be a follower of the Virgin Mary. It means that at least you will not be a villain, and most of them must be in the lawful camp. After a simple chat, Maru found that some members of Alka's team seemed to be undergoing trials. "Are you all taking the trial today?" Maru asked. Alka nodded, "Yes. Our refresh time is today." Hearing this, Maru nodded, thought for a while and said, "In this case, we will not disturb you. We will come back later to stagger the trial time with you." "Sorry. This is the best." "No. We are late. and we should follow the order. Maru smiled and nodded to everyone to say goodbye, and then left with his family members. Looking at the people who left, Xia Daidi suddenly said, "They really believe in the Virgin Mary. The people they brought here all have the surname Tarutas, which means that their entire family is a believer of the Virgin Mary. In this case, they must know the location of the Cathedral of the Virgin Mary Church in the Infinite Sea. Right?" Hearing this, Alka nodded. "It is very likely. It is strange that they have been in the Infinite Sea for such a long time. It was only on the Southern Cross Island that they knew that there was a Church of the Virgin Mary Church. The problem is that the island does not believe in the Virgin Mary, and there are very few believers. The Virgin Mary's missionary work there was not going well, and the church was only in the central city of the capital island. They had never been there, so they did not know much about the church in the Endless Sea. They had not heard any useful information. Now they had actually met a whole family that believed in the Virgin Mary. And from what the triangle said, this family had obviously existed in the Endless Sea for a long time. It was obviously safer for fellow Virgin Mary believers to ask them about the Virgin Mary's church or the main gathering place, although this would clearly expose that they came from the Four God Sea. After all, as a saint of the Virgin Mary, not knowing the Cathedral of the Virgin Mary Church in the Boundless Sea will only expose this possibility. They should stay on the island for a while. Don't worry, observe more. It's always right to be cautious, even if the other party is a believer of the Virgin Mary. At this time, Zhuanlu, who was challenging in the trial tower, officially passed the 3rd floor. He was covered in blood, and he was leaning against the stone wall of the space. His lungs were like bellows, breathing frantically, making a sound of leaking air, and recovering his strength. His condition was not good. A strong tear appeared on his thigh, and the bone was almost visible in the wound. A lot of blood was still flowing out. He also had some internal injuries. After Zhuanlu bandaged it simply, he took out a large piece of beef leg from his pocket ring. He held the beef leg and devoured it quickly. The food he ate quickly turned into energy in his body, and rushed to his thigh under his control. The injury on his thigh was not so easy to heal, but strangely, the bleeding stopped. For Zhuanlu, this was enough. Taking this opportunity, he immediately got up and relied on his newly recovered strength to rush to the stone door, and pushed it open with all his strength. The huge force he exerted caused blood to spurt out of his wound again. But at least he pushed a crack in the door, and the whole person rolled directly through the crack. As his body passed through the crack of the door, a force swept through his body. The wounds on his body healed in an instant, and even washed away the blood on his body. The wounds inside his body also healed, and he went from pain to relief. The refreshed Zhuanlu stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not move forward immediately, but sat down where he was, took out a lot of food from his pocket ring, stuffed it into his mouth frantically, and kept chewing. Such a wild way of eating made him eat more food than his body weight very quickly. He even became visibly fatter, and his whole body became much stronger. Even his once flat, muscular abdomen had become a round beer belly, slightly protruding. Zhuanlu, who had gained a little weight in a simple way, finally stopped eating and let out a breath. He picked up a pot of water and drank it up in big gulps. The batting stick reappeared in his hand. The batting stick had been updated and modified a long time ago, and it became very powerful. Zhuanlu was getting more and more comfortable with this weapon. He walked forward with the weapon. The venue on this level was similar to a swamp, surrounded by various strange plants, emitting a strange smell. Under the feet were quagmires of varying depths, swamps, covered with various vegetation, so you didn't know the depth of this place. The environment of the entire swamp was a bit dark, and the further you went, the worse the environment became, and even an extremely pungent smell appeared. These pungent smells mixed with more disgusting smells, even irritating people's eyes to the point of tears. A foul smell came, which was mixed with the smell of decay. Zhuanlu's expression froze. The surrounding environment alone was enough to make him drink a pot. Magic surrounded his face, helping him to squeeze out the air around him. Lucy is really disgusting. You are targeting me like this, right? Lucy is his instructor, and this is the most important layer. Once he passes the level, his performance is very likely to make him successfully gain the intention to make progress. And it is obvious that this layer was deliberately made by the instructor, and it targets his pain points. As a chef, Zhuanlu has very strict requirements for his taste and smell. He even trains specifically to achieve precise standards. Such an environment is unbearable for him, because his brain will involuntarily distinguish the smells he smells, what they are made of, and why they become like this. This involuntary feeling makes him feel a little nauseous and consumes his energy. The ground in front of him suddenly began to bubble and boil. The green liquid, as the bubbles boiled, emitted a more foul smell. It even floated upward with dark green smoke. A rotten claw stretched out from the liquid, then grabbed the mud next to it, and the bony fingers sank into the mud. With a sudden lift, he pulled his entire body out. Oh, God! Lucy is really damned. Looking at the creature in front of him, Juanlu began to feel physically uncomfortable. The creature in front of him was an upright wild boar. The problem was that the fat pieces of meat on his body were covered with traces of decay. You could even see fat maggots drilling around in his rotten flesh, bringing out disgusting pus. When this monster came out, the stench in the air became even worse, and even mixed with magic power. This caused Juanlu to be unable to filter it even with magic power, unless he used all the magic power in his body to consume it. Because once it was mixed with the surrounding magic power, the smell could not be removed at all, but went straight into the nasal cavity. The boar monster, looking at Juanlu below, opened its huge mouth and laughed. Pus and fat maggots gushed out of its wide-open mouth, and the thick liquid with maggots dripped onto its round belly. Then it spread out like gel, causing the maggots hidden in his rotten belly to emerge. This scene almost made Juanlu vomit. After laughing a few times, it closed its mouth, and the powerful bite force made the maggots hanging on his rotten teeth be bitten directly. The dark green juice splashed everywhere. At this moment, Juanlu wanted to dig out his eyes. He was going to vomit. Ah! Everything on the monster he faced was targeting him, challenging all his senses, including the surrounding environment. The ball on the batting stick, burning with flames, was hit hard by Juanlu. He had to burn this hellhole with flames. He now had goosebumps all over his body, and couldn't help trembling. It was completely due to physical and psychological discomfort. The fiery red ball drew a straight line, and smashed hard into the enemy's body. A green hole was opened directly on it. The flames burned the rotten flesh and blood, making a sizzling sound. It was like being ignited by oil, but it could not spread at all. The maggots were burned dry under the flames, but the monster seemed to be completely unaffected, and did not even scream. Instead, it rushed towards Jason with laughter. The pierced fireball rebounded again, pierced from the back, returned to Juanlu's side, and was once again swung out by him. However, it was useless. The wounds on its body had no effect on it. Even though it was pierced, the wounds were still burning with flames. Facing Juanlu's attack on his head, he directly blocked it with his arms. Under the attack that seemed to be fearless and not afraid of death or pain. This body was like a tank, rushing straight towards Juanlu. Fortunately, this monster was bulky, and Juanlu dodged it very easily. I want to see if you are immune to attacks, Juanlu said and began to swing the bat, letting the flying ball cut the monster's flesh and blood. The flames of burning oil and gas flew out crazily. The monster also kept on charging, and as the flesh on its body was reduced, its speed became faster and faster, until finally, its speed had completely surpassed Juanlu, and it knocked him away with a palm, and smashed him into the swamp. The foul-smelling juice was stained on his body. Several attacks consumed a lot of his magic power. He had to cancel the magic air system on his face and let the foul smell hit him in the face. But the tension of the battle and the pain in his body made him forget, and he no longer cared about these. The monster became like a skeleton, and its speed was much faster. Jason had cut off a lot of its flesh and blood. In this situation, Juanlu could only give up the ball attack and use the stick to fight him in close combat. The long-range ball-hitting mode of the baton was just a built-in feature of this weapon. Juanlu's real strength was his close combat, but it was difficult for him to use it on the ship. He hardly fought since he got on the ship. People like Alka who were specialized in combat almost took care of all the combat matters. He could only have a good time during his normal training. This also allowed him to fight the monster back and forth. Even under the training of the instructor, he completely suppressed the monster in close combat. It helped him lose weight faster and cut the remaining flesh and blood on his body. But this monster seemed to have no weaknesses. Even though its head had been smashed flat by Juanlu, it was only a skeleton with some meat hanging on it. Looking at the monster with holes and gaps all over its body, Juanlu smiled. He spat fiercely to the side. The surrounding environment was still too disgusting. I'll see whether you can survive this time. The author's stick ignited with a raging fire, and he jumped and hit the enemy's head heavily. The arm used to block was only left with bones and some flesh hanging on it, which fell apart directly under this heavy blow, and then hit the head. The skull composed of broken bones was broken, and the last bit of flesh on the top of the head disappeared. This blow completely knocked the monster to the ground. It seems that this monster relies on the flesh and blood to maintain its life. As the flesh and blood disappear, many attributes are reduced, except for the increase in speed. Watching this monster fall to the muddy ground in the swamp, watching the broken bones covered with foul-smelling juice, Jianlu breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he was not injured, but he could still bear it, and his life was not in danger. To be honest, the difficulty of this monster seems a bit unworthy of this level. The main reason is that the means of attack are too cumbersome. When the offensive means were flexible, the other attributes were too weak, except for the body and environment that disgusted him completely. But fortunately, at least he won the battle. However, before Jianlu could breathe a sigh of relief, the corpse lying on the ground climbed up again. In the swamp, the foul-smelling juice covered his skeleton and regrouped into his flesh and blood. These flesh and blood were all the pieces of meat that Jianlu had removed and discarded everywhere before. Even the burnt meat that looked like stones also gathered here. Trying to stop it was completely useless. The foul-smelling water flowed from all directions. Damn! Jianlu looked at the half of the magic power left in his body. He took out the remaining food from his pocket ring and started eating. The energy that had been stored in his body began to be consumed. His body, which had already lost a little weight, became thinner again. It was almost as bad as before. However, the food in his hand was stained with a foul smell because of the surrounding environment, and a trace of decay quickly appeared on it. Jianlu looked at the situation, frowning, cursing his instructor in his heart. However, the crisis left him no choice but to bite it hard. He gave up chewing and swallowed it carelessly. Ugh! He resisted the nausea and continued to eat. Soon the food was consumed, and his condition was finally restored to full. This time, he had to be more cautious and had to find the real fatal weakness. The battle continued again. Not long after, the enemy fell into the swamp again. Even the bones were broken into pieces. Jianlu knelt directly in the swamp. I'm going to die this time. Right? However, the blood and flesh that were scattered everywhere before, pushed by the swamp water flow, gathered on his body again. Why is it coming again? What should I do? Looking at the gathered blood and flesh, Jianlu resisted the nausea and struggled. Reaching over, he grabbed the largest piece of meat in his hand. Disgusting pus stained his hand, and the stench hit him in the face. Looking at the blood and flesh in his hand, which looked like rotten meat, Jianlu observed it carefully. It really looked like wild boar meat. Wait. Damn it! Chapter 290 for the making process of treasures. The yellow pus and the dark green thick juice splashed. The mixed foul-smelling liquid slid down from the corner of Jianlu's mouth. Feeling sick to the point of retching, Jianlu also tried his best to swallow the food in his mouth. He had lost his sense of taste. His brain was blocking this feeling. You could see that his eyes were dull and numb, but revealed a fierceness. Ugh! An angry nasal sound came out of his nasal cavity. Chewing and swallowing and so on. In front of him was the skeleton of the remaining wild boar monster. Some of the flesh and blood on the skeleton had been removed. It did not even appear in the surrounding swamp. It seemed to disappear out of thin air. It disappeared into Jianlu's stomach. Without these flesh and blood, it was difficult for the wild boar monster to revive. Every resurrection was no longer as perfect as before, missing a little weight and meat. And the energy brought by his meat was also quickly restoring Jianlu's magic power and physical strength. In contrast, it was mental torture and the blasphemy of his taste. Jianlu felt like a carrion-eating monster. When he stuffed the last bit of rotten meat into his mouth, he swallowed it and wiped his mouth fiercely. Ugh! After retching, the weapon in his hand ignited a blazing flame. This time the flame rushed up, like a torch. It illuminated the entire swamp. He raised his hands high and smashed them hard. The trembling pig skeleton was shattered again. And this time, even if the surrounding swamp mud and water gathered, it would be difficult to revive it again, because only the skeleton was left. The rotten flesh on it had been completely eaten and digested by Jianlu, and turned into strength. Inhale. Inhale. Jianlu kept breathing. The breathing sound was so harsh. And even his breathing was filled with anger. Are you angry? A tall and fat man who was more than 2 meters tall and had an unusually strong figure, but seemed to be full of fat. appeared in front of Juanlu. It can be seen from his attire that he is an instructor. He asked Juanlu with a smile on his face. Juanlu just looked at him fiercely. I respected you before, now I just want to say, you should be glad that you can't leave the trial hall. You still know the trial hall, it must be that big mouth who said it, haha, but how do you feel? This sturdy man, with a strong body, faced with Juanlu's bad words. He laughed and asked without caring. Now I just want to use clean water to take out my stomach and intestines, and wash them hard. No, not just the stomach and intestines, it's all. Haha, think of something happy? For example, you successfully passed the challenge trial, achieved the intention of progress, I will get a reward, how about it? Are you happy? The instructor said with a smile. He came over and wanted to pat Juanlu's shoulder. But he stopped. He pinched his nose, frowned and said, Oh? You stink? You? Humph. Who do you think is the reason? This sentence almost made Juanlu explode. But he still endured it stubbornly. Compared with a previous experience, this seems to be irrelevant. Oh! Don't be so angry. You should feel the changes in your body. Shouldn't you thank me? The instructor patted his fat belly. And the fat rolled like waves. He said doubtfully. Hearing this, Juanlu sat directly on a rotten log next to him, looking at the instructor. Of course I feel that. I just think that the experience just now is just to exchange for this kind of thing. It's not worth it at all. Remember, it's not worth it at all. Juanlu said, looking at the surrounding environment. What are you waiting for? Make this damn place disappear. Okay, don't be angry, but this place is really smelly. The instructor said nonchalantly, and waved his hand. The surrounding environment faded away, and they returned to the platform leading to all places. Tell me, what is the purpose of the last layer? Although Juanlu could feel the changes in his body, his blood was stimulated, but he still didn't understand the purpose of this last layer. The instructor stood by and looked at him. He said, You have the blood of the glutton demon. Although I don't know why humans have this kind of thing. It is there, and it has been revealed. Although it is only a little bit. If it is stimulated, it will be of great help to you. So the previous layer was just to help me stimulate this blood? Of course, not only that. To stimulate your blood. It doesn't need to be so disgusting and difficult. It can be stimulated with a little difficulty. But if you want to meet the requirements of the trial tower, and let him judge that you have the will to make progress and surpass your former self, then you have to be that disgusting. Hearing this, Juanlu scratched his head irritably. If making progress and surpassing means that I can accept some disgusting food more than before, then I have done it. You have surpassed more than just these. You will know later. The instructor glanced at him, and did not elaborate. What does the gluttonous demon mean? Why do I have his blood? Juanlu asked puzzledly. I don't know, because I'm also very strange. The instructor spread his hands and said. He was indeed very strange. In the era when I was alive, the glutton was a very famous divine monster. Most of the creatures with his bloodline are various monsters, beasts, and there has never been a record of humans appearing. Hearing this, Juanlu nodded. No more words were said. Okay, you have successfully passed the challenge, and you have met my requirements under my teaching. Now take the reward for your challenge. It should be something suitable for you. Hearing this, Juanlu stood up. A little golden light appeared above the space. A spherical metal object floated down, and fine lines could be seen carved on the surface of the sphere. The emotionless voice sounded again. Congratulations. Trialist, your challenge has reached the meaning of progress. Surpassing your past self, your performance is highly favored. Win your reward. Juanlu raised his hand slightly, letting the floating metal sphere fall into his palms. The sphere fell into Juanlu's palm, and it split open like a flower, revealing the contents inside. An orange-red ball of light emitting hunger. Oh! It's this thing. You have to thank me. Looking at it, the instructor said with a smile. I hunted this thing myself before. The essence of the first offspring of the gluttonous demon. An extremely powerful divine beast. Almost standing at the same height as his father. What a pity. His child is slightly different from his father in reason. Although his child is powerful, he is full of madness and wildness. He has to be hunted to prevent him from harming more places. The instructor spoke as if recalling a memory. At the same time, he also introduced the origin of this thing to Juanlu, explaining that this thing is closely related to Juanlu. Okay, close the box, go out and find a good place to open it. This thing can't fit into your little ring, be careful. Juanlu nodded. The iron sheet that was cracked like petals closed automatically again, and was held in his arms. Although the last journey made me feel sick and uncomfortable, but one thing is one thing, you did give me a lot of help before this, thank you. Juanlu said to the instructor in front of him. Haha. You still have some conscience. But don't thank me. Thank the aspirant. Thank him for letting us meet. Of course. But don't let me catch you. Haha. If there is a chance. The instructor no longer lingered, waved to Wanlu, and disappeared on the spot. Wanlu stood there and nodded, and said softly, praise the aspirant. When the blue light appeared on the transmission platform, Wanlu successfully returned. The people waiting around immediately stood up and surrounded him. Matt Lisa swam up and checked Juanlu's condition. Not injured? And in good condition. Very good. But why is there a foul smell? Matt Lisa checked, frowned, and waved her nose. Anything else? Hearing this, Juanlu sniffed his body carefully, and the stench was lingering. It seemed that this thing could not be washed off. When he came out, he washed himself hard in the trial tower. He even washed his stomach, but he could still smell the phantom odor. You didn't smell it? Jason and Simon sniffed nearby, but didn't smell anything. I just felt it inside you when I checked, but I didn't feel it outside. So don't worry, Mathley said. Juanlu was relieved. Did you succeed? Jason asked curiously. Juanlu nodded. Then he turned around and looked at Mathley, asking, what about your instructor? I mean, does he have a bad personality? He's pretty good, he's a very good person. Although Madlise was surprised by Juanlu's question, she still recalled it. Really? That's good. Although the challenge is very difficult. You can pass it successfully if you work hard at this stage. Hearing Juanlu's words, Madlise nodded, and the tension in her heart eased a little. She slowly came to the teleportation platform. She repeated Juanlu's previous operation again, placed her right hand on the redstone, and disappeared. After watching Mathlisa leave, everyone turned to look at Juanlu. How was it this time? How did the challenge feel? Hearing this, Juanlu sighed and sat down on a piece of gravel next to him, recalling his own challenging experience. Everyone knew from Juanlu's state that his experience was obviously not proportional to his current state. He felt very uncomfortable. He put the iron ball in his hand under his feet, patted it, and said, this thing is a reward. As for my experience, very uncomfortable, I may not want to eat for a while. Looked at his hands. Maybe I don't even have the ability to cook for the time being. Matarisa had just checked. There was no problem with his body and mind, but Juanlu said this again. Then it must be a psychological problem. Thinking of this, no one said much, but just nodded beside him, encouraging him with their eyes. It seems that the challenge is not just a challenge to one's own strength. If you want to hear it, I don't suggest repeating it before breaking through to the level of equal strength. As long as you are serious enough, you can pass it at a little cost. But the last level with equal strength, the difficulty will increase instantly, presenting me a scene that I least want to face and least want to fight. I find it hard to accept the way to pass the level. It is the biggest torture for me. Simon frowned and scratched his chin when he heard this. He knew he shouldn't ask what the torture was, but he couldn't help his curiosity. He could only bear the pain. However, Juanlu didn't intend to skip it. He directly described the scene at that time. When he finished speaking, everyone was silent. The look they gave Juanlu was not only sympathy and comfort, but also the look of a warrior. Oh my god! If it were me, I would definitely fail. Lucilia couldn't help but say. She definitely couldn't do it. She would rather fail. Then everyone quickly passed by this, and didn't discuss it any further. They had already raised the difficulty of the challenge mode. This thing was not just a challenge of strength. If they couldn't accept it, then Juanlu would definitely not accept it. Juanlu's cooking skills were very good, and the food he would eat was usually carefully prepared by himself. You ask a chef to eat that thing, if it's not torture, it's nothing. The people on the other side also put themselves in this position. If they go into challenge mode, what will they face in the end? The scene they least want to face. The scene they least want to think about. It's chilling to think about it. Maybe they don't even know it themselves. Alka set his eyes on the round metal iron ball that Juanlu won after winning the challenge. So what kind of treasure did you get? This state is obviously not under control, and it does look ordinary. Hearing this, Juanlu picked up the iron ball at his feet, shook his head and said, this is not a treasure. It is a container. Not a treasure? Alka was a little surprised. If the reward for completing the challenge is not a treasure, what is it? The things in it. How to say it? I can't explain it clearly. He thought for a while, and told everyone about his conversation with the instructor and the situation at that time. After listening to his story, Alka frowned with both hands, and rested his chin on the back of his hands to think. I have an idea that can explain why you have the blood of the glutton. Hearing this, everyone turned around. I don't know if I have told you that when I obtained Mermy's memory before, in addition to the formula for becoming a god, there was also a very interesting news. Alka had talked about the formula for becoming a god with everyone before, but he didn't have much clue. Everyone's strength was very weak. He didn't know if he had told you this news. Treasures are part of God, and the gluttons are called divine beasts. Does that mean they actually have some of the characteristics of God? After saying this, everyone nodded. It is indeed logical to think this way. Think back to the mural in the city-state of Vasva, the monster killed by the king named Vasva. Is it possible that it is also a powerful divine monster? Part of the monster's divine essence was reshaped by the gods into treasures. Juanlu also said that their family once controlled a treasure, and controlled it for a long time, so that their descendants all have certain characteristics. Is it possible that the treasure is a treasure that was transformed from a part of the godhood of the glutton after his death? After saying that, he pointed to the iron ball in Juanlu's hand. The essence inside is the main part of a treasure. Can it be used to create a new treasure? After all, the light spot information on the map clearly stated that what was obtained should be a treasure. There is no reason why it would not be that kind of thing. Hearing this, Juanlu directly opened the iron ball in his hand. Hey! Wait, go back and fight. Simon was a step slower, and Juanlu directly opened the iron ball. It's okay. He won't float away, Juanlu said, looking at the opened iron ball and the divine luster in it. However, things did not go as planned. The orange ball of light suddenly began to absorb the magic power around it, and the magic power condensed on the light ball. This situation was unexpected, and the people around didn't know what to do. Alka, who was watching this situation, had a dim look in his eyes, and his thoughts were completely focused in his mind. He was flipping through Mermy's broken memories at the fastest speed, trying to find the reason for this. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, he said loudly, "Quick! Throw your bat in." Chapter 295 Completion. Arka's voice came. Juanlu did not hesitate, pulled his weapon from his pocket ring, and threw it directly into the orange-red light ball. The orange-red light ball mixed with the surrounding magic power, and merged into the batting stick. The stick trembled in such a change, and its appearance began to change accordingly. None of them had ever seen such a scene, but through the conversation just now, they also roughly knew what the current situation meant, and all of them stared at it intently. This is a rare opportunity. The originally slender and flexible stick became thick and strong. Then it became a stick as thick as a forearm, and began to stretch rapidly, reaching more than 2 meters. There was no longer a sphere floating on its top, but 3 orange-red spheres surrounding it. Each sphere could be seen, like a big mouth, with sharp teeth on it. There was no doubt that it could bite anything. There were red lines printed on the stick, and several grooves were outlined in a straight line downward. Just by looking at the appearance of this thing, you can tell that it is not an ordinary thing. And this thing has obviously become a treasure. Juanlu just looked at it, stretched out his hand and grasped the stick. As he grasped it, the magic power poured into the stick and began to tremble, and then it emitted light. The light also affected Juanlu. A feeling of hunger began to spread around. Everyone felt a little hungry, but that was all. Alka, who had a strong soul and mental defense, did not even feel hungry. This situation has been seen many times. It was Juanlu who was controlling the treasure. This process was very quick, and it didn't take much time. The treasure was completely in Juanlu's hand, and he was seen waving the treasure wantonly. This should be the first treasure on the ship that looks like a weapon. It's strange, after seeing so many treasures, the only one related to weapons is the Virgin Sword of Mercy. The other treasures are all of various styles. And this is the only treasure that looks like a weapon, and they chose to construct it themselves. I wonder if it will have any impact on the ability of the treasure. Alka and Simon are thinking about it in various ways. After all, just now in front of them, a brand new treasure was born from nothing. Such a scene, most people have never seen it in their lives. It is a rare opportunity. But they may see it many times. After all, they haven't started the challenge yet. What abilities does this treasure have? Simon asked, his eyes full of curiosity. Juanlu nodded, looking satisfied at the stick in his hand. He said, "See the 3 spheres with mouths on it? They can eat any object. and the objects eaten can be digested and passed to my body. Depending on what they eat, the feedback they bring to me is also different. I have to study it myself to know. The equivalent is my own mouth. What I eat has the same function, and the effect is better, and it can even be maintained forever. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. This is obviously a treasure that can bring growth. It will not be very obvious at first, but the improvement will be greater as time goes by, because the gains brought by the food you eat may be permanently maintained. Obviously, the better the food you eat, the better the effect will be. I just don't know the specific performance. This thing is really suitable for you, Jason said with a smile. Don't underestimate Juanlu himself. He is a person who has activated his bloodline and has a good appetite. If he really eats as much as he wants, he can eat more than Poro, and he can digest quickly. Not to mention that this time, his challenge is not just about obtaining a treasure. He also fully activated his own blood, and it is strongly related to his treasure. The two complement each other, and may bring greater changes. Hearing Jason's words, Juanlu nodded happily. This thing is really suitable for him. Looking at the stick in his hand directly merged into his body. Only the 3 spheres floated outside. It seems that you are really compatible with this treasure, and you mastered it directly. According to this situation, Alka said beside him. Juanlu nodded and explained, after all, I have similar blood, so there must be a certain bonus, no matter what. People like this are very happy that Juanlu can get a treasure that suits him very well, and it is powerful enough. It didn't take long for everyone to wait, and Mathlisa appeared on the teleportation array. The equipment and clothes on her body looked a little damaged, but there were no scars on her body. It seemed that she had treated herself before she came out. However, from her facial expression, she was still a little depressed. How is it? Is there anything wrong? Mathlisa shook her head. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. I just need to have a good rest. A pink cloud floated over and wrapped around Matlisa's body. Then Mathlisa closed her eyes and fell asleep under the support of the pink cloud. Her spirit is too exhausted. I will force her into a deep dream to quickly recover her spirit. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. I'll go in first, Alka said and stood on the teleportation platform. However, he did not challenge. Instead, he conducted the trial. As the figure disappeared, Alka was born directly in the stone chamber, pushed open the door in front of him, and entered the familiar stone platform. The instructor stood there, waiting for him for a long time. Seeing Alka coming, he said with a smile, 2 of my colleagues have completed their tasks. It seems that 2 of your friends have successfully passed the challenge. Alka nodded, yes. It seems to be successful. That's good. What about you? Are you ready to challenge? Hearing the instructor's words, Alka shook his head. No, I'm not strong enough. I will not proceed until I am strong enough to pass the challenge mode completely. Hearing Alka's words, the instructor showed obvious satisfaction. He nodded and said with a smile, very good. This is the best time. You have the qualifications to pass the entire tower. If you challenge just for ordinary rewards, it would be a pity. Okay, let's talk about it later. Now let me see what you said. The ability to improve your close combat strength. The instructor said a light military uniform. Alka nodded without hesitation, and a mirror appeared in his hand. But this time, the figure that appeared on the mirror was no longer Mermes. Instead, it turned into a dark figure. Then the mask changed and became as black as ink, and 3 sharp horns stretched out from the top. The whole face became a triangular structure. Alka put on the mask. The rolling black shadow began to spread from the mask downwards, and the black shadow formed a soft armor like a shell, which was attached to Alka's body. Alka's hands became thicker, and 4 claw-like fingers appeared on his palms. His palms were wide, at least as big as half of Alka's face. The black shadow at the tail formed a thin and long tail like a whip rope, and there was a wind structure like a blade on the tip of the tail. Obviously, this tail can also be used as a flexible weapon. The most obvious change was Alka's shoulders and back, and he stretched out a pair of upward palms again. These 2 palms looked much clearer and more slender. The palms of the arms made of black shadows turned into blades, which looked extremely sharp. This was the extra pair of arms that Alka had, which could play a better role in the process. Is it the same simulated change as the deer? Your mask is indeed made of the divine essence of the magic mirror walker. These words directly made Alka, who was ready to fight, put away his posture and asked curiously, Magic Realm Walker? What is that? A title of a demigod. He hid his real name, and everyone called him the Magic Mirror Walker. In the era before the War of Gods, his name was still very loud. He likes to play pranks, has a very bad personality, has no empathy, and often destroys things because of playing. If his father was not strong enough, he would have been annihilated by the coalition. It seems that he also perished in the War of Gods, which is a good thing. After briefly talking about the deeds of the Magic Mirror Walker and his origin, the instructor rushed over. Alka immediately met him. The two of them fought in an instant. After so much close combat training, Alka's close combat skills can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds compared to the past. With the help of this new form, the fighting posture is smoother. Except for the two new arms on the back that need to be adapted, everything is developing well. The instructor seems to be training the use of the new arms, constantly mobilizing the two arms to move. Even Alka's tail is not spared, because the tail is obviously also a weapon. Since the whole body is a weapon, it must be used well. From the instructor's expression, it can be seen that he is very satisfied with such performance. Combined with Alka's weird behavior in close combat, his offensive moves were extremely deceptive. Alka was already able to use his trickery in close combat. Even though the black shadow creature he transformed into was good at close combat, it was undeniable that he was still a creature from the dream world. They fought like this for a long time, until Alka's physical strength was completely exhausted, and he was knocked to the ground by a punch. He lay on the ground weakly, and waved his hands, indicating that he was no longer able to do it. The instructor walked up and stretched out a hand, pulling Alka, who had already taken off his mask, up from the ground. Very good, this form is really good, as expected. There are all kinds of weird things in the dream world, and I have never seen them at all, the instructor said with some regret. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but smile. His instructor has always been proud of his erudition, but he always failed in the dream world. The two sat next to each other and chatted. In fact, it was more like Alka asking something. After all, this instructor survived the era before the God War. The only pity is that he didn't know much about some of the God Wars, because he had died before that and became an instructor in this tower. After today, you don't have to go into the trial every week. There are very few things that can improve your strength now. You just need to follow this path and move forward. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked at him. Don't look at me like that. I didn't ask you to leave now. It's just that the trials at this stage are not very useful to you, unless your strength is improved, allowing you to enter the next level. Then this level will become a challenge. But by that time you get 19 spirals. Then you will stay here for a longer time. It's not good to keep working hard in one place. Alka nodded. Really? Thank you for your teaching recently. I will come back to see you when I become stronger. But before that, I have to wait until my companions enter the challenge mode before I leave. Hearing this, the instructor next to him smiled and shook his head. Don't think about it. They definitely can't challenge at this stage. Why? Alka turned to look at him and asked with some confusion. The two friends you challenged today, because they don't have divinity. Well, according to your current words, there is no treasure. The challenge for them is certainly not difficult, so they can easily reach their bottleneck breakthrough. At this point, he turned his head again, looked at Alka seriously and said, but you are different. Those of you who have divinity, that is, those who control treasures, the difficulty will be greatly increased. The difficulty for you will become demigods, and you will be asked to challenge with the standards of demigods. The world has become a little strange now, which makes me a little unfamiliar. But when the trial tower was built, such changes were definitely not expected. Demigods are born with special abilities represented by their own divinity, just like they can freely control it with their own hands. But you are different. You are controlled through this treasure medium. You need to completely control the treasure to reach the beginning of the former demigod. The free control and proficiency of the strength between the two cannot be compared at all, isn't it? How can you pass such a difficulty now? The trial is to strive to surpass yourself under the premise that the difficulty is not exaggerated. If you are facing a hopeless opponent who can easily kill you, the so-called trial progress will be meaningless. So, the instructor in charge of them will definitely not let them waste this hard-earned opportunity. After hearing these explanations, Alka nodded. I see. How did ordinary people without treasures improve their strength before the God War? Then when can we start the challenge? Alka asked. I don't quite understand the power performance of this era. If I have to say the standard, well, like you, when you control the treasure like this, It will be fine. The instructor thought for a while, and replied. Like me, hearing this answer, Alka seemed to understand and nodded. That is to say, you must reach the 4th stage, because at this stage you can fully control the treasure. Only in this way can you control the treasure, and pass the challenge intensity specially constructed for demigods. After understanding this, Alka did not ask more questions. Instead, he chatted about other things. By the way, what was the world like before the War of Gods? Alka couldn't help asking. If you ask me that, then I have something to say. It must be different from now. The world is broken, the instructor said with some sigh. The world he once lived in has become fragments. Thinking about it, there is still a sense of sadness in my heart. However, he still said, in the era when I lived, the size of the world was unknown. But I only knew that it was very big. There were 3 huge continents and countless small islands around the continents. At that time, the gods built their own kingdoms on land. The gods walked in the world, lived with their believers, and spread their own ideas. It is precisely because of this that all kinds of mortal life began to believe in these powerful individuals, respectfully called them gods, and practiced the ideas they passed down. Speaking of the details, there are too many to mention, and it would take days and nights to finish. Not to mention that I was only active in the south of the lofty continent until I died, and I only heard about places farther away. At this point, he looked at Alka with a smile and said, I feel a little ashamed to say this. In fact, I never sailed on the sea until I died, so I can't understand your current life at all. Just like them now, they can't understand what it feels like to live on the continent. But at least Alka has experienced it. Okay, I'll stop chatting here. I hope I'll have a chance to see you again. I hope you won't be overwhelmed by the goal you choose. Hearing this, Alka stood up and nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely live well, until the day I complete my goal. Haha, then I'll wait and see, the instructor said. Looking at Alka, smiled and nodded, then stretched out his hand, and patted his shoulder heavily. The figure disappeared on the spot. Alka also returned to the secret room that appeared every time he came in. Looking at the closed door, disappeared on the spot. Chapter 296 100 Days and Nights. Inside the Dawn Sound Observation Room, the magic gathering stone floating on the top of the center is working. This observation room has been remodeled. A transparent crystal disc is opened on the top of the ceiling in the middle. The transparent crystal is full of magic patterns. There are different round crystals around the magic gathering stone. At this time, a pink, mist-like crystal is emitting light and is connected to the magic gathering stone. This caused the magic power in the high concentration magic circle formed by the magic gathering stone to turn into a light pink mist. In this mist, Alka was meditating. There were 2 patrol planes around that were detecting data. A pale breath was exhaled. Alka opened his eyes, picked up the towel that had been prepared beside him, and wiped the sweat off his face. After standing up, he reached out and shut down the operation of the magic gathering stone. Now it can no longer be called a magic gathering stone. It should be called a magic gathering array. Looking at these things above his head, Alka thought, although they don't have the strength, nor the technology to make something as outrageous as the magic gathering stone, but according to the ability of the magic gathering stone, it can still be done by adding some other modules to it. Data detection completed. Record analysis. File storage completed. File name single attribute modulator type 1.21 dream/spirit single spiral upgrade changes. After the data recording patrol aircraft on both sides recorded and archived the data, they flew out of the window. At this time, the 4 crystals of different colors suspended on the top of the magic gathering stone, and the crystal skylight that simply transformed the observation room according to the operation of the magic gathering stone. They are all the results of their research during this period. A single crystal can transform the high-purity adaptive magic power gathered by the magic gathering stone into a single attribute. Among them, the one with the highest degree of completion and the best effect is the one that adapts to Alka. It can transform high-purity magic power into high-concentration dream and spiritual energy. There is no other way. For adaptable crystals like this, it is necessary to have materials with a high degree of matching to manufacture them. Alka can move freely in dreams, and his strength in dreams is stronger than in reality. This allows him to collect more materials, and even use his power in dreams to forge further. Among these 4, the blue one is suitable for the 3 marine races on the ship, whose magic power is more difficult to be changed by treasures. so one can solve the adaptation magic power of the three of them. The other two are respectively suitable for Jason with Holy Light and Xiaodaidi with Pure Light. Jason's magic power has not changed because of the contract with the Crystal Dragon. The contract is mutual, aimed at strengthening the abilities of both parties, and is not as aggressive as a treasure. Not to mention that this so-called treasure is a giant dragon with wisdom. The remaining treasures of Juanlu, Simon and Lucilia will not change the magic power in their bodies at all. On the contrary, the purest magic power is more suitable for them and their treasures. However, it must be said that after this set of equipment was made, the improvement of everyone's strength was accelerated again. The speed of acceleration is not reflected in efficiency. Instead, it is reflected in the fact that this magic power is easier to absorb and the pressure on the body is less. The benefit brought by this is that they can meditate at high intensity, which was originally only 1 hour, but now it can be extended by half an hour. The pressure brought by the highly adapted magic power is much less, which is equivalent to a direct increase of 50% in the original efficiency. It is an absolutely powerful improvement. Put these devices back on the top and close them. Alka checked the spirals in his body. At this time, the spirals in his body have reached 18 spirals. The spirals in his body have completely turned into 2 complete combinations, with 9 spirals as a group. Hang the powerful spells that have been prepared long ago on this newly constructed spiral group. Mind Disturbance, a powerful spell for the spirit, has a high degree of freedom. Causes various mental interferences to the spirit of intelligent individuals, even hallucinations and illusions. It has a powerful effect among the same level. The problem is that such a powerful spell needs to be attached to the entire 9 spirals group in order to fully exert its power. The remaining group of 9 spirals is attached to various other functional spells. For example, adaptively activated shields, physical enhancement, breath concealment, etc. It's a pity I still haven't found a powerful attack that can make the final decision. Alka couldn't help thinking. At this stage of the powerful attack, Alka has not thought of a good way to solve it for the time being. He took out the hourglass from his pocket. They had been on the trial island for more than 100 days and nights, and had been here long enough. Alka had completed the instructor's requirements a long time ago, so at this stage, he basically meditated and studied on the ship. And through Murmy's broken memories, he searched for some useful spells for himself. Or he recorded some good spells and placed them in the library on the ship for others to read. And in normal times, he provided training assistance to everyone, mainly waiting for Xiaodaidi to meet their requirements. Thinking of this, Alka came to the deck. At this time, he was the only one on the ship, and the other companions were undergoing trials in the trial tower. "Hello, Captain! Captain!" The shouts of the puppet girls rang out around. Alka nodded repeatedly. Okay, hello to you too, thank you for your hard work." Alka was somewhat helpless. There was no way. The personality wisdom of these puppet girls was awakening. As Lucilia's strength became stronger, the personality wisdom of these puppet girls was also awakening under her lead. Their personalities now are almost the same as those of the former heir and others, each with its own characteristics. The only difference is that they all have a little bit of Lucilia's shadow. When Lucilia was a child, although she was not as naughty as Xiaodaidi, she was not much different. It's just that Lucilia's leg condition when she was a child, this personality was suppressed. And these doll girls are helping Lucilia to perfectly release the repression of her childhood. Lively, active, heartless, laughing. This is the portrayal of these puppet girls now. But fortunately, they are not naughty, nor do pranks or anything. At least half of the time they are relatively quiet. Thank God. I will go to the island first. I will leave the things on the boat to you, Zero. Keep an eye on them. Hearing Alka's instructions, Zero, who was standing on the edge of the boat, lifted her skirt and bowed slightly. She looked elegant and polite. Please leave it to me. Alka nodded. Zero, who had his own personality and wisdom long ago, has now grown up and has his own complete personality. As soon as he arrived at the shore, he saw the huge ship at the port preparing to leave. Looking at the camp that was packing up at the port, Alka saw Nova, a young man with dark green hair, who was in command. He was one of the 6 members of the Tarutas family at that time. He was also one of the only 2 members left on the island. Nova? Are you ready to leave? Hearing Alka's voice from behind, the young man named Nova turned his head and looked at him and walked over with a smile. He gave Alka a simple hug. It's Alka. I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you met the instructor's requirements? Yes, I'm waiting for my companions." Hearing this, Nova's eyes showed obvious envy. "That's great. There are only a few people in your team, and the instructor is willing to teach everyone's talents." Hearing this, Alka smiled and didn't explain. He couldn't say that everyone on their ship was formally qualified. Having an instructor to teach them was a sign of great talent in the eyes of others. Among the 6 people who came with them, only the Nova in front of him and another family member successfully obtained the recognition of the 2 instructors, and were willing to teach them in the trial tower. Including the leading 4-stage member Maru, none of them were taken seriously. So during this period of time, only one ship was still parked here, waiting for the 2 people. The rest of the people had already left the trial island following the other 2 ships. "We are ready to leave. My brother and I have met the instructor's requirements." Hearing this, Alka glanced at him and said with a smile, "You still say you envy us? Your talent is more enviable." "Haha, you are joking. By the way, I didn't bring the flag that you want to guide you to the landmark island where the cathedral is. Take this one first." As he said, Nova put a flag of guidance in Alka's hand. Alka looked at the flag in his hand. The flag was wheat yellow, with the icons of the Church of the Holy Mother and the Church of the Holy Machine. 2 church icons on one flag. Looking at the flag, Alka was a little confused. How could there be 2 church logos on one flag? Could it be that in the Infinite Sea these 2 churches have united? Alka couldn't help but think. Nova explained, "This is the location of our family's residence. The guiding flag of the Twin Islands. The Twin Islands are a huge target, but the island is divided into 2. But they are a whole. The islands are occupied by the Virgin Mary and the Holy Machine Church respectively. So the flag looks like this. The right island is where the Virgin Mary Church is located, which is also the location of a larger church of the Virgin Mary Church. So you can come here first if you need it." Hearing Nova's explanation, Alka nodded and accepted the flag. "Thank you. I owe you a favor." No. It's just a guiding flag. It's not that serious. We are all children of the Virgin Mary, so it's only natural to help." Hearing this, Alka didn't say much, and crossed his arms. "May the Virgin Mary wish you a safe journey. May the Virgin Mary bless you." The 2 said goodbye to each other. Alka passed through the ruins and came to the bottom of the trial tower. At this time, only Julia and Xia Daidi were seen under the tower. "Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the others?" Seeing Alka coming over, Xia Daidi glanced at the woods behind. Either they are cleaning the inner elemental body, or they are fishing. Anyway, they are not here. By the way, Juanlu has met the requirements, and now it should be Mathlisa who is missing. Alka hasn't been to the trial tower for several weeks, so he doesn't know much about the progress of everyone. However, there were still 3 people left. Juanlu, Mathlisa, and Jason, who did not meet the instructor's requirements. Since the 2 who had mastered the treasures met the instructor again, there were more stringent standards. Jason seemed to be very demanding to the instructor, because he was a warrior of the Crystal Dragon. Now only Mathlisa was missing, so it would be soon. Sure enough, before Alka replied, a blue light flashed on the teleportation array next to him, and Mathlisa appeared on the teleportation array. Mathlisa was in very good condition, and her temperament was no longer as abnormally weak as before. She looked stronger than before, and more elegant. "How is it, Mathlisa?" Xia Daidi walked up and asked. "No problem." Mathlisa nodded, said excitedly, "Then it seems we have to prepare to leave." "Congratulations." The triangle floated over, looking at the few people and said, "I look forward to your next challenge with all members." "Of course, you can't wait long," Alka said with a smile. Not long after, the others came back one after another. Alka looked at the bleeding wounds on Pora's body. What happened? With their current strength, can a group fight of elemental creatures still be injured? Just now I caught a big one on the beach. It's quite strong, and I was scratched by it. It turned out that he went fishing. There are powerful sea fish in the sea of the Infinite Sea, and sea beasts are not uncommon. You can encounter them from time to time. Mathlisa swam up, and a few thin needles floated around her, with water entangled on them. Under her control, it pierced the wound. The water quickly flowed into the wound and began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Epidemic Needle. The name of this treasure, a Holy Grail level treasure, like Juanlu's divine essence, was obtained after the challenge. However, with the experience of the last time, this time, the item carrying the divine essence, they made a lot of serious preparations before they started forging. It must not only meet the ability range of the divine essence, but also meet the hues and ideas of Matt Lisa. Finally, this set of fine needles was made, a total of 16. As the name of this treasure suggests, it is not just a simple medical treatment, it can also infect the enemy with various virulent viruses as quickly as possible. The ability brought by this treasure is to allow Matt Lisa to freely make and control poisons and medicines. With Matt Lisa's existing medical knowledge, and the matching spells, it can be said to be very applicable. Okay, everyone, the journey on this island ends today, and we must prepare to leave. Everyone was not surprised by Alka's words. This was already decided. And we were just waiting for Madeline to meet the instructor's requirements. It's not that we must meet the instructor's requirements before we can leave, but because meeting the instructor's requirements is the performance of strength that we should have at this stage. There is also the instructor's guidance. So why rush? Now all the members have met the instructor's requirements, and we just need to wait for them to fully control their treasures. Then we can return to the challenge mode, which is equivalent to obtaining a treasure that is suitable for them now. We can know this from what Juanlu and Matt Lisa have obtained. Challenge mode must come, and you must be 100% sure to win before you come. Otherwise, you will lose a lot. Everyone returned to the sound of dawn. Cheers to the trial tower. Cheers to a better tomorrow. Everyone said the toast randomly, and drank the beer in their hands. In front of them was a pile of barbecued meat on the fire. The existence of the trial island allowed them to improve their strength and be perfectly controlled. Everyone has undergone systematic training, and has a deeper understanding of how to fight. They no longer attack randomly like before. Not to mention that they have learned some very practical skills from their instructors. Some skills that existed before the God War. Now that the trial is completed, of course they have to celebrate. The puppet girls around are also running around. Don't run around. Why are you drinking secretly? Zero, the deputy leader, lectured like an elder. Alka also quickly picked up Xian, who was trying to sneak away at her feet, and took the small cup in her hand with his fingers. What's in it? Looking at the orange-yellow liquid in the small cup. It also exuded a faint smell of alcohol. This is the drink that Sister Lucilia wants to drink. I'm helping her get it. Xian smiled stiffly and said. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked at Lucilia, who had fallen on the table, mumbling something, and was completely drunk. Then she turned her head and looked at Xian. Hee. She stretched out her finger and flicked her forehead hard, and put her back on the ground. Don't let me see you drinking secretly again, or you will have a hard time. Yes, Dad. Xian corrected himself actively. After that, after Alka turned around, she made a face at his back. Slightly, she hid in a corner, and took out another cup from somewhere, and tasted it happily. Ugh, it's so bitter, it's so hard to drink. Amidst the laughter and joy, Zayadai, who was sitting next to Alka, looked at him and asked, Where are we going next? A casual voyage? Hearing this, Alka took out the flag he got today. Let's just aim for one flag. If we encounter other islands on the way, we can also take a look. There's no rush this time. Zayadai was also curious about why the flag had two church logos printed on it. After Alka's explanation, several people nodded. Does such an island exist? I didn't expect to cut off my colleagues from the Endless Sea Church so soon. Simon looked a little happy. Let's take action tomorrow morning. Chapter 297 Arrival at the Twin Islands. The exquisite three-masted sailing ship, with a beautiful bird head as the figurehead, is sailing on the blue sea again after a long absence. The endless sea, shining under the unchanging sunlight in the sky. Golden waves are rising and falling on the sea. Everything looks so comfortable. A long flag with the emblem of the Virgin Mary, and the Church of the Holy Machine is standing on the rudder and fluttering, guiding the direction they are going. What do you see now? Alka asked Jason in front of him. At this time, Alka was raising his right thumb, like playing a piano, and wavering like a wave. The light pink smoke spread out like a thread. It wrapped around Jason. Deer? No. It seems to be a horse. What is it? Jason's eyes seemed clear at this time, but he seemed to be a little confused. Hearing this answer, Alka nodded, and then looked at Jason. Are you trying your best to resist? Yes. I even attached the spell of mental strengthening. That's fine. It seems that the degree of influence can be very deep, Alka said, and waved his hand. The silver smoke of the line followed and dissipated. The confusion in Jason's eyes also disappeared, and he looked at the surrounding scene. Is that your new skill? I have to say, If you are not prepared, it is indeed very deceptive. The two chatted. Juanlu walked past them, and they could hear a crisp sound of crunching. The two turned their heads to look. They only saw Juanlu's mouth chewing something non-stop, and the crisp sound was extremely harsh. "What are you eating?" Jason asked curiously. At this time, Alka saw the orange-red magic on Juanlu's mouth when he turned around. It seemed that he was not eating anything good. "Oregon?" He raised his hand and showed the two the metallic ore in his hand. Then he turned and walked towards the kitchen. The two looked at his back. "I don't know if it's my illusion. Since he got the treasure through the challenge mode, his requirements for food are not as strict as before. It's not an illusion. After such a challenge experience, he must have changed a little," Alka recalled and said helplessly. Then he couldn't help but sigh. The reason why Juanlu eats these ores is because his treasure can help him absorb the energy in the ores and bring about some changes in characteristics. For example, it makes Juanlu's bones and skin harder. In addition, his activated blood makes it easier to digest these things. It's just that ores like this are a little difficult to digest, and after eating, you have to use magic to erase them. It's a time-consuming project. But for Juanlu, it's acceptable after all. It can permanently improve some effects. It's just very unpalatable. But now Juanlu has a very strong resistance to unpalatable food. For him, these minerals are already a good experience. Before the two chatted for a while, Juanlu came over with a plate in his hand. Seeing Juanlu coming over with a plate, Poro, who had just jumped out of the sea, jumped back into the sea silently, as if he had never come out. Through the mirror next to him, Alka saw this situation, turned his head silently, and looked at the sea, pretending to be nothing. Only Jason didn't seem to notice anything wrong, and he was still chattering beside Alka, until Juanlu turned around and looked, and locked onto Jason, who was more conspicuous at the moment. Walking over, Jason seemed to feel someone walking towards him, and turned around to look. When he saw Juanlu and the plate in his hand, his face changed immediately. He looked bitter, but forced a smile and said, "Why? What's wrong? I'm not hungry yet." "It's okay. Try my new experimental dish," Juanlu said with a smile. Seeing that Juanlu had already identified the target, Alka turned around and looked at Jason with a smile. And Poro jumped out of the sea again, and jumped onto the deck, as if he had just come up. According to the previous rules, Juanlu would not look for a second person after letting one person taste it and getting the evaluation. So the two of them are now in a relatively safe state. Jason smiled bitterly, looking at the food on the plate. If it is food, it was a long creature dipped in some sauce and swaying slowly on the plate. It was about the length of a finger. There were rather disgusting patterns on the creature's skin, and it looked unappetizing. Even though it exuded a faint fragrance, it was somewhat unacceptable. But Jason, knowing that he could not escape, silently pinched the tail of the long creature with his fingers. He lifted it up. As it was lifted up, the long creature swung rapidly, and the twisted patterns on its body exuded visual deception as it swung. It makes people feel dizzy easily. But for Jason, it has no effect naturally. But such twisting will make people feel extremely uncomfortable. He pinched his nose and swallowed it in one breath. Jason chewed it twice, as if he was savoring it carefully. It's not bad. It just tastes a little weird, but it can't be considered unpalatable. After receiving Jason's evaluation, Juanlu nodded. It seems that it needs to be improved. He left with the plate. You actually won the prize, Alka said beside him. Poro also looked unhappy beside him. Looking at the expressions of the two, Jason smiled proudly. No way, I'm lucky. At this stage, Juanlu often uses all kinds of weird, even disgusting food to make dishes. Let everyone on the ship help taste and get a conclusion. At that time, I didn't understand why everyone agreed. After all, Juanlu's cooking skills are there, even if it's an experimental trial product. How bad can it be? Later, they all regretted it. Because these trial works are not only unpalatable sometimes, they can even cause double torture in spirit and vision. Sometimes, all three come together, visually, spiritually, and tastefully. They are all unacceptable. If they taste good once, they will be considered as winning. Because in that case, at least they taste good. Looking at Juanlu's busy figure in the kitchen, Alka sighed and said, maybe this is the price of being aggressive. Juanlu used to hate weird food the most, and always used decent ingredients to make delicious food. For example, Alka, Sometimes there are some suggestions. When Juanlu is asked to experiment whether some strange ingredients are edible, he will refuse. But if it is now, he will definitely start making it with great interest. But now Alka dare not make some weird suggestions for no reason, because then the others on the ship will suffer. I don't know if it can be considered as progress now. According to the time estimate mentioned before, we should be there soon, Xia Daidi said, looking at the guidance flag flying on the rudder. According to what Nova said when Alka took over the guidance flag, the so-called Twin Islands they were heading to were less than 20 days and nights away from the trial island. It was considered relatively close in the sea voyage. I think so. Haven't we seen ships passing by recently? Alka said. In the vast sea, it was a great fate to meet other ships during normal voyages, unless they were near some islands. They have encountered it many times in the past few days, which means that there is a landmark island around this sea area. Only when the landmark island and other islands connected to it form a sea area will such a situation occur, because there will be enough people active in this sea area, and they will all sail in this area. In addition, they have encountered more than a dozen ships in the past few days. This shows that the landmark islands around here are obviously the more famous ones. Look ahead. Look at that ship. Jason's voice came from above, and he sounded a little excited. After a short while, a ship came in front. Alka looked carefully. It was a 3-masted giant sailing ship with a golden and green color scheme, and it was more than 60 meters long. As soon as he saw the color scheme, he felt a sense of familiarity, because the Church of Our Lady often uses ships with such colors. Sure enough, as the ship got closer, everyone saw the emblem of the Church of Our Lady printed on the huge sail. How long has it been? It has been several years since I left the sea of my home. Seeing the emblem of the Church of Our Lady again, it feels familiar. When the sound of dawn passed by the ship a few hundred meters away, a ray of light inexplicably appeared on the hull of the Sound of Dawn. The speed of the entire ship increased by 1 knot in an instant. Some cheerful music of the Sound of Dawn came. Feeling the familiarity in this light, Alka and the others on the ship couldn't help but smile. This is obviously a layer of gain given to them by the ship of the Church of the Virgin Mary next to them. It is obviously impossible that every ship they encounter will be like this. Either Alka and his friends are lucky, or someone on this ship noticed some characteristics of Alka and his friend's ship. Let them be sure that there are believers of the Virgin Mary on this ship, or even an apostle. It seems that we are not far from the Twin Islands, Alka said, looking ahead, and his mood was very good. It didn't take long. When it was about to get dark, they had seen the island in the distance. There were many more ships around. They came and went, but they kept a certain safe distance from each other. Ah, this place is so prosperous, Xia Daidi couldn't help but say as she looked at the ships around, because she had put on glasses for detecting data on her face. This kind of glasses is very concealed. It mainly detects the fluctuation of magic power, rather than spying on individuals. So generally speaking, few people would notice that they were being probed. And wearing these glasses and looking at the surrounding ships, you can find out. None of these ships are ordinary ships, all are spell ships, and the most outrageous thing is that among the ships coming and going, there are already more than a dozen ghost ships. In the glasses, the energy response of ghost ships is much greater than that of spell ships, and it is very easy to distinguish. The sailing is getting closer and closer. Everyone finally has a clear view of the Twin Islands. The island was indeed very large, with both sides connected and extending to the end of the field of vision. The sky darkened in an instant. The black curtain of the starry sky covered the blue sky and white clouds. The sea surface fell into darkness in an instant. There were a lot of lights on the island ahead. 2 huge beams of light suddenly shone over and pierced the sky. The 2 beams of light could be seen from afar. They should be the light from 2 lighthouses, guiding the direction of the ships sailing around in the dark night. Looking around, the structure of the Twin Islands is a bit strange. It is hard to imagine that such an island exists in nature. It is composed of 2 islands that are almost close together. The whole island is similar to a relatively regular circle, which is divided into 2 in the middle of the circular island, and a round hole is dug in the middle again. This leads to a straighter sea current channel, which runs through the entire island. And there is a huge circular inland sea in the center of the channel. And that inland sea is the common port of the 2 islands. The direction they were facing was the seaward side. All the ships were heading in the same direction, sailing out from the exit in front of them. No ship was seen moving in the opposite direction. From the ships sailing on this channel, it can be seen that there are too many ships around. It seems that If they want to land on this island, they have to go around to the other side of the island, enter from another entrance, and then stop at the port of the central inland sea. A small ship came over. The color matching of this ship was a bit strange. The whole ship is in gray and black. When it sailed over, everyone realized that it was not the color at all, but the material of the whole ship, because it was a steel ship. And the style was unusually strange. The bow was very sharp. There was no bow and stern structure. There was only a command tower in the center of the ship. Looking at this shape, Alka couldn't help but recall the past. The ships in the past world were so similar to this ship. There was a flag on the top of the ship, and the gear logo could be clearly seen on it. This is the ship of the Holy Machine Church. The ship sounded a harsh alarm, and stopped in front of them. The voice came from a distance. This voice was not a certain language, but a sound composed of strange syllables. Although I couldn't understand it, I could understand its meaning. This is the exit. If you want to enter the island, please enter the inner sea port from the other side of the entrance. Although everyone had already discovered this, they were stopped before they had time to adjust. The voice of Dawn quickly turned the bow. Seeing the bow of the Dawn sound turned around. The steel ship left. Is that the steel ship of the Holy Machine Church? Xiao looked at the departing steel ship, turned his head, and asked Simon not far away. Simon nodded, yes. But it's strange. Why is it exactly the same as the standard ship used by the church in the Bright Sea? After all, the two churches are so far apart. But the technology they use is exactly the same. This is normal. Why do you feel strange? Jason asked puzzledly. Because the technology of this ship was still a test product when I left. And it was not used in actual manufacturing. Many of the technologies on it were newly developed. I have met many researchers of new technologies, and even participated in the research of some technologies. In other words, some of the technologies of this ship are unique to the Four God Sea. According to the time he left his own sea, it is not surprising that this ship has been implemented. What is strange is why the endless sea can also be implemented so quickly. Because it can confirm that the technology is indeed from the Four God Sea. Logically, this situation should not occur. Perhaps the connection between churches is much closer than we thought. After all, the four gods hold the most original secrets of this world. Don't they? They must have connections that we don't know. For them, the infinite sea may not be as difficult as it is for us. Maybe there is an internal passage. Because Alka has always had such doubts. For example, the biggest suspicion is that the Pope of the Home Sea is much weaker than the Pope of the Infinite Sea. These are not reasonable. You can say that the Home Sea restricts the development of strength. But such weak strength, when Alka truly experiences it, he will know. It is not just as simple as weak strength. Many things need strength as support, including some understanding technology and ideas. The most outrageous thing is the scepter. Level spell. He already had 2 treasures at that time. And he could clearly feel that the Archbishop must have a scepter. Level treasure. That was a person who hadn't even reached the 2nd stage. Could he control that existence? Obviously. It was unlikely. Everyone chatted, waiting for the dawn sound to drive along the edge of the island and go around to the other side. The island they were going around seemed to be Zwuzi Island, which was occupied by the Holy Machine Church. You could see all kinds of strange-looking steel buildings on it. In Alka's words, it looked a bit like steampunk. In addition to some simple wooden houses, there were also many large steel buildings, which were a bit like factories. Look at the sky. Is there a ship flying in the sky? Lucilia pointed to the sky and said loudly, "Look up. You can see a huge oval object, with a ship-like structure, flying slowly in the sky. Airship, a very conspicuous airship structure." Alka once heard Simon say that. There are already airships in their sea area. But it is said that even in the home sea, this thing is not very practical. That's an airship. Do you see the huge conical balloon on its head? It contains some kind of gas that can make objects float. But that thing is really not easy to use. A little bit of chaotic weather at sea can break it into pieces. It can only be used on islands like this, and at most to detect intelligence in the distance. They really only saw this one in the sky, and didn't see more. Indeed, in this endless ocean world, the existence of airships really doesn't have much effect. Especially in the infinite sea. The bad weather is obvious to all. Even with the existence of the signpost island and the large population on it. The fog creatures in the dream world will give priority to repairing in this area. But it still cannot stop the problem of bad weather. Because even in the sea area of the four gods, bad weather is a topic that cannot be avoided. So this thing is not very practical. Chapter 298 The Church of the Infinite Sea. It took them a full half-day to go around. They finally went around that half of the island, and came to the entrance of the straight road in front of them. There were many ships waiting to enter at the entrance. After Alka and his friends waited for a while, they began to slowly move forward with other ships. It can be seen that on the right sub-island, where the Virgin Island is located, there are several buildings like sentry towers. There are golden lines on the sentry tower, and a huge crystal stone on top. On the other side, Zwizzy Island, which belongs to the Holy Machine Church, has a huge fort-like building on it. The black muzzle points to all ships heading to the central port of the island. When Alka and his ship passed through the entrance and sailed inward, an unknown seal was printed on both sides of the body, sealing all the muzzle baffles. Fortunately, they have encountered this kind of thing once, and it seems that all forces will seal the muzzles of their ships when they enter the port. In case someone is confused, fire at the port. That must be the Church of the Holy Mother Church. After hearing Lucilia's words, Arca turned around and looked. There was a plain in the center of the crescent of the right island. There was a large group of buildings there, and the cathedral in the center looked very conspicuous. The gray exterior walls of the church, and the architectural style of the slender spires close together. It was almost the same style as the cathedral that Arca and his friends saw in the home sea, but the appearance of the building was not very similar. It is basically certain that it is the Church of the Holy Mother Church on this island. After taking a few glances, Alka lost interest. After all, he had seen too many churches like this. They were just different in size. Not to mention that the scale and appearance of this church were not as impressive as those of the cathedral. Instead, he turned his head to look at the other side. He was still very interested in the Holy Mother Church. If the Church of the Holy Mother Church was a tall and thin dome with steeples, the Church of the Holy Machine Church is somewhat similar to a dome building. The highest point in the center looks like a lighthouse. The entire church building is unusually symmetrical and regular, giving people a sense of order and a sense of simplicity and beauty. The rest of the buildings are surrounded by this lighthouse-like building. The overall color of the building is gray-black, and a lot of metal materials are used on the building, with a metallic luster. A huge gear stands in front of the lighthouse, forming the most conspicuous symbol of this church. The gear was still turning slowly. I don't know if it was for a purpose or just for decoration. If the Church of the Holy Mother Church was more in line with Alka's idea of a solemn church, the Church of the Holy Machine Church looked more like a modern art building. Following the current, Alka and his Dawn Sound were guided directly to Yuzi Island and docked at the berth. A church member wearing the robe of the Holy Mother Church came over. Behind him were two knights wearing light soft armor. After looking at Alka's ship, he walked silently to the next ship. What's going on? No mooring fee. Jason looked at this scene and asked in surprise. It should be normal for a port like this to charge mooring fees, which is also a necessary means to maintain its operation. How is it possible? Look over there. Hearing Alka's words, Jason turned his head and looked. He saw a ship not far away, which seemed to be negotiating with another pastor. After paying some money, a seal was hung on the ship. Obviously, there is a fee for mooring, but their ship didn't charge. And there was not even a stamp. It should be that our ship was classified as a church ship. Wasn't this ship made by the cathedral shipyard? Maybe he saw the technology in it. Xia Daidi thought for a while and said, "That's possible." After chatting casually for a while, Alka turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Since we have come to this island, let's go our separate ways. There are saints of the Holy Machine Church and the Holy Mother Church on the ship, so there is no need to worry too much about safety issues. The whole island can be considered as one of our own." Alka, Zadaidi and Jason got off the boat directly and walked towards the central church of Our Lady, through the densely populated port area with goods coming and going. They came to the residential area around the church. Here, you can see the belief in the Virgin Mary everywhere. The religious atmosphere is extremely strong. Going forward all the way, they came to the bottom of the church. Alka looked up at the area and size of the church. Except for the church he had seen in the cathedral, this church is the largest one Alka has ever seen. I am looking forward to what the headquarters of the Church of Our Lady in the Infinite Sea is like. I will definitely go and see it if I have the chance. It seems that someone is waiting for us, Jason said suddenly, looking at the place not far ahead. Hearing this, Alka lowered his head and looked in that direction following Jason's gaze. I saw a middle-aged priest, wearing the robes of the Church of Our Lady, quietly looking at Alka and the others. He did not shy away from his gaze. Seeing the gazes cast by Alka and the others, he nodded. Alka walked over directly. The priest looked at Alka and the others and nodded with his hands crossed. Everyone, welcome to the boundless sea safely. May the Virgin Mary bless you. May the Virgin Mary bless you? You seem to know us? Alka asked with some doubts. Hearing this, they seemed to have been waiting for him and the others for a long time. No, we just received news at the port that there is a birdhead ship, which has the style of church shipbuilding. I didn't expect you to come here directly. If you have any questions, come in and talk. Obviously, their information had been transmitted here a long time ago. According to what he said, it should be said that most of the areas where the church is located in the Infinite Sea may know their information. It makes sense when you think about it. They should be the only church members who have left the home sea in recent years. If nothing unexpected happens, there will always be a parish that will meet them. Not to mention that they have saints like Alka on their ship, and former saints like Siadeti. Hearing this, Alka and others who were about to ask something nodded and walked to the side of the church. Even at night, there were still many believers praying and worshipping in front. They came to the side, pushed open a small door, and walked in. As soon as they entered, they could feel the strong holy light energy. In the huge hall in the center of the church, a statue of the Virgin Mary stood there. There were many members of the church coming and going in the hall. When they came in, many members couldn't help but glance at them. Please follow me. The bishop is waiting for you. As he said, he took Alka and the others around and knocked gently in front of the door. Please come in. A voice came from inside. The priest opened the door and stayed outside. Several people walked in. It can be seen that this is a reception room, with simple decoration, but decent. Everyone walked through and sat down on the sofa. Alka glanced at the room casually, and was slightly stunned. He looked away unintentionally. An old man who looked to be over 50 years old, with half-white hair, sat next to him and looked at everyone with a smile. He should be the bishop of this place. You three are from the home sea, right? You must be Siadai. Siadai was slightly surprised when she heard the bishop's words. She didn't expect that this person knew her name. You know me? Uh-huh. Of course. But you have changed a lot since you were a child. If I hadn't received a message about a girl named Siadai, I wouldn't have believed that you have grown up so much. Time flies. Not only Siadai, but Alka and the others were also a little confused when they heard this. From what he said, it was obvious that the bishop not only knew Siadai, but was also very familiar with her. But from Siadai's expression, it was clear that she might not know him. It's normal not to know him. But I didn't expect you to look like a lady when you grew up. I really misjudged you. Siadai's cheeks turned red when she heard this. It was obvious that the bishop in front of him must have seen her when she was young. At least it was between 10 and 10 years old. Having seen her at that time, it is almost impossible to imagine that Siadai would grow up to be a lady. Of course, at least on the surface. When you were about this young, I taught you. And of course the children in your group. The bishop gestured with a smile. Seeing the height of his gesture, Siadai nodded in understanding. At that time, she should have just entered the church for 1 or 2 years. At that time, there were always various people teaching their knowledge. However, these teachers were gone after teaching for a short time. But it was obvious that Siadai still didn't remember who he was. He just roughly guessed at what time period she knew him. The bishop didn't care too much. After chatting for a while and getting familiar with everyone, he looked at Alka and Jason. You should be Alka. The Virgin Mary favors you very much. Alka nodded. Then he looked at Jason again, frowning, a little confused. Your aura is a little bit off? Did you sign a contract with some existence? The ancient world. Well, no need to explain, this is not a bad thing. He just took a simple look, and he almost knew the contract between Jason and the Crystal Dragon. The more he understood, the more he knew the extraordinariness of the Crystal Dragon. Alka still remembered what Jason talked to him about before. According to Alka's instructor, the Dragonborn, the Crystal Dragon seemed to be called the Prismatic Dragon, also known as the Savior Dragon. I believe His Excellency the Archbishop will be very happy to see you arrive safely in the Infinite Sea. Archbishop? Alka was a little confused when he heard this title. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was talking about the Archbishop of the Home Sea or the Infinite Sea. Haha, it's normal to have some doubts, the bishop said. The Holy Mother Church, there is only one Archbishop. Sure enough, just as Alka and the others had guessed. The Four Gods Church must have some means to bypass the obstacles of the forward channel. Let the members of each church have unimpeded access to the two worlds. Okay, that's it. You can have a good rest in the church during this time. If you want to know anything, you are all qualified. The members of the church will make it convenient for you. Although this place is not a very important place, some important news of the boundless sea can still be received here. You are still young, and there is enough time. Take it easy. The bishop said strange words, and then crossed his arms in front of his chest. May the Virgin Mary bless you as you move forward. The three of them immediately stood up and returned the greeting, saying goodbye and leaving the room. When the three came out, the priest at the door was still waiting for them. After seeing the three come out, he said, "Please follow me. I will arrange a place for you to rest, and introduce you to this twin cathedral." The three nodded, and did not refuse. After all, they came here, mainly to learn more about the entire infinite sea. Looking at the slowly closing door, the bishop stood in the middle of the living room with his hands behind his back. And I don't know what he was thinking about. After so many years, finally there are new members coming out of the sea of home. This is worth celebrating, isn't it? A voice suddenly came from the corner next to him. There has always been a figure standing there. He seems to have been standing there all the time, but no one noticed. Hearing this voice, the bishop, who was originally in a daze, turned his head and looked at him. "So you stood in that corner and peeked. Did you see anything?" "What do you mean by peeking?" "I was just standing there openly, but no one noticed me." "Okay, whatever you want. But your disguise just now is obviously not enough. You have been discovered, haha." The bishop couldn't help but say with some gloating, "It's really a bit unexpected. That young man named Alka actually found me. What an amazing young man. Of course, he is a natural believer of the Virgin Mary, a follower of the Virgin Mary." Speaking of this, the bishop suddenly sighed. "I just don't know why. These three people are surrounded by an ancient and heavy aura, which exudes grief and ominousness, which is obviously not a good thing. You should have seen a lot of this, right? This ghost place is not short of such passionate young people. We should be happy." The man hiding in the corner said, "Of course, but they are too young, capable, talented. Knowing the truth of the world too early will always make these children go to extremes." The bishop said with some sigh, "They have not abandoned the Virgin Mary. They are still rational, so don't worry too much. Your old problem has come back again." "Really? Maybe. I have seen too many children go to extremes after knowing. They have too much to bear, which is not what they should bear at this stage. Alas. Yes. But there are always special things about being a follower. Don't worry. Don't you still believe in the vision of the Virgin Mary?" Alka and the other two followed the pastor and wandered around the church, until finally, he took the three people to the lounge and arranged a room for them. "Rest here tonight. Thank you." After thanking him, the three returned to the room. This is a suite, with a living room in the center, and 4 rooms around it. The three of them sat up on the sofa in the living room. Xian on Alka's shoulder moved and jumped down, and wandered around the living room. Did you notice that there was a person standing in the corner of the room while you were chatting?" Zadaiti and Jason looked at Alka with question marks on their faces. "Are you telling a horror story again?" Jason asked doubtfully. Alka glanced at him helplessly. Explained, "There was a man in the corner of the room just now. He used an unknown hiding method, but I could still see him clearly. He was about 30 or 40 years old, and looked very ordinary. But he was wearing a church robe. So I didn't say much. If that's true, what's his purpose in hiding there?" Alka shook his head. "I don't know. But he has been standing against the wall, as if listening to a story. He observed our eyes, and didn't feel any malice. Otherwise Jason would have noticed it long ago. However, Alka just said it briefly, and didn't speculate with everyone. After all, this is someone else's place. I don't know anything. Random guesses will only hurt myself. As long as there is no malice, I don't care about other things. I didn't expect the church to have a way to quickly cross the two sides." "Xia Dai, do you really have no impression?" Jason leaned on the sofa and said, then turned to look at Xia Dai for answers. Xia Dai shook his head. "I was too young back then, and my mind was not on studying at all at that time. After a period of time, a new teacher would come to teach us. Who can remember this? Only people like Gammy, who have been good students since childhood, can remember these teachers who come and go." Hearing this, the two nodded, without asking more questions. Alka leaned on the sofa and thought, if the church only has one archbishop, Then, the archbishop of the cathedral is obviously too weak. This can be explained. He just showed weak strength in that C area. For example, the bishop they just saw. Although they don't know how strong he is. When Alka guaranteed that he was at least at the 5th stage, it might even be higher, and the possibility was not small. In the dream world, Alka's strength was almost at the level of the 4th stage. He was able to confirm his strength in the dream. And he could clearly see from the bishop just now that his strength was at least stronger than that in his dream world. And the person hiding in the corner, his strength would not be low either. It even felt a little more deadly. It's just that the hidden means, I don't know why I saw through it easily. Maybe it's because my spirit is too strong. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaodai and the others didn't seem to notice the existence of this person, Arca would have been exposed on the spot. Maybe it has been exposed. Then do you think it's possible for us to go back through the church's passage? Xiaodai said beside him. It should be possible, Arca said uncertainly. Logically speaking, with their qualifications, there should be no problem, but I don't know what the mechanism of this thing is. I can only ask later. After chatting for a while, Alka nodded and asked Xian to send a message to the people on the boat. Tell them that they will not go back tonight. Stay in the church to rest. Meet again on the boat tomorrow night. After letting Xian send the message, they each found a suitable room and went into rest. Chapter 299 Spying. The next morning, Alka appeared behind the cathedral. There was a house with a similar style to the cathedral, standing on the edge. And it had a hidden opening to the outside, mainly for receiving those outsiders. It was not a place for insiders. You could see a lot of people with fierce temperaments, but obviously not from the church. Coming and going here. Alka sat at a table next to him and observed, trying to observe with a less offensive look. This is a bounty point. There is a simple counter, and a wooden notice board next to it, on which are posted various bounty notices. The bounty notices have some descriptions of the tasks. Alka had seen this place when he was strolling yesterday, and was quite interested in it, so he came here early in the morning. He thought he could learn some interesting things here. People who come here are taciturn, and there is almost no communication. He walked in, and said a few simple words, and left after finishing his business. Most of them just glanced at some bounty notices on the notice board, torn them off silently, and left after recording them. Alka was next to the notice board, looking at some notices on it. Evil Sea Beast. In the Twin Island Chain Sea, there is a sea beast in the sea between Nichiwo Island and Kobos Island, which often attacks passing ships. It has caused the sinking of 4 ships, and the damage of 13 ships. The sinking and death caused by the death of all crew members on the ship may be more. The strength of this sea beast is predicted to be 5,480 spirals, and the strength needs to reach the 4th stage or above. Reward: 5,000 gold sales / ship customization / 50 enlightenment quotas. Choose one of the 3 rewards, facing a sea beast with strength at the 4th stage. Is it a bit too low? But it seems that the rewards of the same level are similar, and the church is a more official and authoritative organization. It seems that the so-called 4th stage is not as powerful as I thought, in the Boundless Sea. It seems that the concept has been distorted by the Southern Cross Island, and the surrounding Broken Island chain. Rock Cult. A cult that defected from the Holy Machine Church. It has recently appeared in the Zahai Sea. If you encounter it, please be careful. It is known that more than a dozen ships have been sunk by it. The number is not small. The strength of the cult members is mostly at the 23rd stage, and the strength of the cult leader does not exceed the 4th stage. Clear its main structure, at least ensure the death of the leader. Reward: Holy Grail. Level treasure purchase qualification / 7,000 gold sales plus baptism. Clear this cult to have the qualification to purchase treasures. That is to say, in the Infinite Sea, there are so many Holy Grail level treasures that they can be bought and sold. If you are eligible to buy them, it means that there must be a market price. I just don't know what the specific price is. There are also various bounties posted on the entire notice board, most of which seem to be bounties around the Twin Island chain. 80% of the bounties are for killing and clearing various harmful things. Cultists, cult groups, sea beasts, evil spirit ships, etc. From the perspective of these bounties, they almost all caused considerable damage. The damage caused was too great, so it was noticed and a bounty was put up. Alka took a rough look. As long as the bounty was around the 4th stage, most of the bounties were around 4008000. Slightly more difficult ones would have some additional rewards. There were usually equivalent enlightenment quotas to choose from. According to the reward price above, One enlightenment quota was about 100 gold sales. This was just a rough estimate, which Alka inferred from the rewards of these bounties. Once the required strength reaches the 5th stage, then all kinds of rewards will come, including but not limited to Holy Grail level treasures, about 20,000 gold sales, and all kinds of weird rewards that you can't even understand. This shows that the 5th stage may be the real strong in the boundless sea. There is a watershed with the 4th stage, because the difference in rewards between the two is a bit too big. However, there are very few such tasks. And looking at the reward paper, you can find that these rewards have been posted here for at least years. Obviously, few people can complete this kind of reward. In other words, according to this reward, the market price of Holy Grail level treasures is about 20,000 gold sales. It's expensive. Add up all the wealth Alka and his friends have obtained so far, excluding the treasures, and it may be about 10,000 gold sales at most. But think about it. If one enlightenment quota is really 100 gold sales, most of the quotas for Holy Grail level treasures are around 100. And this quota alone is enough to sell for 10,000. Thinking about it this way, it seems to be sold at a low price. But the Holy Grail level also has strong and weak points. Thinking about it, it seems acceptable. Thinking about it this way, if Alka sells the enlightenment quota of his 2 treasures, he will make 20,000 to 30,000 gold sales. But it's just a thought. Alka didn't come here to accept these bounties, but just wanted to understand, and he could learn about some of the surrounding situations through these bounties. Nowhere is more dangerous. However, it can be seen from these bounties that most of the bounties posted here actually require strength of the 4th stage, and the people coming and going around here rarely grab the bounties on the notice board. It seems that it is not what I thought. The 4th stage is still a level higher than the mainstream. Think about it. It makes sense. The 3rd stage is already a bottleneck without treasures. If you want to reach the 4th stage, you have to use treasures. Although the situation shown by the boundless sea, it means that there are many treasure owners. But obviously it is not so big that it has become mainstream. These people mainly draw on a notice board on the other side. It can even be said that it is not a notice board, but a whole wall. There are densely packed bounties of various kinds on it, and the strength requirements are all 3 stages. However, the bounties on it are not as exaggerated as those on the notice board. Some of the targets seem to be more normal. Most of them are bounty missions for killers, villains, pagans, etc. The bounties are mostly for a few enlightenments, or gold sales. The monetary rewards are mostly 800, 2000 gold sales. It is usually determined by the number of enemies, and the difficulty of the bounty. Alka has been sitting here for so long, and almost all the people who come in to receive the bounty from that wall, while few people take action on the notice board next to it. After a brief understanding, Alka left this place. He needs to go to the library of the cathedral to learn about some of the situation of the infinite sea. Most of the information is gathered there. Siaditi has been there since early morning. And Lucilia, who came early, is also there. Facing Lucilia, the people in the church did not make things difficult. It was just that some areas and books were forbidden to her. As for Jason, no one knew where he ran off to. Alka wandered around in the church for a long time, and finally found the location of the library in this maze-like place. When passing by the counter, he found that there seemed to be a place to store newspapers on it. There is a newspaper. Alka picked it up curiously and read it casually. Almost all the information was about the Twin Islands and the surrounding island chains, and some simple information from outside, which was not authentic enough. It was issued by the Holy Machine Church. If you want to know more distant information, I suggest you buy the Flying Fish News. The girl with glasses sitting at the counter in a slimming priest's outfit said, looking at Alka's expression. Flying fish? Hearing Alka's voice, the girl looked at Alka with a puzzled look. Then she explained, it's outside, a blue 2-story building, with a fish with wings as its logo. Alka nodded, thank you. After a while, Alka found the seats where Siaditi and Lucilia were sitting, and walked over. Jason was sitting in a small restaurant on the corner, slowly eating the grilled sausage on his plate. But his eyes and attention were obviously not on his plate, but looking at a tavern not far away, observing the people coming and going in the tavern. It was just dawn, and some drunk people could be seen staggering out of the tavern. According to the business hours, these people should have gone to the tavern in the second half of the night. Calculating the time, Jason ate the sausage in one bite and left the money on the table. There was a little water stain on his hand, making his hand wet, making his hair a little messy, making his clothes wrinkled, a little sloppy. Walked into the tavern. As soon as I entered, I smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. At this time, the tavern was no longer noisy. There were only some drunkards chatting, saying something indistinctly. Jason ordered some snacks and a bottle of wine, and sat in a relatively clean place in the corner. He lay in the corner and drank by himself. But his ears were very sensitive, and he took in all the words in the tavern. Damn pagans. This was a middle-aged man who was a little fat and was drinking alone, and was mumbling indistinctly. It's already daybreak outside, Holy Mother, I hope I can be safe when I go back. A drunkard, but he looks in good spirits. Ha ha, old Kurt, Holy Mother won't bless you, you damn pagan, ha ha. Various messages, said from the drunkards. Jason just drank by himself. A waiter in the tavern has begun to clean up the surrounding environment and garbage. After cleaning up for a long time, and getting most of it clean, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, and came to Jason's seat, sitting next to him. How about buying me a drink if you don't mind? I've been in this tavern for several years, and I'm well informed. Jason looked up at him. 2 silver snakes appeared in his hand, and he placed them under the wine glass, poured wine into the glass and pushed it over. Then he pointed at the man who was drinking alone and cursing the pagans. What happened to him? You said he was a well-known businessman in this area, and he was quite generous. But I heard that on his last trip, he passed by Zahai. He was attacked by pagans, and the caravan of 3 ships. In the end, only he and some people returned in a lifeboat. He can be said to have started from scratch, and he has almost lost his life savings, mainly the boat. Hearing this, Jason nodded. Not having a boat in the endless sea is fatal. Then he raised his glass and clinked it with the bartender. He started to ask various questions like chatting. What is the treasure of Nafas? Can you hear it from such a distance? That's amazing, the bartender said with some surprise. But he still replied, this is a famous treasure on this island. However, I have heard of this legend when I was a child. I think it is fake. Oh, why do you say that? Seeing Jason's curious eyes, the bartender said, it's just to deceive you outsiders. Nafas was originally a relatively powerful family on the island. I heard that the family was destroyed because of a struggle. But the victorious party did not gain anything valuable. In the end, because they consumed too much in the struggle, and did not gain much benefit, they declined rapidly and disappeared. At this point, the bartender shrugged. So it was spread that the family hid all the valuable things of their entire family, and waited for their descendants to make a comeback. But the family has been extinct for 50 years. And the legend of the treasure has been passed down for 50 years. The people on the island have long been accustomed to it. The most common treasure legends on the sea are these strange treasure legends. Let alone here, the neighboring Zwizzy Island also has these things. I haven't heard anyone really got the treasure, and not everyone is part of the Golden Pointer treasure hunting group. The bartender complained beside him, like he was complaining. If you are really interested in this treasure, just find me. If you want to know anything, I charge a low price. He winked at Jason and joked. After all, many people are attracted by this treasure. Almost every few years, someone on the island asks about these treasures. These are the people I liked most when I was a child. Well, I'll treat this treasure legend as a revenue project. Jason thought with amusement. The Golden Pointer treasure hunting group you mentioned is? Jason asked with some curiosity. This was the first time he heard of other treasure hunting groups since he came to the Endless Sea. They had been in the home sea for a long time, and it was a small place. So the treasure hunting groups knew each other well, although they had been in the Endless Sea for a short time. To be honest, they had not been to many places. The only place that could be called specific was the Southern Cross Island. And judging from the size of the Twin Islands, it is a remote place. And it should be a relatively secluded place. Don't you know? Then I'm going to have a good chat with you. At this point, the bartender's eyes were obviously shining. The Golden Pointer treasure hunting group is one of the most famous treasure hunting groups in the Infinite Sea. I knew one of their members when I was a child. Their leader is said to be from the Big Stone Lighthouse. They have found many great treasures, many of which are legendary. For example, the ruins of the secret city of Rada, the Kingdom of Heaven, the secret treasure of the Burning Heart. The bartender in front of him knew all these things well. It can be seen that he is a real fanatic fan. And do you know that they have saved many islands, driven away invading demons, and even helped a god? Helped a god? This surprised Jason. If you can help a god, Then it must be... I'm not talking about the four gods, but a smaller god. He stretched out his index finger and thumb and made a small gesture. Seeing that Jason had obviously misunderstood, he said with some embarrassment, "A smaller god?" Jason was a little confused. Aren't there only four gods? Where are the other gods? Evil gods? Or have some of the gods who left returned? He was a little puzzled. The goddess of song, it is said that she is a new god who just ascended to the top a few hundred years ago. Well, I don't know the details. A new god who just ascended to the top. This news really surprised Jason. Someone really became a god. I couldn't help but think of the recipe Alka gave me before. This way, the authenticity of the recipe has been greatly improved. Jason chatted with the bartender for a while, and then finished the wine in the bottle. There was a crisp sound of coins colliding on the table, and then he got up and left. Wow! After Jason left, the bartender looked at the coin Jason put on the table, and couldn't help but be amazed. A golden sail was placed under the wine glass. Really generous. Seems to be quite impressive. I hope there will be more generous guests like this. The bartender prayed for Jason for a while, smiled, and pinched the coin in his palm, and rubbed it, and carefully put it in his inner pocket. Outside, Jason walked out of the bar, walking aimlessly on the street, recalling the information he had just obtained in his mind. Processing this information, thinking about which of the information he had obtained was more authentic, which was useful, and which was nonsense. He couldn't really expect the bartender to give any overly credible and secret information. While thinking, he passed by a two-story blue building. The exaggerated and special sign on the building attracted Jason's attention. This sign is completely out of the same dimension as the surrounding buildings and religious atmosphere. It is a bit too conspicuous. It feels like the painting style is not on the same channel. It is a slender fish like a sharp arrow. Interestingly, it has a pair of transparent thin wings like insects on its back. A strange flying fish. The main thing is that this picture is in cartoon style. Looking down, the plaque is obviously cast with a special spell effect. Even if you don't know the words on it, you can know what it means. Flying fish newspaper. Newspaper? Jason walked in curiously. This building looked big, but the reception area only had a small window. A piece of transparent glass blocked the two of them. There were various things like books and stacks of papers hanging inside, which could be clearly seen through the glass. An unknown fishman was sitting inside. After seeing Jason coming, he looked up at him. "Want to buy a newspaper? 1 silver snake? 1 silver snake?" Jason looked at the things inside, several thin, wide black and white papers stacked together. This thing costs a silver snake? But Jason still paid the money and took the newspaper in his hand. Luckily, he could recognize the words on it. It was written in the common language of the home sea. He didn't know the left island of the Twin Islands, but the language used on the right island was the common language of the home sea. But he also heard many languages that he couldn't understand along the way. But Simon had heard this language before. It seems that the language used on the left island is different. Chapter 300 Nafa's Family. By the way, do you need this? The strange fishman, who was selling newspapers, said, as he took out a small badge that was only the size of a thumb. Jason, who was reading a newspaper, turned his head when he heard this. Looking at the badge in his hand, it was a flying fish badge that was exactly the same as the flying fish on the plaque above his head. What is the use of this thing? A gift? The fishman looked at Jason with his dark blue eyes, seeing that he looked ignorant. Flying fish badge. If you want to buy newspapers while sailing on the endless sea, just bring this badge, and the flying fish around will come to deliver newspapers to you. So magical? Jason took the badge and asked in surprise. Yes, it is so magical. Seeing Jason take it, the fishman said nothing more. He sat back in his seat and flipped through the book in front of him. Jason walked towards the port with the badge and newspaper. Passing by a hotel, I looked up. They lived on the boat when they were sailing on the sea. Even when they were at the shore, they still lived on the boat. It was not to save money. But the rooms on the boat were much better than most of the rooms in these hotels, more comfortable and more familiar. After all, the Sound of Dawn was a ship made by the private shipyard of the Church of the Virgin Mary at a high price. And they also made rooms that met the needs of each of them. There were only a few of them on the huge ship, and the puppet girls. The space was not crowded at all. Compared to ordinary hotels or other ships, their ship could be said to be equivalent to a more luxurious hotel. Unless the place they stayed was far from the port, it was difficult to go back and forth. The rest of the time, they could always live on the ship, So they lived on the ship. Thinking like this, it didn't take much time to arrive at the port. Passing through the workers who were carrying the goods, they boarded the Dawn Sound again. How come you two are earlier than me? Jason looked at Alka and Ziadite, who were already chatting on the deck, and asked in surprise. Hearing Jason's voice, Alka turned his head and looked at him. You are too slow. What are you holding in your hand? It's a newspaper. And it's all about the big things in the boundless sea. Hearing this, Alka took the newspaper and checked it. There was a flying fish pattern painted on the newspaper. It seems that this newspaper should be the so-called flying fish newspaper. Ziadite and Lucilia were also standing nearby, peeking with their heads tilted. The newspaper was not very big, and there was no page number when it was unfolded. It was printed on both the front and back, and there were 4 pages in total. Don't just read it yourself, read it a little. Pororo, who came over, said. He was too big, and he might not be able to see it even if he tilted his head. Okay. What's written on the front page headline? What's the front page headline? Hearing this, Alka was suddenly stuck. This is the event information that needs the most attention. Oh, go on. The pirate fleet, the evil spirit, raided around the Sakala signpost island and was annihilated. 12 ships, tens of thousands of pirates were killed. The whereabouts of the annihilators are unknown, and there are no witnesses. The god of flowers, Tertisi, has been missing for 150 days and nights. The high priest of Laurel, Polytria, has issued a reward again. Anyone who can give accurate information will receive a treasure. The last person who provided information has been confirmed to have received the reward. When Alka read this message, the people who were listening to the information beside him interrupted immediately. Alka seemed to have expected it, and stopped talking. Wait. God of flowers? What is that? Simon asked in surprise. The rest of the people were shocked. Jason leaned on the mast and said, You may not believe it, but there seem to be many gods in the infinite sea. The 4 gods. Alka waved his hand at this time. It's different. The level of the 4 gods seems to be 1 stage higher than these new gods. They are not on the same level. He did not gain nothing in the church today. Some information in the church was directly exposed. At least for him. In some places in the boundless sea where information is more circulated, it is not surprising. These new gods are all reascending after being broken, or the gods who once died are not dead yet and need to be resurrected. In addition to these gods, there are also some evil gods disturbing here. Is this place so chaotic? Think about it carefully. We haven't stayed in the boundless sea for a long time, right? All in all, they have only been in the boundless sea for 3 or 4 years, which seems to be a long time, but in this chaotic sea, 1/3 of them are sailing aimlessly on the sea. There were only a few places they had been to, except for the twin islands they had just arrived at. They had only wandered around the broken sea. It seems that we are really a little ignorant. Everyone listened for a while. Alka finished reading some information from the newspaper. Except for the first 2 pieces of information, the rest of the information was about some incomprehensible people doing incomprehensible things in unknown places. They still knew too little about some forces in the infinite sea, and famous figures. After a while, it suddenly got dark. Everyone came to the restaurant and started to eat dinner. Have you found any books related to the world in the church library? Julia suddenly asked. This was their main purpose of coming here. Alka and others shook their heads. Although there were many books in the library, they had specifically searched for them in some categories. There are almost no books about the period before the War of Gods, and there is no historical record before that. All you can see are many archaeological and historical discoveries, and some people's speculations. After saying that, Alka looked at Simon. Simon also went to the Holy Machine Church on Zwa Island today. According to the Holy Machine Church's style of doing things, their library must be even bigger. They also don't care about some knowledge that may be taboo. I didn't find any information either, but I did find some information that may be related to it. Hearing this, the few people who were eating quietly raised their heads. Simon said, I noticed several rebellious groups in the internal archive management. Among them, there is only one pagan group, and all the others are classified as heretics. Their ideas and deeds are more or less related to the destruction of the world. They say they have received inspiration from the world. Hearing this, everyone instantly understood what it meant. It is obvious that just like them, they have connected to the core of the world through some special means and felt the painful wash. At the same time, they must have understood the world and its strong desire to self-destruct. If what these people have done is related to maintaining the world environment, they will fall into extremes like Julia. It is normal to make such a choice. Correspondingly, there are also many religious groups that believe in saving the world, most of which are pagan groups. It is also a reasonable choice. The path chosen is also more difficult. Perhaps only a church like the Holy Machine Church, which is extremely open and tolerant, will have such a situation. This means that there are quite a few people in the infinite sea who know the nature of the world, Julia said. Everyone nodded and agreed with this view. Oh, it's really messy. Jason leaned back in his chair and sighed. Have you heard any information about treasures, such as well-known treasure legends? After all, we are still a treasure hunting team, Alka asked while eating food and looking at everyone. They can't forget their main job, and they really don't have much money, especially for Jason. Jason became interested at this time. He quickly ate the food in his mouth and said, I have a treasure information here. It has been circulating on this island for a long time. It has a certain credibility. Oh, tell me. Jason told everyone the news he learned in the tavern today. After listening, Alka thought for a while and said, You go ask again tomorrow. We will go to the archives of the church to check if there is any relevant information. Jason and Simon both nodded. There was no conversation that night. Before dawn the next day, everyone left the sound of dawn. After all, the night in this world lasts for more than 10 or 20 hours. Siadaiti, please help me get a map of the Twin Islands. If possible, look for maps of the surrounding island chains. See if you can buy them. Anyway, buy a copy of all the maps that can be purchased on this island, as long as they look authentic and meet my standards. Siadaiti nodded and said goodbye to Alka. Everyone on the ship knew that Alka was eager for something like a map. If I have time and opportunity, I will help collect it, no matter where the map is. Alka came to the church alone, in a room on the side of the library, and found an elderly priest at the counter. What's the matter, kid? I want to ask. Is there any information about the Nafas family here? Hearing this, the elderly priest looked up and glanced at Alka with his slightly dim and turbid eyes. Looking at Alka's young appearance, he shook his head helplessly. Another young man eager to get rich. There are such people every year. Alas, how can treasure hunting be so easy? It is very dangerous. You have to make countless efforts, and you may not be able to gain equal wealth. And someone may have already got there first. You are just dreaming. He kept talking, but he still walked out of his counter, leaning on with a cane. Alka hurriedly stepped forward to help him. The priest was obviously very satisfied with Alka's behavior. Polite child. That's good. With Alka's help, he came to a deeper bookcase inside. On the third layer from the bottom, there is a file numbered 1616. The decoding code is 6161. Say it in the common language. Hearing the words of the elderly priest, Alka nodded. He reached out to open the bookcase, and slightly tiptoed to get the file almost at the top. He transmitted magic power, and said 6161. A resistance disappeared, and Alka took the file down. This is a document made with a strange structure. It has the symbol of the Virgin Mary and various information records. Looking at the spells on it, they are all used for protection and destruction. If you use violence to destroy it, you may not get anything. Yes, that's right. This is it. You can't take it out? According to the confidentiality level, you can only copy 20% of the information. After copying, you have to check it for me. The old man looked up at Alka and asked, Do you want to copy it? Yes. It's next to my counter. You can copy and read it there. There is paper and pen next to it. Alka nodded. He helped the old man back to his counter. After he sat down, he brought a small stool and sat beside him to open the file. He looked at the information inside and picked out some key points to copy down. Seeing Alka's seriousness, the old pastor said, The Nafas family 50 years ago, when I was young, I saw their style with my own eyes. Oh, what were they like? Alka asked curiously. The old pastor leaned against the wall and stared at the ceiling. It was like recalling the past. And it was like sighing. He said, at that time, their family was the most powerful family on this island. And they were also believers of the Virgin Mary. They helped the church with many things. And I worked with some of their family members at that time. I have to say that their family education is still very good. It's a pity. What's wrong? Alka responded at the right time. I remember. It was a night. At that time, there was a violent storm around the Twin Islands. You know, It is rare to see a storm around the Twin Islands. The storm at that time was very big. It was the biggest storm I have ever seen in my life. I was still resting at that time. Then something happened. The wailing and screaming of the soul resounded in our ears. Ordinary people could not hear it. But at that time, all the touchers on the island with strength above the second stage could hear it clearly. The scream pierced the soul. The old pastor still looked frightened as he said this. Alka listened carefully, quietly listening and responding from time to time. Then I went to check with the knights of the church. The whole family was not spared. There were no external injuries on their bodies. They all died, as if their souls were extracted. Later I learned that even those family members who were outside did not survive. Hearing this, Alka asked curiously, I heard that it was not their competitors who did it. Haha. Those people would not dare to do such things. We also checked the family that had the biggest conflict with them at that time. And they simply didn't have the ability to do this. This is just an external statement. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Was their family very strong at that time? Of course. Their family has 3 crown wearers and 14 staff bearers, which is very powerful in the Twin Islands and their surroundings. Alka already knew that the so-called crown wearers refer to members at the 6th stage and above. And it is said that only at this stage can one be able to control a crown level treasure. That means this family has 3 members at the 6th stage and 14 members above the 45th stage. How terrifying. In his current worldview, he can indeed be called powerful. While chatting, Alka picked out the more important confidences in the file and copied them down. After copying, checking, packing up, Alka said goodbye to the old man. Returned to the ship. The others also returned quickly. They stayed in the captain's room and began to understand the information. I have very little information. The Nafas family mainly believes in the Virgin Mary, and only a few family members are heretics. After hearing Simon's words, Alka nodded. He told the information he had learned. According to the archives of the Virgin Mary Church, the cause of death of this family was an unknown loss of soul. The loss of soul overnight caused the death of all members of the family. Family members? What counts as a family member? Jason asked rigorously beside him. Yes. This is the interesting part. All nominal family members, regardless of whether they are related by blood or not. All hired slaves and servants are just in a coma. Even those who are related by blood to the main family, but have been separated from the family, have not suffered any loss of soul. Hearing this, Jason nodded. In other words, all members of the Nafas family in name, all find it difficult to escape. If you think about it carefully, there should be some kind of joining ceremony. From this point, the church inferred that it was the effect of the curse in the name of the family. Moreover, there is a questionable speculation in the archives, which may be that the leader of this family deliberately made a deal with some existence, using souls as compensation. Of course, this is just a guess, and there is no specific information. But no matter what, he finally had some comprehensive understanding of this family, at least more than ordinary people. After all, the connection between this family and the Holy Mother Church is still close. Then do you infer from the archives whether the treasure exists? It should exist, because the death was too sudden. And after the subsequent search, their family's treasure house was indeed not found. It is obviously not on the Gemini Island. It is speculated that it should be on other islands in the Gemini Island chain. After saying that, Alka looked at Jason. What about you? Did you get any information? I don't know much about the specific information of this family, but I have a certain understanding of their reputation among the people. I don't know if it is because of the belief in the Virgin Mary. They have a good reputation among the civilians on the island, and there are not many scandals. Even if there are, most of the scandals are related to women. You know? But no one has been found to have used force in this regard. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Families who believe in the Virgin Mary still have a relatively high moral bottom line. Otherwise, if the Virgin Mary does not respond to their prayers, it will be embarrassing. After everyone finished telling the information they knew, Sia Didi brought up the map she collected. This is the key point.